Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Flip Thought Show. It's your host with the most, King Truth, host of Bird, Benny Bo, that wants the word, that wants the flow. And we coming at you live, man, at 8:22. I know I'm 22 minutes late, but hey, man, we're never late. Boom, we gonna go right over here to my guy, man. Shout out to the bro, you feel me? Kosher, man, but his channel right here, he just started, man. You know what I'm saying? So like him up, feel me? Get his subscribers up and all that. He got two videos. It's Bring the Facts at Bring the Facts 1. He got Drake's Goon Top 5 stabbed in London after this in the UK. He got Orlando rapper Hot Boy arrested for weapons in Miami, Florida, man. Run up his views, run up his likes, man. That's my guy right there, man. He helped me a lot in this content creation, streaming type of thing, man. He showed me how to really get my thumbnails right, man. He showed me how to you know, get my topics right, man, and get my audience and all that type of stuff. He helped me with my little, my background. Bro made this for me right here, you feel me? So boom, man, we go get right into bro's content. Shout out to bro. But before we do, everybody hit that like, comment, sub, notification bell, so I know y'all there, so I can throw it to us in the air. We here. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on, people? Hey, welcome back to Bring the Facts. Hey, we got some breaking news, man. Canadian rapper Top5 was reportedly stabbed hours after attending Drake's Wireless Festival performance in London. Yup, he got stabbed in London. He did an interview. The day before yesterday, and he dissed London or the UK. And anyways, the goons got at him. I'm gonna read the article from what's this place? I forgot. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Top five attacked and stabbed in the UK. The incident just occurred after midnight on Monday, July 14th. Video of the shocking moments, which can be seen below, shows several men attacking a Mercedes-Benz, which was occupied by Top5. Some of the men finally gained access to the car and tried to drag out the driver, which presumably when the stabbing occurred. The car eventually drives away. The Metropolitan Police Department has released the following statement about the stabbing. The victim, a man in his 20s, was approached by a group who damaged his car before stabbing him in the leg. He was taken to the hospital and his injuries are not believed to be life-changing. Inquiries remain ongoing. No arrests and no suspects have been identified or made at this stage of the investigation. Why was Top5 stabbed? Many people online are pointing to an interview Top5 did just a day before the incident, which may have triggered his animosity among locals. There are no killers in the UK, Top5 said during the chat. They're not going to come kill us. We're safe. We can even show the address here. Top5 publicly stated that there are no killers in the UK only a day before he was reported stabbed. Yeah, man. So you see, yeah, Top5, man. I don't know, man. Wherever that dude go, he attract trouble. If you don't know, he beat a murder charge in Toronto. He actually went international. He went on the run because the police and detectives were looking for him in Toronto, Canada. Right? He ended up going to like I think 4 or 5 different cities throughout the U.S.
Yeah, I did hear that he was on the run for a minute because he was doing interviews back way when, like a year ago. He was saying he was on the run. I was actually up in the what's up, bro? You know what I'm saying? I had to react to your content real quick, you feel me? But what's it called? Yeah, I was actually in a clubhouse room with a bunch of people that hate Top5, bro. They was like, oh yeah, bro, it's not no shooter. He's a goofy, he's a rat, all this goofy whoop and this and this. And what's it called? I was like, oh, you guys know Top5? They was like, yeah. I was like, oh, I was like, oh, shit. Are you for real? I thought he was a shooter. They're like, yeah, nah. Matter of fact, I had to get the clip off my clubhouse, but I have a club. But it was a clubhouse room, and they was just talking mad shit about Top 5. And they said that Drake's nobody. They was talking a lot, bro. They was talking a lot. They was talking a lot about Top 5. They're like, don't you ever say that monologue. That's like basically that's killing where his mom like da da da. They was pressing me. I was like, damn, for real, Top 5 hate it like that.
like streaming it live on Instagram and stuff like that. And he gained a lot of views and a lot of traction from that. He already had some traction because he released some music before that. But yeah, he his whole time he went on the run, he did it online and stuff like that, and like taunting.
Hold on, yo. I don't think y'all can even hear it. Can you hear the shit, kosher? Hold on, bro. I don't know what's going on with this shit, yo. Oh, I don't even got the video playing. That's how you know I'm high.
The police and stuff like that. I think he ended up getting arrested in California, and then he got extradited back to Toronto, Canada, and then I think he fought I don't remember. I think he fought the murder charge for like maybe like 2 years or something, 2 or 3 years, and then they end up dropping him. So yeah, but wherever he goes, he just I don't know, he just stays getting in trouble. Top 5 reacts to the stabbing incident. Top 5 has broken his silence about the Instagram incident on Instagram. In a post, he shared a photo of President Trump, raising his first triumph after being grazed by a bullet from the would-be assassin during a rally in Pennsylvania last year. If you don't know who Top 5 is, I'll bring you up to speed. Who is Top 5? Top 5, Boy Hassan Ali is a rapper from Toronto who gained popularity after Drake posted his music on Instagram in 2015. In 2021, Top 5 was charged in connection with a fatal shooting in Toronto. He spent 3 years, yep, I told you, 3 years fighting the case, with Drake reportedly assisting with his legal fees. Last September, the case was was set ahead for a trial. Top 5 was freed. Charges were dropped. Back in April, Top 5 shared a photo on Instagram of himself and Drake and captioned the president and the boy. See, yeah, boy, this dude, he's a real hothead. He get money and stuff, man. He's in the street, but this dude a real hothead, man. He's like, I think he's like West Indian or something like that, man. West Indians, they always got hot tempers and shit, man. I'm telling you, they always got hot temper. But he had beef throughout the city.
Yeah, it's true though. The West Indians don't play, man. For sure, they don't. West Indians are they get active.
Toronto and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I can't really tell you where the beef comes from, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. One thing about Top 5, he's gonna speak his mind. He's not scared. He's not scared. He's not scared to say what other people are scared to say. He's gonna say, and he don't care what consequence come behind that, whether it become with legal fees or whatnot, or but stuff like that. But yeah, but they didn't. I don't really know if Drake was doing the concert or maybe they were in different cars or whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? But I really doubt they'll run up on Drake like that. But maybe you never know. But anyways, Drake's not the one who said it. Top 5 is the one who said it. So this goes to show you some mistakes he made. I'm gonna tell you one thing. And one thing, when you go online, you go on Instagram live feed, and you start dissing gangs and you start dissing street people, even regular people. You start dissing people and stuff like that, and you tell them where you're gonna be at. A lot of people are gonna pull up, man. You never know who's gonna pull up with what. You know what I'm saying? If it would have been the United States, they could have pulled up with the fire. You know what I'm saying? With the blick, with the burner. You know what I'm saying? But in the UK, they do have guns, but it's like outlawed. A lot of people don't have guns. They don't have access to weapons out there, so they use knives and stuff like that. And I think There was a UK rapper who killed somebody, right? And he killed him with a knife. He only got 10 years for it. So yeah, he only got 10 years. Believe it or not, I forgot the guy's name. But yeah, it was a UK guy. He killed a rival, and he killed him with a butcher knife in public. And he, after he stabbed the dude on the corner of the street, he jumped on a moped with another guy, and the guy, and they sped off on the moped. Yup. But
That's crazy as fuck. It sped off on the moped. What the fuck? Yeah, where's that at, bro? Shit. Okay.
um, yeah, but he's out I don't know if he's out the hospital, but he's recovering. So I don't know how they stabbed him in the leg. Maybe they could have maybe he was trying to kick him back or something. He tried to kick the knife out the hand or something like that, and they probably stabbed him in the leg or something. But they don't say where he was stabbed in the leg. So that's probably a defense. Most likely it's a defensive wound. But yeah, like I was saying before, when you go online, you start dissing people, especially street dudes. You start dissing street dudes in Hey, there's street dudes everywhere, man. They got street dudes in Muslim countries. They got street dudes in Africa. They got street dudes in China. They got street dudes in Australia. They got street dudes in the UK, in Europe. They got street dudes in America. They got street dudes in Canada. They definitely got street dudes in Mexico, and they got street dudes in South America. So that's damn near every continent right there. There's real niggas everywhere, you know what I'm saying? So you never know who you're gonna run into. And when you get online, you start dissing everybody and you don't put a name on it, that's what happened. He ain't put a name on it. He just dissed everybody. So they were probably like, what? They're like, oh yeah? You think it's sweet? So they pull up on him, check his temperature. And you know what I'm saying? He probably wasn't going, but you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. They probably could have broke the window or whatever. But yeah, probably top 5. He's such a hothead, he'll open the door. He probably would have opened the door with a group of dudes, yeah. With a group of dudes like that. This dude's crazy, man. Yeah, he's real crazy, man. He's a hothead for real. But yeah, but he gonna be all right. I didn't see no response from Drake. Drake a big dog. I didn't hear him speak about it, but I don't know if they have any other tours in the UK, in London, but I don't know. But anyways, I'll keep y'all posted about this and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate the view and everybody liking the channel and everybody watching the video and stuff like that. And if you haven't liked, share, subscribe, comment to the channel. Bring the facts. That's all I do. I'm just gonna bring y'all the facts, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Top 5, get well soon. Uh, what you need to be doing is working on some music. That's what you need to be doing. And that unreleased stash. I know he got a little stash. He's a rapping ass dude. I know he got a stash of music somewhere. I don't know why he ain't released something, but he just did 3 years, so like I can't really tell you if he's even really wants to rap. But him being with Drake, that's gonna be that's what's I don't want to say it's gonna solidify him because he already got a name, you know what I'm saying? But Drake got a real name. He got a big name. He got a mainstream name. But I don't know. Top 5, he don't really do mainstream music. You know what I'm saying? He more of a gangster rapper. I would really say that. But I don't know. I don't know if he. I don't even know if he can make. I don't want to say. I don't know if he can make mainstream music, but that would be my bet. But he already got. He already got a name. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. We'll see if you're gonna come out with some music or whatnot. So everybody like, share, subscribe, comment to the channel, put comments on the channel, help the algorithm, help the channel grow. We trying to make it to the top, and we trying to chase that bag. You know what it is. It is what it is. Big Facts Podcast. Peace.
POV, your agency is scaling like crazy with AI.
Okay, so how many clients can your agency handle at once?
Well, we have 15 with our team of 3.
3 people managing 15 clients at once. How?
But we found a way to automate 90% of content. Called Blaze, it creates everything in each client's exact voice.
Even posts, emails, and blogs?
Yes, even images, sales pages, everything. It turns one idea into a dozen content pieces.
And the client's okay with AI content?
That's the best part. It learns their brand voice so perfectly, they can't even tell.
So you just schedule it and done?
It even schedules it for us automatically. It's the only tool we use in the agency.
That sounds like every agency owner's dream.
That's because it is. We've canceled about 5 different subscriptions since we got Blaze. Saves us about $300 a month, plus all those hours of work.
Blaze AI?
Yep, spread the word.
It's the game spinning, y'all share the video. So my page can go. I need 1,000 plus likes so that I can really know. Subscribe to my channel so my YouTube can grow. And I'm on let's call it cause back page go. He was with him. Hey man, say man, I got a dry 130. I'm looking for a bucket head to eat boo boo and trying to get her knees dirty. I say I'm looking for a bucket head to eat boo boo and trying to get her knees dirty. Yeah, hurt me. Hey man, the boy top 5. Got himself stabbed down out there in London. And you know, this would have happened when you get too cocky. You experience situations like when he was bragging on he was with Draco the Ruler. They seen YG and they pressed him and put the blick to him. And he was clutching and all this stuff. Him saying UK ain't got no steppers. That's a disrespect to all the steppers or the dudes that get active out there. He talking heavy. He with Drake. The cockiness. Years going by, months going by, that nothing happened to him. It'll be like that sometimes. You'll feel like because you ain't been getting shot at, you ain't been getting punched on, people around you ain't been really losing their life like that. You feel like niggas ain't gonna try you. So if you go years and years like this, you would adopt this cockiness. Like I can't be touched or niggas ain't on that. They would have been did something by now. I'm talking too heavy. You lack security like he did. He could have prevented this. He definitely could. It's just like he wanted them dudes that run around his mouth and still be outside in spots he ain't supposed to be. He ain't get paid to go there. So why the fuck is you out there like that with all of these people? Knowing everybody know who you are, but you don't know who these people is. So you gotta, when it's like that, when everybody know who you is, same thing with bloggers or rappers or anybody who famous. And then you talk really sturdy. You gotta make sure you in bulletproof cars. They got that thick glass, so they can't just bust the glass out. You see what I'm saying? Like it's certain steps you could have took, but you don't supposed to even be out there. You ain't getting paid. It's too many people. It's a high risk of losing your life. What if you got stabbed in your neck and they damage the nerve? And you know nerves, when you kill a nerve, it don't heal. And now you paralyzed. Now you paralyzed from the neck down. Or they hit you in a spot where it paralyzed your legs or from the neck. Because the veins connect to a lot of stuff. So come on, man. All for what? For a tough image. Just to jump. And then when it happened to you, what you would have camera said, I told you no steppers in London. They ain't no kippers in London. Come on, man. When you make mistakes like this, whoever you run it with, it make it look weaker. Like you ain't moving sturdy. You don't even supposed to be in no car like this. You moving around like you ain't nobody. You moving around like don't nobody hear your voice. Don't nobody hear you speak when you talk.
I'm almost like an old man at heart. I don't know why I've been like that since I was young. Even with producing, I still like making beats the old way. But I love when something new or some new piece of technology, some new equipment come out, because it's like, dang, I can use that to add to what I do, and it'll make me that much bigger or better. This right here helps me to, expand and think outside of what I would have done. I like that string line right there. That's all.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. Hold the outdoors while you, sure that works, upload and stream from Restream.
With that gun that you had, when you say you was clutching on Draco, when you say you was clutching on YG, where that gun at? You talk too much junk not to have no gun on you, and everybody around you don't got no blicks on them. Oh, you just need to be bulletproof. Oh, you ain't got no security. You talk too much junk for that. You need, in a situation like that, when you don't know, finna pull up on you, you don't know how deep they gonna be. Anytime when there's a big event, this is when everybody gonna come together. So if you into it with somebody to piss somebody off in an event like that where everybody just can walk around, this would be the time where there'll be 10 deep, 6, 7 deep, versus you just catching them in the grocery store, he by himself, or so they may not say nothing to you because you with 2 or 3 of your partners. At an event like that, man, they'd be 5, 6, 7 deep on bullshit. I already been drinking. They already been drinking. They took a 100 pack, then snorted, then popped the pill. They turned. So yeah, man, like you lucky you came about this situation. Satan gave you another chance. Satan gave you another chance because it ain't God. Because you're gonna be right back on the dump shit because you can't help it. You want to fit in. You ain't really got no talent, so you want to fit in. So you want to fit in with the tough shit. So yeah, you got to do extra. You got to talk heavy. You was around Drake all these years, all this time, and you supposed to be the enforcer. You asking Drake for the wrong type of stuff. You need a bulletproof. You need security. How much money you get? You must be real tight. You need a backup. That map you got. It don't matter that you feel like you'll do something. You need to back that up with defense. You ain't got no defense. Because when a lot of offense apply to you, when you go up against 2011 Green Bay Packer offense when they won the Super Bowl, or a New England Patriot type offense, or the Indianapolis Colts, Peyton Manning was the prime. When you go up against these type of offense, they can throw 4 or 5 touchdowns. They got 3 or 4 wide receivers, a hell of 5 running back. This what happened to you. You get blitzed. You get blitzed, man. No defense. So now guess what? When we see it go down, if it's more than 2 or 3 guys, or at least 3 guys, this how you react. You may get tried again. You may get tried again. It seems like you only a threat if you got a gun on you. Yeah, it seems like you may only win. It seems like you may only win a battle if you with your homeboys. But you ain't shit without your homeboys. That's what it's giving, man. It seems like you ain't shit without your homeboys because they ain't the ones you with that night, they weren't moving the right way. Then they had you blocked in so much traffic, you can't move. So you had to just take whatever they was gonna give you. So bad as you talk, this don't supposed to happen to you. Now I can't say anybody can be a victim, But situations like this aren't supposed to happen to you. You got all these guys with you, and it seems like all y'all want to do is get high, have fun, drink, mess with females, be around stars, talk junk. That's it. You better make these niggas not drink and put these dudes in position to play defense and have your back. You supposed to be 2 or 3, 4 cards deep. And some shit like that, you supposed to be 2, 3, 4 cards deep. Come on, man. Going into an event like that, there's gonna be all these people out there. So you can afford to respond to a if 10 dudes want to attack you, 8 dudes want to attack you, you can respond. So you can respond in a situation like this one. If 10 dudes want to attack you, 8 dudes, 6 dudes, if you 3 or 4, 5 cards deep, you're good. Or you could just be in the bulletproof. Or you could just be in the bulletproof. But not just one car, one little white car. Come on, man. Nigga jumping on your car, damn near finna flip it over. You just gotta sit there and just take it. But you said ain't no killers in UK. I guess there's some stabbers though. There's some that'll put in that knife work. They try to take your life because they wouldn't have stabbed you in your neck. They would stab you in your leg or something. They stabbed you in your neck. Mad that you're still alive. Mad that you're still alive. I know I'd be mad. Like, I stabbed them 5 times in the neck. Yeah, man. So you better do better, man. Tighten up, man. Get a second chance. Lucky you ain't paralyzed. If this don't humble you, either this gonna humble you or this gonna turn you up. Then what your turn up mean? Talking more or you gonna really get active? Yeah, okay. Y'all follow the IG, the_game_spitter. Donate to the channel, $the_game_spitter 704. What's y'all thoughts on this right here, man? Top 5.
Number the other way to tax and slams.
Dreams do come true. I am showering on Netflix.
I've been trying to configure this field for an hour, but this CRM sucks. Maybe it's time to stand up to these slow, archaic CRMs. We deserve a CRM that doesn't take forever to create a report. We need a CRM we won't hate, and that will actually help us work faster. And should we find such a CRM, our work will be known as efficient, faster, and better.
Damn. Why don't you just switch to Monday CRM? My team uses it, is doing everything way faster. From creating real-time dashboards to sending mass emails, creating quotes and invoices, and building custom pipelines, you name it. Just start with the free trial to see how you can speed up your sales cycle with Monday CRM.
It's the game spitter, y'all share the video so my page can go. I need 1,000+ likes so the algorithm know. Subscribe to my channel so my YouTube can grow. And I'm on Let's Call it cause back page go. He was with him. Hey man, say man, I got a dry 130. I'm looking for a bucket head to eat boo boo and trying to get her knees dirty. I say I'm looking for a bucket head to eat boo boo and trying to get her knees dirty. You heard me? Hey man, the boy Top 5. Got himself stabbed down out there in And you know, this would have happened when you get too cocky, you experience situations like when he was bragging on he was with Draco the Ruler. They seen YG and they pressed him and put the blick to him and he was clutching and all this stuff. Him saying UK ain't got no steppers. That's a disrespect to all the steppers or the dudes that get active out there. He talking heavy, he with Dre. The cockiness. Years going by, months going by, that nothing happened to him. It'll be like that sometimes. You'll feel like because you ain't been getting shot at, you ain't been getting punched on, people around you ain't been really losing their life like that. You feel like niggas ain't gonna try you. So if you go years and years like this, you would adopt this cockiness. Like, I can't be touched or niggas ain't on that. They would have been did something by now. I'm talking too heavy. You will lack security like he did. He could have prevented this. He definitely could. It's just like he one of them dudes that run his mouth and still be outside in spots he don't supposed to be. He ain't get paid to go there. So why the fuck is you out there like that with all of these people? Knowing everybody know who you are, but you don't know who these people is. So you gotta, when it's like that, when everybody know who you is, same thing with bloggers or rappers or anybody who famous. And then you talking junk, you gotta make sure that you really sturdy. You gotta make sure you in bulletproof cars. They got that thick glass so they can't just bust the glass out. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's certain steps he could have took, but you don't supposed to even be out there. You ain't getting paid. It's too many people. That's a high risk of losing your life. What if you got stabbed in your neck and they damage the nerve? And you know, nerves, when you kill the nerve, it don't heal. And now you paralyzed. Now you paralyzed from the neck down. Or they hit you in the spot where it paralyzed your leg. So from the neck. Because the veins connect to a lot of stuff. So come on, man. All for what? For a tough image. Just to talk junk. And nothing would have happened to you. What you would have came back on camera and said, I told y'all there ain't no steppers in London. There ain't no killers in London. Come on, man. When you make mistakes like this, whoever you running with, it make it look weaker. Like y'all ain't moving sturdy. You ain't even supposed to be in no car like that. You moving around like you ain't nobody. You moving around like don't nobody know you. You moving around like don't nobody hear your voice. Don't nobody hear you speak when you talk.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling let you do that. Yeehaw! I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels. Sling lets you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
With that gun that you had, when you say you was clutching on Draco, when you say you was clutching on YG, where that gun at? You talk too much junk not to have no gun on you. And everybody around you don't got no blicks on them. You at least need to be in a bulletproof. You ain't got no security. You talk too much junk for that. The body count ain't that long. You ain't got that much fear, homie. And even if you need, in situations like that, when you don't know, finna pull up on you, you don't know how deep they gonna be, Anytime when there's a big event, this is when everybody gonna come together. So if you in tour with somebody to piss somebody off at an event like that where everybody just can walk around, this would be the time where they'll be 10 deep, 6, 7 deep, versus you just catching them in the grocery store, he by himself, or so they may not say nothing to you because you with 2 or 3 of your partners. At an event like that, man, they'd be 5, 6, 7 deep on bullshit. Already been drinking. They already been drinking. They took the honey pack, they snorted, they popped the pill, they turned. So yeah, man, like you lucky you came about this situation. Satan gave you another chance. Satan gave you another chance because it ain't God. Because you're gonna be right back on the dump shit because you can't help it. You want to fit in. You ain't really got no talent, so you want to fit in. So you want to fit in with the tough shit. So yeah, you got to do extra shit. You got to talk heavy. You was around Drake all these years, all this time, and you supposed to be the enforcer. You asking Drake for the wrong type of stuff. You need a bulletproof. You need security. How much money you get? You must be real tight. You need a backup. That map you got, it don't matter that you feel like you'll do something. You need to back that up with defense. You ain't got no defense. Because when a lot of offense apply to you, when you go up against 2011 Green Bay Packer offense, when they won the Super Bowl, or a New England Patriot type offense, or the Indianapolis Colts, Peyton Manning was, in the prime. When you go up against these type of offense, they can throw 4 or 5 touchdowns. They got 3 or 4 wide receivers, a hell of 5 running back. This what happened to you. You get blitzed. You get blitzed, man. No defense. So now guess what? When we see it go down, if it's more than 2 or 3 guys, or at least 3 guys, this how you react. You may get tried again. You may get tried again. It seems like you only a threat if you got a gun on you. Yeah, it seems like you may only win a battle if you got a gun on you. If you ain't got that blick on you, you're done. It seems like you may only can win a battle if you with your homeboys. But you ain't shit without your homeboys. That's what it's giving, man. It seems like you ain't shit without your homeboys because they ain't the ones you was with that night. They wasn't moving the right way. And they had you blocked in so much traffic, you can't move. So you had to just take whatever they was gonna give you. So bad as you talk, this don't supposed to happen to you. Now I can't say anybody can be a victim, but situations like this don't supposed to happen to you. All these guys with you, and it seems like all y'all want to do is get high, have fun, drink, mess with females, be around stars, talk junk. That's it. You better make these niggas not drink and put these dudes in position to play defense and have your back. You supposed to be 2 or 3, 4 cards deep. And some shit like that, you supposed to be 2, 3, 4 cards deep. Come on, man. Going into an event like that, was gonna be all these people out there. So you can afford to respond to if 10 dudes wanna attack you, 8 dudes wanna attack you, you can respond. So you can respond in a situation like this one. If 10 dudes wanna attack you, 8 dudes, 6 dudes, if you 3 or 4, 5 cards deep, you're good. Or you could just be in the bulletproof. Or you could just be in the bulletproof. But not just one car, one little white car. Come on, man. Nigga jumping on your car, damn near finna flip it over. You just gotta sit there and just take it. But you said ain't no killers in UK. I guess there's some stabbers though. There's some that'll put in that knife work. They try to take your life because they wouldn't have stabbed you in your neck. They would have stabbed you in your leg or something. They stabbed you in your neck. Mad that you're still alive. Mad that you're still alive. I know I'd be mad. Like I stabbed him 5 times in the neck. Yeah, man. So you better do better, man. Tighten up, man. Get a second chance. Lucky you ain't paralyzed. If this don't humble you, either this gonna humble you or this gonna turn you up. Then what your turn up mean? Talking more or you gonna really get active? Yeah, okay. Y'all follow the IG, the _game_spitter. Donate to the channel, $ the game spitter 704. What's y'all thoughts on this right here, man? Top 5.
That old phone laying around, you could toss it, sure. Or recycle it. Don't add to the scrap heap. Get paid for that old phone at ecoatm.com.
Hey YouTube champs, what if your YouTube channel is the next big thing everyone's talking about? Those big names with millions of subs? Yeah, that could be you. VFly is the key to getting real engagement. We're also an official Google partner. New users get 50% extra views on their first campaign. Use code FIRST50. You can start promoting your videos today for just $10. No strings attached. Don't wait, head to vfly.com and get your YouTube growth now.
Hey, I just want to send a big shout out. We have very limited information, but our boy Top5, let me tell you, I went out, I did the content with him in Toronto. It's still being edited right now. Shout out to all of our members because we have had the members only Top5 interview was up. He told me to take it down. It went up again because they told me some stuff to take out. We took it out. It's down again. He told me, yo, Adam, you need to get the interview ready. You need to get the vlog ready because I'm about to do some stuff at Wireless in the UK that is going to be so viral that you're going to want to have that content out when this stuff goes down. Now, I do not think that he was talking about getting stabbed in the neck, but that is how it worked out because last night, crazy footage emerged of a bunch of UK hooligans with NASCAR smashing it in. I can't really 100% tell if that's him in the vehicle who's getting attacked, but at the very least, apparently some UK goons did run down on him.
So what's crazy about this UK situation is this. You have an active degenerate movement in the UK, dudes with knives, tanks, and knives, but you also have a very emerging Islamic movement where they're literally trying to bring elements of Sharia law to the UK.
You know, to be fair, Top5 is a Muslim and is Somalian.
We don't play fair with Muslims or we drop bombs on them.
I'm just saying.
We drop bombs on them with drones.
He is a Canadian.
Whichever way.
Don't put him in a we or a they.
We gonna drop bombs on Canada with drones.
Side. He's an insurgent force from Toronto.
All I'm saying, Muslims and Somalians, and you know I'm as pro-black. We deal with them with a 10-foot pole. We only send drones. We only send bombs. But him, I'm sure he's a great guy. But what I'm saying is, it's crazy how you have these people calling for like Sharia law, which is a very stringent like set of laws. But you have the emerging, the degenerate.
I'm gonna be real with you. I think it would be good if we got the details of the case out of the situation out of the way before you go full geopolitical.
I'm so like,
everybody out there thinking the same thing. What is wrong with this dude? All right,
and this nigga turned into something different. No, it's nothing wrong.
All right, let me explain to you. When we discuss a topic, you have like the central locus of what we're discussing, and then we kind of expand from out there. So what I was thinking about saying was the fact that there's two dueling narratives of why Top5 may have been stabbed. Number one is the fact that he has so many ops in the UK that it is, or excuse me, in Toronto, that it is believable that perhaps somebody would have been sent on a mission to take care of him outside in the UK. Now, the other dueling narrative is the fact that he was actually on stream saying that the UK ain't about nothing, that the UK don't do nothing, they ain't gonna do nothing to nobody. He said America is feared. The UK ain't on nothing. And now you could could kind of imagine that there's some UK hood dudes who might be a little bit bothered by that. Now, bothered enough to like go stab somebody in the neck just because they insulted your country, like how tough your country is. I mean, it's kind of a stretch to me if somebody said, "Hey, LA pussy." I don't really see a lot of LA dudes like rushing to go catch a body,
I
right?
feel like if they won't rush, but if you in a place where people can come and they probably there too,
so
then it's likely to happen.
We
'Cause
all
like
right
you said,
here.
what?
It is a good situation where they could probably
popping.
get away with it realistically with
It's
that
like-
many people in one place.
It's like if we in LA and just online popping it like, oh, yeah, LA soft booty whoop, and you just run into them at Target in the middle of Hollywood. It's like you don't even have to trip, but if you say something and he challenged you after you challenge him, now you got to go full fledged. Because if y'all start fighting and you end up stabbing somebody, then it just happens.
What I did see, because there's a lot of streamers and stuff that was, they said that the event took place in a bad neighborhood anyway. So like DDG was on stream and he had like this big ass iced out Cuban on and shit. And his security made him leave his jury and
What up, though? Slide out here. I want to introduce you to your new favorite collaborative tool. Let's go.
My favorite part is that the name is what you're gonna do. Start with your own loop. From there, you're gonna open up your DAW, start firing it off right away. Either if it's just a piano, maybe it's a little bit layered. After that, you're gonna export it and then bring it into splices. Start with your
on the tour bus. They're like, nah, the area don't even bring a chain. So if they in that same area,
nah, you
like,
gotta order me up.
Hey,
well, security can't have guns out there.
Yeah, no,
exactly. So they out there just naked while it's coming up there with knives. And security really ain't got. So y'all kind of like in the bad.
In the security have a knife?
Nope.
You got to tap.
And that's why I'm saying I agree with Top 5 100%. Like, you can act hard when someone has been handicapped where they can't have blick on them. We in LA. Like, you know, every time you interact with a dude, like when I had this situation with Almighty, he could have had a gun. So when you in LA, you think like, if I'm really gonna get funky, it's a chance this dude could have a burn on him, kill me. You're not. It's not the same when you in UK, where you know 9 times out of 10 ain't got no burn on them. Anybody could act tough in that scenario.
You got a machete.
Bring your ass to LA with your knife or your freaking ice pick and
Top 5 was thinking that he needed security when he was in that environment, but to be fair, when I hung out with him, he had multiple chains on that I'm gonna guess were like at least $40,000-$50,000 because he hit this crazy crypto lick, apparently robbed some kid, and now he's just running around acting crazy, spend tons of money left and right.
He ain't do nothing like that.
Well, I mean, he admitted it on camera. I was thinking that, I'm like, damn, this is gonna be like Al Capone. They're gonna take him down for tax evasion. They can't get him for the bodies.
So the
Asian kid that did the crypto,
they scored $250 million.
I want you guys to see this vlog. My neighborhood, Adam. My neighborhood got a lot of hats. I'm gonna open up a lead store out here. I got a lot of hats.
So he didn't go with security. He was just.
I don't know, because like, all right, you go your +1s for security, and then you're hanging around Sexy Red, you're around Kyle from Nelk Boys, you're around Drake, etc. You're kind of feeling like, oh, they're the ones they need security, not me.
But Top 5, I don't think he has a hard problem.
He should have been
getting in
thinking
there.
security.
But you said like him having a hard time getting in there. I mean, Drake headlining it for all 3 days. He probably had all the access Drake had, you know what I'm saying, with Drake being his homie. So he should have had security, if not not all the access, but if Drake is bringing you, then you probably gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? You're the only from Toronto with Drake.
Oh, well, look, we have
we got
UK
a perfect
expert right here.
UK expert to
He
talk
can
on
tell
this
us who
topic.
stabbed Top 5. Look at him.
He was smart. He brought his security with him.
He's probably already got a doctor.
Nah, that's Honcho, man. That's Honcho, man. What up?
Oh,
he from
I'm
the UK
sorry.
too.
My bad.
Nah, for sure. He's stabbing.
You can't
He's
listen.
getting
You
cheeky.
can't be added to the list of like the most gangsterous places when you don't have the threat of guns blowing your face off. I'm just saying, like I feel where Top 5 is coming from.
Okay, I mean, in that sense, you're right.
Guns don't make you gangster.
Hell no.
No, that's what I'm saying, because if you're able to be a gangster in the with the knowledge that someone could have a gun, that to me makes you gangster. Like, look, I don't care what you
But
got.
see, look, a gangster will move with the acknowledgement of wherever you go, it can be gangsters. Like when I'm moving, I don't go anywhere and say this place is softer than this place.
I do all the time.
I would say this.
It might be the death of me.
I mean, you right. You know what I
I'm
mean?
just saying, I go to the farmer's market and I ain't thinking about it.
And I still think potentially I can run into somebody.
Because it could be Trader Jose's.
Type shit.
Bro, the UK
never know. The
is
cartel
no
might
joke,
have
though. Bro.
Yeah, no, for sure. I know. I
Do
know
you
what's
think
going on.
this whole top 5 situation is actually real though? Because a lot of people are saying it's.
I ain't
You
fake.
see the video though?
Yeah, but that video is from Manor House a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
So
I was wondering.
But
Okay.
there's a picture of top 5 allegedly top 5 on the floor with the same car that was getting stomped out on. But I don't know. People comment on my post about it saying that video is from years back and it could just be a whole bunch of promo. Ross, you said there was like.
Yeah, so basically, right, here's my reasoning for it being fake. Okay, so last night, before I went to bed, I see a bunch of posts in the Torontology subreddit, okay, saying RIP top 5 got stabbed. But then a lot of the comments were saying, yo, this is the BFR bots. So they were saying Presser and Boondog and them were botting, lying that top 5 got stabbed. And then I wake up in the morning, see a bunch of videos circulating of the alleged incident, but you can't see top 5. And me and Honcho, we've been deliberating about it.
Yeah,
And
facts.
What we're hearing is that is some random other video. It could be the ops doing promo to try and make top 5 look bad. Could be top 5 himself.
But that's got him a whole bunch of emotion.
And you survive. That doesn't make you look bad. That makes you look like. That means you survived a brutal attack.
It's the perfect thing for top 5 to kind of make up. Like he's always getting himself into the headlines for saying some shit.
More than almost anybody I've ever known in my entire life. I would not put it past him.
I think it's promo. I think it's and it's work.
I feel like he could pop out in a day and be like, I'm untouched.
Yeah.
I ain't doing no stab promo, no violent promo.
You could make
on me.
Top 5 has ignored my phone call. Well, the phone call went straight to the voicemail, and I texted him and no response this morning. Granted, it's probably super late there, I would think, or
It is late there, but I don't know.
But either way, I mean,
but top 5 usually answer the phone and usually.
But if he's committed to the bit, then he wouldn't answer the phone. That is what he would do. But that's also what he would do if he was in a medically induced coma or whatever.
A stabbing is probably the easiest thing to fake out of anything.
I don't think top 5 is faking this stabbing.
They're saying your mic's unplugged.
Is he the type of person who like that?
He with Draco. You don't play around with some shit like that.
I feel you.
Like, and if it's the ops doing it, why didn't he make a video saying they ain't even touch me? I'm untouchable.
Yeah.
That's coming though. He's getting emotion off of this situation.
To be fair, we don't even know where the rumor came from. It could have been a rumor that somebody just cooked up out of nowhere, and then he's just laying low to just let the rumor spread because he totally would do that.
Got out there, I feel like he's running with it.
Yeah,
that's
it started
the
on
only
Reddit.
way that it could be fake.
It started on Reddit.
Started on Reddit.
Like it was on Torontology a while ago before there was any pictures. It was like AI meme images that were like RIP top 5. Somebody check on top 5. It was sounding like the ops were making it up. To be honest,
Can I ask a UK question? Like,
Sure. Go for it.
Okay, so I dropped 10 dudes off with 40s, right? Do they take over any neighborhood in the UK? Like, get 10 dudes with like guns, like 40 cows. Do they automatically have a strategic advantage over the UK gangs? And
they got guns out there too, right?
We got guns out there. I feel like realistically, what do you think? I feel like the blocks and the way that the hoods are set up in the UK, it's a whole different setup. You might get caught lacking in a dark alleyway and shanked. I don't know if the 40 cal or whatever big gun you got is necessarily going to help you if somebody gets up on you. I don't even know.
If you start a gang with 10 in the UK with guns, you're going to be a terrorist and you're going to jail.
But do you think the other gangs are like, we are literally scared of these?
Once you
so
start,
stay-
Nah, they all got guns already, bro.
Using those
They go what?
guns,
They already got guns already. Usually it'll be like 1 or 2 young G's who have got the strap popped off in like a pouch, and then the members are out there doing whatever they got to do, and the young G's ready to kind of let the bind off whenever. Basically, that's how it works
I feel
in
like
the
it's
UK.
more to like diffuse the situation, like more than niggas just hopping in cars. Just I'm about to go
Slide.
on this nigga.
They're not just out here. Nah, they are shooting people.
They
out
are
in the
sliding.
open. They are.
Funerals get shot up in the UK like Chicago. Like it does happen. So we do have a lot of what's going
The
on over
stabbing
here.
is way more common. Like everyone's got a knife, bro.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's bright, minimalist, and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Great for those website essentials like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator, I got some products that need description, so I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that lands. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high-quality image in seconds. You can have some real fun with this. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what you want, and there it is. I may not be an artist, but that's art. If you're ready to build something you love,
People, you've probably heard the news. It's going around absolutely everywhere that our boy Top5, okay, the president of Toronto himself, has allegedly been stabbed in the neck in a very serious incident after the Wireless Festival in London. His boy Drake, obviously the king of Toronto, was playing 3 days in a row at the the infamous Wireless Festival in London, England. And apparently Top5 has unfortunately caught a neck shot around this whole situation. But things aren't quite as they seem, because today in a video that I'm going to break every single detail about this situation down for you, I'm going to make a couple of arguments on both sides that this something may be going on that's a little bit fishy with this situation. So I'm going to basically go all the way back to the beginning and tell you the whole story of Top5 at Wireless Festival and how we got to the point where allegedly people are getting stabbed in the neck. It's absolutely insane, and it's not quite as meets the eye. So we're going to get into the first clip. Okay, check this out. All right, this is Top5. Okay, this is Top5 arriving to Wireless. All right, he turned up in London for the first time. Everybody knows that, you know, Drake's doing this 3 for 3 headline show at Wireless, and of course Toronto's top demon, who Drake arguably put up the bread to get out of jail on murder charges. Of course he had to be in attendance. So Top5 was seen on social media walking around Manor House, looking pretty fly, looking like he had his security on point, and you know, maybe upsetting a few of the local hoodlums on the way.
Big 5. No, we coming.
Big 5. Now pause right there. Okay, look where he is. Manor House. Now look, I don't need to get too deep into things, okay, but Manor House is a very serious, it's got some very serious hood. You know what I'm saying? There's a very serious hood in Manor House. There's some very serious people there. I don't want to say too much. Apparently, I've been a snitch recently, so I guess I can't say too much. But all I'll say is that Manor House is definitely an area that you LA gangbangers, as you would say, you might want to check in if you went to this spot. But Top5 was here comfy just a few days ago. It was all good. Just a few days ago, they got very serious for that. Okay, so if you don't know, and I'll give you a very, very brief kind of recap right now, okay? Our boy Top5, he got out of jail on these murder charges. He ended up becoming the kind of, you know, this social media hero of just being this crazy drill rapper from Toronto who beat this murder charge. Drake paid for his lawyer. You know, he's the golden boy. All the prosecutors in Toronto absolutely hate him. But at the time, he was really good friends with another Toronto rapper by the name of Presser. And Presser and his brother Pundog run a label called BFR Records. I think it's called Blue Feather Records. Okay, and they were all good. They were all tight. And if you went and watched my video about Top5 that I dropped recently, the many murders of Top5, yes, the many murders of Top5, there's at least 3 bodies that he has been associated with in the streets. Okay, if you watch that video, you'll know that there was a whole plot where basically allegedly, there was an entire plot that Top5, if you watch that video, you will know. This was the video, The Many Murders of Top5, the killer streamer. And in this video, I really went in depth on a lot of things to do with Top 5, his numerous cases, how he ended up becoming such a demon, how he ended up being a very dangerous driller in the streets, and his return, his basic return murder charges. But unfortunately, he ended up getting in a bit of a serious situation that ended up implicating Drake. So basically, there was allegedly this guy, Julian, the Top 5 and Presser and Boondog had basically hit a lick. They got this guy, some sort of crypto bazillionaire, got a bunch of money on crypto, and they apparently finessed him for his coin, quite literally. So we can have just a quick little recap of this here. Would meet a seemingly very rich young man in Dubai named Julian Berway, engaging in all kinds of shenanigans with him, including a Diddy-style freak-off where UK drill rapper Fredo appeared to be getting busy. Now, not much is known about Julian's background, but he seemingly used to live in Miami, where he was arrested in 2022 for having a concealed firearm and resisting arrest. While there's also a video of him on YouTube doing a boxing match, which was posted as late as August 2024. It seemed that at the time, everything was going well between Julian and his new friends, until suddenly in December 2024, in a now-deleted stream with DJ Academics, Julian would come out guns blazing, going on what seemed like a stimulant-induced long and rambling story, where he would accuse Top 5 of scamming him out of $2 million together with none other than Drake himself.
Top 5 stole my Richard Mill, Drake's homie. I just bought a better one. So anyway, Drake scammed me. Champagne Poppy.
And that's how you use CRMs. Questions?
Or you can just move to Monday CRM, a platform to manage all of your sales needs and view your team's entire pipeline in one place. So every rep can easily find even the smallest of details, whether you need to do something quick, like change your lead status, or something big, like sending a mass email to hundreds of leads. It's all effortless. It's customizable without any code, from the columns to the fields. Set your own deal stages and automations to keep deals moving forward behind the scenes. Your customizable dashboards connect all of the pieces so you can see tomorrow's deals today. Now that you've got everything in one place, you can get the deal over the finish line. Go to Monday CRM and start your free trial today.
Want to turn hair loss into hair gains? With Hims, discover a range of prescription treatments, like the quick-drying 4-in-1 spray, formulated with finasteride and minoxidil, so you can regrow hair in just 3 to 6 months at hims.com.
Scammed a 20-year-old for 2 M's, and then Aiden Ross is involved in this. It's deep, bro. It's not Top 5 is, Top 5 do the math on Toronto, whatever.
Top 5 on his third body. So you talked to Drake eventually.
Listen, even Academics says Top 5's on his third body. But in this video, I basically broke it down and I explained that it was Top 5, Presser, Boondog. They were all somehow involved in this lick. Somehow, out of nowhere, they're suddenly crypto millionaires driving Ferraris, driving Lambos in Dubai, and just absolutely balling out of control. At the time, they were on good terms. Presser's crew, the GGGs, it was all love. It was all, the crew, like they were cohesive as a crew. They weren't necessarily from the same hood, but they were from different hoods and they were getting on with each other well. So apparently the relationship between Top 5 and Presser and Boondog and BFR Records actually has a lot to do with Drake, because as you might know, Drake's entire beef with Kendrick Lamar has also involved a few other people, which includes Canadian singing superstar The Weeknd and his XO crew. So what actually ended up happening is that the BFR crew were actually spotted allegedly partying with Drake's ops, the XO crew, in New York City. And there was a picture going around. I think it's been deleted here, but there was a picture going around. This here it is. Here's the picture that was going around. All right. Toronto in the building, XO, BFR. That was what was posted. And apparently it was the XO crew, the Weeknd's crew, and BFR, Presser, and Boondog's crew. They were in the same venue together. And apparently that's chilling with the ops. You're partying in the club with the ops. Maybe BFR was supposed to get it cracking. I don't know. I don't follow these politics. So essentially, Top 5 was very upset about this. He said, what the hell's going on in Dubai? FBFR and FXO. The fact that your label is drowning and I can keep playing lifeguard, saving you guys, and you guys do this. FBFR. He straight up dissed BFR. Now, from what I understand, I don't know if this is even out there like that. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not a snitch. This is what I heard. This is what the streets told me. Okay, what the street told me is that friends with, nobody can tell them who they chill with. They're basically saying, look, the way they basically see it is like we in the club with EXO. There's not really something for you to have an issue with. We should be locked in for other reasons. So unfortunately, what's ended up happening is BFR and Top5 and his GGG crew have ultimately ended up in a beef, and it's unfortunately turned into a bit of a vicious beef. Here's where things really started to escalate, right? Top5 does his first ever live stream on Kick. Okay, this was a legendary moment. This is where he famously, he cuts off his ankle monitor, pretends that he's going on the run. He's at this amusement park, and they say this is Toronto's wildest stream. Now, bear in mind, okay, he is on live on Kick when this is going on. His ops know exactly where he is, whether his original ops, whether it's his new ops, whether it's a completely new set of ops. There's, I'm saying, I'm not the police. I don't know who does what, but all I'm knowing is that people are knowing where Top5 is. They're knowing his location, and regardless of all the beefs and the murders and the bodies and all of this stuff going on, he is not scared to share his location. So he does this live. Things are all good. Things are all smiles. But unfortunately, shortly after this live stream, there was a pretty gruesome shooting in Top5's neighborhood where he's originally from, and what's really sad is that there was an individual that ended up losing their life in that shooting, and it's unfortunately is a situation that is close to home for Top5. So news would break shortly after that that incident where Top5 was live on stream, and what ended up happening was that there was actually a pretty bad shooting in Lawrence Heights. This
After a shooting near Yorkdale Mall last night left one man dead and 5 others injured.
I was just in my room and I heard like between 10 and 20 shots. Came to the balcony, I saw a bunch of cars speeding away from a scene and a lot of yelling.
Police were called to the Lawrence Heights area just after 8:30 last night. Officers say a man in his 40s was killed, while 4 men and a woman were taken to hospital. All are expected to survive.
So a little while after the shooting happened, news began to spread about the victim, and they were saying that it was a guy called John Doe, aka DBK, who was actually the victim of this shooting. And there were a few posts on the Torontology subreddit about this. A lot of people just saying it was really sad to see him pass away. He was actually a wheelchair user, so he's somebody that's been seen in some of the Top5 stories. This is actually a clip of Top5 along with YG, who really much more messes with Presser's crew and them. He's kind of more over there with Presser and Bundog and the BFR crew. And this is a clip of Top5, YG, and John Doe just a few months before the incident where he ended up losing his life. So this was their homie, this was somebody that he was apparently very close with, even YG. And, the real sad case is that, even YG a little while after this was actually trolling. People found out that this was the person who lost their life in the shooting. They shared pictures of him in his wheelchair. And, now you got YG saying, still no get back. He must have not been that important. The rumors were what they were. I'm not going to say what the rumors were, but the rumors were what they were. YG's here saying still no get. So the beef had gotten pretty vicious at this point. All right, you had YG dissing DBK. Obviously, he's passed away. He was in a wheelchair. He was posting Hot Wheels out, after the murder took place. Just really brutal stuff. And there was another IG live going around where they were saying why.
I'm almost like an old man at heart. I don't know why I've been like that since I was young. Even with producing, I still like making beats the old way. But I love when something new or some new piece of technology, some new equipment come out. Because it's like, dang, I can use that to add to what I do, and it'll make me that much bigger or better. This right here helps me to, expand and think outside of what I would have done. I like that string line right there. That's hard.
Craving the latest tech, cameras, appliances, and more, but low on cash or credit? No sweat. Leesville's got your back. Lease now and pay as you go. Own it in just 12 months with no credit needed, no down payment, and 0 to get 3 months free on your lease. Leaseville. Why wish when you can lease?
YG was doing way too much.
Holy fuck. I heard that you was gonna have to cut it though. This fucking get me out of character when I'm drunk, bro. It made me start tweaking on niggas. All I do is press a button. I didn't gotta do much. I just press the button on my phone. Send. See the send button or enter? Enter button on. Look at the enter button on your phone. All I do is press enter. And it's Maybach music. That's all you gotta do. Press enter. Press enter on your phone right now and you see Maybach music. It's a whole sucker on was.
Okay, so that's what's going down. Okay, that's what's going down with YG and Top 5 and all of that. So look, I'll tell you this. I know you're thinking, Trap Law Ross, why are you telling me all of this? Why are you wasting my time with this information about this beef that's been going on in Toronto that has nothing to do with this stabbing? Well, yeah. So once Wireless kicked off when you saw Top 5 in Manor House, suddenly, allegedly, the Wassers themselves had turned up to join Drake and perhaps Top 5 at Wireless Festival 2025. So you had YG, Big Tree 5 on the right-hand side here. And I don't know whether this is Bundog or Presser. Maybe it's somebody else. There's talk of somebody else from that crew called, I believe, the FB being out there. That's what they're saying. So they turned up. All right. So now the plot thickens and the plot gets a little bit more complicated and you know, a little bit more juicy, right? So now this beef has gotten deadly in Toronto. Things have gotten out of control. Friends have become enemies. And now the Wassers have shown up to Wireless. And they're inside the artist section too. They're not, you know, they're not just going as fans. They're inside the artist section too. So it's looking pretty serious, right? So that's what's going on. I guess the guy on the left is FB, according to the comments. So look, that's what they're saying. They're saying, look, it's UK. These dudes aren't having sword fights. They're saying, look, how they even get into the UK with their criminal records. I honestly don't know the answer to that. I don't know how or why guys are able to get across borders with the seriousness of their records. I mean, these guys are pretty serious when it comes to the GGGs. I mean, Top 5, yeah, he beat his charges, but I'm not knowing how he's getting into the country. Like, remember the UK banned Tyler, the Creator, from coming into the country for allegedly being homophobic, even though he himself has expressed himself as something of a flower boy or whatever you might want to say. And we got Top 5 in the GGGs and all the demons and all the BFR coming into the country. It's crazy. It's crazy. But hey, what can you do? Okay, what can you do? So, yeah, this basically was becoming a transatlantic beef. You got the BFR guys in the UK. It's looking crazy. All right. It is looking absolutely out of control. But it's not just this Toronto beef either, right? Because when we're talking about Top 5 getting stabbed and who might have done it, there's several candidates. Because back when Top 5 was cool with Presser and them, Presser actually ended up getting into a beef with a London rapper called Lowski. When Lowski basically dropped lyrics on his Instagram dissing their dead friend Houdini, he quoted a lyric that said, "Send them to who?" Perhaps not realizing that he was dissing their dead homie, and they ended up having a back and forth. This is when Top 5 was cool with them. So they ended, right, this is going to sound so crazy, right? But Presser and them ended up flying one of Lowski's biggest ops out from the UK, M24, and doing a song with them. And Top 5 was there, you know, behind the scenes, ended up linking with to M24. He jumps on a clip with him and basically says that he's smoking on Lats, who is one of Lowski's best, closest friends, who ended up getting stabbed to death, allegedly, by a group of people with perhaps, maybe, some sort of ties to this rapper M24 who you're about to see him with here. So
I'm a UK homie.
Come on, you know the vibe. My boy, Top 5.
Can somebody find us that lax?
Yeah, find us that,
Big Pack. I'm a UK homie.
I can't lie. I feel like M24 gets mad uncomfortable when Top 5 says that he's smoking on Lats. He's almost like, he realizes, he's like, bruh, it's hot. You're making it hot for me right now. Because M24, right? M24 is a really good rapper in the UK. Love Lowski, love M24. I'm not part of the beef. I'm a civilian. Just keep it at that. But like, M24 makes really good music. He doesn't diss the dead too much. He's not Fulio out here, right? Yeah, he disses his ops, he's dissed the dead, he's made reference to some of these incidents, but he's not Fulio out here. He looks a little bit uncomfortable, and Top 5, like, this is a pretty serious situation Top 5's referencing. I'm not sure if Top 5 even understands the deep details of what happened to Lats. But yeah, the fact that he's doing, I'm just going to run the clip one more time and you're going to be able to see, but I just don't think this is a good look.
Oh, man. Come on, you know the vibe. My boy, Top 5.
Can somebody find us that lax?
Yeah, find us that,
Big Pack.
Big Pack, apparently. So look, he's made enemies in the UK already. He's got people in the UK that hate him. He's dissed dead people in the UK. He's got some serious situations. And yeah, there was talk of him maybe patching it up and squashing the beef with Lowski and all that stuff. But that's, who knows, right? Who knows? So Drake's in the UK. He's doing his 3 nights. It's absolutely popping, okay? And basically what ends up happening is Top 5 is doing backstage, he's doing press, he's doing promotion, he's streaming, he's in the UK, he's popping up with all the famous people in the UK, and he's going viral. He even pops outside, okay, and this was a viral clip that kind of, a lot of people said, maybe led to some instant karma, but he popped up outside with Kyle from the Nelk Boys, and he basically said, there's no killers in the UK, I'm comfy in the UK.
17.
Where are we going tonight? Let them know.
That's a great question.
There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. They're not going to come kill us.
No.
They're not going to come kill us for safe. You people show your address here. In America?
Fuck.
Now listen.
All right, I'm going to go shower. I'll see you in a bit.
W's.
My dog.
Throw some W's for the Milk Boys.
Let's go.
My dogs. Yo,
W's for Top 5.
So a lot of people are saying that is the clip, that is the moment where Top 5 disrespected the UK. But let's keep it real. I think if you think that's the reason why Top 5 allegedly got stabbed, you're dumb. Okay, there's no one in the UK that's like, oh, he said there's no killers in the UK. I'm a killer. I'm a random. I need to go out and prove myself. No, he's dissed several people specifically, and as we can see, his new ops, his friends who have turned into ops, have seemingly flown internationally to come and buck him at the Wireless show. It is a little bit crazy, but it gets worse from here. It wasn't just those comments. There were more clips that were circulating of Top 5 allegedly, not even allegedly, I can see it. He's outside, he's with the demons, he's got his jewels on, and this is the clip allegedly just shortly before the alleged incident happened.
Outside. Yo, Tones. Yeah. Outside.
So
what if your website's success was only limited by one single thing? Privacy regulations. Details matter. Imagine if the Egyptians had run out of limestone just before finishing the pyramids. What if NASA had forgotten the password just before putting the first man on license? You've poured your heart and soul into your business. Don't fail at the last step. Enter CookieBot's Web CMP, offering easy implementation, customizable cookie banners, and automation. All designed to boost consent rates and build trust that matters. Growing your business. Start for free at cookiebot.com.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, this is dope tech from Wix. It's a conversation. So your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now, that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
He's outside, he's doing his thing, and it's unfortunate that things ended up escalating from here. But he was outside. But I'm about to drop a bombshell on you people. I'm about to drop something on behind the scenes with this alleged stabbing, and I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it real with you. it may have happened, or it may be complete cap. So I need to direct your attention to this video that's been circulating. Now, I don't want to play this whole video, partly because it's probably against YouTube's guidelines for violence, but also partly because I know some people are getting copyright claims for using this video. But anyway, there's this video going around, right, that says Top5's boy got stabbed in the neck in London. And what we see here is an actual riot. Okay, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but it's a riot. It's a whole mob of people that are attacking this car. They're stamping on the windshield. They're opening the door. They're trying to get the person inside. It's looking crazy. Okay, I'm not going to play you the whole clip, but you can check that out. And what really doesn't make sense is that it's kind of like, look, I've watched and listened to the clip in great detail. Nobody in the clip says Top5. There's no one in the clip going, yo, it's Top5, let's get him. And you can hear what people are saying. People are saying, yo, who's that? Oh, what's that? Get him, go, go. You can hear what's going on. Ain't no one talking about Top5. We got Top5, whatever. No one's doing that. No one's, you know what I mean? It's a whole gang of people. And I've been told, allegedly, reportedly, this is a completely unrelated situation. I've been told that this has absolutely nothing to do with Top5. It does have something to do with Manor House. So that's that train station that you walked down at the very start when I was talking about Top5. He's in Manor House. He's in a serious area. That's where this went down. And this video, I'm going to debunk this whole thing through right now. This video was posted 14 hours ago. This video was posted, this video was posted before everyone was saying this video was Top5. People saying Manor House last night. And it's the same video of the same riot. People are trashing this car, and the car has the license plate X70 GBP. So we know that this is a relevant car, and this is a car that ends up in another picture that's coming later, which again I probably shouldn't show you on YouTube. But essentially, there's another picture going around that basically shows like a man laid out on the floor next to that same white Mercedes car with the license plate X70 GBP next to it. And a lot of people are saying, oh, this is Top5. They were getting attacked at the scene. They escaped the scene, and then they pulled over and they were getting medical treatment. And there's a picture of somebody laid out on the floor next to the car. Now, I won't show you that picture purely because it's not safe for YouTube, but also because I'm honestly not confident that it's Top5. I know for a fact that that situation that we just saw where the crowd was attacking the car happened in Manor House. It happened absolutely nothing to do with Top5, which is why it's a bit unusual. This is where the whole story begins to unravel a little bit. That's why it's a little bit unusual that a reputable news source, well, arguably reputable, such as The Sun US, would actually post the same video and a long-form article that says horror attack, Drake's rapper pal stabbed in London after superstar performs, as horror vid shows crowd attacking car and smashing windscreen. Now, what doesn't make sense here? Okay, what doesn't make sense here is they've got a bunch of information that doesn't quite tie to this story. So, look, all right, so it's given a little bit of backstory, seeing that, okay, footage shows a bunch of thugs climbing on the car and smashing it up, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so look. Earlier, victim Top5 posted images and clips of himself watching Drake's wireless set from a VIP section near the stage. The pair were pictured watching basketball together in January, with Top5 describing the God's Plan hitmaker as his twin. The rapper was cleared last year of a murder charge in his native Toronto and is said to have angered rap rivals in the Capita after telling fans in a social media stream there's no killers in London. So the Sun are going with the narrative that this was a random attack off the back of him basically saying that there's no killers in London. Now, this is the part where I'm starting to think that the entire thing is absolute cap, and the standards of journalism in 2025 have gone completely down the toilet. Because here it says, Metropolitan Police said officers were called at around 12:15 a.m. today to reports of a stabbing in Spring Park Drive near Finsbury Park. Not Manor House, where that video was recorded and posted from. Not Manor House. So apparently there's a statement from the Metropolitan Police. I've Googled this. I've Googled all these words. I've done different types of Googling, advanced searches. There is no statement from the Metropolitan Police that says this. So this is the weird one. This is cap. There's no news articles. There's no reports in the Metropolitan Police about any stabbing at Spring Park Drive near Finsbury Park. So something's not adding up. Then it says a spokesman added the victim, a man in his 20s, was approached by a group who damaged his car before stabbing him in the leg. He was taken to hospital and his injuries are believed to not be life-changing. Now, this is why I think this is complete baloney, because they're saying a spokesman, not a person from the Metropolitan Police. Usually you might have detective, sergeant, whatever. You might have a reputable person with an actual title. No, a spokesman. The Met Police just have spokesmen now that just speak on things that don't appear in any other articles or publications. Said the victim, a man in his 20s, was approached by a group who damaged his car. So this little quote here leads me to believe that this entire article is capped, because as we've learned, that Manor House stabbing had nothing to do with Top 5. It was a separate incident that had completely nothing to do with him and was just separate. Okay, it got cracking, right? It gets cracking over there. But the article saying that they had a spokesman from the Met Police seems like cap. Now, here's where I call mega super cap, all right? It says here, cops have since urged anyone with information to call 101 or reach out on X and quote CAD 105 17 July. I've Googled that code, doesn't come up to any articles. I've looked it up on X. I've checked the Metropolitan Police X profile page. There is absolutely no statement about this. It's looking to me like absolute cap. Where is this where is this spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police? And I know you're all going to say I'm a Fed. Go ahead and screenshot me on this page while you're here if you want to call me a Fed. All right. There's no statement from the Metropolitan Police about this. All right. There's no information. There's no mention. We're going back in time now. Okay. We're going back in time. All right. Now they're talking about protests, all of this stuff that's going on. No mention of this. No situation. It would be here if it was a real thing. I think it is possible, perhaps plausible even, that this whole story is absolute cap and it's been placed either by Top 5's ops to try and make it look like they got him down when they didn't, to put him down, or by Top 5 himself as a marketing stunt to gain promotion. Now, I'm not putting it down. If it turns out Top 5's actually been stabbed, I'll completely believe it. I'm not saying I've seen any proof to confirm that it's cap, but what I am seeing is a video that is seemingly confirmed to have nothing to do with the situation being promoted in mainstream news. It doesn't quite make sense. So there was a lot going on, and it's still uncertain exactly what happened, whether it's even real, where Top 5 is, what the latest update is, whether it's promo, whether it's not. All I will say is that last night, when I was on Torontology, I first started seeing the news of this going on, and it was nothing but just a bunch of memes, basically. A bunch of weird memes that were just gassing up this alleged stabbing of Top 5 without any real evidence. There was a lot of like chat GPT images floating around, all that kind of thing. And it's just not, I don't know, I'm not seeing factual evidence for this being true, right? So let me show you this. I won't show you the whole thing for YouTube's sake, but you'll be able to see here. This is that car that was getting smashed up in that other scene, and here off screen, I've strategically scrolled away from it so you can't see it. There's a person laid out on the floor, and they're saying that's Top 5. The license plate here, it is the same.
I've been trying to configure this field for an hour, but this CRM sucks. Maybe it's time to stand up to these slow, archaic CRMs. We deserve a CRM that doesn't take forever to create a report. We need a CRM we won't hate, and that will actually help us work faster. And should we find such a CRM, our work will be known as efficient, faster, and better.
Dan, why don't you just switch to Monday CRM? My team uses it, is doing everything way faster. From creating real-time dashboards to sending mass emails, creating quotes and invoices, and building custom pipelines, you name it. Just start with the free trial to see how you can speed up your sales cycle with Monday CRM.
Hey YouTube champs, what if your YouTube channel is the next big thing everyone's talking about? Those big names with millions of subs? Yeah, that could be you. VFly is the key to getting real engagement. We're also an official Google partner. New users get 50% extra views on their first campaign. Use code FIRST50. You can start promoting your videos today for just $10, no strings attached. Don't wait, head to vfly.com and get your YouTube growth now.
License plate X70 GBP, and it is essentially, the same car from the alleged same situation, and everyone believes it. That's the crazy thing, is so many people believe it. Some people are saying it wasn't him. People saying the video of the white Benz getting mobbed wasn't Top 5, but that's the same car. I heard they took his chain too. I'm not going to say too much, but saying he tried to go viral. People are saying he dropped his location, talking. People think it really happened. I personally don't think. Definitely don't think that image was actually what happened. But it's gone absolutely viral in the Torontology subreddit. People are kind of saying that, you know, Top 5 deserves this. They're saying, I hope Hashim's face is burning in his mind right now. This is the young man who lost his life, and Top 5 was on trial, ended up beating the charges for. And there's just a whole bunch of chatter about Top 5 ever since, you know, this rumor came about. There's been a whole lot of posting, and that made me think maybe it's cap, maybe it's promo. It was being almost pushed like a promotional campaign. It's kind of like one of the biggest news stories worldwide right now. And there's a lot of rappers and a lot of social media commentators that have decided to kind of give their 2 cents on the situation. So let's have a little recap of just what some people have kind of been saying about the situation. Just a little bit of reaction from maybe some famous people, some gangsters, some rappers, some ops, all of that stuff. We'll see what's going around. So British rapper Ratlin has called Top 5 a police boy after news breaks out about the Toronto rapper's stabbing. They're saying he was talking about call 911, and YG's jumped straight in saying informer that. Now here's the thing, that this is, once again, it's like this is getting pushed. Pages like Keep Six Solid are pushing this story. They're overly pushing this story. They're including the comment from YG dissing him in there, which it just makes me feel a little bit like there's somebody's pushing this narrative. I mean, I don't know. Are we really getting to the point where in 2025, you drill your ops and then you pay pages to promote the drill that you've just done? Is that the state of the culture that we've gotten to? I don't know for sure. I honestly could not say for sure that that's what's happening, but that's what people are saying. So we've got UK rappers calling in the police. This is in relation to, basically, there were people claiming to be at the scene, saying that Top 5 was running down the street shouting call 911. You know, even one of Top 5's biggest ops from California, Hitter J3, you know, legendary rapper from out Compton, came up with Kendrick. Definitely somebody who had gone back and forth with Top 5 on numerous fronts. They'd had a lot of beef. When I linked up with Hitter J3, he had a lot of smoke for Top 5 as well. But even Hitter J3 was sending him a prayer, saying, send a prayer up for Top. We can't lose our biggest troll. And it just goes to show you that, like, I don't think that Top 5 was really hoping that Kendrick was going to get hurt, or that he was going to hurt Kendrick. Same way, I don't really think Hitter J3 was really hoping or planning to hurt Top 5. I feel like it was all content at the end of the day. And it's really unfortunate when these sort of street gangster dudes just can't take a little back and forth as content and want to have to resort to threats of murder. Anyway, that's another story. But yeah, so there's another post saying, there's this post in Reddit. Okay, this isn't anybody reacting to it, but people are saying the GGGs right now are basically what Booker 600 was after the murder of T-Roy. This is an infamous tweet in the Chicago drill scene, if you didn't know, saying y'all don't know the half of what's finna transpire after T-Roy got killed. And obviously that's when the Get Back gang was formed, and damn near dozens of people have lost their lives over that situation. So, you know, these are the responses. These are the things. I mean, look, it's just, unfortunately, there's ops that are reacting to this. You got YG's calling Keep Six Solid a hoe for not trolling Top 5 after he got stabbed. Another one of his ops, Casper TNG, posted, changed the title to Top 5 caught lacking in the UK and wet up in Friday the 13th style slashing. This title sounds too subtle still. It's very disrespectful stuff. I can't see this quote. I mean, where's Top 5 dissing him? Is this a Top 5, another Top 5 account? Maybe it is. All of a sudden doesn't want to try and make a hard as caption, Keep Six a ho ho ho. I mean, people are saying Keep Six Solid trolls the civilians with captions after they get shot, and that's apparently why people don't really respect the way he posts. I don't know. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just trying to catch up with the reaction, and it's crazy. Okay. And so look, another situation that popped off around this a little bit before, one of Top 5's close friends, one of the most feared guys from the GGGs, Flipper, who's had a couple of serious cases. He had 2 murder cases. If you listen to Top 5's song, 2 Cases, he's basically saying, that's my bro. He caught 2 cases, caught 2 murder cases at the same time. And unfortunately, has gone away for a long time. But very recently, the news was Flipper was actually stabbed in jail, and people are kind of dissing Top 5 now as part of it, and basically saying it's just not a good look.
What up though, Slide A here. I want to introduce you to your new favorite collaborative tool. Let's go. Start with your own loop. From there you can open up your DAW, start firing off right away. Either if it's just a piano, maybe it's a little bit layered. After that, you're just gonna bring it right into your DAW. Chop it up, add your special sauce, and there you have it. Start with your own loop. With that being said, we are out. Peace.
Okay, it's just not a good look. So this was the news just 14 days ago that Flipper from the GGGs had got stabbed in prison, and you know, it's a sad situation. And that led another Toronto op, K Money, to basically speak out and say that I heard Top 5 caught the Flipper special in London. What the hell, with a knife emoji. Look, and you know, I don't condone any kind of scoreboard keeping, but people in the comments are saying BFR is currently up 3-0 in the series. Will the GGGs pull back a miraculous comeback? I mean, look, I don't know the truth behind all of these posts, but if Flipper got stabbed and Top 5 got stabbed and DBK got killed, it is really unfortunate that that group of people has just taken so many unfortunate situations. You know, and I honestly, I don't condone what's happening. I don't feel like what's going to come next is going to be any good for anybody, but that's the situation. So right now, where we're at, we essentially don't know whether or not this stabbing story is true. If it is true, it probably happened somewhere else. And the only other thing that I've really seen that I feel like actually is, you know, some proof or some kind of like actual information that we can use to maybe just get a little bit closer to the truth is just this one post. Just this one post that's going around, and I don't even know if I can show this to you right here, but the image got deleted, but I did actually save the image. But it said Top 5 got stabbed up in central London, not Central C, we're talking about central London, and they're saying the car in the video is in Manor Park, or yeah, you know, that ute laying on the floor is not Top 5. This post is saying that it's not him, and then there was an image from that post that got deleted, but I did actually save it, so I've got that for you here. And essentially it was posted. This was apparently a little video clip from the scene that's going around. Allegedly, this is the real scene of the real Top 5 stabbing. Again, it's not confirmed, but people are saying Top 5 got stabbed in central London, not in Manor House and not in the Wireless Festival. Anything else is fake news. I'm still not entirely convinced that any of the news is true. If it's true, I'm wishing Top 5 a speedy recovery. I'm hoping things get ironed out very soon. It's a very, very messed up situation, but we still don't know if it could all be capped. It could be promo. Top 5 could be dropping a song, and if he does, I need that because I heard he's got this song called "I Beat a Murder," and just apparently it's fire. So really unfortunate situation. Hope we get to the bottom of it soon. I know everybody's making content about it, trying to work out what's going on. That's my thoughts. That's my background. That's my little discovery. You know what I'm saying, from the desk, coming straight from the sergeant's mouth. Since you know, you guys want to call me the feds and that stuff. So anyway. Appreciate that. Catch you guys in the next update. If I get more news on this story, I will update you. I will do a follow-up, and you will find it all out with the facts right here. So appreciate you checking in. Catch you in the next video. I'm out.
The other way attacks and slams.
Dreams do come true. I am showering on Netflix.
I'm turning up the heat. I'm out here dropping bombs. You know I got the keys.
Okay, people, we're back, and there's been a lot of chatter about Lil Durk's case. A lot of coping, a lot of people very upset with my personal takes on Lil Durk's case, but the reality is I'm here on a crusade to bring you the truth. This isn't Durk glazing, and it's not also Durk hating. It's just the truth, all right? And this is a bad situation for Lil Durk. So let's give a little update. Let's jump into what's been going on. There's been a few new things that have hit the headlines. And basically what is going on is that Lil Durk's legal team, they are trying to do the Young Thug maneuver in this case. So back when Young Thug caught his RICO case, he started a little campaign called Protect Black Art. And listen, don't get me wrong. I know some people are going to already jump down my throat and try and make this whole thing about race and me not wanting to protect black art. You know, listen, protect black art, protect black people. This isn't about race, all right? This isn't about race. It's about murder for hire. But Young Thug's little Hail Mary that he pulled at the start of his case, and if you check out my 3.5 hour video on Young Thug, you can kind of get into this. But Young Thug's Hail Mary move to try and get himself out of a RICO case where a man named Big Nut Donovan Thomas unfortunately lost his life and nobody has been held to account for it. He started this little campaign called Protect Black Art, right? And the whole idea of this is to essentially paint the picture that hip-hop music is being discriminated against and rap lyrics are being used as confessions, but they're trying to criminalize black creativity and artistry, and essentially trying to act like these lyrics are completely innocent and they have nothing to do with real crimes. And personally, I felt like this campaign was slightly disingenuous because it overlooked the fact that real crimes, real murders had taken place. You know, women, children, mothers had been shot at and actually shot in this war between Young Thug and his ops YFN Lucci. And Young Thug's on songs rapping about, I shot at your mom, now you no longer mention me. That's very different from I shot the sheriff and there are no dead sheriffs. I shot at your mummy and somebody's mother is in the hospital with a gunshot wound. It's two very different things. But essentially, this was the campaign that Young Thug put together. And he created a kind of slick promotional video to promote this campaign. And Lil Durk has basically hopped out and done the same thing now. So let's just have a little recap of Young Thug's campaign, how he thought, you know, he was going to kind of use this approach to essentially beat this case. And it seems like Durk's lawyers, who he's just brought Brian Steele onto his team, are going to pull the same thing. So this was the Protect Black Art kind of glossy promo video that I guess this is how you beat. You know,
I believe in the First Amendment. It's one of our most precious rights.
Hi, my name is Ken Laws. It's no secret that people of color are under attack every day.
Let's up. We need to protect freedom of speech, especially when it comes to art.
My art is not a reflection of my character.
As being an artist, you should be able to always express the way you feel in that moment.
Freedom of speech and expression is important to me because I think of
Post Malone. I don't think anyone's died about Post Malone's career.
You know, all the beautiful music that everybody's ever put out.
Being able to speak freely through music is a big win for the culture.
I think about how people can relate to it so they don't feel alone in their struggle.
Protect black art.
Protect black art.
Protect black art.
It's a movement. Protect black art.
Prosecutors filing new.
So there's a bunch of copyrighted music here that I can't be playing.
Keeps going back to art.
This part was particularly revealing because they basically say like, oh well, you know, Eric Clapton, I shot the sheriff. You didn't put him on trial for shooting sheriffs. Well, there were no dead sheriffs, right? There were no dead sheriffs left in Beverly Hills gas stations. You know, there were no 5-man hit squads dispatched from Chicago with, you know, somebody organizing it, traveling on a private jet to, you know, ensure that a sheriff was shot and, you know, then mocked mercilessly in songs for several years following that. You know, Bohemian Rhapsody, I just killed a man. There was no man that had just been killed. Whereas when you got Lil Durk talking about, look on the news and see your son screaming, no, no, there was a man that had been killed. And, you know, Quando Rondo was on the news screaming, no, no. It's a little bit different, right? So what it essentially is trying to do, this campaign, is to basically just really muddy the waters and try and say like, oh, you're criminalizing my art. Like the only evidence that you have is just me on the song claiming the murder like a bunch of times. And, you know, like, this is just, you're just criminalize, bro, protect black art, protect black people. We need justice for Lil Pab. Who killed Lil Pab?
And that's how you use CRMs. Questions?
Or you can just move to Monday CRM, a platform to manage all of your sales needs and view your team's entire pipeline in one place. So every rep can easily find even the smallest of details, whether you need to do something quick like change your lead status, or something big, like sending a mass email to hundreds of leads. It's all effortless. It's customizable without any code, from the columns to the fields. Set your own deal stages and automations to keep deals moving forward behind the scenes. Your customizable dashboards connect all of the pieces so you can see tomorrow's deals today. Now that you've got everything in one place, you can get the deal over the finish line. Go to Monday CRM and start your free trial today.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, 3 childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years. But
we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to... People, you've probably...
That old phone laying around, you could toss it. Sure. Or recycle it. Don't add to the scrap heap. Get paid for that old phone at ecoatm.com.
Like he said to me, he said, "Yo, he's like, yo, act. I feel like I got a new chance at life."
This situation's getting out of hand, and there is a lot to get into. Anyone that attended the wireless after party where Top 5 was stabbed, Sleets from Section Boys said is going to be targeted by the police. They told him they want to find out what happened to Top 5 in this situation.
Now that we've had it all confirmed, but,
if you was in your car yesterday, yeah, and you pulled up to the party where Top 5 got stabbed, you're getting T-packed. Trust me. They said they want to know who stabbed Top 5. They need to find out.
So we finally get to the bottom of this Top 5 situation. Let's start off by someone actually that was there, reached out on Instagram and said it was not the car video that everyone initially speculated. People were still saying it was the car video because there was a picture of someone laying on the floor that people said looked like was Top 5. But this guy was right there, saw it happen. They were trying to take his jewelry and stab them. And the guy even took 2 videos, and you can see what is on his t-shirt as well.
because it was okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Now the crime scene footage has actually come out as well. You can see that guy in the video. He got brushed with blood in the situation.
Tracy!
I'm joking.
Tracy!
Bro, what just happened? I don't know. They just basically everyone just bailed. Seriously.
I stop recording, man. You're a big man. Put your phone away.
What's going on?
I better put your phone away, man. Stop fucking recording.
No camera. Calm yourself, mate.
That's what we're getting.
Yeah, can you give us a ride? Yeah. Get over there.
The official report says a man was stabbed at a fire outside a wireless festival after party held in central London. Piccadilly was cornered off by police after the knife attack on Monday, July 14th at 1:15 a.m. A man in his 20s was treated for stab injuries before being taken to hospital, where his injuries were found to be non-life-changing or threatening. It occurred near the 194 venue in London, where the Stefflon Don held a celebrity stripper party of the year. It was advertised as a wireless after party, following that 3-day event of Drake performing at Wireless. No arrests have been made at this stage, but investigations continue. Around London, there are cameras everywhere. The police are going to be able to see what happened, but it's just whether they can track the person who was wearing a bally or whatever. And a person at the scene actually gave an account of what happened. Apparently, Top 5 pulled up, and as soon as he's pulled up, numerous people, ballies, came out and just rushed him. All happened in about 5 seconds. They stabbed him and took his chain and took his bag, and they got a couple things off him. And then they all went. While it was happening, he's tried to get away. He brushed into the guy in that situation. That's why he had blood on him. More than likely, Top 5 was showing off his jewelry, so this was a robbery attempt. And people are claiming that they did manage to get stuff off him, but it was a quick situation where it was in and out. So when it was people were saying that it was him disrespecting the UK, saying there's no killers in that video, that may be a part of it in some ways. You're meant to respect where you are, but this may have been the video that caught people's attention more if they wanted to rob him flexing.
Everything is being watched from the basement and controlled from the basement.
What were you doing there?
I was targeting certain individuals.
Targeting them for what reason?
To influence them to do certain things.
Who let you there?
My boss. She has connections in very high places. If the purpose is to change someone's mind, TLS cannot change destinies, but they can manipulate.
Have you ever been at the...
Yes.
For what reason?
I don't think we want to talk about it.
I want to talk about it.
I know, but on camera, I don't think you want to do it.
Why not?
People like the don't like you already. They're really not going to like you after they hear what I have to say.
Knock, knock. Hi there. I'd love to show you what a K-12 powered school is really like. Step inside. Here, you can dive into subjects you love, move as fast or as slow as you need to, and let your learning soar. You'll connect with teachers and classmates, explore your interests, and learn great skills for the future. Hey, know what else is knocking? Opportunity. Discover yours. Now enrolling.
What did you say, bro?
Okay. Oh, this?
Yeah.
2,500.
Amazing.
This? $1,000 gallery department.
Amazing.
Louis Vuitton, I forgot to say.
Amazing.
40,000 for the ring, VVS.
Amazing.
Shout out Ice Chat.
Amazing.
180 on my neck.
Amazing.
Shout out Eric the Jeweler.
Amazing.
100 on my wrist.
Amazing.
Don't get me wrong, most rappers be flexing, but this puts a massive target on your head for people that ain't even got a problem with you. They just want money, a quick cash grab. And especially when Top 5's been involved in criminal activity himself, they know he's an easy target. He's not going to go straight to the police or snitch or do anything. So they may have targeted him just for the jewelry. And the problem is, when people that are famous are having after parties, the word gets around quick. Top 5 thankfully survived this situation. DJ Academics gave an update on it.
Cut, and they cut all the way here, right? And I think he might have another cut, but like his face was like kind of laid down on the pillow. he said he could drink water. That's good. You drink water. You're gonna check him again in the morning. You know, I think he's on like a blood thinner or something like that. 'Cause he lost a lot of blood. But I still wanna do that and get somebody really big. Pause. Yeah, nah. I think he's appreciative. I think he's appreciative of like he said to me. He said, "Yo," he's like, "Yo, Ack, I feel like I got a new chance at life." So I like clearly he was thinking about he could die. You know what I mean? So like that was his words to me. He said, "Yo, Ack, I feel like I got a new chance at life." I'm like, damn.
So from what we hear there, this may have actually humbled Top 5 a little bit. I expected it to. The stuff he was saying on stream was wild. DJ Academics actually has a relationship with him.
So this is the first time we're meeting.
Yo, listen, came to Jamaica and found, yo, I come to Jamaica, I hang with the demons, but I found a different demon. You know what? Yo, don't flip the camera. Boondog.
And this might give him a different outlook on things, that anything can happen to anyone. Nobody's invincible. It's either you take an approach where you change your outlook on things, or he doubles down on it like a 6ix9ine approach and says that he survived it. I actually already made a video, guys, today about the Lowski situation, and that is wild as well. If you guys have not seen that video, make sure you check it out next.
What up, though? Slide here. I want to introduce you to your new favorite collaborative tool. Let's go.
Start with your own loop. From there, you can open up your DAW, start firing off right away. Either if it's just a piano, maybe it's a little bit layered. After that, you're just gonna bring it right into your DAW, chop it up, add your special sauce, and there you have it. Start with your own loop. With that being said, we are out. Peace.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
People, you've probably heard the news. It's going around absolutely everywhere that our boy Top5, okay, the president of Toronto himself, has allegedly been stabbed in the neck in a very serious incident after the Wireless Festival in London. His boy Drake, obviously the king of Toronto, was playing 3 days in a row at the infamous Wireless Festival in London, England. And apparently Top5 has unfortunately caught a neck shot around this whole situation. But things aren't quite as they seem, because today in a video that I'm going to break every single detail about this situation down for you, I'm going to make a couple of arguments on both sides that this something may be going on that's a little bit fishy with this situation. So I'm going to basically go all the way back to the beginning and tell you the whole story of Top5 at Wireless Festival and how we got to the point where allegedly people are getting stabbed in the neck. It's absolutely insane, and it's not quite as meets the eye. So we're going to get into the first clip. Okay, check this out. All right, this is Top5. Okay, this is Top5 arriving to Wireless. All right, he turned up in London for the first time. Everybody knows that, you know, Drake's doing this 3 for 3 headline show at Wireless, and of course Toronto's top demon, who Drake arguably put up the bread to get out of jail on murder charges. Of course he had to be in attendance. So Top5 was seen on social media walking around Manor House looking pretty fly, looking like he had his security on point, and you know, maybe upsetting a few of the local hoodlums on the way.
Big five. No, we coming.
Big five. Now pause right there. Okay, look where he is. Manor House. Now look, I don't need to get too deep into things, okay, but Manor House is a very serious, it's got some very serious hood. You know what I'm saying? There's a very serious hood in Manor House. There's some very serious people there. I don't want to say too much. Apparently, I've been a snitch recently, so I guess I can't say too much. But all I'll say is that Manor House is definitely an area that you LA gangbangers, as you would say, you might want to check in if you went to this spot. But Top 5 was here comfy just a few days ago. It was all good just a few days ago. But as you're going to see in a moment, things unfortunately got very serious for there. Okay, so if you don't know, and I'll give you a very, very brief kind of recap right now, okay? Our boy Top 5, he got out of jail on these murder charges. He ended up becoming the kind of, you know, this social media hero of just being this crazy drill rapper from Toronto who beat this murder charge. Drake paid for his lawyer. You know, he's the golden boy. All the prosecutors in Toronto absolutely hate him. But at the time, he was really good friends with another Toronto rapper by the name of Presser. And Presser and his brother Pundog run a label called BFR Records. I think it's called Blue Feather Records. Okay, and they were all good. They were all tight. And if you went and watched my video about Top 5 that I dropped recently, the many murders of Top 5, yes, the many murders of Top 5, there's at least 3 bodies that he has been associated with in the streets. Okay, if you watch that video, you'll know that there was a whole plot where basically allegedly, there was an entire plot that Top 5, Presser and his brother Bundog were in Dubai and they finessed a guy for millions. Okay, if you watch that video, you will know. This was the video, The Many Murders of Top 5, the killer streamer. And in this video, I really went in depth on a lot of things to do with Top 5, his numerous cases, how he ended up becoming such a demon, how he ended up being a very dangerous driller in the streets, and his return, his basically returning to, you know, the hip-hop music space after getting released on these murder charges. But unfortunately, he ended up getting in a bit of a serious situation that ended up implicating Drake. So basically, there was allegedly this guy, Julian, the Top 5 and Presser and Bundog had basically hit a lick. They got this guy, some sort of crypto bazillionaire, got a bunch of money on crypto, and they apparently finessed him for his coin, quite literally. So we can have just a quick little recap of this here. Would meet a seemingly very rich young man in Dubai named Julian Berouet, engaging in all kinds of shenanigans with him, including a Diddy-style freak-off where UK drill rapper Fredo appeared to be getting busy. Now, not much is known about Julian's background, but he seemingly used to live in Miami, where he was arrested in 2022 for having a concealed firearm and resisting arrest, while there's also a video of him on YouTube doing a boxing match, which was posted as late as August 2024. It seemed that at the time, everything was going well between Julian and his new friends, until suddenly in December 2024, in a now-deleted stream with DJ Academics, Julian would come out guns blazing, going on what seemed like a stimulant-induced long and rambling story, where he would accuse Top 5 of scamming him out of $2 million together with none other than Drake himself.
Top 5 stole my Richard Mille, Drake's homie. I just bought a better one. So anyway,
okay.
Drake scammed me. Champagne Poppy.
I've been trying to configure this field for an hour, but this CRM sucks. Maybe it's time to stand up to these slow, archaic CRMs. We deserve a CRM that doesn't take forever to create a report. We need a CRM we won't hate, and that will actually help us work faster. And should we find such a CRM, our work will be known as efficient, faster, and better.
Dan, why don't you just switch to Monday CRM? My team uses it, is doing everything way faster. From creating real-time dashboards to sending mass emails, creating quotes and invoices, and building custom pipelines, you name it. Just start with the free trial to see how you can speed up your sales cycle with Monday CRM.
Craving the latest tech, cameras, appliances, and more, but low on cash or credit? No sweat. Leaseville's got your back. Lease now and pay as you go. Own it in just 12 months with no credit needed, no down payment, and zero commitment. Shop now and get 3 months free on your lease. Leaseville, why wish when you can lease?
scammed a 20-year-old for 2 M's, and then Aiden Ross is involved in this. It's deep, bro. It's top 5 is, top 5 do the math on Toronto, whatever.
Top 5 on his third body. So you talked to Drake eventually.
Listen, even academics says top 5's on his third body. But in this video, I basically broke it down and I explained that it was top 5, Presser, Boondog. They were all somehow involved in this lick. Somehow, out of nowhere, they're suddenly crypto millionaires driving Ferraris, driving Lambos in Dubai, and just absolutely balling out of control. At the time, they were on good terms. Presser's crew, the GGGs, it was all love. It was all, the crew, like they were cohesive as a crew. They weren't necessarily from the same hood, but they were from different hoods and they were getting on with each other well. So apparently the relationship between Top 5 and Presser and Boondog and BFR Records actually has a lot to do with Drake, because as you might know, Drake's entire beef with Kendrick Lamar has also involved a few other people, which includes Canadian singing superstar The Weeknd and his XO crew. So what actually ended up happening is that the BFR crew were actually spotted allegedly partying with Drake's ops, the XO crew, in New York City. And there was a picture going around. I think it's been deleted here, but there was a picture going around. Here's the picture that was going around. All right, Toronto in the building, XO, BFR. That was what was posted, and apparently it was the XO crew, the Weeknd's crew, and BFR, Presser, and Boondog's crew. They were in the same venue together. And apparently that's chilling with the ops. You're partying in the club with the ops. Maybe BFR was supposed to get it cracking. I don't know. I don't follow these politics. So essentially, Top 5 was very upset about this. He said, what the hell's going on in Dubai? FBFR and FXO. The fact that your label is drowning and I can keep playing lifeguard, saving you guys, and you guys do this. FBFR. He straight up dissed BFR. Now, from what I understand, I don't know if this is even out there like that. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not a snitch. This is what I heard. This is what the streets told me. Okay, what the streets told me is that the BFR Records guys, they basically felt like nobody can tell them who to be friends with. Nobody can tell them who they chill with. They're basically saying, look, the way they basically see it is like we in the club with XO. That's not really something for you to have an issue with. We should be locked in for other reasons. So unfortunately, what's ended up happening is BFR. And Top 5 and his GGG crew have ultimately ended up in a beef. And it's unfortunately turned into a bit of a vicious beef. So here's where things really started to escalate, right? Top 5 does his first ever live stream on Kick. Okay, this was a legendary moment. This is where he famously, he cuts off his ankle monitor, pretends that he's going on the run. He's at this amusement park, and they say this is Toronto's wildest stream. Now, bear in mind, okay, he is on live on Kick when this is going on. His ops know exactly where he is, whether his original ops, whether it's his new ops, whether it's a completely new set of ops. There's, I'm saying, I'm not the police. I don't know who does what, but all I'm knowing is that people are knowing where Top 5 is. They're knowing his location, and regardless of all the beefs and the murders and the bodies and all of this stuff going on, he is not scared to share his location. So he does this live stream on Twitch. This is his first ever live stream, and things are all good. Things are all smiles. But unfortunately, shortly after this live stream, there was a pretty gruesome shooting in Top 5's neighborhood where he is originally from. And what's really sad is that there was an individual that ended up losing their life in that shooting. And, it's unfortunately is a situation that is close to home for Top 5. So news would break shortly after that incident where, Top 5 was live on stream. And what ended up happening was that there was actually, a pretty bad shooting in Lawrence Heights. This is Top 5's neighborhood. And a young man ended up
for
losing his
multiple
life.
suspects after a shooting near Yorkdale Mall last night left 1 man dead and 5 others injured.
I was just in my room and I heard between 10 and 20 shots. Came to the balcony. I saw a bunch of cars speeding away from a scene and a lot of yelling.
Police were called to the Lawrence Heights area just after 8:30 last night. Officers say a man in his 40s was killed, while 4 men and a woman were taken to hospital. All are expected to survive.
So a little while after the shooting happened, news began to spread about the victim, and they were saying that it was a guy called John Doe, aka DBK, who was actually the victim of this shooting. And there were a few posts on the Torontology subreddit about this. A lot of people just saying it was really sad to see him pass away. He was actually a wheelchair user, so he's somebody that's been seen in some of Top 5 stories. This is actually a clip of Top 5 along with YG, who really much more messes with Presser's crew and them. He's kind of more over there with Presser and Boondog and the BFR crew. And this is a clip of Top 5, YG and John Doe just a few months before the incident where, you know, he ended up losing his life. So, like, this was their homie, you know, this was somebody that he was apparently very close with, even YG. And, you know, the real sad case is that, you know, even YG a little while after this was actually trolling. You know, people found out that this was the person who lost their life in the shooting, and they shared pictures of him in his wheelchair. And, you know, now you got YG saying, oh, there's still no get back. He must have not been that important. You know, the rumors were what they were. I'm not going to say what the rumors were, but the rumors were what they were. YG's here saying still no get back for DBK. And it's just a really sad situation. So the beef had gotten pretty vicious at this point, all right? You had YG dissing DBK. Obviously, you know, he's passed away. He was in a wheelchair. He was posting Hot Wheels out, you know, after the murder took place. Just really brutal stuff. And there was another IG live go around where they were saying,
this business AI hack feels illegal to know about. It's like Canva, ChatGPT, Google Docs, and Midjourney all had an AI baby. Go to this AI website, click turn website into content, and paste your business URL. For this example, let's use the Nike website. That's it. The AI is now analyzing the Nike website and automatically trains itself on Nike's brand voice and can now create all your marketing assets for you. From Facebook and Google ads, to blog posts and newsletters, to Instagram posts and TikTok scripts. Simply select what type of content you want the AI to create. Check out these Facebook ad ideas, Google ad ideas, Instagram caption ideas, LinkedIn post ideas, and TikTok script ideas. It's called Blaze AI, and you can try it out for free. Check it out at blaze.ai.
YG was doing way too much.
Holy fuck. I heard that you was in the helicopter though. This fucking get me out of character when I'm drunk, dog. It made me start tweaking on you niggas. Cause yo, all I do is press a button. I don't even gotta do much. I just press the button on my phone. Send. See the send button or enter? Enter button. Look at the enter button on your phone. All I do is press enter, and it's Maybach music. That's all you gotta do. Press enter. Press enter on your phone right now, and you see Maybach music. Idiots. You a hole. Suck your mom. Boy, that was.
Okay, so look, that's what's going down. Okay, that's what's going down with YG and Top 5 and all of that. So look, I'll tell you this. I know you're thinking, Trap Law Ross, why are you telling me all of this? Why are you wasting my time with this information about this beef that's been going on in Toronto that has nothing to do with this stabbing? Well, yeah. So once Wireless kicked off and you saw Top 5 in Manor House, suddenly, allegedly, the Wassers themselves had turned up to join Drake and perhaps Top 5 at Wireless Festival 2025. So you had YG, Big Tree 5 on the right-hand side here. And I don't know whether this is Boondog or Presser. Maybe it's somebody else. There's talk of somebody else from that crew called, I believe, the FB being out there. That's what they're saying. So they turned up. All right. So now the plot thickens and the plot gets a little bit more complicated and you know, a little bit more juicy, right? So now this beef has gotten deadly in Toronto. Things have gotten out of control. Friends have become enemies, and now the Wassers have shown up to Wireless. And they're inside the artist section too. They're not, you know, they're not just going as fans. They're inside the artist section too. So it's looking pretty serious, right? So that's what's going on. I guess the guy on the left is FB, according to the comments. So look, that's what they're saying. They're saying, look, it's UK. These dudes aren't having sword fights. They're saying, look, how'd they even get into the UK with their criminal records? I honestly don't know the answer to that. I don't know how or why guys are able to get across borders with the seriousness of their records. I mean, these guys are pretty serious when it comes to the GGGs. I mean, Top 5, yeah, he beat his charges, but I'm not knowing how he's getting into the country. Like, remember the UK banned Tyler, the Creator, from coming into the country for allegedly being homophobic, even though he himself has expressed himself as something of a flower boy or whatever you might want to say. And we got Top 5 in the GGGs and all the demons and all the BFR coming into the country. It's crazy. It's crazy. But hey, what can you do? Okay, what can you do? So yeah, this basically was becoming a transatlantic beef. You got the BFR guys in the UK. It is looking crazy. All right. It is looking absolutely out of control. But it's not just this Toronto beef either, right? Because when we're talking about Top 5 getting stabbed and who might have done it, there's several candidates. Because back when Top 5 was cool with Presser and them, Presser actually ended up getting into a beef with a London rapper called Lowski. When Lowski basically dropped lyrics on his Instagram dissing their dead friend Houdini, he quoted a lyric that said, "Send them to who?" Perhaps not realizing that he was dissing their dead homie, and they ended up having a back and forth. This is when Top 5 was cool with them. So they ended, right, this is going to sound so crazy, right? But Presser and them ended up flying one of Lowski's biggest ops out from the UK, M24, and doing a song with them. And Top 5 was there, behind the scenes, ended up linking with to M24. He jumps on a clip with him and basically says that he's smoking on Lats, who is one of Lowski's best, closest friends, who ended up getting stabbed to death, allegedly, by a group of people with perhaps, maybe, some sort of ties to this rapper M24 who you're about to see him with here. So
I'm a UK homie.
Come on, you know the vibe. My boy, Top 5.
Can somebody find us that lax?
Yeah, find us that,
Big Pack. I'm a UK homie.
I can't lie. I feel like M24 gets mad uncomfortable when Top 5 says that he's smoking on Lats. He's almost like, he realizes, he's like, bruh, it's hot. You're making it hot for me right now. Because M24, right? M24 is a really good rapper in the UK. Love Lowski, love M24. I'm not part of the beef. I'm a civilian. Let's keep it at that. But like, M24 makes really good music. He doesn't diss the dead too much. He's not Fulio out here, right? Yeah, he disses his ops, he's dissed the dead, he's made reference to some of these incidents, but he's not Fulio out here. He looks a little bit uncomfortable, and Top 5, like, this is a pretty serious situation Top 5's referencing. I'm not sure if Top 5 even understands the deep details of what happened to Lats. But yeah, the fact that he's doing, I'm just going to run the clip one more time and you're going to be able to see, but I just don't think this is a good look.
Homie.
Come on, you know the vibe. My boy, Top 5.
Can somebody find us that lax?
Yeah, find us that,
Big Pack.
Big Pack, apparently. So look, he's made enemies in the UK already. He's got people in the UK that hate him. He's dissed dead people in the UK. He's got some serious situations. And yeah, there was talk of him maybe patching it up and squashing the beef with Lowski and all that stuff. But who knows, right? Who knows? So Drake's in the UK. He's doing his 3 nights. It's absolutely popping, okay? And basically what ends up happening is Top 5 is doing backstage, he's doing press, he's doing promotion, he's streaming, he's in the UK, he's popping up with all the famous people in the UK, and he's going viral. He even pops outside, okay, and this was a viral clip that kind of a lot of people said maybe led to some instant karma, but he popped up outside with Kyle from the Nelk Boys, and he basically said, "There's no killers in the UK, I'm comfy in the UK."
17.
Where are we going tonight? Let them know.
That's a great question.
There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. They're not going to come kill us.
No.
They're not going to come kill us for safe. You people show your address here. In America?
Fuck.
Now listen.
All right, I'm going to go shower. I'll see you in a bit.
W's.
My dog.
Throw some W's for the Milk Boys.
Let's go.
My dogs. Go.
W's for Top 5.
So a lot of people are saying that is the clip, that is the moment where Top 5 disrespected the UK. But let's keep it real. I think if you think that's the reason why Top 5 allegedly got stabbed, you're dumb. Okay, there's no one in the UK. It's like, oh, he said there's no killers in the UK. I'm a killer. I'm a random. I need to go out and prove myself. No, he's dissed several people specifically, and as we can see, his new ops, his friends who have turned into ops, have seemingly flown internationally to come and buck him at the Wireless show. It is a little bit crazy, but it gets worse from here. It wasn't just those comments. There were more clips that were circulating of Top 5 allegedly, not even allegedly, I can see it. He's outside, he's with the demons, he's got his jewels on, and this is the clip allegedly just shortly before the alleged incident happened.
Outside. Yo, Tones. Yeah. Outside.
So
let me introduce you to VFly, to the only one I can rely on for real views, real subscribers, and real growth. And don't worry, it starts at just $10, which is cheaper than my protein shake when I think about it. That's crazy. Use the code FIRST50 for 50% extra views on your first campaign, vfly.com, where views finally meet your videos.
Oh, he's outside, he's doing his thing. And, it's unfortunate that things ended up escalating from here. But, he was outside. But I'm about to drop a bombshell on you people. I'm about to drop something that you guys might not believe. Because something a little bit strange is going on behind the scenes with this alleged stabbing. And I'm going to keep it real with you. It may have happened, or it may be complete cap. So I need to direct your attention to this video that's been circulating. Now, I don't want to play you this whole video, partly because it's probably against YouTube's guidelines for violence, but also partly because I know some people are getting copyright claims for using this video. But anyway, there's this video going around, right, that says Top 5's boy got stabbed in the neck in London. And what we see here is an actual riot. Okay, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but it's a riot. It's a whole mob of people that are attacking this car. They're stamping on the windshield. They're opening the door. They're trying to get the person inside. It's looking crazy. Okay, I'm not going to play you the whole clip, but you can check that out. And what really doesn't make sense is that it's kind of like, look, I've watched and listened to the clip in great detail. Nobody in the clip says Top 5. There's no one in the clip going, yo, it's Top 5, let's get him. And you can hear what people are saying. People are saying, yo, who's that? Oh, what's that? Get him, go. You can hear what's going on. Ain't no one talking about Top 5. We got Top 5, whatever. No one's doing that. No one's, you know what I mean? It's a whole gang of people. And I've been told, allegedly, reportedly, this is a completely unrelated situation. I've been told that this has absolutely nothing to do with Top 5. It does have something to do with Manor House. So that's that train station that you walked down at the very start when I was talking about Top 5. He's in Manor House. He's in a serious area. That's where this went down. And this video, I'm going to debunk this whole thing through right now. This video was posted 14 hours ago. This video was posted, this video was posted before everyone was saying this video was Top 5. People saying Manor House last night. And it's the same video of the same riot. People are trashing this car, and the car has the license plate X70 GBP. So we know that this is a relevant car, and this is a car that ends up in another picture that's coming later, which again I probably shouldn't show you on YouTube. But essentially, there's another picture going around that basically shows like a man laid out on the floor next to that same white Mercedes car with the license plate X70 GBP next to it. And a lot of people are saying, oh, this is Top 5. They were getting attacked at the scene. They escaped the scene, and then they pulled over and they were getting medical treatment. And there's a picture of somebody laid out on the floor next to the car. Now, I won't show you that picture purely because it's not safe for YouTube, but also because I'm honestly not confident that it's Top 5. I know for a fact that situation that we just saw where the crowd was attacking the car happened in Manor House. It happened absolutely nothing to do with Top 5, which is why it's a bit unusual. This is where the whole story begins to unravel a little bit. That's why it's a little bit unusual that a reputable news source, well, arguably reputable, such as The Sun US, would actually post the same video and a long-form article that says horror attack, Drake's rapper pal stabbed in London after superstar performs, as horror vid shows crowd attacking car and smashing windscreen. Now, what doesn't make sense here? Okay, what doesn't make sense here is they've got a bunch of information that doesn't quite tie to this story. So, look, all right, so it's given a little bit of backstory, seeing that, okay, footage shows a bunch of thugs climbing on the car and smashing it up, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so look. Earlier, victim Top 5 posted images and clips of himself watching Drake's wireless set from a VIP section near the stage. The pair were pictured watching basketball together in January, with Top 5 describing the God's Plan hitmaker as his twin. The rapper was cleared last year of a murder charge in his native Toronto and is said to have angered rap rivals in the Capita after telling fans in a social media stream there's no killers in London. So the Sun are going with the narrative that this was a random attack off the back of him basically saying that there's no killers in London. Now, this is the part where I'm starting to think that the entire thing is absolute cap, and the standards of journalism in 2025 have gone completely down the toilet. Because here it says, Metropolitan Police said officers were called around 12:15 a.m. today to reports of a stabbing in Spring Park Drive near Finsbury Park. Not Manor House, where that video was recorded and posted from. Not Manor House. So apparently there's a statement from the Metropolitan Police. I've Googled this. I've Googled all these words. I've done different types of Googling, advanced searches. There is no statement from the Metropolitan Police that says this. So this is a weird one. This is cap. There's no news articles. There's no reports in the Metropolitan Police about any stabbing at Spring Park Drive near Finsbury Park. So something's not adding up. Then it says a spokesman added the victim, a man in his 20s, was approached by a group who damaged his car before stabbing him in the leg. He was taken to hospital and his injuries are believed to not be life-changing. Now, this is why I think this is complete baloney, because they're saying a spokesman, not a person from the Metropolitan Police. Usually you might have detective, sergeant, whatever. You might have a reputable person with an actual title. No, a spokesman. The Met Police just have spokesmen now that just speak on things that don't appear in any other articles or publications. Said the victim, a man in his 20s, was approached by a group who damaged his car. So this little quote here leads me to believe that this entire article is capped, because as we've learned, that Manor House stabbing had nothing to do with Top 5. It was a separate incident that had completely nothing to do with him and was just separate. Okay, it got cracking, right? It's cracking over there. But the article saying that they had a spokesman from the Met Police seems like cap. Now, here's where I call mega super cap, all right? It says here, cops have since urged anyone with information to call 101 or reach out on X and quote CAD 105 17 July. I've Googled that code, doesn't come up to any articles. I've looked it up on X. I've checked the Metropolitan Police X profile page. There is absolutely no statement about this. It's looking to me like absolute cap. Where is this where is this spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police? And I know you're all going to say I'm a Fed. Go ahead and screenshot me on this page while you're here if you want to call me a Fed. All right. There's no statement from the Metropolitan Police about this. All right. There's no information. There's no mention. We're going back in time now. Okay. We're going back in time. All right. Now they're talking about protests, all of this stuff that's going on. No mention of this. No situation. It would be here if it was a real thing. I think it is possible, perhaps plausible even, that this whole story is absolute cap, and it's been placed either by Top 5's ops to try and make it look like they got him down when they didn't, to put him down, or by Top 5 himself as a marketing stunt to gain promotion. Now, I'm not putting it down. If it turns out Top 5's actually been stabbed, I'll completely believe it. I'm not saying I've seen any proof to confirm that it's cap, but what I am seeing is a video that is seemingly confirmed to have nothing to do with the situation being promoted in mainstream news. It doesn't quite make sense. So there was a lot going on, and it's still uncertain exactly what happened, whether it's even real, where Top 5 is, what the latest update is, whether it's promo, whether it's not. All I will say is that last night, when I was on Torontology, I first started seeing the news of this going on, and it was nothing but just a bunch of memes, basically. A bunch of weird memes that were just gassing up this alleged stabbing of Top 5 without any real evidence. There was a lot of like ChatGPT images floating around, all that kind of thing. And it's just not, I don't know, it's just I'm not seeing factual evidence for this being true, right? So let me show you this. I won't show you the whole thing for YouTube's sake, but you'll be able to see here. This is that car that was getting smashed up in that other scene, and here off screen, I've strategically scrolled away from it so you can't see it. There's a person laid out on the floor, and they're saying that's Top 5. The license plate here, it is the same.
Being a content creator can feel like you've always got to be on, always live. It's overwhelming. So stream smarter. Upload your video to Restream, and we'll stream it live whenever and wherever you want. Maximize your audience and growth while Restream frees you up to do whatever. Morning, afternoon, or late at night, your stream goes live exactly when you've planned, even while you're offline. It's not about streaming all the time. It's about streaming smarter. Upload and stream from Restream.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over, or you can tweak something specific like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
License plate X70 GBP, and it is essentially, the same car from the alleged same situation, and everyone believes it. That's the crazy thing, is so many people believe it. Some people are saying it wasn't him. People saying the video of the white Benz getting mobbed wasn't Top 5, but that's the same car. I heard they took his chain too. I'm not going to say too much, but saying he tried to go viral. People are saying he dropped his location, talking. People think it really happened. I personally don't think. I definitely don't think that image was actually what happened. But you know, it's gone absolutely viral in the Torontology subreddit. People are kind of saying that, you know, Top 5 deserves this. They're saying, I hope Hashim's face is burning in his mind right now. This is the young man who lost his life, and Top 5 was on trial, ended up beating the charges for. And there's just a whole bunch of chatter about Top 5 ever since, you know, this rumor came about. There's been a whole lot of posting, and that made me think maybe it's cap, maybe it's promo. It was being almost pushed like a promotional campaign. It's kind of like one of the biggest news stories worldwide right now. And there's a lot of rappers and a lot of social media commentators that have decided to kind of give their 2 cents on the situation. So let's have a little recap of just what some people have kind of been saying about the situation. Just a little bit of reaction from maybe some famous people, some gangsters, some rappers, some ops, all of that stuff. We'll see what's going around. So British rapper Ratlin has called Top 5 a police boy after news breaks out about the Toronto rapper's stabbing. They're saying he was talking about call 911, and YG's jumped straight in saying informer that. Now here's the thing, that this is, once again, it's like this is getting pushed. Pages like Keep Six Solid are pushing this story. They're overly pushing this story. They're including the comment from YG dissing him in there, which it just makes me feel a little bit like there's somebody's pushing this narrative. I mean, I don't know. Are we really getting to the point where in 2025, you drill your ops and then you pay pages to promote the drill that you've just done? Is that the state of the culture that we've gotten to? I don't know for sure. I honestly could not say for sure that that's what's happening, but that's what people are saying. So we've got UK rappers calling in the police. This is in relation to, basically, there were people claiming to be at the scene, saying that Top 5 was running down the street shouting call 911. You know, even one of Top 5's biggest ops from California, Hitter J3, you know, legendary rapper from out Compton, came up with Kendrick. Definitely somebody who had gone back and forth with Top 5 on numerous fronts. They'd had a lot of beef. When I linked up with Hitter J3, he had a lot of smoke for Top 5 as well. But even Hitter J3 was sending him a prayer, saying, send a prayer up for Top. We can't lose our biggest troll. And it just goes to show you that, like, I don't think that Top 5 was really hoping that Kendrick was going to get hurt, or that he was going to hurt Kendrick. Same way, I don't really think Hitter J3 was really hoping or planning to hurt Top 5. I feel like it was all content at the end of the day. And it's really unfortunate when these sort of street gangster dudes just can't take a little back and forth as content and want to have to resort to threats of murder. Anyway, that's another story. But yeah, so there's another post saying, there's this post in Reddit. Okay, this isn't anybody reacting to it, but people are saying the GGGs right now are basically what Buka 600 was after the murder of T-Roy. This is an infamous tweet in the Chicago drill scene, if you didn't know, saying y'all don't know the half of what's finna transpire after T-Roy got killed. And obviously that's when the Get Back gang was formed, and damn near dozens of people have lost their lives over that situation. So, you know, these are the responses. These are the things. I mean, look, it's just, unfortunately, there's ops that are reacting to this. You got YG's calling Keep Six Solid a hoe for not trolling Top 5 after he got stabbed. Another one of his ops, Casper TNG, posted, change the title to Top 5 caught lacking in the UK and wet up in Friday the 13th style slashing. This title sounds too subtle still. It's very disrespectful stuff.
Create a voiceover using your own voice. Customize with AI to fit any story. And connect with your audience at scale. Try Voices now.
Need to run Windows on your Mac? Parallels Desktop makes it simple to integrate Windows apps into your macOS workflow. Install Windows in minutes and stay productive without hassle. Run the apps you need, when you need them, with full compatibility with the latest macOS and Windows. Get the best of both worlds. Download Parallels Desktop today.
I can't see this quote. I mean, where's Top 5 dissing him? Is this a Top 5, another Top 5 account? Maybe it is. All of a sudden doesn't want to try and make a hard as caption, Keep Six a ho ho ho. I mean, People are saying keep 6 solid, trolls the civilians with captions after they get shot, and that's apparently why people don't really respect the way he posts. I don't know. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just trying to catch up with the reaction, and it's crazy. Okay. And so look, another situation that popped off around this a little bit before, one of Top5's close friends, one of the most feared guys from the GGGs, Flipper, who's had a couple of serious cases. He had 2 murder cases. If you listen to Top5's song, 2 cases, he's basically saying, that's my bro. He caught 2 cases, caught 2 murder cases at the same time, and unfortunately has gone away for a long time. But very recently, the news was Flipper was actually stabbed in jail, and people are kind of, you know, dissing Top5 now as part of it, and basically saying, you know, it's just not a good look. Okay, it's just not a good look. So this was the news just 14 days ago that Flipper from the GGGs had got stabbed in prison, and you know, it's a sad situation. And that led another Toronto op, K-Money, to basically speak out and say that I heard Top5 caught the Flipper special in London. What the hell, with a knife emoji. Look, and you know, I don't condone any kind of scoreboard keeping, but people in the comments are saying BFR is currently up 3-0 in the series. Will the GGGs pull back a miraculous comeback? I mean, look, I don't know the truth behind all of these posts, but if Flipper got stabbed and Top5 got stabbed and DBK got killed, it is really unfortunate that that group of people is just taking so many unfortunate situations. You know, and I honestly, I don't condone what's happening. I don't feel like what's going to come next is going to be any good for anybody, but that's the situation. So right now, where we're at, we essentially don't know whether or not this stabbing story is true. If it is true, it probably happened somewhere else. And the only other thing that I've really seen that I feel like actually is, you know, some proof or some kind of like actual information that we can use to maybe just get a little bit closer to the truth is just this one post. Just this one post that's going around, and I don't even know if I can show this to you right here, but the image got deleted, but I did actually save the image. But it said Top5 got stabbed up in central London, not Central C, we're talking about central London, and they're saying the car in the video is in Manor Park, or yeah, you know, that ute laying on the floor is not Top5. This post is saying that it's not him, and then there was an image from that post that got deleted, but I did actually save it, so I've got that for you here. And essentially it was posted. This was apparently a little video clip from the scene that's going around. Allegedly, this is the real scene of the real Top5 stabbing. Again, it's not confirmed, but people are saying Top5 got stabbed in central London, not in Manor House and not in the Wireless Festival. Anything else is fake news. I'm still not entirely convinced that any of the news is true. If it's true, I'm wishing Top5 a speedy recovery. I'm hoping things get ironed out very soon. It's a very, very messed up situation, but we still don't know if it could all be capped. It could be promo. Top5 could be dropping a song, and if he does, I need that, because I heard he's got this song called "I Beat a Murder," and just apparently it's fire. So really unfortunate situation. Hope we get to the bottom of it soon. I know everybody's making content about it, trying to work out what's going on. That's my thoughts. That's my background. That's my little discovery. You know what I'm saying, from the desk, coming straight from the sergeant's mouth. Since you know, you guys want to call me the feds and that stuff. So anyway. Appreciate that. Catch you guys in the next update. If I get more news on this story, I will update you. I will do a follow-up, and you will find it all out with the facts right here. So appreciate you checking in. Catch you in the next video. I'm out. Like the only evidence that you have is just me on the song claiming the murder like a bunch of times. And, you know, like, this is just, you're just criminalized. Bro, protect black art, protect black people. We need justice for Lil Pab. Who killed Lil Pab? We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to protect this black man who lost his life, who had nothing to do with the beef, who wasn't even there when King Von died. No, we don't care about him. We just care about Lil Durk because his music's great. We just care about Young Thug. No one cares about Donovan Thomas and his crying mother. Yeah, sure. The guy that lost his life might have been gang affiliated. So what? So what? The guy that sat in jail is gang affiliated. You know what I mean? So anyway, Lil Durk's legal team are now trying to pull this same thing. And he posted a, you know, probably seems to have less budget than Young Thug for his little promo, but regardless, let me see, where is it? But regardless, Young Thug's approach has been kind of recycled and passed on to Lil Durk. So this is what Lil Durk posted on his page. The recent developments in Durk's legal case have brought a harsh truth to light. The government presented false evidence to a grand jury to indict him. We're going to get into that because that isn't justice. That's a violation of the very system that's supposed to protect all of us. What about protecting Lil Pab, who had nothing to do with this? Dirk has always used music to tell stories. True stories, real life stories, factual or fiction. This is important. To express pain, to heal, almost healed. He was almost healed. In my opinion, the Almost Healed album was basically a metaphor for almost healed, having almost avenged the murder of King Von. But hey, that's just my opinion, all right? He's been using the music to express pain, to heal, and yet those same lyrics are now being used against him. Forget about the fact that there was an actual murder that took place, and several OTF members were dispatched from Chicago to go and murder a man, allegedly, and Lil Durk was on a private jet. So this just happened to be hanging out nearby. Forget that. All right. The same lyrics are now being used against him. We refuse to stay silent as black artists continue to be criminalized for their creativity. Rap is art. Forget the dead body and the broad daylight assassination that went wrong and killed an innocent man, black man. Forget that. Forget that. We're being criminalized for our art. Let's go. We're going to delve into some of that art in a minute. So don't worry, people. And I know that you're going to be salty in the comments. All the Dirk stands are going to be very upset, but we're dealing with facts. Okay, we're dealing with facts. As a family, we're asking the public, the fans, and the culture, that's very important, the culture, okay, to stand with us. Stand for truth. Stand for fairness. Stand for the voice. Shout out Lil Durk, man. Come on. We all love Dirk's music, but at the end of the day, if innocent people are getting killed and the court can prove that you had something to do with it, bro, we're kind of not wanting you in our society, because I don't really want to live in a society where innocent black men can just lose their lives for being at the wrong gas pump when you are essentially playing God and having people allegedly killed for your own gratification and your own revenge narratives. So look, Dirk's playing the same move. This is what's going on right now. We're going with the whole protect black art, discrimination defense. Really, I would say Dirk's lyrics are way, way worse and more incriminating than Young Thug's. I think this case, I mean, Young Thug was never actually formally charged with a murder. Lil Durk is charged in a federal murder for hire. This is two completely different situations. And if there's going to be one winner of this trial, no matter what happens, it's these lawyers, man. Brian Steele, he's going to be charging the new price. The new We Beat Young Thug's case, which was arguably a much easier case to beat price. He's got Drew Findling, which is ironically Youngboy's lawyer. These guys are double dipping. Okay, getting a bag from Youngboy's case, a bag from Dirk's case. You two are trying to kill each other. Quando's cousin's getting killed in the crossfire, and the lawyers are just sweeping up. So you want to talk about protect black art and the culture? You got two white lawyers that are going to be benefiting handsomely from this, and I wouldn't be surprised if this all ends with Lil Durk damn near penniless. I don't know. I mean, he was really running it up before he went away for this, but them lawyers are about to make an absolute killing. Excuse the pun, because a man did lose his life. But anyway, I just wanted to touch base on the essential, this whole bond hearing thing. I think a lot of people have got this twisted. The whole grand jury, false evidence thing. This is what this whole video that Dirk's put out here is like. False evidence has been presented to a grand jury. Now, I agree. I think the grand jury and the prosecutors screwed up. I think they made a mistake. But I actually think that it's very important to identify the fact that the original indictment didn't talk about no fan video, didn't talk about no Quando Rondo screaming no being sampled on the song. That didn't happen. So what I'm going to do is I want to react to this Cuff Boys video breaking it down, because he kind of had the best information. Shout out to him. But also, I wanted to just glance back at the original indictment and basically just make it very clear to people that this supposed fan-made video wasn't in the indictment. And the song that was being used, it was being used on a completely different basis, in my opinion. And again, I know, look, we're going back and forth about the whole thing of like, Dirk recorded the lyrics before. It's a little bit too perfect for me to believe that. But, if that's what they're saying, there's no reason that people can't, the producer was talking about it's a rough draft of the song. There's no reason people can't go and change lyrics. There's no reason that people didn't maybe make a few amendments. If you actually look at the lyrics that Dirk said, it's would be too coincidental for it to have been recorded before. But even if it was recorded before, and we're given the benefit of the doubt, you still decided to release the song. You still took lyrics saying, talking about his son screaming, no, no. And Quando was screaming, no, no, let's drop this, months after the murder happened. So you got that. But then Dirk's on other songs talking about screaming no. He's on the hell of talking about war about it. He said, no. I said, let's go to war about it. He said, no. I said, let's go to more. Got him. Came out 2023. So what are we trying to do? So let's just recap this motion to dismiss, look at some of the paperwork from the trial and for the original indictment and the criminal complaint. And like, again, all the Dirk Glazers, man, I'm sorry to break it to you, but this is a very serious situation. And I don't think the Brian Steele special, because that's what we're calling it now, and basically kind of like making this all about a kind of racial discrimination against hip hop. Because J. Cole was on the song with Lil Durk talking about All My Life, talking about facing a RICO like a cheat code. Ain't no indictments, bro. Why ain't J. Cole getting indicted? Like, let's even just pull that just for my own sanity, right? Let's just pull that up, because if we're talking about like Lil Durk and protect black art, look, J. Cole is a black man, all right, and he's dropping these same type of lyrics, but for some reason, there's no dead bodies and there's no RICO case on J. Cole for some odd reason, right? And is that, I don't know. The stuff that I spit out is a cheat code, like I'm facing a RICO, how a dude put a hit out, and another one, I got 100 of them. He's talking about putting hits, but why isn't J. Cole getting a RICO? If it's only about the lyrics and about the misrepresentation of black art and, rappers being positioned as killers and murderers just based on their lyrics, where's the J. Cole RICO? I don't see it. Where's the people that J. Cole spent years or months and, a couple of years saying he was going to get revenge on and actually wound up dead in the middle of public screaming no on the news? Where is that? Because I can't find that. It's not a thing that's true. So I just think it's very important. And let's take a look at this and just recap this, because a lot of people are jumping on this situation and saying like, yo, Dirk getting out, Dirk's coming home, free Dirk. Like, Dirk's coming home. The lawyers, the prosecution are liars. And really what's happened is somebody's just made a mistake and been lazy and submitted the wrong piece of evidence. So let's go.
It's for social media platforms that are altered, fabricated, and inauthentic versions of the original song. They sent fan edits as evidence in a murder for hire case. They'd be like, no, watch this official music video by Lil Durk here, where he admits about the crimes, when it's actually a fan edit. Lil Durk's defense.
See, he accidentally just told the truth about this thing. Like, yeah, somebody sloppily went on YouTube and Googled a fan edit and threw it in there instead of the original song. That's what we're dealing with. People are acting like, the whole case is predicated on this sample that Dirk didn't even do that. He didn't even say that. And the song was recorded. But no, what's happened? Somebody has basically said, well, where are these lyrics? And they've thrown in, rather than the original song where he says the same thing, he says even more stuff. There's way worse stuff on that song that he says that's way more self-incriminating. That it didn't get submitted, right? Look, people want to talk about me being the feds. If I was the feds, I'd be doing a better job of this, but I'm not. But anyway, and people, I know in the comments, oh my God, you're a fed. You want to take Lil Durk down. I really just am following this and trying to just have an honest opinion about it. And low key, I do feel like there should be justice for Lil Pab, because Quando didn't really do anything wrong. Lil Pab definitely didn't do anything wrong. Well, like what? Lil Pab deserved to die. Why? Because he was on Clubhouse making fun of Lil Varney. Like, making fun of Lil Durk's friends on Clubhouse? What, he deserved to die? Really?
Defense team has filed a massive motion to dismiss his superseding indictment. Whatever prosecutor was presenting this evidence to a grand jury, the prosecutors allegedly used a fan video edit, which is a big no-no because it's not made by anyone in Dirk's team. Like, this is a huge error if this is true. I'm gonna read the full document.
Here's my personal opinion as to why I actually don't think the fan edit is that bad. The reason why I don't think the fan edit is that bad, because the fan edit, it's Lil Durk rapping the lyrics. Look on the news to see your son. He's screaming, no, no. As we know, Quando Rondo was at the scene of the murder screaming no when he saw his cousins passed away. This is very tragic. The fan edit is essentially taking that news clip and it's superimposing it over Lil Durk doing the no, saying in the song, no, no. Now, that helps people understand what Lil Durk is referring to. I think that's actually helpful in the case. I actually think that's helpful just to reinforce he's talking about no, no, and then the news footage is of Quando Rondo screaming no, no. That is helping illustrate the case. Now, probably the more professional way to do that is to take the song itself, the actual song lyric from Spotify that's officially uploaded by Durk, and then the news clip from essentially the LA news that covered Quando Rondo screaming at the scene and captured him screaming no, and submitted those both as separate pieces of evidence and say this is Lil Durk in a song that was released after the murder. Forget what he's saying about, oh, well, the song was recorded, but it was released after the murder. Don't play mind games, all right? It was released after the murder. That's when it was released. He chose to release that after the murder to send a message because that's what he was doing. Ain't rocket science, okay? And then this is the news clip he's referring to screaming no, no. That would have been the professional way to do it. I think somebody being lazy that's passing the evidence across for the grand jury has been lazy and said, well, this clip's got both of them. Let's send that. Not realizing the gravity of that mistake. But this is only a small part of everything that they've got against Lil Durk. And as we're going to see, when we jump back into the indictment, you're going to realize, like, bro, we haven't got all the evidence yet. Like, we haven't actually got everything that Lil Durk has been wrapped up in about this. They've got more stuff, and they've got snitch it. That, bro, people telling. Okay, people telling. Durk telling on himself in songs, but people telling, and we're going to find out about that as time goes on. Okay, but like this is what we're dealing with. I think somebody's made a mistake, but that fan edit, yes, Durk did not make that fan edit. Durk did not sample Quando screaming and put it on a song. But that fan edit essentially just shows you this song released 3 months after the murder is referring to this news clip where the intended victim of the murder is screaming no as he sees his innocent cousin being murdered. Again, the fact that people want Lil Durk just out here walking around is just pretty wild considering how serious this situation is. But anyway, back to my boy.
Dirk Banks. Defendant Dirk Banks, through his counsel of record, moves his court to dismiss the superseding indictment against him in this matter. In the alternative, he moves to compel disclosure of the grand jury minutes and evidence the government presented to the grand jury. This motion.
This is important. I think I actually agree with this. I actually agree with Dirk in this. I'd like to see the grand jury minutes. Somebody's made a mistake. Somebody's screwed up. That was the wrong piece of evidence to submit. I totally agree. I actually agree with that. They should have submitted those two things separately from their original sources. When I create one of my long-form documentaries about these topics, I like to try my best to find the original source. Sometimes it's been deleted. Sometimes you need a remo post with the watermark over it because the original post has been deleted. But we try to find originals, right? But every now and then, all that's out there is a fan edit. But I would like to see the grand jury minutes too. So I do agree on this front. But the idea that we're going to throw the whole case out, we're going to throw the whole... You're on the private jet going to LA at the exact time. You're telling guys not to use your OTF credit card. We got snitches that are basically... We don't know what the snitches are saying, but based on what the actual indictment suggests, I would assume that there's a lot more evidence than this one lyric. The idea that we're going to throw the whole case out over this is absurd. Cope.
Is based on the attached memorandum of points and authorities. There's a damn table of contents. Government presented false evidence to the grand jury that indicted Mr. Banks on November 7, 2024.
False evidence is reaching, honestly. False evidence is actually such a reach. False evidence? How's it false? It's not AI. It's the news clip of Quando screaming no and the lyric of you rapping, see his son on the news screaming no, no. Ain't no false evidence. Yeah, it's a fan edit. Yeah, it's not the original source. Yeah, Lil Durk didn't release that. But Durk did release a song after the murder, after he saw Quando on the news screaming no, no, talking about I see your son on the news screaming no, no. I'm sorry. False evidence is absurd.
That indicted Mr. Banks on November 7, 2024. Wow. Well, obviously, they're going to say it's false, but that's just a crazy first line. They're going to be like, yeah, it's true. The plain language of the superseding indictment makes it apparent that the government told the grand jury that Mr. Banks, through specific lyrics in his music, celebrated and profited from a revenge murder that he ordered, namely that of S.
Absolute facts. Lil Durk celebrated and profited from the murder of Lil Pap. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying I know for sure that he did it. He absolutely celebrated and profited from it. Forget the fact that he wants to try and claim that the song was recorded before. He did numerous songs afterwards, making fun of Quando, screaming no, no. War About It with 21 Savage. He said, no, I said, let's go to war about it. He said, no, I said, let's go to, where'd he go? I said, they go to, what did he say? Where they go, you better know the morgue got him. He's making fun of Quando screaming no at his cousin's death. And he's saying, where'd he go? The morgue got him. He's dead. He's in the morgue. He's making fun and he's profiting from it. That song was very successful. Facts. Now, whether you want to say that he ordered, namely the murder of Sophia Robinson, Lil Pab, hey, that's to be proven, and that's not going to be proven by a song lyric. That's going to be proven by the snitches. That's going to be proven by phone records. There's 20,000 pages of evidence that they have against Lil Durk. The fact that they're even focusing in on this one thing is a Hail Mary. Okay, and so we're going to see that.
SR in August of 2022, that claim is demonstrably false. The song the government relied upon as evidence against Mr. Banks, Wonderful, Wayne, and Jackie Boy, a song that was recorded by another artist, Babyface.
That in itself, this is highly manipulative and deflective, in my opinion. All right, a song that was recorded by another artist, Babyface Ray. It's like you're trying to deflect, like, oh, it's another artist. Dirk going, is someone else's song? Okay, yeah, Dirk's got a feature on the song. Yeah, Dirk's talking about no on the song, and he's talking about I'd rather get revenge than millions. Okay. Like, Dirk's lucky that they're not bringing up the 3 or 4 bars that came before this, bro. Like, come on. Like, yeah, like, bro, Babyface Way, was it Babyface Ray, Jackie Boy, Wonderful Wayne, and Jackie Boy, bro. Let's be real. Let's be real, bro. You're lucky that they're not bringing up the earlier lyrics. You're actually lucky. Like, bro, why aren't these in the indictment? Again, you're going to say I'm federal, but it's just the facts. I think about my brother's lost. I'm in my feelings. It's messed up. I'd rather get revenge than millions. Call me Smokio. Then it's personal. They asked who I killed before, like who you working for, bro. Like, how's this not even in the indictment, bro? How's this not even in the indictment? Told me, not just told each other they got an addy. This is why this is so incriminating, right? And I don't know why this isn't in there. It's not told. A lot of people keep saying, and Remo said this on our last little link up when we did this. You know, the OTF guys could have just been catching hats for just on their own, and Lil Durk's just, you know, they don't want nothing to do with it. I'm a recording artist, bro. He didn't say told Didi they got an addy. He didn't say told Jam they got an addy. Told me, me. Do I need to look up the definition of me? Told me they got the addy. Got location. Go. Green light. Go. Green light. Who's putting the green light on? Me. Again, I'm not hating on Lil Durk. I love Lil Durk's music. Love the voice. Me. They told me they got an addy. Not Jam. Not Didi. Could have said Didi. Could have said told Didi they got location. Oh, but that would have been snitching. You can snitch on yourself. Look on the news and see your son. You screaming no. Gang. Even the way Durk done the outro, Durk knew he said some shit. Hey, babyface, this is crazy right here. This crazy right here. Bro, you know what you did. Ain't gonna lie. But apparently it's cap and made up.
Face Ray, and on which Mr. Banks recorded a feature for, could not have been a commercialization of Mr. Banks' alleged murder for hire of SR. As the government represented to the grand
absolute cap. It could not have been a commercialization. It absolutely was. You're talking about screaming no. Even if the song was, let's just say Lil Durk just magically, accidentally ended up describing the exact circumstances of this murder, right? Or he described exactly what he was going to do. They're going to tell me they got an addy and we're going to kill him. And he's going to be on the news screaming no. Even if the most generous interpretation, he was just letting the world know through this song that he was planning to commit this murder. He released the song after it happened. He knew that Quando was on the news screaming no, and he knew that this would be viral. Absolutely commercializing the murder. Absolutely commercialized. Yeah, fine. Oh, let's say he didn't do it. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He didn't do it. He still commercialized it, just like Should Have Ducked. Lil Durk commercialized the murder of Lil Durk. Did he do it? Can't really be said. Hasn't been proven in court. He definitely commercialized it. Definitely. Should have ducked. Bro, like, I'm sorry. Like, that's you making money off of making fun of a dead guy. I mean, that's what smoking on ops. Who I smoke. You're commercializing the deaths of people. I'm sorry, you are. That's not illegal. That's not actually illegal. But that's what's happening.
grand jury. That's because Mr. Banks recorded the lyrics for Wonderful Wayne 7 months before the incident happened. The government's misrepresentation in the superseding indictment, whether knowing or reckless, undermines the integrity of the grand jury's true bill.
I don't personally believe that's been fully proven. Like, I can show you when files for my scripts were made, right? I can show you when one of my video scripts was made. But if I go into the edit and I just tweak one of the lyrics to mock a guy that just died, like in the month that we've been editing the video, like, can be done. Okay, that's just my opinion. But like, there's no reason that Dirk couldn't have tweaked a lyric, or even just forget that. This is the thing. It's like such a red herring. Just forget that. Set that to one side. You chose to release the song talking about screaming no after you saw him on the news screaming no. You chose to do that.
Bill against Mr. Banks. The court should dismiss the superseding indictment against him as a result. Banks recorded the song.
The court should dismiss the entire indictment as a result. That is a long shot.
In January 2022, that being his last involvement in this song. Further production was done by producers and other industry professionals, but no changes to content or lyrics were ever made by Banks or anyone else associated with Banks.
So look, that's very, very hard to prove, honestly. But if that's what he's saying, if we're just going to take everything, would somebody lie to not spend the rest of their life in jail? I don't know. I couldn't possibly comment on that. But honestly, like, that's not enough to get the indictment thrown out.
So the four corners of the superseding indictment, but important to this court's consideration of the egregiousness of the government's conduct and necessity of the relief contained in this motion. The issue of the timing of these lyrics was addressed by undersigned defense counsel in Mr. Banks' detention hearing on December 12th. So here's how the government responded in the hearing in person. To counter this argument, counsel for the government posited to the court that even if the lyrics themselves were written 7 months prior to the charged conduct, a version of the song was modified that added audio from a news clip of TV on top of the original song. So
this is a mistake. This is a mistake, and I'm willing to like. I'm willing to say that this was a mistake. This shouldn't have been done. Yes, a version of the song was modified, this is why this is really important, right? The nuance and the wording is super important, okay? So let me just get a little bit more
So what I think happened here is the video editor.
So look, to counter, right, let's just go word by word because this is super important, right? To counter this argument, counsel for the government posited to the court that even if the lyrics themselves were written 7 months prior to the conduct, that's very important. So they're saying, fine, let's believe this story that you wrote a song describing the exact circumstances of the murder 7 months before. And we're just going to bury our heads in the sand about the fact that you still decided to release this 3 months after the murder happened with these direct references. And we're just going to believe that in the wildest coincidence in rap history, you described the exact circumstances of the murder and the aftermath. They're saying, even if these lyrics were written 7 months prior, a version of the song was modified. Now, a version of this song was modified that added audio from a news clip of TB on top of the original song. Now, that is true. A version of the song was modified. Now, whether or not we can say Lil Durk made that modification, he didn't. This is a fan-made edit. But people basically connected the dots. Quando's on the news screaming no. Durk's on the song talking about no. We're conflating these two things together. The song came out after the murder. People are connecting the dots. That's what's going on, right? That's the important thing. Following this assertion at the detention hearing and unaware of any such modification attributable to Mr. Banks, undersigned counsel asked the government to provide what they were referring to in an email correspondence. The government replied with videos that appeared to be taken from recent open source YouTube searches that were in no way connected to Mr. Banks. Now, here's what's important. Durk's team are basically saying, okay, this is really important. Durk's team are basically saying this fan-made video was not attributable to Mr. Banks. Durk didn't make this. The government have kind of made a mistake because really they shouldn't have sent that. They shouldn't have bothered using that. But what they're basically saying is it doesn't matter if it was recorded before because people out there are conflating the screaming no to Durk rapping, see your son on the news screaming no, no. And like, that's what's going on. It's like a shortcut to basically explaining this is why this song is a commercialization of the murder. Here's a really sloppy fan-made edit to prove that. What they should have done is just said, look, the lyric is too perfect. Here's the lyric from the song. Here's the news footage screaming no, no. Like, probably, realistically, they probably get an expert witness to basically prove that, like, you can modify a song later on down the line. Like, you could change a bar, you could change a verse, or he didn't, but he knew what he was doing when he released it because what was going on the news 3 months before the song was released was Quando was screaming no. And imagine, I've got a song in the tuck. Like, I've got a song in the tuck talking about I shoot my ops in the head and his head looked like a donut. And, 1 month later, one of my main ops gets shot in the head and his head looked like a donut. And then it's 2 months after that, you're like, yo, you know what track we should release that's going to go crazy, make a lot of noise, make a lot of money? The donut song. Prosecution being super sloppy. I'm completely willing to admit that. But also, I just feel like this doesn't really change anything.
At the detention hearing and unaware of any such modification attributable to Mr. Banks, undersigned counsel asked the government to provide what they were referring to in an email. The government replied with videos that appear to be taken from recent open...
Now, this is what I agree with right here. Okay. The government replied with videos taken from open source YouTube searches that were in no way connected to Mr. Banks. This further complicates what evidence, argument, and instructions the government presented to the grand jury and will be addressed in more specificity below. I agree. This does confuse things, and they should have stuck to the main sources, but it doesn't change the facts, doesn't change the song, doesn't change that you released the song talking about screaming no, no, months after the murder happened. Honestly, that's where I'm coming from with it. So there was another part of this video that I wanted to touch on. So this basically says that, the issue about the timing of the recording of the verse is not frivolous or inconsequential. It's quite the opposite. They're saying that the government's misrepresenting about the creation of the song and saying that it followed... So look, this is from the original. I was going to pull up the original indictment, but they're quoting the original indictment here. So this is what's really important. The government never claimed, right? Look, read this. Following the attempted murder of Taekwon Bowman and the murder of Savia Robinson, the defendant Banks sought to commercialize Lil Pab's death by rapping about his revenge on Quando Rondo with music that explicitly references audio from a news clip taken shortly after Lil Pab's murder where Quando Rondo screamed no, no after seeing the dead body. So important. Banks sought to commercialize Lil Pab's death by rapping about his revenge on Quando Rondo. It's messed up. I'd rather get revenge instead of millions. So, oh, fine. He recorded the song 7 months before. He's still planning his revenge. There you go. He let everyone know, I'm planning to get revenge. rapping about his revenge with music that explicitly references audio from a news clip. It doesn't say samples. Doesn't say samples. So that fan-made edit, nobody other than DJ Vlad, and we're going to get to that in a minute, nobody else is basically saying that he officially sampled the murder. He referenced it. He did. Look on the news and see your son screaming, no, no. All right? And if you want to say, oh, but he recorded the song before, he would never, Lil Durk would never be talking about screaming, no, no on a song. Never. Not after the murder. Surely not. Surely not. He would never do that. Oh, whoops. May 26th, 2023. He said, no, I'm thinking that. Oh, got him. He said, no, I said, let's go to war about it. Where he go, you better know the more got him. Since he died, just come outside and go to war about him. So there you go. Durk wouldn't do that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he kept doing it. Oh, wait, he kept doing it over and over and over again. Oh, right. Okay. References audio. No sample. Ain't no sample. I mean, in the background of this song, Durk is saying, no, go. He is making fun of him and mimicking it. You could say mimic. You could say references. Sample never appeared in the court documents. Never appeared. Was never there. So look, right, we can keep going.
Seeing how lyrics go in the YSL trial. Co-conspirator 1, which I believe was Durk, made clear in coded language that he would pay a bounty or monetary reward.
So look, here's the thing, and this is what we get to that's important, right? A lot of people are taking this to basically say like, oh, they need to let Durk go. They're just trying to use this one fan-made edit to try and get him down and try and like put him away. It's not like that. Like they should let him out and they ain't got no evidence. What evidence do they really got? I don't know for sure, but I think they got quite a lot of evidence. For them to say in the original indictment, right, that look, Co-conspirator 1 made clear in coded language that co-conspirator 1 would pay a bounty or monetary reward, make payment to anyone who took part in the killing. All right, look, there's people, co-conspirators, unnamed co-conspirators that may well be telling, there may well be informants on the case, spilling the beans way beyond a song could ever spill. All right, so I've actually got the segments from the original indictment here that might be a little bit better to look at. Okay, it's my little doc that I've pieced together. Okay, this is the original part, right, that I was just reading. Okay, these are the original lyrics. Told me they got the addy, got location, blah, 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 blah. Following the attempted murder, Durk sought to commercialize the death by rapping about it with music that explicitly references audio from a news clip. Ain't no mention of a sample. No sample. He didn't sample it. Referenced it. That's facts. We don't need to have a trial to prove that, like, Durk was making music that referenced Quando screaming. No, I got numerous examples right here. Go, go. C said no. Like, this song made money, commercialized. This was a song with 21 Savage. Got a lot of views. This is probably certified. You know what I mean? We know what this is about. The song debuted and peaked at 41 on the Billboard chart. Talk about commercializing. Talk about commercializing. It's a Billboard charting song. War about it. He's on the number 41 on the Billboard charts screaming no. Again, we can glaze Durk all we want, but that's just that's what's going on. So anyway, what I really wanted to make clear was that, like, everybody talking about, like, oh, you know, like they're gonna throw this thing out, like there's no evidence on Durk. This is what the original indictment said, right? Defendant Banks would place bounties on individuals that he and other OTF members wanted to kill, including Quando Rondo. That's saying not limited to, right? And you've seen my video, The Many Murders of Lil Durk. I theorized, in my personal opinion, that there are other people that have been killed, and Lil Durk was very happy about it. Stefan Mack, some people are saying that the people involved in the murder were saying, you know, when's the money from Lil Durk going to land? Allegedly, you know, as part of previous paperwork that came out. He's not been charged with that, but, like, again, people want to go to war over this song. The indictment's painting a whole different picture, all right? And they got 20,000 pages of evidence. How do they know that defendant Banks would place bounties on individuals? We're going to see some more evidence come out when we get to the trial that's going to be a lot more damning, I personally believe. You know, they got his whole iMessage. Durk's rapping on songs about, I deleted my iCloud. Don't think that's how it works, buddy, unfortunately. As part of the bounty, co-conspirators known and unknown, including defendants Banks and Wilson, would pay anyone who took part in the killing of Quando Rondo and reward individuals with lucrative music opportunities with OTF. Now, that's an interesting one, right? Because it's like, oh, you know, How can you prove that he was paying people in exchange for the murder? Well, how can you prove that he was giving lucrative opportunities to people that participated in the murder? Well, you know, if you released an album for your crew / gang, Only the Family, just a few months after the murder took place, and you know, like you got songs like "We Did It," talking about they know that we did it. You know what I'm saying? You got songs like "The Block Is Hot" with D-Ski, OTF DD. Remember this? You know who this is, right? You know this is the guy they're saying orchestrated and organized it and bought the ski mask for everybody, right? Like, you know he's on a frontline song, "The Block Is Hot" with Dirk, aka The Threat. He only begun rapping in December 2022, apparently. This is what this says. You know what I mean? How are we feeling about this career? Like, this is the first song here, Go. I ain't heard this one, to be honest with you. I mean, look, we ain't trying to. We've got enough. Got a little Varney on there as well. Oh my god, no! Stop. Anyway, get back ganging mode, man. Come on, Didi's career started at the perfect time. Anyway, back to my links. Where are my links? Lucrative music opportunities, man. At the direction of defendant Banks, defendant Grant would procure cars, ski masks, firearms that would be used by co-conspirators to find, track, and kill Taekwon Bowman. Now, at the direction of defendant Banks. Now, look, we're not going to use song lyrics to prove that, but like, I don't think that the state can put that in the indictment unless they've at least got something to go on. We're going to find out when it comes to trial. But again, I just feel like people are acting like, people are acting like the entire indictment is just one screenshot of that lyric, and it's not. There's a lot of other things. Using a credit card associated with OTF, co-conspirator 3 would purchase airplane tickets for the co-conspirators to fly to California. Banks, using coded language, told a number of co-conspirators that he would pay a bounty or monetary reward for anybody who took part in the killing. And now, look, I'd like to know the evidence that they've got of this coded language. I wonder what Dirk said. But they've got that as an overt act. There will be something to prove. There's got to be something to back this up, right? They learned, one or more co-conspirators, including Banks, learned that Kwando was visiting California and staying at a hotel. There's going to be, like most likely, there's going to be something. There's going to be some kind of evidence. Could be an iCloud message, could be a phone call that's tapped, could be a coded conversation, could be a snitch basically saying, yo, I'm the one that told that we had the low, and I told Dirk personally, and Dirk knew we had the low and set the wheels in motion. Potentially, in my opinion, that it could be any one of these things. But acting like this, throwing out this one song lyric is gonna be the solution of this is not happening, right? It's not happening. Banks and Grant flew from Miami to Los Angeles on a private jet. How are you even go? This is the part that baffles me the most with Lil Durk. Why even go there? They're gonna go to California and do one of the craziest cross state lines hits in rap history. This is gonna make the Lil Durk hit. Sorry, this is gonna make the FBG Duck hit look basic as hell. We're doing the JFK assassination in the hip hop world. We're going to kill Quando Rondo in another state, and we're going to get away with it. Why would you go to California? Oh, well, I'm going to be there too. I'm just going to chill in the area and, like, you know what I'm saying, celebrate in the area. That just makes no sense. Dirk and co-conspirator 5 asked co-conspirator 2 to travel to Southern California later that day. Yo, we're here. We're set up. We got the operation center locked down. We need the hitters to come in. Like, it's not a great look. And yes, we'd all like to see the evidence that relates to this, but I think the lyric is just a red herring, so it's pretty crazy, right? It's pretty crazy. This is the state. This is the state of it. So the one last thing that I want to talk about is Dirk's lawyer, or one of Dirk's lawyers, because he's just added Brian Steele to the case, has brought Drew Findling along to essentially, he's got Youngboy's lawyer, he's got Thug's lawyer. Thug just had a complete finesse and managed to, get an incredible deal for his case. And essentially, we're on a lawyer tour, man. This guy's getting paid enough. I mean, look how sharp the suit is. He must be getting absolute peas. It probably costs like a lot to have gaps in your pinstripes. You know what I'm saying? These sideways pinstripes. That's going to cost an absolute bag. We need to have these broken pinstripe suits. We're going to have to charge you a bag. The hourly rate must be absolutely absurd. But Drew Findling's on here. He's given a little bit of background information and probably arguing with and refuting some of the points that I've made. So in fairness, let's react to a few clips from this and just let's just see what the lawyer's saying, okay? Because look, I'm not legally qualified. I'm giving my personal opinion. I know a lot of dirt glazers are really upset that I'm basically just giving my personal opinion on how bad this looks. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it like some people. It's looking very bad, and this just is what it is. All right, this just is what's going on. So, what I think is interesting is he's basically talking about all the speculation about the charges. There's about 57 minutes, so let's just have a little listen to some of what's going on here.
When they come to me, I'm gonna do nothing but fight for them for the best, man. I'm just not thinking about you in front of me. Like, I'm being very, when it comes to Kentrell Golden, young boy, man, I think very much about that young kid that AmeriCorps came and saw when he was young, like fortune so early. And I just want to do everything. And the next person, if it's, I get the phone call on Dirk, same thing. Never heard anything but good things about him.
Do you have to compartmentalize though? Because when you get deeper into, like, you know, just the allegations in the case, they're accusing Dirk of doing something to someone who is affiliated with Youngboy, right? And that might, you know, then just put you in a little bit of a pickle, because again, you kind of just represented one guy, now you're representing this other guy who, you know, going back to the takeoff situation, right? Like,
so that's why this is so important, because the lawyers do not care. This ain't no 4K Trey OTF lawyer gangbanging stuff. This lawyer's double dipping. He's getting paid off whoever got the bag. He finna let you guys go to war about it and then represent both of you and get the bag. So really, these are the guys that are winning. You want to take a step back and glance out and really talk about, like, you know, the drill, gangster rap, street community playing themselves. It's going to be a rich lawyer that's really winning off your war about it. So the streets is really a myth. Don't crash out. Don't go and slide on your ops, because at the end of the day, you're just going to make a dude like this rich, bro.
Like, you know, you would recuse yourself from that one. Right. But here, you know, probably just not as close, and you're just doing what you do an amazing job at defending, you know, innocent people. But do you kind of get into that situation where you're like, oh, snap, this guy was kind of accused in a roundabout way of doing something to someone who could have been associated with the last guy I represented? I don't want to be in a position where they're asking me things like, yo, hey, so what about, or they even blame me, like, well, you got that guy off, you better get me off, or you picked a side or something.
Yeah,
like
so before everybody, I represented King Von.
Well, yeah, that is true. Rest in peace,
so
Davon Bennett.
I don't even look at it that way.
I forgot Drew Findling was repping King Von, you know, that's crazy. So he triple dipping. That's actually crazy when you think about it, bro. There's I swear there's footage of these guys together, man. He done seen it all, man. He done seen it all. He done seen everybody rise and fall. He done upgraded the suit 1 million times, upgraded the sunglasses, getting paid out here, man. It's very sad.
You know, it never even, literally never even entered my mind.
Did you represent him for the Atlanta case, the shooting one?
I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which case went away.
Some people felt like the feds were going to pick that up. The way how they just unceremoniously just dropped it.
Yeah. Not that I had word of, at least when I was involved in the case. And so that whole notion of a conflict never really, you know, never entered my mind.
Could you clear one? I'm sorry for cutting you off. Could you clear one thing up with that? Because there's so much internet chatter about that case. There's some people who feel like, hey, Dirk basically blamed it on Vaughn since he died, and that's why the case went away. Could you give us a little bit more clarity to just how that case was resolved from your perspective?
Yeah, so I can't, because a lot of that has been wrapped up in our protective.
Oh yeah.
Your perspective.
Yeah, so I can't, because a lot of that has been wrapped up in our protective order, so I can't even talk about it. Yeah,
it wouldn't be a good look, would it? Wouldn't be a good look.
Yeah. Not that it's part of the case, but it is in a segment of information that I'm prohibited from talking about.
Okay, so now you get the call.
Hey, make your own conclusions from that. You can make your own conclusions from that. You know what I'm saying?
From Dirk, this is a tough one.
Yeah,
I've seen the works of miracles. I think this might be part in the Red Sea if you get it done. you know, me, I'm a notorious pocket watcher, and I think this is the best time to do it. Can we get some? It doesn't have to be about this Dirk situation, but what is the $1 billion lawyer calling if somebody says, yo, I've been hit with a RICO, or yo, they say I murdered someone, or hey, they say I'm up for some type of sex trafficking. Seeing that some of these guys are probably going to be willing to take it to trial, what figure do you normally kind of throw out there that they know that's where we're at?
Right.
You know, I let's see what the answer is, but I feel like, you know what they're finna be saying? How much you got? How much you got? Because this your life, this your freedom. We're taking everything you got, man, and we might get you out,
right?
Yeah, man. You know I'm not going to answer that, but let
me. Man, I'm not going to answer that. Not going to answer that. Catch a body, and you'll find out. Go catch a body, and then maybe we can talk. I'm not going to answer that, bro. He taking everything you got. How much you got, Dirk? How much you got? How much you make off them songs? Yelling no. How much did you make off them? No songs. Because that's the price. I need it all.
I love the way
I set it up, right?
Why won't you answer it? That's mad disingenuous. Why won't you answer it? Why? What's the reason? Why can't you answer that? Why can't you tell me how much it's costing to defend these cases? Like, why are you trying to hide? What's the negative aspect of that you don't want people to know? Like, why? Just tell us.
Oh man, it was
I set it up too.
God, it was presented
I heard
beautifully.
$3 million though. I heard you got $3 million for 1 month of work before.
That was presented very nicely, man.
Yeah. That got the research, man. $3 million a month, bruh. Dirk, listen, Dirk getting a lot of money. Thug getting a decent amount of money, but Young Boy got the most money out of everyone, bro. That's the sad thing.
No comment on that one either.
So
New York Times put that out.
So let me say this. One of the things that's unique about our office is, as you know, most criminal defense attorneys is 1 or 2 people. I mean, we have a team of lawyers. 85% of people come in, they're using, you know, there's so many cases going on. People come in and they want to use one of the other lawyers in the Finley law firm. I mean, they don't even meet with me because everybody else has established a great reputation. So I'm not meeting with everybody. Not everybody is using me. But
AKA, if you want me, you finna pay $3 million a month, or I can give you one of my rookies, and you can say that you were dealing with the Drew Findling Corporation, but you finna, bro, you need to put the bagathon up a whole nother level if you want me on the case. God damn.
But in terms of setting a fee, one of the things that we do that I think is a little bit different is it takes us a while to set a fee. We have to really look into the case.
How much you got, man? Let me see them bank accounts. Let me see how much them bank accounts. Oh, you got 50 mil? Shit finna cost 49.
I have never charged a consultation fee, whatever they call it. Never done that one time in my life.
Really?
Oh man, I'm gonna charge you for like 1 hour to sit and talk.
What's the hourly fee at, man? I've heard Taco Pina said he's taxing them at like $3,000 an hour or $2,500. I'm like, whoa, hit him over the head. Well, why don't you? I've heard top tier lawyers. We're talking about the 1,200 range and above. So if we're talking about the good guys, now if you get somebody below 1,000,
bro, I'm so glad that I don't do murders. Like, bro, imagine having to pay some dude $3,000 an hour to try and get you out of a jam, bro. This is why you should not crash out, man. Don't crash out. Don't do murders. Don't do none of this stuff, man. Unless you end up paying my man $3,000 for the disjointed pinstripe suit.
You know, they could be good as well, but the top tier guys charge.
Yeah. So most individuals can't do an hourly, right? Because an hourly can grow so exponentially, man. It's like an hourly is like the movie Alien. It starts with 1, then it's 2, then it's 4, then it's 8, then it's 16. And, you know, before you know it, the bills are out of control. And when you're fighting for an individual, it's very, very difficult to get to that point where you're like, hey, we're going to trial, man. Here, you know, here's my hours. So you got to be really careful. There are certain clients that are famous clients that are like a corporation, and you can, but very few and far between. I don't care how well you're doing. Because it could start creeping into the 7 figures quickly. And so you got to really hit a number. When you do hourly, yes. I mean, our hourlies, mine's well over 2,000, you know, but it's got to.
Well over 2,000, man. You're getting the bagathon.
Be the right case. And when it's the right case, then the person that's paying that, they don't really give a shit that it's over $2,000 an hour. They just want you to fight for their freedom.
Yeah.
But
you got them over a barrel, you know. They just want to be free, so they're going to pay absolutely anything. They're going to pay absolutely anything. They just want to get out. They just want to go home, and that's what it is. But anyway, let's skip past this. I just want to quickly, let's just double back, just quickly look at the clips where he's talking about the, you know, the evidence and the fan edits and stuff, and then we'll wrap it up because this has been a long clip. But
try get. It is just really, really big that he's taken to going to Dubai, and there was nothing to indicate that he wasn't going to leave the dad. He waited a lifetime to leave. We think he's
really.
Probation officer met with him, looked at the evidence, the case itself. And
so that take care of the flight. Now we're into this idea that he's involved in this superseding indictment, and they put this additional fact.
Right.
And this additional fact claims he's so brazen with what they call his bragging or braggadocious, you know, speaking about the murder that they claim he was involved with, that he puts it on a song and depicts it and uses a news clip, correct?
Correct. And so we raised that the song, we have an affidavit from one of the producers, and we present it to the court. We go, look, you know, this was the proverbial smoking gun of the indictment. This is what distinguishes this case from.
I don't think it is the smoking gun of the indictment. I think Drew Findlin's kind of misrepresenting it, like a lot of the fans are here, and that wasn't the smoking gun of the indictment. I would say the smoking gun of the indictment, my personal opinion, sort of gets sued by Drew Findling for $3K an hour. My personal opinion is the smoking gun is that you flew a private jet and you was in LA when the murder happened. That to me is the smoking gun. Like, I never would have believed that. If you'd have said, yo, when the Lil Pab murder went down, Dirk was in LA, he took a private jet, he was chilling in LA with guys. Eyeballs popping out of my head. What? Forget the fact that he on hella songs talking about no, song after song after song. Talking about a one-up I hate from over there, got his head pierced. All of that stuff. After the murder. To me, the smoking gun is you was on a you took a PJ to the place where the murder went down? That to me is the smoking gun. And that's why I think these lawyers are being slick and they're trying to make it all about this lyric and this fan edit, and it ain't even about that. Personal opinion. Don't sue me.
The first indictment. This is the only new fact they put in. So they must think that this is a home run.
Well, it wasn't in the original indictment, right? So it's like they must think it's a home run, but then they just put it in later.
Provably false. And if Ack or Drew or Kelvin goes into a grand jury and says something like that, we got to lawyer up because we just said something that's untrue to a grand jury. And so our point is somebody went to the grand jury and said this, which is absolutely false.
Is it proven that, again, I know it's listed in the superseding indictment, but the grand jury proceeding is supposed to be the secretive process that I'm pretty sure you don't even have the minutes or the transcript for it yet. Are you working off an assumption that it was presented to the grand jury since it's listed in the indictment, or are you trying to find that out still?
Man, it's like we're working together here. Ready? I'm gonna get to that. Perfect question. That's my segue.
Okay.
So the prosecution stands up and they're just kind of coming up with some ideas. They start talking about these words and they come up with some stuff that we didn't really quite understand. And so a few weeks later, after he gets denied, I write them an email. And I said, hey, you made some reference to perhaps some videos or something. If you'd be kind enough to send them to me. And they send them to me that day. And
this is you to the AUSA.
To AUSA. And all they were just these fan edits. That's all they were.
Again, to me, this is deflection because it's like they're talking about, oh, they just sent me these fan edits. And it's like, yeah, but the fan edits basically illustrate what he was doing. They shouldn't have used those. That was a mistake. I totally agree. To me, it seems like a sort of procedural error when really the original indictment did not talk about him sampling the song. It talks about him monetizing it and referencing it. And just that fan edit is basically a lazy shortcut of illustrating what the original indictment said.
Were fan edits. And the disappointing part is I truly believe that these prosecutors or the FBI, whoever they work with, did not understand the concept of fan edits. Just like they didn't understand that you don't show up at a studio, okay, on a Sunday and put out a song on Monday. That it takes half a year or a year.
Oh, that's funny, right? You don't show up at a studio on a Sunday and the song takes half a year, but then the song came out after the murder and he's talking about Screaming No. It's just like, obviously he's an excellent lawyer because you can tell the way that he's kind of like weaving the narrative and he's focusing on the facts that he wants to focus on and he's kind of disregarding the facts that aren't convenient for his client. But you know, again, I feel like it's just such an effort to just be like, let's focus in on this fan-made edit thing, which obviously isn't a good look for the prosecutors. I'll throw that out there. Grand jury prosecutors, this is a hell of a mistake. This is a slip up, and you better hope that 20,000 pages of documents that you've apparently got is actually going to do something.
Okay, They clearly didn't understand the concept of fan edits. And so then we filed the motion to dismiss that I'm sure you read. And that was just filed last week, and that's going to take place on June 2nd. And in that, we now added the second producer, right? Because there's two producers.
One for Babyface, right?
Babyface, and he's just doing a feature, right? And so he's just throwing his stuff into, and we had to explain.
He's just doing a feature. He's just throwing his stuff into. Like, that's completely irrelevant. Like, Dirk got on the song talking about, I'd rather get revenge than millions. It's look on the news and see your son screaming, no, no. Green light. We got location. Like, bro, we got to do this again, bro. Told me they got location. You know, maybe they listen. Bro, I just realized something that's crazy, you know. I just realized something that's crazy. Oh, man, I got to do a quick mini bit of research. I'm finna wrap this up in a second, bro, but I've just realized something that's insanity. Hang on. Nah, this can't be what I think it is, bro. This can't be what I think it is. Hang on a minute. Hang on a quick hot minute. They said, when did they say Dirk recorded? They said, he recorded these Babyface lyrics way before the murder happened. Way before the murder happened. When did they say that? When did they say he recorded them lyrics? I need to see that again. He recorded them lyrics time ago, 7 months before. I swear there was a date. There was a studio date, right? Was it January?
It's evidence to the grand
jury. I swear they said it was recorded in January. Hang on a minute. Hang on a hot second. Because I swear they said they recorded it in January. Nah, I ain't even gonna, you know what? I ain't even gonna say it because people are gonna say it's federal. People are gonna say it's federal, but he recorded this portion of his song in January 2022. It can't be, can it? It can't be. Nah, listen, hang on. No, we ain't gonna say that. It's gonna be too federal. But look, basically, all right. It don't matter.
In the motion, we had to explain to the court, here's what a feature is, because nobody's done that. And I'm going to talk about that in a second.
We have to explain to the court what a feature is. It don't matter.
What we say in the motion is, because it's a big ask, you know. It's cool. You're asking that the case be dismissed. But you and I both know that's a big ask.
Yeah.
And so if you see the crescendo is, we want it dismissed. We want it dismissed, Judge, because you just can't go to a grand jury, even if it's negligence. You can't put something that throws shade on the rest of the case. Alternatively, we need the minutes from the grand jury so we can all see what happened. So great question, great point, and that's the end of the motion. The motion, which we'll argue June 2nd, is, Judge, we think the case would be dismissed. If anybody else said something that was false, they'd be in a lot of trouble. But if you think that's too big of an ask, at least let's see what happens.
Is June 2nd the?
I'll just say it. Okay, look, this is all I'll say. All right, is that basically Dirk recorded the song in January of 2022. They'd already tried to kill Quando Rondo by that point. That's all I'll say. And look, I ain't saying that Dirk's responsible for this. All right. But they'd already been trying to kill location. Somebody had already been trying to get location and green light and scream go on Quando already. So I just don't think any of that matters. I just think that, like, realistically, there's going to be way more evidence. Look, the smoking gun to me personally is that that Dirk was in the city when this went down. I think we're going to see an absolute avalanche of evidence when it comes to trial, or maybe we won't and Dirk will get out. But this is a federal case. This is a Fed RICO. It's not a good look. And I'm just trying to be realistic, bro. All right. Wishing Dirk a speedy trial. The best of luck. But it's not a good look. Anyway, I know a lot of people are going to be mad about that, but that's whatever. We're going to keep updating you on this channel. That's the plan going forward. Any other stories you want to keep track of, let me know in the comments. Send your hate comments. I'll react to them at some point. It's all love. We're just talking. Anyway, I'm out. Peace.
Elon Musk going after Trump and the Republicans in a way that could really matter beyond just tweeting or talking. He is vowing to now begin a new political party that would compete with the Republican Party. He says he'll call it the America Party. This Musk announcement comes amidst the break with Trump over the Republican budget, slashing subsidies, including things that Musk wanted that benefit his companies. Trump lashing out further. So the feud that had died down is back this week, saying Musk is off the rails and a train wreck.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. Third parties have never worked, so he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
I'm back with Mark and Juanita. And Mark, we live in the world as it is and not as it might be. We were just discussing the power of some of these corporations that want to help Trump. Here is someone who has a level of wealth that can dwarf most congressional races, can meaningfully be involved in the presidential race, as he showed last time. Trump says third parties don't work. Political scientists would tell you third parties have often tipped elections, even at the national level. Do you think if he spends on it, that this thing could matter or complicate the GOP's life?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that seems to be what Elon Musk's ideal reality would be here, which is to sort of disrupt what Republicans think, what they need to sort of win and continue to win the House majority and to keep the Senate. But I also think, a lot of the details here are key. I mean, Elon Musk has shown consistently that he's not really much of a detail guy as far as seeing something like this through. I mean, this is going to be requiring a lot of infrastructure, someone to recruit, candidates, get people on the ballot, and so forth. I mean, that's a lot of sort of nitty-gritty work, which obviously he didn't seem to be too big of a fan of before. So we'll see. I mean, I see why Trump would be ambivalent about it, because, I mean, he probably stands to lose more. But I also think that, I have some serious doubts about Elon Musk's ability to actually execute something like this, given his relatively brief and somewhat tumultuous record in politics.
Yeah, I mean, he's a complex figure in that way, Juanita. You can't doubt that he's had impact. He's had huge impacts in fields that he's focused on. But unlike other people that sometimes put decades into something, he has this frenetic, almost ADD style of management. As a Politico yourself, I'm sure you can remind everyone, Juanita, how long-term party building usually takes multiple cycles. That's even if the Democrats are down a little bit and they're trying to fight back in Virginia or North Carolina, and that's a party people are registered in. Here, you're asking for a whole new thing.
Not only are you asking for a whole new thing, it goes down to a granular level of hoops that he would have to jump through at the state and local levels in terms of petitions signed by local voters, engagement that's sustained. Candidates would be willing to run under his banner even, and then you bring in the entire concept of the federal election commissions and legal responsibilities and requirements and filings. I don't think he has the stomach for the long game, as Mark mentioned. But also, Ari, I got to jump back to something we talked about last time I was on with Jason Johnson, when he's like, why is a billionaire able to even influence elections this way? It does hearken to the devastating state of our democracy at present, and how much farther it stands to decline if someone like Elon Musk continues to throw around his wealth and his billions in this game, when the reality is that real people's lives and well-being are on the line with every single election.
Yeah, Mark, how about that? I mean, we live our lives mostly through stories, not statistics. If the story becomes enough billionaires that are overreaching and upsetting to enough people, does that catalyze some concern that Juanita mentions? That heck of a lot of people left, right, and center don't think other people, whether they made a lot of money or moved here from wherever, should be running everything just because they're rich.
You would think. I mean, I do think, look, I mean, it's unclear how much money, if any, Elon Musk is going to put into this. I mean, right now, his big interest, or at least his big success, has been to trigger Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump obviously doesn't like that he's doing this. And I think Elon Musk probably, is getting a kick out of that fact alone. Look, I think people don't like rich, billionaires getting involved in politics, but it's never stopped them before. It certainly didn't stop them in the last election. And there's really not been an election where you can point to money in politics sort of being the main issue. I mean, yes, John McCain has, that was sort of his signature when he first started running, his fundraising reform bill, which was a huge issue, but it hasn't really gotten traction, certainly not since, the Supreme Court ruled, in favor of just super PACs and the unlimited money being allowed to be spent on campaigns. So, look, right now, I mean, I think it's sort of a distraction, and it's also hard to imagine a serious politician running in congressional district X on the America Party because he or she is very, very compelled by Elon Musk's vision for the future. I mean, I don't see it, but I guess it could happen in the next year and a half sometime.
We're going to have several announcements in the next 48 hours. And Joe, I think what President Trump is concerned about is the quality of the deals, not the quantity. My mailbox was full last night with a lot of new offers, a lot of new proposals. So it's going to be a busy couple of days. But importantly, too, that President Trump has said that the countries would not go back to the reciprocal rate until August 1st.
Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in the East with the 90 deals in 90 days deadline just 2 days from right now. Donald Trump's officials have moved the goalposts with a new message.
Hey, what's happening, y'all? It's another episode, man. I'm chilling on this thing, you feel me?
Adam and Wack 101. And we're back.
Today is definitely going to be 101.
Yeah?
Because there's been a lot of teachings going on, and I don't know if students been paying attention.
Much has happened since I last saw you.
Yeah, some shit really, it's probably good it happened how it happened.
Forex losing his hand feels like ancient history at this point.
Yeah, it's really like a thing of the past.
Well, it's been like a week.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, I think what it is if he would have lost his hand like on a Magic Mountain roller coaster ride and something happened, people would still be into it. But the more the story comes out,
I feel like we got to be careful to not talk about this in such a callous way. People would still be into it.
No, because here's the thing. Initially, I thought 4X's was holding it and his buddy went to light it and then maybe it went off, right? I just kind of learned the other day they were in a car.
That's what I heard.
So respectfully, when people hear stuff like that, it's like when you hear something one way, right? Like you hear like, all right, man, dude got hit because he was saving a kid in the middle of the street and the car struck his hip, but he got the kid out the way. It's like, oh shit, that's conversation. People kind of got feelings and emotions for that. They champion that. But then you hear like, oh man, dude broke his leg because he jumped off the top of the building high off PCP. Be like, yo, dude burnt out.
Okay. I feel like
we don't really trip it.
The issue isn't that this is like not an interesting enough story. The issue is just that we, as people who have extremely short attention spans, just move on to the next thing so quickly. I will remind you that Donald Trump got shot in the ear, almost in the head, and that everybody had completely moved on like 48 hours later.
Yeah, but you know what the narrative was. The dumbest narrative that trumped everything. He had it done on purpose, right? People started to push that narrative.
I'm surprised people didn't say that about the 4Extra thing. I mean, I just watched a clip of Joe Budden saying that he didn't believe it, at least in part because he doesn't believe anything that I say.
Well, maybe that's a shot at you because he hasn't taken one in a while.
No, but
you took several shots at Joe.
But whatever. That was a long time ago. All I'm saying is that Joe Budden, still is doing the thing that I thought was personally pretty annoying already, like the day that it happened. A lot of people, King Pill notably, was hitting me up basically telling me like, I know that shit AI. I know you're running a play.
No. A lot of people thought it was fake. I was hoping it was fake.
Yeah.
My first thing to Lupe and Remo was, tell me this ain't real. Right. Not that it was AI. I was hoping he was running a play because you can't even bring yourself as a man. Bro, he just had a birthday. You just turned 36 or so, something like that.
Something like that. 37 maybe.
As a man, a middle-aged man, that's middle age. You halfway through 70, right? And we're thinking at the time his whole hand is gone.
Right.
Him being him, right? To have to mentally deal with that.
Yeah.
And it's not your left. It's your right. It's the one you depend on the most, the one you use the most.
The one that you've been telling us that you're very, very good with for the entirety of the time that we knew you.
So I'm bracing myself. The trolling didn't bother me because I immediately injected myself with anti-troll, don't get mad.
Yeah, you
because they coming.
Yeah, you can.
I knew certain people was coming, and I knew that if I responded, they would keep coming. Right? So it was like, all right, cool. He's alive. He can walk. I'm still a little worried about his vision.
Same.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that is, but long as he can see, there's other things they can do as far as, enhancement with glasses and things and so forth.
And he just released photos in the hospital, and I'm actually kind of unsure because in some of the photos it looks like he's like squinting and shit, like his eyes look kind of different. And then in some of the photos his eyes look like they're wide open, but that doesn't necessarily mean that his vision is totally bad.
Well, when damage is done to these intricate parts behind our eye, even that has to heal. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure they probably don't want him in the sun.
I was looking into it, just asking ChatGPT and everything, and it was basically saying that it's not that uncommon for you to lose a significant amount after something like that and to get it back later. One thing that kind of pissed me off is that Lupe called me yesterday and basically told me that she got fired as his manager because people in his family basically think that she's the one who outed the fact that he is having difficulties with his vision, which is actually not true. You're in that group chat with me and Remo. She did not say anything about that. And if anything, I think that she was kind of fudging the truth by telling us that his vision was fine.
Lupe said, I remember, she said, he's good, right? He has a little damage to his hand. It's not bad. Other than that, he's the same old Forexer. She never mentioned nothing about no eyesight. She never sent no photos or pictures.
Right.
Actually, I'm gonna be real. It's his homies that's sending the photos.
Really?
Who else was in that parking lot left?
I don't know. I think they tried to lock it down right away because it's like you would have thought that you would have seen clips of him being loaded into the ambulance.
I got a
we
photo.
Really didn't see a lot from that.
I got a photo that come from somebody on his side that he sent to somebody that,
Really?
Yeah, like I won't get nobody because I don't want to come out. You know what I'm saying? So, but it definitely didn't come from no damn Lupe. But one thing, listen, motherfuckers say what they want about Lupe. Lupe's not going against the grain.
Yeah, no, she loves the guy.
Yeah, she ain't going against the grain.
It's kind of weird because, all right, so I sent him a voice note like early on, and then today, before he actually posted the photos, I went to send him another voice note, and I noticed his number's coming up green right now. So I'm not really sure if he's even bothering to charge his phone or where he's at exactly with that. So I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned.
It's a mental, you got to remember, like, respectfully, right? Thinking about you and what you represent, thinks about him having to talk about it and expose whatever he's going through. Because you just genuinely want to go see him as a brother, right? That's it. But thinking about you, he thinks about this table.
Yeah, like somebody told me that he thought that I wanted to go there and film, which obviously that's totally, I didn't even mention that idea. Obviously it's totally in his hands. And that's the weird thing about it is that, and see, every single thing I say, they're going to act like it was like a joke. Cause like even in the first one I said, fingers crossed, people are like, oh, look, he's intentionally clowning him. That was not on purpose. But all I'm saying is that I obviously am trying to just let him get better. If he wants to do content, if he wants to do whatever, we can get to it. But first and foremost, we're concerned about him just being good and really just his mental health in general, because there's going to be a lot of shit for him to get used to, even if it's just the hand. And also in that photo that came out, you can see that there's something going on with his left hand too. Like his left hand is bandaged up too. I don't know if it was just burnt or if anything could have happened there too.
Bro, like originally I thought all this happened in the open.
Yeah.
It totally changes when you're talking about inside of a car.
Yeah.
Because now the blast is going to dominate even more.
Yeah.
It's here. So when I heard he was a passenger and the other dude took the damage he took to the side of his face and it was Forexer's right hand, now I'm imagining being the passenger, something getting lit and you trying to toss it out that window, or him coming this way finna toss it that
But
way.
if it was contained inside the car,
it
that's
had
not
to be
good.
dead center.
Yeah.
For dude to take because I'm hearing he kind of missing a portion of his face.
But do you know
and
who the
ear.
other guy was? I haven't heard at all.
Yeah, we definitely know who he is.
Okay. But is it someone we know?
He's somebody. Well, he's somebody everybody know. But he from over there. You know what I mean? But he not. I don't know him for being on social media, but he's definitely. People know who he is, right? He a G, right? He older dude, right? So, I'm gonna let them. It's obvious they haven't really showed him or even really mentioned him. So I'm gonna let the 40s or his family, be the ones to do that. But just thinking about the whole situation of it, I ran it. Either he went to throw it out and it bounced back, or he reached over here to toss it out the window here and it went off. You know what I'm saying? So either way it go, it's one of those things that you got to live with that you wish you could take back. I've usually committed those things in A, relationship, or B, going to jail.
Right.
But you just do it.
I mean,
third, his last trip, I went to see him, set him down, because I'm the only one, like when he flips, don't nobody want to go around him. Like my whole team, any of us flip, don't nobody go around us but us, right? He ready to do something to everybody. I set him down, talk to him. He does what he always does. This 1,000-mile stairway I know he hearing me. Next thing I know, collect call. I don't see him for 13 years. And I guarantee you that was one of them times where he wished, damn, right? So it happens to all of us that we did something, made a decision that we wish we could take back. This one is just he's dealing with his physical aspects, and I'm glad his face ain't gone.
Yeah.
And us knowing 4 extras, he cocky enough and his ego is big enough to where he's gonna make sense out of it anyway.
Right.
His recovery time, if it take most people to recover in a year, he gonna do it in 3-4 months.
You
know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's just, okay, you can imagine a scenario where he comes back and he's still got that energy, that personality, his hand is fucked up, but he's able to keep rapping, keep podcasting. Yeah, the boxing shit is probably off the table, or at least like heavily modified.
Yeah.
I feel like if he comes back with that energy, he's good. But I feel like it's wise for him to not pop out until he's got his mind right. He shouldn't be in any kind of hurry to be like demonstrating who he is again to the people until he gets his confidence back or whatever it might be that's kind of slowing him down.
I don't think his confidence is gone. I just think he wants his hand to heal how it's going to heal so he can do what he going to do. His confidence ain't gone.
Right.
I'm going to tell you that right now.
Well, maybe with the hand.
I'm cocky,
right.
so I know how that is.
But if the narrative about his vision is true, then I'm worried. Because I feel like that's going to be something that would change.
Well, we might see him
big time.
We might see him in some glasses or even some contacts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That would be great.
I don't think he's all the way gone. It might be damaged. He might have lost some of it. But shit, you see Trap Lord got Coke bottles on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He tell you, take them off. He said, "Wack, I can't see nothing."
He doesn't even have a good story.
Who?
Trap Lord. He was just born with
that's what I'm saying.
genetics. It's a UK
right.
thing.
So,
in America, we have good eyesight.
I've been making some calls for him because I got a few people that's like into that type of stuff.
Okay.
Cats like will.i.am.
Oh, really?
will.i.am showed me a bodysuit 8 years ago.
You think will.i.am is going to get him a prosthetic hand?
No, I think listen, I'm going to be real with y'all. Y'all underestimate that dude.
Really?
I want you to do, one day I'm going to get him to come in and sit down with a close friend of mine.
I love that idea.
But he was showing me the cloning machines 12, 13 years ago at the studio. Studio is sick, right? But I remember him showing me a bodysuit for people that couldn't walk, that they were designing for like people paralyzed. Once you get in the suit, they could walk, move around. But so I put in a few calls to him to get back to me to see, because he's in those circles, though he's partners in those type of circles, to see if they doing something. Because will.i.am come from East LA, come from the projects, come from the hood. And he loves to help our people. You know what I mean? So,
will.i.am hood vlog.
I mean, will.i.am has a school for the youth teaching kids how to code.
Oh, that's what's up.
Literally, like
probably gonna have to shut that down because it's all gonna replaced by AI.
Well, I don't know it now. He's probably just
not like right
adjust.
away,
but he also created the thing for the Mercedes to where when you're driving and stopping, your music is adjusting to the Google that. Like will.i.am is into a whole lot of stuff. People just don't know it, right? I wouldn't have known it, but we got close over the last decade and a half or so. And it's cool, but that's my thing. I've really been trying to figure out in my own head, what could I do to offer him to do?
4 extra?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking about too. Like, okay,
you know what I'm saying?
What direction should he go career-wise?
I believe, I'm gonna be real. I believe, me personally, 4 Extras has a story.
Yeah.
I believe 4 Extras could do a series. I really believe that. And that's something that can get him ahead.
Right.
Right. And then from that, he can figure out other things. I believe he has a story and he has a series. The touchy part about it with Nephew is, can he stay his ass out to complete it?
Yeah, no, definitely.
You get what I'm saying? But he has a story. His neighborhood love him. He got a story. I mean, look, bro, I hate to say it, but as crazy as he is, everything that comes his way, he endures it. We didn't watch him get out of jail for a week, go back and be on the phone. Yep, I'll be right back. I'm back in here and whatever. Yeah. I'm like, bro. And some people say he like it in night that he like it in jail. I think he just knows how to adjust and deal with the situations that he put in.
Right.
And I think even with this, we're not finna see no Debbie Downer 4 Extras.
Yeah.
I don't see that.
That would be the thing that killed me, because when I was even watching, we got a vlog that's coming out maybe today when the people see this, where he went go-kart racing with Ralphie and a bunch of the no jumper guys and stuff. And it's just like, his energy is just so high. He's having so much fun all the time. He turns any situation into the 4 Extras show. Like, he just hypes everybody up from just being around. And that's the main thing that I'm, I guess, a little worried about, is just that, like, I hope he still has that same charm that people like fell in love with. So I don't know. I still like it's weird getting back to regular life and just doing podcasts and stuff. Like, our boy didn't just have this like insanely traumatic thing happen to him. And it's even worse because you got the internet and like, it's like, I know he's in there. He's probably not online that much or whatever, but I'm just seeing so many people just hating on me, hating on people here, acting like everybody is just like turning on him or whatever. And I'm like kind of worried, like, is he falling for these fucking narratives that he's probably hearing secondhand from people?
Well,
I don't necessarily know. I'm just kind of worried that.
First and foremost, it wasn't a no jumper event at Abinat. No jumper didn't give him the fireworks. Right. So 4 Extras ain't going to look at you or nobody in this building like they're responsible for what happened. Right. I don't believe that. A lot of people going to say, Adam, you're responsible. What you going to do? Right.
Right.
I mean, let me explain something to you. I remember spraining my ankles, both of them, when I was heavy in the trucking business. Right. When I was driving my own personal truck. When I called in and told them I sprained my ankles, shit, I had to call my workers' comp people that luckily I did, because I was an independent contractor, right? The job, they like, all right, shit, let us know when you're ready to come back.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's just how that works, right? So, when you're running a business, people get paid when they do a job. You get what I'm saying? It's on us to have our own private insurance and things like that. But the internet, they don't have nothing on you, so they got to put something on you.
But from what I understand, like, the internet is part of the problem because of the fact that his sisters are the primary ones who have been taking care of him since the shit went down in the hospital and everything. And apparently they're not super internet fluent, or they don't spend a ton of time online. So perhaps to them, they're having a hard time understanding all this craziness that's going on, and they're probably seeing all these weird memes. It's like, it's got to be weird to be a person who's not terminally online and your brother loses a bunch of fingers.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden you have to watch an AI video that someone made of him sitting right here there with the firework going off in his hand, which is like, I've just seen so many
and they're thinking, did you do it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, like if you're not super online, if you're not tapped into all this stuff, it might be.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I watched you do.
You love this, huh?
No, I watched you. No, this is real talk.
Okay.
Watch a dude go to jail 2-3 times and hold his position.
I thought you were switching over to another topic, but yeah.
I watched you. No, listen, bro, you don't get that. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? I watched you. He went to jail 2-3 times and you held his position. So it's a lot of value in that.
Right.
I watched you go over there to his neighborhood and support his video. Right. I watched you take it and put it up on your platform. Right. And I'm going to speak on it. Bro, I got a lot of seniority in this build now, I feel like, over the last couple years with you, right? And I had to pull teeth getting some shit up on the page. Listen, and I'm not tripping. That just show the genuine love you have for him. I know what you thinking, like, whack, you're whack.
Right.
Dude just got out. He trying to come up, get his clout. I'm helping build him. Cool. So when I see certain things, I know what that means, right? I'm like, okay, Adam got real love for him because I know how you operate around here. Certain shit is just cut and dry is what it is. Right. So, at the end of the day, he still hasn't contacted you?
No. And honestly, I haven't heard anybody say that they've spoken to him besides the people who have actually gone there. And I don't know, like, the people that are the closest to him, I guess, but I don't know anybody who's
Number the other way, attacks and slams.
Dreams do come true. I am showering on Netflix.
Hey YouTube champs, what if your YouTube channel is the next big thing everyone's talking about? Those big names with millions of subs? Yeah, that could be you. VFly is the key to getting real engagement. We're also an official Google partner. New users get 50% extra views on their first campaign. Use code FIRST50. You can start promoting your videos today for just $10, no strings attached. Don't wait, head to vfly.com and get your YouTube growth now.
Talk to him.
I wouldn't read into it in a negative way. Maybe nephew just kind of getting his mind together. You know what I'm saying? And he probably knows, I know where Adam's at. I know where he's at.
And for a lot of people like myself, not going online for a couple days or a week is almost unthinkable. Like I've never done that. Like I've just never gone a day without checking Instagram and Reddit and YouTube and all this shit. For him, I feel like he's not terminally online. Like I feel like for him, just like letting his phone die and just being in his own world while he's dealing with this shit is probably a lot more intuitive to him. Like that's just, I don't think he's as internet obsessed as many of us. But
bro, he's in another world. Yeah. We don't even know what world he's in because none of us have not been threatened knowing we done lost part of our body. You get what I'm saying?
None of us, most of us don't really know what this is
We
like.
don't know what that's like.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So, mentally, I know in the long run, he going to be all right. He's a warrior. He ain't a soldier. He's a warrior. You know what I mean? He's one of those dudes who come from dictating something and dealing with adversities when they're in front of him. But, me personally, I just been kind of giving thought to things I know I got going on outside of this that I could probably okay, listen, nephew, you want to come over here and do this. I do know it's something you can do. You being you, me being me, we can probably through the no jumper type of politics and the people I know kind of probably walk into and get a meeting at Netflix to do that series because a lot of content they're going to want to use from him here and know that you behind it to make it bigger. So, you know, I could put in a call or two to one of the dudes we know and a close friend I know up at Paradigm and start working that. Matter of fact, I'm going to start putting it together just in case he wants to go that way.
Yeah. I mean, like,
you know what I'm saying?
You know, the first thing that comes to mind is like, are they really trying to make shows about people who have done, you know, like dozens of interviews and vlogs, and there's already so much information about them out there for free on the internet? But then I think of somebody like Liver King, and he had a Netflix documentary recently, and I mean, nobody's more overexposed than Liver King in terms of doing every podcast, putting out reels every day, etc. So I feel like there probably is a version of that, because that's what, like, I've been thinking about this whole time.
It's only 1-4 extras out of the West Coast,
but it's like, is this like, I've known people throughout my life in the BMX game, in rap, etc., who like suffer a major injury, and it just kind of feels like that just stops their trajectory in its path. And I feel like with him, there is a version of this in which he becomes way bigger, more successful, and is able to actually like make more out of this.
And the reason why he has more life to himself because he got a team around him.
Yeah.
Like Adam, you just real modest.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to reach, you can reach. It's a bunch of people that's going to take that call from Adam 22. Straight up. You got to remember, you like the fucking, you the cash money of podcasting.
I like that.
Ack is independent right now, but that's right now. At one point in time, he come from something. This is an independent situation.
So because Ack had a deal with Spotify for a couple of years, you don't consider him truly independent?
He is not right now, but you've never had one.
No.
Right? So you got to remember, Spotify, Ack is Ack. They brought him in there because he was Ack. Prior to Ack, he had the thing with him and Joe doing it, right?
Yeah.
So this platform, and I've been working on some things. I didn't want to tell you. I'm just going to just bring them to you and show you what, because you barely half of what you could be. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. If you're hearing about people getting 50 to 100 M's, right? And they ain't half of what you are, what does that tell you?
Who got 50 M's?
Wallow and Gilly.
I mean, hey.
No, get what I'm saying? So I've been working on it through my friends in the buildings. Put it together. I wanted to make sure. I wanted to where it's just on his decision.
Anybody who's telling me, no shot to them, anybody who's telling me that they got like $100 million podcast deal, I would like to see bank records. I would like to see how this all breaks down, because this doesn't, it's hard for me to wrap my head around.
Let me explain something to you.
Sure.
I watched Wallow go cop a couple Ferraris, Lambos, couple mansions. He copping them. He built like, this is real shit. Like, bro, and we know he just come on. They did a big deal, a huge deal.
So he's just buying multiple Ferraris.
No, he having fun, but he got, his bag is what it is, so it ain't no stopping it. He's good. So what I'm telling you is, I just haven't told you, but I got my people that's in them places putting together serious packages, because we're missing like 10, 15 different streams of revenue that they control. For instance, my guy, R&B, right? Aston Martin. They called me last week.
And said what?
I guess they got an Aston Martin truck, right?
Okay.
That's worth about $350,000. They said, Wack, would y'all like to drive a truck? $50,000 for 2 years for y'all. I said, put together a package to where we can tie Aston Martin with no jumper.
They're going to charge you $50,000 to drive it for 2 years?
That ain't shit.
I know it ain't shit, but still.
But what I'm saying is, that's just the truck. They got another car. It was $15,000, right? The little two-door joint that you was driving, right? So I told them, put together a package where y'all can partner with no jumper on. You get what I'm saying? I did the same thing with Toyota. A guy, Sam, you met. I've been doing it with a lot of different people. I got my man, Andrew Ruff at Paradigm, one of the chairmen, working on packages together in a minute. So in the next couple months, I'm going to put on the table this thing that's yours, right? Yeah, I'm here. I help create content, but I feel like that's not really how I'm gonna lay my foundation with you. You get what I'm saying?
I need that.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Because of my reach of other things I know how to do and friends I have around me. And so I could do like other people and say, yo, let me go build my own thing and do that. But the time is right now.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I can continue to, I can put another 10 stories on top of your 30. Right. So, so that's just where we at. And like I said, with 4 extras, he know that he got a home with you.
Yeah.
And I think psychologically, he just trying to get himself right.
But do you want to tell the world how much you heard he's looking for his first interview back?
I heard he's looking for $50,000.
Yeesh.
And I will say this.
Yesterday's price is not today.
But don't nobody give
Wait, what? You don't think people are going to pay $50,000 for that?
It's been too much.
Maybe Gilly and Wallow could
I'm going to be real. If the photos wasn't out and the conversation wasn't out, then
I'm going to be real.
I think they'll pay $50,000 for a documented reenactment.
Okay, that sounds insane.
That's what $50,000 sounds.
I'm gonna put it in perspective to people. How many views I would need to get in order to pay somebody $50,000? 6 million.
That's what I'm telling you.
That's gonna be tough. Yeah.
What I'm telling you.
I might have to let somebody else pay that 50 ball, and then he could come back.
But
to this
watch this. Somebody like Vlad.
Yeah.
That has the paywall he has, right?
Yeah.
Will pay that type of money to do a reenactment that's probably 20, 30 minutes long.
Why would anybody want a reenactment?
Because
this is sick.
No, people like to see shit.
They don't like to see someone.
They do. What's the sister name? I think they did one with her. The sister name who had the car accident out of Watts. Apple Watts. They did something with her. You up on her, right?
I personally wouldn't even want to be in the business of offering to do a reenactment of him losing.
Man, let me tell you something. If 4 extras wouldn't have a problem with reenacting, standing on the court, how your day went that morning, they already got the clips of him clowning with the shit in his head.
If he wanted to do it,
shit. I mean,
sure,
listen,
we could do it. I'm just saying I'm not going to be like in a bidding war for this.
No, I'm saying if he wanted 50, if that was his thing, right?
I would never pay anybody 50 for anything ever. It just would never make sense.
That's you can't say that.
Well,
you can't say that. That's because it depends on what the situation is, right?
I suppose.
But what I'm saying is, it is ways where that deal makes sense. Him sitting down on a podcast, right? That probably don't make sense to nobody, right?
No.
But if you give somebody 20 minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes, a little something exclusive.
What we need is a crypto coin. CoffeeZilla, what do you think of this idea? We do a 4 extra crypto coin, a meme token, whatever you want to call it. We drop that, and then that provides the income. Because literally any of those meme token people would do this.
Well, I'm going to tell you like this. People going to the feds over them type of tokens, I'm cool on that.
Okay.
Not only they going to the feds,
that's what CoffeeZilla wants.
They suing the people who they doing deals with. I done seen a few people caught up in them lawsuits. Like they'd come pay an artist to do a deal promoting it.
I heard the Hawk Tua girl gave up her Twitter.
Who?
Never mind.
I don't know who that is, bro. Hawk Tua sound like a Louis to me.
It is.
That's a fact.
Well, it's like a sucking thing. Hawk Tua.
You should just go head on and go that way, bro.
I was just showing you what it would look like. Anyway, moving on. Get well soon, 4 extra. I'm hoping to talk to him in the near future. We had a situation that took place on Tuesday, and I know you've got a lot of thoughts about it.
Talking about when you got marked out.
Zero marking out happened right here.
I don't know. He put the audio out. You tried to put it out on mute. He put the audio out.
He put out.
You didn't hear what he said?
He put out that video.
Fool, my homeboy saved you. Yeah, ain't nobody between us but air and atmosphere, but my homeboy is saving you. I'm going to knock the basketballs off your wall.
I know you don't believe the things that you're saying right now.
That's what he did. That's what he said.
Because in reality, okay, so he waited today. Yesterday was the day that we were talking all about it because today's Thursday. So Wednesday, the podcast happens Tuesday. He tries to fight me Tuesday night. We talk about it all day Wednesday. We're doing podcasts. We're talking about the whole situation. Then Thursday is today. Today he finally puts out the clip where he claims that he marked me out. And if anything,
I saw you push him up. I saw you push him
exactly. He does not push me at any point. Granted, my push, not a serious push. I go like that.
Like, get away from him.
A little tiny, like get out of here, you nasty, smelly bum. And then he posts the clip afterwards, which is like he has a perfect opportunity. He could have swung on me. Instead, he takes a few steps back, pulls out his phone, turns his phone on, and then all of a sudden, oh, hold me back.
Social banging.
You was a bitch. You was a hoe. You was a cracker.
But you know why? You know why he pulled that phone out, right?
Because he wants the content.
No. He pulled that phone out because I'm telling R&B. I said, if he go in that pod, that space behind bro,
the cubicle,
he gonna pop his ass. This a fact. I said, boy, if his ass go in that cubicle. So that's why he pulled his phone out to make you think about it.
You think that was a scary
because
move?
he already had did enough to give you reason. You got to remember his persona.
Well, a lot of people are telling me that is not how it works in Los Angeles. And actually, because I said on the podcast that if he had punched me, that I would have popped him.
That's a fact.
And people are telling me that really that's not enough of a justification to do that in Southern California.
He looked like he had 5-6 gang members in there. What is he talking about? With Karen comes Darren.
And I mean, I could just imagine the arguments I could make in court. Like, hey, here, look at this video of him in his ops hood waving a gun around.
They ain't met Darren.
That was like 3 weeks ago.
They ain't met Darren. Officer, I don't know. It was this big black guy. He had tattoos all over his face, and he pushed me, and I didn't know what it was. Other black guys. So I just shot him like 7 times.
Headshot. He had a bunch of black guys with him everywhere.
Hey, what you mean 7 times? Because he had these big boobs and I didn't know what was going on.
Officer, I was scared of the Bloods.
There you go.
You know
there goes Darren.
What I would have said to the cops, if the cops shut up, I would have said, lawyer. Lawyer. Officer, nice to meet you. Lawyer. That's the only way we're going to get past this.
That's it.
Anyway, so
Alex Castle
let's,
to the rescue.
Let's go in order. So you saw the situation that took place, and you claimed in the comments on Instagram that you were very, very proud of me for instigating the situation.
Yeah.
I initially defended myself. However, when I went back to look at the footage, I really did bring it up. And it wasn't out of malice. It wasn't because I knew it was going to play out that way.
You brought it up because he said shit was boring.
It was just pure ignorance on my fault because I didn't really think until it was already coming out of my mouth about the fact that Ann Hefe was going to feel away.
That's cap. Stop it, Darren.
No,
that's cap. I'm going to tell you why.
It was like it's happening as I'm talking, and I'm kind of realizing like,
Ann, you knocked that shit out. Bro, when you said, I'm going to tell you why you said it. This fool is totally down in the show. Y'all doing right? Man, this is boring.
He's saying the topics suck, which just for the record,
so what you
the topics do suck sometimes. This was not that week. We had extremely interesting stuff to talk about.
I'm going to tell you where the trigger started. You wanted to address 4 extras. He downed it. He like, oh, that ain't whatever. You let that go. Then when he said, man, this is boring, ain't nobody this, you said, okay, let's talk about you. See, when you said to let's talk about you, you was going to put him on the spot with Ann Hefe because you already determined he was going to tuck his tail. And I'm going to tell you how I know that.
I thought about the fact that there would be any tension because, listen, when I brought up King Pill and the idea of Darren. Ann Hefe did not say a word in the group chat. He did not.
So why did you say?
He didn't give a shit.
So why did you say? You took the disses out of your song, and Ann Hefe, you don't even want to know what he said about you. What are you talking about?
This is all I'm trying to explain to you, and I'm not.
I'm proud of you.
Word to my mama. Word to my mama. On the dead homies, on the dead looks, everybody. I said the thing. I said, "Why'd you take the disses out of your song?"
Okay, that's cool.
That was a single thought.
That's cool.
And as it's leaving my mouth,
you said what?
I kind of see a little bit of a reaction from Ann Hefe, and I say, because Aaron, you might feel away about, or you listen. It just came out. Like I wasn't thinking. And I'm gonna be honest with you, most of the time that me and my girl have ever had a big fight, it's because I say something without thinking about it. I say something and it just turns out to be super offensive, super mean, super fucked up. This is not like a new thing in my life.
I was so proud of you.
But all I'm saying is people tend to attribute like evil genius to it when it's like dumbass.
I know they're gonna hate this
explanation.
I know they're gonna hate this.
But also that is like what you want me to do.
You know what I was doing?
You want me to set these guys up.
I was doing?
Yeah.
6ix9ine boys. Yeah, Adam. Yeah. Yeah, Adam. Yo, I was like, yo, this now it's up. So now I'm watching. And here comes Dumbo. Lush. Here comes dumbass
Why does Lush get blamed for everything?
Because Lush thinks he's you. See, you can get away with shit. Adam, I program myself before I walk in that door, right? 60% whack, 40% Cash Jones. Because I know you gonna say some crazy shit.
Right.
So yeah, you know that, right? So people ask me, how do you deal with Adam? I said, Adam is my therapy. He is the way that I'm getting back to normal.
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today. Fiverr. Start now.
Join eToro's Learn and Earn Challenge and earn cash. It's easy. Visit etoro.tw/earn. Take some of our investing courses, test your knowledge by completing quizzes, and get a cash bonus for each passing grade. At the end of the challenge, take our survey to get paid. Boom! Learn and earn on eToro today.
Because the other people, the person I am, he's not, bro, gang banging mentality isn't normal.
Yeah.
Right? Straight up. You wanting to sock somebody out because of look isn't normal. So you are great therapy for me to get back to normal. If I can deal with you and the outlandish, sick, crazy things you say, that's getting me to normal. Right? You know, I know how to trigger you too. That's why when I get tired of it, I do shit that I know will piss you off. Oh, Brad, I think later on when you look at this shit, you're like, yo, he did that shit on purpose. Okay. He did this, that, and other. But that was great. Now, and Hefe is in the trick bag.
Right.
Now, I had never even heard the song. So I didn't know, right?
Have you heard it now?
Yeah, I went and listened to it today.
Because the remix that
they got 12,000 streams.
It has. Oh, you listen to the audio. Well, the video that we dropped, he censored it and took it out because there's a couple of different things he says in the original one.
I remember you said you wasn't going to release it on a No Jumper platform for a reason.
Well, I said that because they filmed clips to put in it in Forester's neighborhood or whatever. That's when I said, listen, I'm not trying to put that out on the platform. Then they censored it, and then they took those clips out. Because keep in mind, in New York, when we went to do all those vlogs with Bobby Shmurda and all that kind of shit, I'm in the car with Hit It J3, Bomb to Juno, and King Pill, and we're listening to the song. And Hit It J3, I think in that moment for the first time, realized like, yo, it's not a good idea for G Uno to be on this song because of the fact that there's stuff that you're saying in this that is meant only for your local ops in Pomona, but it's going to put Bomb to Juno in a weird position in LA. I'm not even 100% up on exactly what this is. We're a bad look or whatever. But Hit It J3 raised the issue and basically just said, from his perspective, that's not a good idea. You guys should at least take those words out because that'll show that you're being respectful of the politics, which I think was probably a good idea.
Yeah, that's real.
If it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't even notice that he took the shit out of the song. So, I mean, me asking about it was basically just a follow-up on something that I already knew was something they were talking about.
So now it gets weird because Lush has been to start pushing the envelope because he says, I bet you didn't even know that the song was going to get that big, did you? Right? So now,
I was trying to shoot somebody.
So now, and Hefe kills it. Man, we ain't for the pot because he know eventually somebody's gonna say, "Well, what did he say?"
Because you got to think about the mentality of an Ant Hefe, where he's a serious street dude. He's done a bunch of time. He's respected. He ain't had mark out moment in the social media world, etc. You know, a lot of us are kind of used to being involved in a bunch of messy shit. He hasn't really gone through all that.
Yeah, he ain't had nothing.
But you know that he's getting warned and having people on his bumper and telling him, hey, No Jumper is going to basically clown you, line you up, make you look stupid at some point. And from his perspective, it's like, well, I keep going in there and doing podcasts and it's cool every time. Adam's been respectful of me, so I don't really think that's going to happen. So I feel like in Aunt Hefe's head, he's on high alert where he knows that he could easily end up in a situation that would maybe make him not look the best. And he's got his guard up. He does not want to make anybody think that it's okay to clown what he's associated with.
Situation, because overall, Ant's a neutral guy in the build.
He's not pressing shit like that. Yeah, he's chilling. He's doing podcasts.
Nobody has an issue with that.
No,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody. So that situation only because what the Bozo did is said. And even then he put Ant in a situation because what Ant says, you didn't diss my hood, right? Well, technically he did. Because when you diss the Trey, you diss everything across the board. You can't say this and then exclude that. But Ant is coming in here trying to pod and conduct his business, right? So he really was leaving it alone and he was checking dude temperatures. He did some YA baby shit. He checking dude when he walked in, he checked dude's temperature to see where he was at. He wasn't gonna speak to him until he said something to Ant.
Right.
And based upon how he spoke to Ant was gonna be how Ant was gonna respond. And Ant pretty much let it go until, you know, it came back up.
I think Ant just wanted to make it clear that he was not going to be viewed as somebody who in any way got disrespected in this situation. And even if that meant him sort of prematurely turning up to just make it clear that he doesn't deal with people who disrespect his hood or whatever, he just wanted to make it perfectly clear that that's where he's at.
Listen, all I know, Ant's punchline is what put the icing on the cake.
What?
So what we doing? Them squabbling words. I don't care if it's you and your brother, you and your relative, and one of y'all's a Damu and one of y'all's a Kiwi. So what we doing mean you doing it, right? After he didn't answer, Ant went on to roll his blunt. Oh boy, over there, like he got a nerve problem, leg bouncing, the chat eating him up, telling him he got marked out. See, what you got was what he had for Ant, but he didn't want to approach Ant with that. Like that, bro, everybody know Adam ain't passing no money in this building. You come in this building looking for some money, you should out of luck.
Instantly. Like he thought he was going to get paid 5 minutes after we finished.
You already told him, you said hit bro, and he going to pay you, right?
Yeah.
So.
And even like I told him, I'm like, he'll get you paid by the end of the hour.
That's a fact.
That somehow still was not good enough for him. That's when I was like, oh, right, this is about something else.
Bro, you know you lined him.
But this is hours after that, because keep in mind, that's a 4-hour podcast, and that situation probably happened like almost 2 hours into it. And so the chat is going nuts. You know how it looks.
His phone is going crazy.
You see the chat at a normal speed, and then something like that happens, and then the chat is all of a sudden, it looks like a Kai Cenat chat. Like it's just going nuts.
It's going nuts.
And the thing is that they were both seated in such a way that they didn't have to turn their head. They didn't have to do anything to see it. They're both perfectly in the line of it. And the chat is like 90%.
Listen,
King Pill, use a bitch, and have
let me
stood on
explain
business.
something to you. The chat was whooping his ass so bad, Munchie B could see it. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he probably knew what was going on without having to look.
Well, he tried to curb it. Munchie B tried to curb. He tried to like move on and start talking about other things, you know. But you know, his homeboy called in today, was calling me all day. Some dude named Time Bomb. It was like 4 or 5 of them on the phone, highly upset because they called me a month ago. And I told him, I said, bro, believe it or not, King Peel's the face of 456 when it comes to social media. Yeah. So everything he's doing, when he's walking in with his shoes off and shirt off, that's a representation of y'all. I said, when he do something totally out of line and they was bothering him, that's a neighborhood that you never see in the blogs about anything. No BS. Now it's like 456 got punked. 456 got. They don't know how to psychologically deal with that because they don't come from that.
So this is the guy that you did the little interview with.
Yeah, that's one of them. But see, when he first met King Peel, he was with a Crip that had all kind of disrespectful tattoos on his face.
Really?
And they chased him down then. So he said this time, you know, a lot of homies was, you know, people from Pomona ain't really had to. The closest thing to push come from Big Percy, who be with Snoop. And I think he had a Southside Village over there.
Okay.
He had a little rap group that was doing something. But, you know, that's the borders city like Long Beach is to the next county, right? So they was kind of letting him do his thing, seeing what happened. But now, you know, I told him, I said, look, bro, I don't think y'all should put him off. I think it need to be a sit down, some guidance, some stipulations. You know, if y'all going to do a little DP, you know, keep it light and keep it moving, right? There's some value in him. He didn't kill. Now, I'm going to tell you, bro, for real, we can't be looking crazy. Dude did too much disrespect because you be wanting to play motherfucking, what's that pastor dude, that white pastor, that big white pastor, just that dude name? Yeah, you
Joel
like
Osteen.
to play Joel Osteen and forgive a motherfucker. Listen, bro, you can't have the building looking weak like that. When a dude violate, he violated.
So you're saying he can't come back? Because I agree with that.
Bro, you can listen, bro. Like, because then you're going to have the build looking crazy.
No, yeah. I mean, just anyone who has that kind of ass energy that like puts shit out and then can't stand on it. It's just like we really should only like we can engage with J-Cats to make fun content, but they just can't become part of the actual.
Well, here's
crew.
the problem, bro.
Yeah.
This is where he violated.
Uh-huh.
No jumper is built on the basketball.
Can you believe that?
He knocked 6 basketballs.
3, I think.
Off the hoop.
I picked them up, so I think it was 3.
Right? And I'm watching him. Oh, he better not knock the one with my name on it that somebody already crossed out on it.
Did somebody?
Already, they crossed it out already.
Oh, my God.
You win. Your mama's a man and your man is a mama. Whoever did it, that's to you. Right? So now, at the end of the day, certain things you just can't know. If he'd have just like, man, Adam, give me my bag, you on some bullshit, or talk to you in a way that you didn't feel like you had to push him off for you. Because see, if the wrong people would have been up here, it'd have went up.
Or if he hadn't waited until the wrong people had already left. Because you know that if Aunt Hefe was standing there watching that take place, he probably would have immediately peeped like, hey, I think that aggression is meant for me. What's going on?
He'd have told you, homie, bag up. It'd have went up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It'd have been a problem. So it was like,
God, I wish Brick was there. That would have been wild.
Brick would have got his ass whooped.
Yeah, right.
He'd have smashed Brick.
I don't know.
Brick kind of, Brick got injuries too, bro. That's why I never really wanted to like have to touch him. Yeah. Bro got injuries for real though. Like when I know somebody got injuries, it's like he got like some spine.
He's also got more skulls than you got squabbles. Anyway,
yeah, that's great. Yeah. He told the feds that too.
He didn't tell
right.
them.
And I got an F on the gangbang report card.
Oh, F-, right?
F-. Yo, I want y'all to document that. Please document that. You know, I got an F-. That means my gangbang is non-existent.
Does anybody know whose channel that is? Like who that guy is?
Nah, I don't know who that is.
Because I feel like he's doing a very intense job of like protecting his identity. But when he's talking, sometimes he'll mention like, yeah, I was hanging out in this area the other day. Like when he's doing all the valley hoods and shit, like he seems like he just knows too much about this area to be an outsider. So he's definitely like a dude around here. I just have no idea who he is.
He ain't no different than dude who used to do the report card.
We're talking about rap news and street politics.
Yeah,
no, I don't think he's a zest monster.
Yo, what you think about YouTube?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
Oh, you seen that?
I'm talking about rap news and street politics for the record, which, by the way, super generic name for a title, so it's kind of hard to remember, but it actually is the best street politics channel on YouTube. He fucking kills it, even though I disagree with him giving you an F-.
No.
I think you deserve a D-.
I totally agree with him.
I'm just kidding.
See, this is why you can't give me a gangbang grade. I'm not a gangbanger.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Boy, when I was gangbanging, listen, bro, we didn't wait to run into. Like, you know, we took them movies for real. We stalked. You know what I'm saying? We believed in nature when we gangbang. You know what I'm saying? The predator and the prey. So I am glad that I'm not in this world today as a gangbanger.
For sure. That's a good cope. I like it. Oh, wait. Can we talk about this? Did you see the old video of King Pill where he's banging Crip and Blood at the same time?
Okay, so I did my research.
You already
on
watched this?
I watched it, and I got some thoughts about this.
Okay. It's on the No Jumper Instagram. For
Okay, so see, I'm like this because I'm not one of them dudes that just follow the sheep, right? I'm a wolf. I believe King Pill is Haitian. Is he Haitian?
I have no idea.
I believe he's Haitian. They're saying that's the Haitian flag around his neck. So when I Googled the Haitian flag, it's blue and red, right? So then I'm looking at what's symbolic about his song, right? And what he has on. When we put in work back in my day, we got blued up. His song is called Slide. So I'm looking at that different, right? You know, I don't what to do, but I don't just be calling no bullshit.
So you think this is like a thing where they impersonate Crips to go assassinate people?
We definitely did. My era did that a lot. When the homies saw us moving through the hood like that, they getting out the set because they know the police coming or the ops is finna slide back.
But you wouldn't have gone and done a music video while still wearing that uniform, right?
No, definitely. But today, you got Crips be flamed up and Bloods be blued up just on some natural shit. It's different today. So I looked at it. I believe that's a Haitian flag. I believe he's Haitian. And listening to the Slide thing, you know what I didn't like about it? He had a bunch of kids in the video.
That's always awkward, bro.
It's like he brought them all a big stick of some Now Laters and Doritos.
Yeah.
And said, put on these blue shirts and blue shorts.
Like in the video I just did in Houston with CEO Gucci that should be dropping next week, he's like talking about how his ops won't pull up and won't shoot this bitch up, and how if they do, they got 300 shots, like, rah, 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 rah. And then he's like got his like 1-year-old cousin on his shoulder. Yeah, and I'm just like, bro, I feel so uncomfortable with these two things coexisting side by side, even though I get it, like the kids are around and you still have to protect yourself, but just freaks me out a little bit.
Yo, yeah, man.
Whack topic. We're doing a whack topic here. What you got?
I wish him to I just know my artist up to something.
True Car?
Yeah, he popped up on me.
He's in the room.
You know, his little bit. He up to something. I don't know. You know what I noticed today? The little bastard done grew like 3-4 inches.
Yeah, okay.
Motherfucker taller than me now.
Right. How old are you? 29. 29. He ain't still growing.
Nah, that motherfucker didn't grew. His ass didn't grow. He didn't grow.
I don't know what they talking
about.
Okay.
Yeah, he was still on Infamil milk when I got his little ass.
At this time, you see me out of sized up. You gotta see the difference. You feel me? You probably seen me the other day.
Okay.
But right now, I'm sized.
Shout out True Car.
Now I'm gonna tell you one thing that hasn't grown. 5 years, his braids will not grow. They still the same.
Oh shit. You gotta get some fake dreads. Fake dreads.
Now you gotta do what 600 did.
Now I'm hanging.
Yeah.
You gotta do what 600 did. You gotta get the extensions.
I'm definitely not going extensions on them. I can't swag on my regular. Nah, man, I'm just swinging when I'm sliding in the car with the window down. I'm for sure.
Yeah. Hey, yo, so
what about 600 eating the watermelon, talking about 4 Extra, and I guess somebody made him delete it?
Now, here's the thing.
To me, anytime you talk about something that's super serious while eating, it comes off like a diss.
600 is on a watermelon diet.
Oh.
So I guess a certain time, from one time throughout the night, he can only eat watermelon and like cantaloupe. So that's what he's on. But
I do know if you want to become a professional eater, one of the ways you train for that, to eat huge amounts of food, is to eat watermelon because it helps expand your stomach.
Well, I don't want to eat a lot of watermelon then. But I think 600 approach was, take this as a learning lesson. You know, let's not look at this as a bad thing. It's bad for 4 Extras, but y'all need to be careful. And I'm going to be real. I believe 4 Extras saved a lot of people, because when people saw that, a lot of people said, man, I'm not going to mess with the fireworks.
I'm not really a firework guy.
I think a lot of people was like,
when I saw
I'm
that,
cool on the fireworks.
Yeah, I was like, oh, in the future, I will 100% be much, much more careful than I ever would have been otherwise, even though I probably wouldn't have done that kind of thing.
I gave a whole keg away.
Yeah.
I left it.
Really? I know a lot of people who said the same thing, that they gave up their fireworks at that moment.
I've seen that, and I've seen some things happen before right in front of my face. Right? But, like, bro, and I'm not front. I can't be mad at the people that thought that was AI. And I still right now think somebody doctored up that original picture.
I don't think so. That was right after it happened.
If you look at that original picture, bro.
It looks like his whole hand is gone.
And you look at today, how his hand is wrapped.
Yeah.
It looked like everything was in pieces gone.
Yeah.
Today it looked like 3 of them.
We still haven't seen it.
A couple of them is still there. So
the cast looks like it's like this. Like it's like he maybe has this finger or maybe 2 and then the thumb and then the 2. But I feel like, I don't know. That photo definitely made it look like the whole entire hand was gone.
What was crazy is I didn't even realize my grandfather all my life only had this.
Really?
I thought about my grandfather has a knuckle line and a thumb.
Yeah.
And I never paid it any attention because when I was born, he was like that, right? But he was a painter. He used to paint buildings and shit, drive cars and do everything. I thought about it. I said, you know what? He ain't going to be that bad because my grandfather lived with it all his damn life. I don't know what happened to him. I thought it was some normal shit.
I mean, I'm going to be real with you. The first serious like girlfriend I had to any extent, I'm talking like dated her for like a couple months when I was like 13, was missing multiple fingers. First hand job I ever got was with the other hand.
So you was that much of a Poindexter to where you had a dated chick that didn't have all her
She was cute. She was a year older than me. I was like 13. She was like 14. And I mean, she was cute.
So you dated the chick on the street nobody wanted?
No, she was hot. Like she actually she was hot. And to be honest with you, like I knew a lot of people who had been in school with her since elementary school who didn't know that she was missing fingers, even though she had been missing fingers since birth, because she used to always be doing this move. She'd be tucking it behind her back. Like a lot of people didn't know that she was missing those fingers. And I mean, I don't know. I didn't really let it bother me, but she also I never even really got a good look at it because she was always tucking it in her shirt, hiding it.
I've seen people with like a baby finger. And then one time, I'm such an asshole for this. We was in Lakeview Terrace. And my boy, Lil Wayne Peoples, his girlfriend was there. I'm not going to say her name. And I just happened to be looking at the ground and, she had on sandals, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm a counter. Like, I'll be the counter to bricks on the wall, not realizing the amount of letters on the freeway sign. So I'm looking down and I'm like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Damn! She had 12 toes.
Shut the fuck up.
I swear to God. Swear to God, if I call my homeboy right now, he'd be like, he's not lying. Because I was like, damn! And I start pointing. I guess they all knew. So she had 12 toes, 6 and 6. She had a 6-pack for real.
Yes, there have been cases of people being born with 12 toes. This condition is called polydactyly, and it's a relatively common birth defect.
Just what I'm telling you.
Oh, well, okay. Having 12 as opposed to 11 is kind of rare. Like 11 is not that rare, but 12 is very rare.
She had 6 and 6.
Huh.
And I just found myself
it occurs in about 1 out of every 1,000 births. That means we've met tons of people in our life who have 11 or more toes.
Listen to me, bro.
I've
seen people that was growing another like pinky right here, but it was just small.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
My brother-in-law got a stupid third nipple. Not Josh. But like on his belly on the side, he got a nipple. Like it doesn't have like a circle around it. Bro. No, well, whatever you want to call it. But like, you know how like a girl's nipple or whatever is going to stick out. Maybe like that, like the middle circled piece.
And you pull it on.
It's like, I want to pull on it. Every time I see it, I want I'll pull them, but I want to ink.
Yo, so everybody's saying the state of no jumper. Now, I sent Remo some things. Did he send them to you?
I don't know. Probably not.
He's an asshole.
You were talking about you want to give R&B a chance as a host.
No, that's something else. I feel like we should do no jumper teens. Has nothing to do with us. They're talking their talk. They got a whole nother world out there that we don't understand, that they can drive traffic, heavy TikTok presence, the shit they talk about. We don't know because they don't give a shit about what we talk about. And I'm saying this because when you look at the news and you look at what other people do, it's kind of different, but it's a little similar, right? We just talk about it different. And I believe we need a female show, like 4 women, like crazy, like Lupe, damn homies, R&B, and somebody else.
Wow.
That should be crazy, right? We don't know where it's going. Let them talk about whatever they want to talk about.
My thing, you could never have an all-female show on No Jumper. It always has to be a man in the building because you can never be lacking the male perspective. Men do not want to hear women just be able to talk about themselves unchecked.
Well, okay, well, shit.
So there has to be at least one man in the building.
Make the third seat the guest male or whoever we put in there.
We've always struggled to develop a female host. We tried Damn Homie, and that was explosive to say the least. But, you know,
I think if she lived out here, that could work. I'm saying, listen, bro.
But her time on the show ended up mostly being colored as the destruction of Sharp.
Listen, Lupe was Sharp drunk her piss and ate her out when she was bleeding, which, you know, ain't nothing wrong.
Very freaky bullet.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, but that ain't your queen. Like, so I don't know what you're doing, right?
That ain't pee.
So I'm saying, if you look, Lupe, that's crazy. R&B is a grown-ass woman, but she can adjust from top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Damn Homies is what it is. And you leave that third seat for a male, I guess sometime. Can you imagine that Kevin Gates sitting in there with some shit like that?
Oof.
You see what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying a little, it's not our crowd, but it's a crowd we can develop.
This
That's
is my
all I'm
thing.
saying.
I love the idea of us creating new shows, but we have to build up the hosts by having them on stuff like the news, like the No Jumper show, etc., before they could potentially be part of like a new thing that's separate from me and what we already have established. We have to prove that there's some degree of comfortability with the audience and them on our existing shows.
Watch this.
They have to become popular on the news in order for us to branch out with them.
The 3 people we mentioned, the world knows them in some kind of way.
But we don't know what R&B the podcaster is like.
Who?
Everyone.
Who don't?
The internet.
I don't agree with that.
I've seen her like on the podcast one time talking about relationship with you and stuff, but I don't feel like I really got the vibe of what her talking about current events on the news might be like.
You know what her Clubhouse presence is?
No.
Crazy.
Well, okay.
Like,
we gotta try her out. Let's get her on the news next week. Let's do it tomorrow.
I'm gonna be real with you, and it's some real shit.
Right.
She's probably the only one that could destroy me on Clubhouse. They will follow her over me.
I love the idea of that.
This is a fact.
I would love to cause a breakup for you.
It's a whole relationship side, right? That she comes from. That's bigger than our side. So when I pulled her to my side, kind of street ratchet politics shit, she kind of adapted that character as well, right?
Okay.
So she got this little weird mix and balance to where them people, if I'm on the phone, they be like, where R&B? I said, hey, stop saying her name. I got another chick with me. They're literally calling her phone to snitch on me.
I just want to warn you about what this might turn into. Is a lot of times when you have a girl on a podcast, you like her at first. Why? Because she's cute, because she says funny things once in a while, but then you do dozens of episodes together, and as time goes by, you start to get sick of her because, let's be real, I don't know how to say this in a politically correct way, but many women, guys, I don't know how to say it, some women are kind of retarded, and you don't really realize it because you're so blinded by how pretty they are.
Men
and how
and
sweet
women
they
are
are
retarded.
I know, but with men, you can sniff it out right away. And with guys, a lot of times it takes you a while because we're so blinded by their boobs and the scent of the vagina that we just don't really realize it. A lot of women are given chances on podcasts that, did they not have their femininity, would just never happen.
That's great.
And I'm just saying, this is what's going to happen.
What's up?
Let's say that R&B became a repeat figure on a show like the No Jumper show or like the news, etc. As time goes by, people might be super nice to her at first, but as time goes by, and I've kind of seen this with Melissa Ford and the Joe Budden podcast. Granted, I only know about this from Danny from the Sobs videos, but it feels like as time goes by, the prettiness, the charm starts to wear away. All of a sudden, people start keeping it real with them, start kind of being weird to them, being mean to them, not appreciating their takes, etc. I don't know if you're ready to be able to tolerate that, were that to happen.
Do you understand?
You're going to come in here, don't nobody talk to my woman like that.
Do you understand she from the 100 side of Clubhouse? Do you understand the scrutiny she deals with? She built for that shit. I don't think you understand the hate she receives.
On Clubhouse, you can't do anything to the people on Clubhouse because you don't even know who they are. You don't know where they're at, etc. On this, it's going to be, that's a 40-minute drive.
Well, let me explain something
for you to show up and turn up on Brandon for talking crazy to her.
Let me tell you something. This is how personal it got. We didn't have women send the feds to our house from Clubhouse. This a fact. What her mama, we would fuck Hong Kong somewhere? Hong Kong, her mama called talking about the feds at the door. A lady from Clubhouse called and reported you on. I don't think you heard her talk crazy. That woman is burnt the fuck out.
Oh, really? I'd like to see that side of her.
I'm gonna send you some clips.
Yeah.
This is a fact. What I'm saying, it ain't just about her. Listen, I want that show with those 3-4 women to be 20% no jumper, 80% brand new fan base. Because you know what that does? That moves the subscribers up because these are people that aren't already here.
I do agree with that. That's one of the
all I'm saying.
The main benefits that you get from having a woman on the show is that now there's a female perspective, and then to a lot of women, they kind of need a female perspective in order to pay attention. Like even my wife, she used to watch the No Jumper show all the time when Cam Girl was on there back in the day. As soon as Cam Girl was on it, all of a sudden we're talking about cripping and all this shit, and then all of a sudden she stopped watching.
I'm saying the way the news is structured is structured. The way this is structured is structured. I believe that female show with the one man, I agree with you with that, and no jumper teens. Bro, even if it's just a summertime thing when they out of school, no jumper teens.
So you're thinking like young teens, like still in high school. Okay.
15 to 19.
To me, podcasting wise, like even like 21 is still super young.
No, that.
One time I went back to my high school and I did a podcast with the Nashua High Podcast Club. I don't even know if it made its way to the internet, but you know, it's just, it occurred to me while doing that like being interviewed by 16, 17-year-old boys, like, this is just not something that most people are good at when they're young.
No, listen, bro. Listen what I'm telling you. Streaming is dictated by the youth, not by us. We do good numbers with our crowd, which is probably like 25 to goddamn 50.
I agree with you, but those 14-year-olds, you know who they watch? They watch Kai Cenat, who's 21, because even at him being 21,
I'm glad you said that.
He seems young as so to them, they can relate to him. I feel like a 14-year-old is not really watching long-form content from other 14-year-olds.
15 to 19. And we do their kind of shit. Let them do their thing.
Listen, it's not about the age range, though. It's about the person. It is. If you had star podcasting talent, even if they were 17, 18, whatever, we can put the blicks away, tell them, no, don't light any blunts. We don't want the kids to breathe.
We can't do that anyway. We can't do none of that. Listen.
It's not like we stop when Lush is bringing his new 15-year-old BFF through.
Listen, I don't know what y'all got going on with that.
Lush be bringing in a different Edgar boy every week.
Yeah, Lush is weird.
Yeah, he be turning them out. But
what the fuck is going on? I'm just kidding. Yo, what you got going on?
Just kidding, Lush. Just kidding.
What I'm telling you is this, bro. What I'm telling you is this, is that that's a total different crowd. Now, I'm glad you brought up Kai.
Yeah.
You see what his crowd has done for him? We ain't saying we can grab his whole crowd. But if we get a percentage of them people that say, hey, it's a show over there that we can identify with that's talking about what we think is silly but is relevant to them, we get new eyes.
I do agree with you. It's a good idea to bring in the younger generation and stuff, because I do feel like
I don't want no young gangbangers, no young rat, like fuck all that.
Right, but I'm just saying, like when I was younger, or when I was, doing the Lil Pump content, the X content, I definitely noticed that my fan base was younger at that time. I would be having the 14-year-old kids run up on me in a way that maybe they don't as much now since our content.
And guess what happens?
I think it skews a little bit older now.
Guess what happens?
What?
Once their segment goes off, whatever that crowd is looking at them, guess what keeps rolling? Other no jumper content. right? I'm just simply saying.
I'm just saying it's about the individuals. So if
well,
you can
let's try to find them.
Find me some people who seem like they have potential, and let's try it out.
Have you been seeing the AI Compton grannies is gangbang?
I did, yes.
Those are the people that's doing it.
I know.
And somebody
Incredible
kidnapped their idea. Yeah. So now I'm gonna try to get them to see if they can do like some incredible. I got the Incredible Kids, some animated shit for that. But that shit, I thought it was real people.
Me too. I literally sent it to the group chat thinking it was real grandmas banging hoods, and I didn't watch the whole thing. If you watch the whole thing, by the end, it's pretty obvious that it's fake because they start saying absurd things. But I wanted to ask you about this. Is we're in a group chat, me, you, Remo, and 607 Unk.
Oh man,
you guys! I had to put my phone on Do Not Disturb at one point. There was probably an evening in which 500 texts were exchanged between you and him. He was probably 400 of them, but it was like a manic episode taking place on my phone. People will remember that our last episode, we promised an episode with 4 Extra and 607 Unk that never came about. 607 Unk has yet to return to Los Angeles. I am told that he is in Nevada right now, and there is a chance that we will be doing a podcast in the near future. I don't want to promise anything since he has let us down like 15 times now on various podcasts.
You got to remember, he called me and said, hey, can you sit in on the pod with me and 4 Extras?
Right.
Right. I didn't want to do it. Right, because it put me in an Anne Hefe type situation
where you would feel like you had to turn up to defend your people.
Yeah, right. So, when we move things in our schedule, Adam, you know what I'm saying? I move things in my schedule.
It's a big deal.
Right. And then he starts to do the thing he does. So now my mind is, I think we need him.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why I'm like, you know what? That's why I was like, bro, we don't need you. Like this platform was what it was, right? You needed to expand. People are gonna play out on you because you're a gimmick, right? They gonna get tired of laughing at the same, looking in the sky and rubbing on the cup, right? So the funny part about it is he called himself trying to backyard stunt. Right? Did you catch that one?
What do you mean? Oh, you guys.
He put a look at my backyard whack. You could never, right?
Right.
So I said, you don't want to play backyard wars.
Yeah.
So I put the backyard up, right? So I said, bro, you got a bunch of trees back there.
And he's in an Airbnb.
I don't know where the fuck he's at, but I know when I put that backyard up, he stopped talking about it. He went to his all love and all this. And I'm like, look, bro, like you said, bro, if you're going to come in, all this. I think he gets high and then he's like, who can I bug?
Right.
Because it gets irritating.
Because he sent the fucking cease and desist in the middle of the podcast yesterday. To me, it was obvious that this was made with AI. It's not from a real lawyer. I laughed
cease
at
and
it.
Desist what?
But I think he's getting sick and tired of us not paying attention to him. Like he wants to be back in that. Because I think he thought when he was on No Jumper that he was just lit now and that it was going to last forever. And then I think it started to slow up. And it's like, listen, I know he has his own fan base, but it's weird to me when he tries to flex his backyard to you when you've got a house that like you own that has a fucking gigantic backyard. And even he tries to flex his views to me. And I'm like, congratulations, you did 1.5 million views this month. I did 30 million views this month on YouTube. Like you can't flex on me. Like you got a long way to go before I even give a fuck about where you're at as far as all this shit goes. And I mean, for me personally, like he hasn't completely crossed a line where I don't want to fuck with him at all. I definitely think a little bit less of his character at this point, just given some of the bullshit that he's been doing. But in particular with you, it felt like at one point in that argument that he was kind of threatening your children and your girl.
He did all that. So this is what bothers me is when you do that and then play victim.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So them type of dudes, I don't even want to have a conversation with you. If you're going to play the game, let's play the game out. Maybe you hit me in my mouth, maybe I hit you in yours. We're going to keep it where it's supposed to be. But dudes like that who will say something crazy to you, and then the minute you say something crazy back, they're the victim. Nah, I can't do that.
Even if he basically, like imagine if he comes back. Well, automatically, it's like we have to be unbelievably careful about having you around mixed groups of people because anybody associated with where Extras is from is not going to be able to just see you and let it go.
The whole red flag. He did this.
And you, yeah, I mean, that. Yeah, gang members in general are basically just off limits for having around him because that whole situation, like him taking credit for 4 Extra's hand blowing off, Bro, there's a lot of people who want to see you
That's
over
a lot
that.
of
I
people that
guarantee.
don't.
They're probably not even thinking about it like that because it's such a small fish
Bro.
to fry in comparison to the homie losing his hand. But for sure, you run across somebody from Rome 40s, they're going to very much
Listen,
figure it out real quick.
Bro
We want
Rogan.
to touch you.
Bro Rogan.
Awesome.
Bro Rogan.
Shout out
Be
Bro
on the
Rogan.
news.
Yep.
Older gentleman.
Yep.
Called me.
Tight pants.
He was banging on the table, that angry.
Yeah.
That 607 had did or said whatever he said about 4 extras.
Yeah.
And he ain't never like that. He pretty,
I've never seen him get aggressive.
Yeah, he was upset. So if he upset,
yeah,
I can only imagine the people not feeling it. And I keep telling dude, like, bro, this the West Coast, bro. Like, even you saying I'm Crip blood on both of them, you playing with something.
Yeah.
Like, stop playing with that.
Yeah.
Then you didn't went so far that you didn't diss something. And now it's like you think you at the gas station. You ain't safe out here. Negroes is in all crevices. You be in Woodland Hills thinking you eating, and it be a G over there right there sending a pin drop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Did you see
It's
this
gonna
video?
happen.
There's a video that came out that has been doing pretty good views-wise about 607 dunks passed before No Jumper. And it's pretty crazy.
A-Verb them was behind doing that.
Really?
A-Verb can't stand it. He knows everything about him. They lived in the same. We need to bring him out here. The battle rapper. He knows everything about him. They lived in the same building, and he knows about his voodoo teachings and all. He knows the person that taught him. He knows everything.
Yeah.
Not for real though. He
Wait,
called
so
it
the
like,
voodoo thing is real? He's really into that?
he said, "Whack, that is real."
Huh. Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's real. So, maybe that's something they do out there, part of their culture. But when you get south, that exists. I was taught if you didn't believe in it, it won't affect you. But I've seen R&B do some weird shit.
I invite any voodoo practitioners out there, Jews, Christians, Muslims, wish death on me. Let's play the game because I ain't worried about all that.
Also, R&B take a jar and start putting some weird shit in there.
Was it boric acid?
No, bees, just shit. And I don't even ask what's going on because I don't want to know what's going on.
R&B does voodoo as well.
She from Mississippi.
That doesn't mean that she definitely does voodoo.
She was born with your ass grew up in Greenville. God damn it. You're born over there. Yes, like I didn't see.
Hey, I've known some magic practitioners throughout my time. XXXTentacion, they were doing spells and shit, bro. Weird shit. They were talking about sacrifices and all kinds of shit.
Now, Marley Marl has told me stories about something about the heels and the goat. Or financial, I don't know. I get away from it because I just know about a nigga coming out the bush on you, and you better be ready. That's that's the closest thing to hoodoo of voodoo I know.
So if a dude just comes out of the
that's
bush?
it. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. That's all. I don't know nothing about the spirit world. That's gonna turn your ass into a spirit, right? That's what I don't know nothing about. But I was watching my woman, and I'm like, what is she doing with that jar? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell's going? I don't ask no questions.
What about a voodoo doll?
I've seen it, but I don't know.
What about a goo-goo doll?
I don't ask questions. I don't want to. Listen, I believe it's things in this world that's bigger than what we like. We know what we know, but it's. I believe in the spirit world. I do believe in that. Because you lose certain people in your life, you start feeling tugs and they talk to you in some type of way. I mean, I know you've dreamt about something and then seen it later on, right? I've done that many, like, bro, I seen this whole setup, right? Go right. Like I've seen it. I've walked out the house on the way to the airport or on the way somewhere and got in the car, tug, go back in the house. Go in the house, go to sleep, wake up. Everybody got shot. Police raided, everybody went to jail. But I started to feel that once my brother passed. When people real close to you pass, I believe they kind of assign themselves to you. So I don't down it, but I try to stay away from it because it's kind of real spooky.
That would be nice. I would like to be contacted by some of the dead homies. Or even my cat, honestly.
Your cat.
I just miss him. And he hasn't contacted me.
He died of natural causes?
Yeah, we paid a doctor to put him down in front of us.
Oh, he was old.
It was done.
Got you.
Yeah, it was sad at the end there. Okay.
You cried over the cat?
Yeah.
Little bitch.
Yeah. Had to cry over Tony, man.
Crying over cats. We don't cry over our pet bulls. We just bury their ass, raise some more.
That was a good cat.
I got about 8 dogs in my backyard right now. That's a fact.
Okay. So Charleston White says that
the feds.
He says the feds work at No John Brown. I thought you guys were cool, but I guess he was saying that what was the actual quote?
He says, listen.
He says you are never seen in LA, which I feel like that's not something that someone you're friends with would say.
Well, I mean, that's very weird. I don't know. You know, I went to go do a interview with Loon.
Balloon. Big sloth. What up?
So
with Loon.
So when I pulled up,
it's a thing.
He like, damn, Wack. I said, what's up? He looking around. I said, why you looking around? He said, you by yourself, just you and your girl. I said, well, who else you want me to be with? Man, they make it look like you. I said, listen, bro, them is trolls. Those people ain't from out here. They don't know what the hell's going on.
Wait, but so Loon was out here doing podcasts?
Yeah, I did like a 4-hour segment with him. I don't know
4 hours?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, like a week and a half ago.
A long one.
Yeah, I did like 4 hours with him. And
is he still with Charlamagne's shit, the Black Effect Network?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, he did tell me he interviewed you.
Back in the day before because like I think a lot of people came to know about Loon from him basically.
Little Baby.
No, well but then he basically like went on Andrew Schultz's podcast with Charlamagne and trashed academics, and then that kind of became how a lot of people got familiar with
it. I like his style. He kind of laid back and he uses that to try to set you up.
Oh, really?
You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's kind of like, I don't know what us. I'm gonna be real. I got one method, podding. I don't give a
right.
That's it. Whatever it is, it is. And I'm not, because when you care, then you find yourself trying to like stay away from something. I'm running right into the fire. They was talking about the badge. I walked into the news and put everybody on the wall.
Right.
I don't care. It is what it is, right? So with Loon, I think that's what he enjoyed about me. He said, Wack, you didn't duck no questions. He said, that's why I want to interview you, because you don't duck nothing.
Right.
Charleston White just be saying shit.
Yeah.
Did you see his thing about the situation going on with the unaliving of the white kid and the teenager dude?
So now that we're talking about Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
So basically, like, he raised a shitload of money from people who were basically saying that he was the victim in this situation. I think it was over $500,000. And then after that, he ended up getting charged with murder. And apparently, like, from everything I've heard, there's basically no defense. He sounds like he's guilty. I guess he's 17. He's going down.
Negative.
You don't think so?
Negative. Because you over there, we ain't doing that.
Charleston like wished jail upon him, and now is saying that he takes it back, even though now is when we have enough information to say pretty conclusively that this kid deserves to be locked up.
First of all, the two brothers is bullies. They knew jujitsu.
But they didn't do anything.
Don't matter, because he didn't allow them to do it. See, the days of us,
because he pulled out a knife and fucking killed him.
Here goes the problem.
He killed him.
The days of the black man allowing the white man to do something, and then we accept it, or you do something.
The white
and
man
then
didn't
we
do
react.
anything. As
Yes,
far as
they
we
did.
know, he didn't do anything. He
Okay.
said, "Get the fuck out of my tent."
No, that's not their tent.
Well, either way, you're not allowed to kill someone because they tell you to get out of the tent.
Okay, so why would two brothers, big dudes, ball players, walk up on this young black kid?
To tell him get out of the tent. From what I
Bully, right?
understand.
That's a bully move, right?
No, it's just get the fuck out of my
But
tent.
why?
That's not bullying.
But why?
Maybe they didn't want him in the tent. What would
They
you do if
didn't
some random guy tried to come into your tent?
But it wasn't their tent.
Well, they were occupying the tent. I
No,
guess, at
they
this time.
wasn't. If they were occupying it, they would have already been there when he came.
You want to bet that this guy's going to get off?
No, I think he's gonna get off.
You really think so?
They just put the paperwork out where they was they bullied some chick, some girl. Pull that up. I just got the content about a couple hours ago. So what I'm saying is, so y'all saying he should have just let the two white kids punk him and just get out the tent.
Well, I think that would have been a better option than killing one of them with a knife in the heart.
I don't think his intentions was to kill him. His intentions was to defend himself.
I'm just looking.
So you see no wrong in these two dudes who aren't security.
As far as what I've seen so far, I can't identify anything that they did wrong. On the other hand, him stabbing someone in the heart, I could say pretty definitively that.
So he was supposed to bow down and just submit to what they wanted him to do.
I think that would have been a better option than murdering someone. Yes.
So you don't think they shouldn't have took matter into their own hands?
I think that's exactly what the law says you shouldn't do. Yeah.
So you're saying you should take matter into your own hands, go over there, two of y'all, talk crazy to this young black kid, tell him where he can't be, or else?
I don't think murdering one of them is a fair reaction.
I don't think he attempted to murder. He defended himself.
Usually when you stab somebody in the heart, that's a pretty clear-cut thing you wouldn't do unless you were okay with the idea of the other person dying.
When you're in fear, right, sustained fear, and you nervous like that, I think the problem is that race doesn't understand, like they say, systematic racism. I don't think they understand that which has been embedded in our mind when it comes to that type of situation. There's no town in America that says white people can't be in this town after a certain time. But it's towns in America, sundown towns, that says, if you're black caught over here, we're going to hang you. We're going to kill you.
I think it's pretty clear that you're just like trying to invent a situation to justify him committing murder.
Google sundown town.
I know what a sundown town is. Okay. I don't think that has anything to do with what happened in this situation.
Texas, right?
Why are they charging him with murder?
Well, he's not charged with first-degree murder, is he?
But I'm not sure.
Is he manslaughter or something? You know, I hope they charge him with.
He's been indicted for first-degree murder and the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf.
That's a good charge.
He is being tried as an adult.
That's a good charge because able to accuse him of first-degree murder means that he had to plot, plan to execute.
Oh, yeah, I don't think anybody thinks it was like that. Yeah.
But that's a good charge. That's the wrong charge. Now, if he'd had a manslaughter, I'd be a little nervous. But a first-degree murder means he put it in his mind, right, that I'm going to do this to these individuals, right? So at the end of the day, you know, I'm not saying the kid being unalived is wrong, but what I am saying is bullying is not good. And that's a form. If we walk up on somebody 2-3 deep, one person, we know we're walking up on them to intimidate them to some point.
I think the difference between you and I is that my opinion about the situation would be the same if it was a black kid who killed two black kids or killed a black kid.
I would say they coming to bullying.
To you, it's all about race. To me, it's like this is a human situation.
This is definitely a race thing.
How?
Because
what indication do we have that race played any role in this?
Listen, brother, first of all, they had no right to walk up on that black kid the way they did.
He walked up on them.
No, he was in the tent.
He was the aggressor.
He was in the tent.
He went into the tent that they were already occupying.
No, they wasn't.
They asked him to leave.
They walked up in on the tent.
He stabbed him in the heart.
Okay, he told him I ain't going nowhere.
Right.
Ain't nothing wrong with a knife. We all keep a knife.
Yeah, but when you use it in a situation where you haven't been appropriately provoked and the result is murder, then you're going to be charged with murder and probably convicted.
Listen, the brother was a coward.
I know it's in you to always want to support the black dude. I just think it would be big of you to realize that this is a situation in which you're being blinded by the racial dynamics.
Bro, it could have been two black dudes walked up on him. I'm going to say y'all tried to bully him. He ain't doing nothing to y'all. Y'all not the supervisors. You not adults. Nobody else told him he had to move. Look, when you walk up on a dude, bro, and say, hey, homie, you got to move, you giving him an ultimatum. Because if he don't move, you pretty much saying you're going to move him or it's going to be a situation. Let's stop acting like you said, hey, guy, hey, Ted, hey, what's your name, Carmel? Hey, could you move? Because, you know, we're kind of like seats are taken. No, they telling him, hey, man, you need to move. We don't want you over here.
But, okay, let's make the situation way worse because I don't believe that we actually know anything about this. But let's say that those white kids were actually extremely racist and they walked up to the black kid and called him the N-word and told him to get the fuck out. I still think it's murder if you stab the fucking kid who just called you the N-word in the heart and killed him.
Not of you.
When you had the easy opportunity to just walk away.
Just walk away.
You can make it super racist.
Just walk away.
It's still murder.
Just walk away.
As far as what we know, it wasn't racist. And it's still murder.
Take these lashes and just go back to the fields.
See, like you're trying to turn it into something that we do not have any reason to believe that it is. I'm going to tell you why.
When you're taught at home that some people are lesser, when you're taught at home that you're more dominant than other people, then you practice that.
Did you see what a fruitcake their fucking dad was? The dad was forgiving the kid for killing him right away. The dad was on some hardcore leftist cuck shit.
No, the dad beats
those
the
kids
mom.
were going to school or raised in an environment in which black people could do no wrong, from what I've seen from the dad.
The dad used to beat their mama ass, so let's stop acting like the dad is innocent.
What does that have to do with it?
I'm just saying, he's a mama asser beater. That's what they got to do with it. Stop acting like
Maybe
this dude
so.
was
I'm not
some
saying
soft-
he's a saint. I'm saying
some soft dude.
I actually think he's a pussy, and his perspective was fucked because he basically like forgave the kid for killing his own son right away. Like, grow a fucking pair, buddy.
So what are you supposed to do? Hate the kid?
Yeah, at least for a little while.
Okay, so if it's okay for y'all to hate, why it ain't okay for us to hate?
No, it's okay to hate. You just can't kill. And it's especially acceptable to hate the kid who killed your son.
I'm not saying I wish the young man wasn't murdered, right? I don't wish murder on no child. I'm just simply saying, like, bro, let's not act like bullying. We got this black dude, I forget his name. We
Even
got
if
like
they were bullying him,
anti-bully
you
gang.
still
They pull
can't
up,
kill him.
They pull up in cars, bro, like all they cars and lowriders and big Chevys, K5s for kids is getting bullied at school, and they come pick the kid up in front of the school to show like, we ain't gonna let y'all keep bullying this kid. It's really like a thing, bro. Colorism in schools is another thing. Dark skin, light skin, white, black. It's a thing. So we cannot eliminate that these were two pretty big kids, white kids. And if you don't think when they walked up on that kid, they gave him an ultimatum? For real.
I wasn't there, and I have not heard.
So I'm
that was
asking,
reported.
like, you think
I just think you're making it such an extreme situation because you have to make it an extreme situation in order to justify killing somebody.
I remember when I was a teenager, when we said we're finna go over here and say something to this person, we wasn't saying it in a nice manner.
Right.
We were being aggressive, or else we were issuing the or else.
And if that person that you were being aggressive to, some would say bullying, if they had pulled out a knife and killed you, then that person would have been charged with murder. And I think that they would deserve to be charged that way.
So you're saying that it would have just, like, I wouldn't have played a role in it? Because if I would have never went over
I don't think you would have got charged.
Brother.
It would be mean. Sure. It's kind of mean.
Maybe he went, well, he definitely went too far.
There's a lot of maybes, a lot of hypotheticals.
I don't think in his mind he knew what he was doing. It was going to kill the kid.
Maybe not.
I'm going to tell you why. He only hit him once.
That we know of.
Come on, bro. He stabbed him one time.
Well,
I didn't say it was multiple stab. And then I believe he went to get help.
Well, that's probably what I would do too if I killed somebody. I would probably try to
He
start
ain't know he
cleaning
killed
up.
him.
Anthony.
I think he stabbed him one time, like one time. What type of kid is this kid? Is he a nervous kid?
I don't know.
Has he been getting bullied, getting beat up at school, getting his lunch money took? We don't know.
Yeah, only once in the chest.
Once. He didn't keep.
Well, you got to give it to him. He's got a hell of an aim.
I mean, bro, like, you don't really think about that as a kid.
You should go into fencing or something if he ends up getting off.
I mean,
I'm just saying, I'm talking about stuff that we know, and it feels like you're kind of talking about a lot of stuff that maybe, what if it was like this?
No. I'm saying realistically, when two people walk up on one person to tell them to do something, they giving them an or else conversation.
Right.
It ain't like, hey, guy, you think you can move?
I don't know exactly what state this even took place in.
Texas.
But in Texas. Okay. If you can walk away, you're supposed to.
So just
rather than stab him and kill him.
So he should have just like.
Now, maybe it was a situation where he couldn't have walked away. And in that case, I have all this empathy for him because that would be.
He was in a tent. I'm pretty sure they were standing in front of him.
Yeah,
for him to stab him in the chest, he had to be in front of him. I'm saying it's possible they could have put this kid in a situation where he was in a sustained fear type of situation, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, look, I'd rather a dude with heart be in front of me than a scary person. A scary person will do something to you without thinking.
I would just rather have the non-killer in front of me in most situations.
Well, I mean, I don't think, bro, he stabbed him one time. I don't think he did that to kill.
And that's probably like the best defense for sure. Yeah.
I think he might have did that out of fear. I don't know what was said. We don't know if the brother's going to tell the truth. I don't know if Carmelo Anthony has gave statements? Is there statements on what he said they said? I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty crazy because whenever I see videos of people fighting with knives, which you see a lot of in Europe, it's like there's a lot of this into like the collarbone, shoulder type area, a lot of that, and there's a lot of this into the stomach. You don't see a lot of because if you stab someone right here, you kind of know how that's going to go.
If you're going for the collarbone or shoulder, and somebody moves into you or any type of way,
I agree.
That knife could very, especially if it's one of those, it could very much end up in your chest, right? I'm a little shocked that first they said it was a tool for his spikes at first, right?
Really?
Now they're saying it's a real knife. Because when it was a tool for, because I guess he went in his bag.
Really?
Right?
Backpack on?
He had like a little bag. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit.
They're saying that he was suspended, wasn't supposed to be at the meet. I don't know. But I mean, shit, man. When I got suspended, we still went to the football games. You get what I'm saying? So maybe we weren't supposed to be there. You know, I wish him the best. I commend the father for not condemning the young man, right? That kind of lets me know maybe the father wasn't a racist.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe
we have no reason to think he was.
But maybe the mother raised him different. We don't know.
We really don't even have any reason to think that has anything to do with racism.
No, when I'm trying to get you to understand that black children have it in their heads, bro, that they are up against it when it comes to the white race. I'm telling you, especially in the South. Maybe out here, not so much. But in the South, bro, it's there. You know, it's there. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't believe that they approached him in a calm way. I think they came at him kind of aggressive.
I mean, it's possible for sure. Okay, I have to dip relatively soon, but have you been paying attention to Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z and all this drama?
Yeah, I don't get why she's so upset. They saying she didn't sign the contract.
Yeah, I think she's taking that out on him. I mean, basically, a lot of the stuff that has been revealed is making it look like she is broke, which is kind of hard to imagine that she could be broke.
I don't know nothing about that. I just hear her saying she's owed money. I believe she had 3%. It was 15 artists that had 3%. This Prince and it was just going over this on Clubhouse on my way here.
But she never signed the paperwork so that she could have the ownership percentage of title, which I assume is because she was holding out.
No,
I was thinking that she was going to get a better deal, right?
I think what happened, it was 15 people giving 3%. Jay-Z maintained the 55%. I don't know if it was Cash App or some other company brought in the 33%, right? Which kind of like diluted their 3% to 2.5%. Okay. So they invested like $200 million into the company. Right now, I believe Jay-Z holds a position at the board, so he's probably getting paid a salary regardless of how it goes. But in the long run, the company was showing negative 40 million, 50 million, and then they got sued for 120 million by other labels. What Nicki has to understand is you're on the side of company. So you're absorbing all these lawsuits and these negatives that's going on. The buy-in is the buy-in. That's to sustain and maintain the company, right? So, and they said, I guess after that buy-in, I don't know if she's re-signed her contract like everybody else. What I do know is if this was a real situation like that, she wouldn't be on Instagram. Her legal would just be handling it.
Right.
You know, like,
yeah, like if she thought she had a killer legal case, then she wouldn't just be
this
tweeting
is what I think
about it, right?
It's what I think. Let's pay attention. I think within the next month or so, Nicki's gonna announce an album. Maybe she's finna start a streaming platform. I think Nicki's causing this roar to introduce something else she's about to do. I could be wrong, but if we look up and Nicki's now streaming, doing some Kai Cenat type shit, or she releases an album or something, or a product, I think this is what that's about.
I think you mess with Jay-Z, bad things start happening to you. I think that this could spell the end of the Nicki Minaj era.
I think she should stop throwing her husband out there as if is going to be handled in the street by him, because guys like Academics does what he did today and starts to wake up things about her husband that people have kind of like stopped talking about.
Whoa, Ack was going off on her husband today?
Well, I guess she's saying like, my husband want to holler, he'll pull up.
At Ack?
Y'all can handle it. I guess to Ack, to the other brother who made a comment, I always forget his name. So she's like insinuating that my husband will deal with this in the street.
Why does everybody have to always be on some tough shit? Like, we're talking about business, we're talking about social media. Like, why do we have to get into like, oh, somebody's gonna beat you up?
So what Ack said was, tell your husband to meet me at the nearest daycare.
But I mean, I think that's kind of inaccurate, right? Because he allegedly like raped a 16-year-old.
He can't go around daycares.
Okay, well
that was what Ack was shooting a torpedo.
But I think when he raped the girl, like they were both like approximately the same age.
No, it definitely wasn't.
No,
he's registered. We pulled him up on Megan's Law. He's deaf. But see, this is the thing. By her bringing his name up, putting his name in there, it's waking it up for people to talk about these things. And I don't believe this deal had anything to do with him. She should just allow the powers to be to go head on and deal with this situation. You get what I'm saying? There's no need to throw this into the hands of her husband. I don't even think he's in the street or trying to be in the streets like that.
Yeah, they were both 16 at the time. Not that this makes the rape any better, but you know. Either way, I mean, I'm sure he's not allowed near a daycare. Or
yeah, he's definitely.
If he's on the registry, yeah.
Remember,
that's what he got in trouble for not checking in,
not registering.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So, I just think she should deal with. I believe she's doing this because she's about to announce something. I could be wrong. I believe we're gonna see her announce I'm on a new streaming platform, or I got a product coming out, or she releases a song. She knows Cardi's coming. Cardi's due what, September or something like that. You know what I mean? I think she's doing this to put the light on her and the chat on her so she can then present something else to the masses.
I can't believe that Cardi B is finally putting a fucking album out. It has been, what, like 8 years?
6 or 7.
It's been, I remember in
7 years.
2019. I think she put the album out in 2018. So 7 years.
7 years.
That's insane. Honestly, the debut single, the one that I keep hearing on the playlist.
You know why? You know what's insane about it?
I don't know.
That she still maintained the status that she has.
For sure.
That's insane.
But will she be able to maintain that if she puts out an album and it's a dud?
Well, it's already positioned to be number one because they have added songs from 2020 and 2022.
But those don't count for the streams.
They count for the overall, definitely. They won't count for the first week, but they will count for the overall.
Do they?
That's a fact. And the reason why it's happening like that is because those songs were done off of the original album budget. You know, Cardi has had children and she's had all kind of things happen in the last 7 years that kind of like threw her out of album mode. They already announced that 2 or 3 of those songs are going to be on there. It's saying that the album has already generated like 1.5 million. So it'll go for the overall count, just not the first week count.
Okay.
Which people probably won't respect the overall because
if the first week sales are bad and then the overall is good, but nobody ever ends up talking about overall until like way down the line. They'll be like, oh, I had this album that went triple platinum. But yeah, usually people get hung up on the first week sales.
They won't go toward the first week at all.
Yeah. But realistically, like in the world we live in, it's just like people want to talk about that. Like, do you remember a time period in rap music where it felt like everybody was really excited about new rap music? And now it feels like everybody's just excited to have new music come out so they can hate on it.
Definitely. I definitely remember that.
It feels like hip hop as a subculture is more about hating on music than celebrating music. And I get that because even with me, it's like, there's really only so many like big artists who are putting albums out that I'm genuinely excited to hear stuff from. And even the artists that I like, a lot of times I'll listen to their new album and be like, that was okay.
It's different these days. I think because instead of listening to music, we paying attention to content. We got our first client, Mac Tay Living out of Baton Rouge. I interviewed him yesterday on Clubhouse, and he cussed me out.
He cussed you out.
So
Did you tell him to do that for attention?
No, I definitely didn't.
Okay.
He got mad because I was giving him some advice. So I got to re-interview him tomorrow on the Honey Show. Then we be posting his links, being Flacco. But he's a nice. He got some nice music. Mac Tate Livy. I can't front. He got some nice music. He got a song called like California, Cali something. But he got some nice music. And I really want to work with him because he's nice, but he just got a short fuse. He's like 21. And I was asking.
Sounds like King Pill.
I was asking him about his criminal history, and he kind of told us a story on the honey floor that wasn't adding up.
You know, somebody in the chest at a football game?
No, he had juvenile life. He caught it at 14, and he was supposed to do till 21. At 15, somebody put a staff put a contract on his head. He said a Popeye spicy chicken sandwich. Right?
That was the contract?
That was the contract.
You kill him, you get a sandwich?
No, and they added red beans and sweet tea. So instead of whooping him, one of his good buddies in there, dope fiend him with a lock in the sock. Knocked him out. Then he says somehow he ends up in court where he's a victim. He should go to the infirmary and to the unit, to the hole for transfer. He ends up in court after a year, and the judge felt sorry for him, so they let him out 6 years early. You know,
I hope everybody out there knows that they're listening to promo right now.
No, this is real.
A promo post.
No, this ain't promo. What do you think my floor did? The exposers on the floor.
Right.
They start calling him all kind of rats.
That's making you think twice about this business that you
No, bro, I didn't know. No, look, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You know how they accuse us of somebody sitting here and them telling us a story, and we're feeding on the story, asking questions, and then they say, because of y'all, he incriminated himself. Bro, he came with the story. Adam, you do know they say that we intentionally ask people shit. How can we intentionally ask somebody something that we don't know they're going to talk about?
I 100% agree. Everybody out there, like, comment, and subscribe. Become a member of the Whack Pack for a mere $10 a month. And we're going to drop bonus content. We got to do a bonus episode this month, at least one.
Okay, let's definitely get that done.
All right, let's do that. Appreciate everybody out there.
And check this out. You've been exposed. Y'all up-and-coming rappers, bloggers, podcasters. Click the link on the Hunter Show.
Let's go.
And let's do it.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
All right, here we go. Freeway Ricky Ross. Welcome back to Vlad TV.
What up, Vlad?
What's up, man?
Man, everything good. You know, working hard.
Yeah. Lots to talk about today, but right now, the Diddy trial is about to conclude, it seems. So today, the closing arguments are happening from the prosecution, and the defense just announced that there will be no witnesses. None. Including Diddy, of course. Now, have you been following the trial at all?
A little.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's a RICO in there, right? Now, you haven't had a RICO, but you've had...
I've been around a lot of people with RICOs.
Around people, yeah.
Lots of them.
And you, at one point, I think, had a continuous criminal enterprise charge that ultimately didn't go through, right?
Yeah.
Which is similar to a RICO.
Yeah.
So you understand overall how this works.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, conspiracy, exactly.
I had a lot of conspiracies.
Exactly. Exactly. Number one, based on what you know, do you think that Diddy could be convicted of a RICO? A one-man RICO at that?
I don't know. It's tricky. You know, they got to have a lot to get the RICO. So I don't really know. I don't really know, Vlad, if they gonna get him or not. They got a lot of hard evidence though. You know, pimping and pandering. I'm surprised they didn't charge him with pimping and pandering.
Well, is he really pimping? I think he's hiring prostitutes.
Well,
that's not pimping. That's being a John, basically.
Well, kind of both ways, because he was paying Cassie them, from what I understand, when I say he was paying people rent to have sex with other people.
But is that really illegal? If you say, listen, the relationship I want to have with this woman involves certain sexual activities that I like, and as long as she continues to satisfy me sexually, I'm going to keep paying her rent. But at the point that she's like, listen, I don't want to do this anymore, okay, I don't have to keep paying your rent anymore.
Well, I stay on Figueroa, so, I see.
You know about the hoes.
I know about the hoes. And I done seen pimping since I was, first time I remember pimping probably when I was about 11 years old.
Okay.
So I've been seeing pimping and pandering, and it's kind of the same thing. A pimp, he'll have sex with his hoe.
Right. So he's sort of selling himself in a way.
And then she'll go out and make money.
And bring it back to him. Yeah.
So that's pimping. So basically what I see from Puffy's thing is a high level of pimping. But it's just still kind of in the same realm if you look at it.
I mean, number one, are you?
It's Carl's Jr.'s new Queso Crunch Burger. Tortilla strips and queso on a burger. A queso creamy masterpiece. A queso pepper jack cheesy. Queso crunchy. Queso mind-blowing charbroiled queso crunch burger combo. With fries and a frozen drink for just $9.99.
Okay, so what are you waiting for?
I'm not waiting. The new Queso Crunch Burger. Only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included.
You surprised that there are no witnesses at all for the defense? None. Zero.
I mean, they got to figure out who they can get to testify. What would they testify to? That Puffy wasn't throwing the parties, and I think that the defense is pretty much giving them that. Oh yeah, we did the freak offs. So now what the government has to do is figure out was these freak offs just people just coming in just freaking, or was there benefits in it for somebody? Who's benefiting from this, who's making money, who's not making money. I think those are the part that makes it illegal.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, think about how many people Diddy has paid over the decades. I'm not saying he made that person a millionaire or whatever. He's made a number of millionaires over the years. Right? I mean, Mace became a millionaire. 112, I'm sure, did well. MGK became a millionaire. French Montana became a multimillionaire. A lot of people made millions of dollars because of what Diddy helped them do.
Right.
Not a single person could stand up and say, this is a decent guy. I've always been, he's always been 100 with me. And something, here's some things, some negative things I've seen about
Mace
Cassie.
Ain't gonna say that.
Mace ain't gonna say that, but I'm saying, like, I don't know. I don't want to put any names because I actually know a lot of these people, but yeah. I'm just saying no one can stand up and say something on his behalf and potentially say, listen, Cassie was also abusive. Cassie also, she was out doing this, freak off stuff. She liked to do it. This was her idea some of the time and so forth. She was a willing participant. She was not a sex slave the way the government is trying to paint her. At one point, Cassie threatened one of the male escorts to kill him and so forth. That was played, to the media. But nobody out of all the people, the hundreds of millions of dollars that went out from Bad Boy Industries, nobody's going to take the stand for this guy.
Wow. Yeah.
Nobody.
I never thought about that either.
You have no friends at this point. Look, I understand to certain people, Diddy was probably a monster. But to the vast majority of people that I know that knew him, have always had positive experiences with him.
Yeah, from what I'd always heard before this whole thing popped off, that I thought that he was a stand-up guy.
He's a popular guy. People love to go to his parties, not just the freak-offs, the actual parties. I've been to Diddy parties. They're fun. I've had conversations. I had interviews with him before.
Yeah.
Decent dude. I don't have anything bad to say about him. But it's just shocking that when things go bad, nobody's going to be there for
you. But then too, right, when you call witnesses, right, you the defendant and you want to call a witness, the witness got to answer both sides of the table. They just can't come in and say the good parts. Now they got to talk about, you open up your life. When you get on that witness stand, you literally open up your life to the prosecution as well.
That's true, but Man,
So what if you was at? What if you actually had been to one of the freak offs? So now, not only do you say he was a good guy, but now you got to talk about, what you saw at the freak off.
So I don't see why certain people wouldn't be okay with doing that. Like, okay, yeah, I was at a freak off and I had sex with 4 women that night. The end. What's the next question? I don't have a wife. I don't have to answer anybody. I was a single person at the time. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, if it's that simple, but you don't ever know what happened at the party. Like,
yeah,
who you slept with.
Yeah, I feel you, but the feds have 1 million witnesses. They have all this escort, that escort, Daphne Joy, Cassie, the assistant, the guy at the hotel, this worker, that worker. They have everybody.
But the feds got a way of making people testify.
Oh, yeah. No, I interviewed one of the male escorts, Punisher. He basically said the feds came in and said, look, come in, just tell all the truth. You'll be fine. You start lying, we'll arrest you for perjury. So he was stressed out.
Right.
And he even says that I don't know whether I helped the prosecution or the defense. I mean, I just said, what was there? He said, and I asked him, I said, did you feel sex trafficked? He said, absolutely not. This is what I was doing for a living. I didn't go out of state. It was all done in New York. I was living there at the time. I went in, had sex with a beautiful woman, got $2,000 for it, and left. What's the big deal?
Based on what my understanding of sex trafficking is, that's another reason why I said, hey, look, I live in New York. I only dealt with them in New York.
Right. You were transported anywhere.
I totally eliminated myself. Like, I can't be sex trafficking.
What's the big deal? It's not, I could imagine if there was like a group of, let's say, female escorts that were badly beaten and raped and, had trains ran on them and, had to go to the hospital and get stitches and were threatened to do stuff. And maybe some of them were underage and so forth. None of this happened.
Yeah, but James, you don't have to beat them for it to be sex trafficking.
I get it. And I think that technically if you fly in an escort for the purpose of sex, you're now sex trafficking. But there's no minimum for situations like that. There's no, you can get a year for that.
Yeah, you can get 17 years too.
Exactly. Up to the judge.
Yeah. I know guys, that was pimping on Figueroa 17, 20 years for pimping and pandering.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I hear the predictions, but definitely I think from Cassidy to them testimony that they can get him for the pimping and pandering.
But he's not charged with that. You can't get someone for a charge that you're not being charged with. For example, domestic abuse, right? Clearly there's a video of domestic abuse. It's not one of the charges. So you can't do anything with that. It just is what it is. It's used to sway the jury, of course, but
so what they're saying, I guess, is that he was using his influence and his money to basically racketeer, to do stuff that
and
normal
because
people wouldn't do,
and because he had employees that were like getting the hotel room and getting the baby oil and cleaning up after the room and so forth. But then again, I feel like that's sort of ridiculous also. Like I have an assistant, right, Evan. If I had him book hotel rooms for me and I ended up having weird orgies in those hotels, he doesn't have anything to do with that. He's just doing his job.
If he knew you were having orgies, he would have something to do with it.
So if the assistants knew what
and aiding and abetting, all you have to do is know about it. Like in my case, they knew that the deal that me and Chico did, they knew that was not my deal. It was Chico's deal, but I aided Chico into putting the deal together.
Yeah.
If you gave me your keys to your car knowing that I'm going to do a dope deal, you could get aiding and abetting for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I feel you. As long as I know.
As long as you know.
Right. If you're like, I don't want to know. If I say, I don't want to know.
Then you're good.
I don't want to know. Yes, you can borrow my car. I don't want to know.
You're great.
Shut the fuck up.
But you can't really say that, right? But you can't really say that because now you know that
there might be something.
There might be something wrong. So you really just got to say, "Oh, you want to use the car? Here, take the car. Go and watch your business. You always use my car."
Whoever's recording this, you're always welcome to use my car for any lawful activities that you wish to engage in.
Yeah, see, you gotta spend some time in those law libraries to really kind of understand the way the law works.
Well, what I think is going to happen, and with them calling no witnesses, this is sort of going towards this idea, is that I think Diddy's planning on losing this case, and he's going to get a pardon from Trump. I think that's already in the works. I think that money's already been paid. That's what I think.
I've been hearing that as well. That they're hoping to get a pardon from Trump. Well, Trump like pardon famous people, so.
Well, here's the thing: the two of them actually know each other in real life. So I just had an interview with Roger Bonds, who was Diddy's head of security for like 10 years, and he said on like 4 or 5 different occasions he would take Diddy to go meet with Donald Trump. They would go in Trump's office, and he'd wait outside, with Trump security for like 3 or 4 hours.
I used to go to Trump office with Puff all the time.
Really?
And
how many times have you been with Trump and Puffy?
5 times.
5 times?
At least 5 times.
At least 5 times.
The same guy that's his head of security now, the bald-headed, tall, Caucasian guy. That always runs to him when something is over there. Me and him used to sit down in front of the office and talk. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, how's Puffy, man? How's it? Yo, how's Trump? Yo, this, that, other, yo.
Oh, you and Trump security would be talking.
Yeah, we would be talking because they would be together for hours.
Well, the two of them did God knows what. I don't know if they're just chopping up, if they're getting high together. That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me. But to spend 3 or 4 hours with somebody on multiple occasions means that you have some level of relationship with that person.
Yeah.
Right?
I would think so too.
So the fact that they have
especially somebody like Donald Trump,
exactly,
time is limited.
Exactly. He doesn't have a lot of time. So the fact that he's spending 3-4 hours out of his day with this guy who he doesn't directly have business with. It's not like Trump and Bad Boy had like a clothing line or something. No, like there's nothing that really intersected them at that point. So look, Trump pardoned Kodak Black, Larry Hoover, Lil Wayne, NBA Youngboy. Why not pardon Diddy while you're at it? That's what I think will happen. Either right away or right before he leaves office. I mean, hell, Trump pardoned the Silk Road guy. You know about that guy?
Mm-mm.
Silk Road was a dark web website where you could purchase drugs, guns, bombs.
I remember that guy.
I think you could put hits on people, and he went to jail. I think they gave him like 40 years or something. Trump just pardoned him. Oh, he got life.
Yeah, he got life.
Trump
they were
pardoned him.
charging him basically with aiding in the bed, and everybody who did
all the shit that was happening. Yeah,
everything happened on his site. They charged him with aiding in the bed, and saying that it couldn't have happened without his assistant.
There you have it. Trump pardoned him. He's back home now, chilling with his wife.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I think will happen. I think Trump will pardon him. I think that deal.
Trump has done some stuff that I never would have thought. I mean, the guys who took over the White House, I never thought that he would pardon him.
Like Trump settled with the woman who got killed, the crazy woman that was trying to like barge through and like the cop shot her. Her family got like $3 or $4 million. It's ridiculous. I'm still pissed off about that. First, I just believe she deserved to get killed. You go and do a vicious attack against a national government building, and then what do you expect is going to happen?
Democracy. As they call it.
Were you surprised that Larry Hoover got pardoned?
I was hoping Larry got pardoned. I didn't know if Trump would do it. But yeah, a little bit. When I heard about it, I was surprised.
Now, have you talked to Larry Hoover, had any interactions with him at all?
Not with Larry himself. He's not out yet, I don't think.
No.
I think he's still in the state. I'm good with Little Larry. Me and Little Larry talk. And Wendy, I talk to Wendy once in a while. I haven't spoke to him in about a year, but definitely good with them. I wanted to help help them do Larry's book.
Well, the sentence that Trump dropped was the federal sentence, but he still has 200 years in the state. So this is in Illinois.
Right.
And I remember me and Judge Mathis were talking about this yesterday. Like, it's a little bit of a weird situation because the governor of Illinois is a Democrat who is planning on running for president.
The governor can grant clemency. Our concern there is he is going to be running for president for the Democratic nomination, and he'll probably look at that as risky. However, he should look at it as, you're a good Democrat, compassionate, so y'all say, and here's the right-wing conservative wild man Trump, who you all say is against black folks, yet he shows enough compassion to let Hoover out, and here you are, compassionate Democrat. What's the deal? Well, if the feds look and determine that he was rehabilitated enough and has served enough time to pardon him, it's just not Trump. He gets a report from the Justice Department and others who make analysis and how much of a public threat he still might be, etc. Why won't you do it, Democratic governor?
So it's one of these situations where it could get a little dicey for him, because if he goes and pardons Larry Hoover, that's going to be what everyone else campaigns on. Oh, look, he's not tough on crime. He let this murderer gang leader out when he still had 200 years left. I mean, you got to put it in perspective for me. So I remember, if you remember in the 80s, there was a guy named Dukakis who ran for president. He used to be the governor of Massachusetts.
I remember Dukakis.
He went and let out Willie Horton, who went out and killed a whole bunch of people after he got out. And like the whole campaign when he was running for president was like, oh, look, this guy who let out Willie Horton, who went on his killing spree afterwards. This guy is going to let all the prisoners out. They're going to go and rape your mother and your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So this is a situation that the governor of Illinois is going to have to deal with. Is he going to let him out, or is he going to keep him in? Because Trump let him out, but Trump is a Democrat. Trump is a Republican. He's a Democrat. There's a whole bunch of moving pieces here. But, Hoover's like 70 or 80 something years old.
Yeah. And if he don't let him out, he ain't going to win. Because he's going to lose Chicago.
74 years old.
He's going to lose Chicago if he don't let him out.
Everyone's going to vote against him in Chicago?
They're going to vote against him in Chicago. He's going to go down in Chicago. So he almost in a no-win situation. But I don't know if we're going to even have another election.
What do you mean? Think Trump's going to remain president forever?
I don't think Trump coming out.
He's coming out.
You think so?
I know so.
I don't think so.
He's a 2-term president. He's not going to do a 3rd term. He's going to figure out a way to stay?
I think he will.
I mean, he tried it last time. You saw what happened.
Yeah, but this time it's going to be different because he got the army lined up now. He know how to set the army up. He know how to set the National Guards up. He all the stuff that he didn't do that last time. It'll be done this time. You can believe he ain't gonna make the same mistake.
The Army and the National Guard are not going to fight to keep a president in for a 3rd term. That's not how it works.
They're gonna take orders from their commanders.
What are they gonna do though? At some point, you're no longer the commander when your term ends. Right?
Whoever he appoints is gonna be given the orders. And until somebody else is put in their position, then that's where they're gonna be taking their orders from.
So you think that if he puts in a general of the army, if he appoints a certain general, so you think that this general is going to go against the United States of America and do a military coup to keep Donald Trump in office?
Absolutely.
That's what you think? Okay. All right.
Absolutely. Look what happened to the people who took it over last time. They are out free. They're celebrities now.
They're free because of Trump, but it's not like they have key government positions or they've taken over the government or anything else like that. They're just free. They're just not in jail anymore. That's it. That's it.
But that's not a sign. That don't give you a signal like,
you're not going to have a military coup. This is not a banana republic. This is not some small South American country. It's not some small, Caribbean island somewhere where you could, take over the whole government. It's not Haiti, where you kind of just literally take over the government, kill the president, and now,
No, he don't have to kill nobody. Just ain't nobody gonna be able to kill him.
All right. We'll see what happens. I don't see anything happening. Well, did Harry O get a pardon also from Trump?
He did.
Okay. So how much more time did he have?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Harry O.
I think he was winding down though. I think Harry was winding down.
It seemed like he was almost out. Yeah, I mean, me and Harry O talked, and we were supposed to do something, but then he just stopped answering my phone calls, and that was pretty much the end of that. I don't know if he's mad at me or not, or I'm not sure. You know a little something about this?
Oh, we spoke. I ran into him in Vegas. You
Yeah?
know, we talked for a few minutes.
Yeah, my name come up?
A little bit.
A little bit? Well, go ahead and say what he said.
He didn't say much. He just said that you know, you shouldn't have brought his name up. That's it. You know.
Well, you know something, Harry, when you do not come and do this show and speak for yourself, your name will sometimes be brought up. This is just how life works, right? So, you know, if you don't want to make your own voice known, you can't be mad for someone else speaking about you.
Yeah, but it was just a short, you know, we just had a short conversation.
It's all good.
Yeah.
R. Kelly's trying to get a pardon from Trump. He's claiming the jail guards are trying to kill him. I guess he had an overdose recently.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Any chance you think that Trump will pardon R. Kelly?
I don't know. It seems like he likes famous people, man. I mean, you know, why not? If he gonna do Puff Daddy, might as well do R. Kelly too, you know.
Doesn't R. Kelly have a state case too, as well?
No,
or?
I think it was just feds.
Oh, really?
I think it's just.
I remember he had a bunch of different cases like going on at the same time, and I feel like certain ones were just kind of dropped because.
Yeah, I think where he had the state first, and then I think the feds picked it up.
Okay, so the state was basically dropped, and the feds became the new case.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you know, it's easy for the feds to get a conviction than the state. The feds need less evidence. They can go on circumstantial evidence.
Okay, so if he gets pardoned by Trump, he could actually walk free.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
And he been gone. Kelly been gone what, about 7 years now?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, so he done did a little time. So
yeah, all because that documentary, Surviving R. Kelly. That's what locked him up. Yeah, I mean, listen, these documentaries can be very damaging because law enforcement becomes reactive. Like, oh, this is popular. Let's look into it. Let's build a case around this documentary.
Yeah,
same thing. Like
the cops are just like everybody else. They want they want to get the big one.
Yeah,
you know
they're clout chasing just like all of us.
Yeah,
in our own way.
They want the big story. You know,
right?
How can I get in the headlines?
Yeah, I mean, just like the Cassie lawsuit, it was the biggest thing ever. So they're like, oh, okay, let's turn this into a Fed case.
I mean, that's why, you know, my San Diego case, I believe that's why they set me up. You know, I came on Monday night after Monday Night Football. They saw me come on there, and the cops say, "Oh, let's bring this guy down. He's riding on a high horse." So
yeah,
so they put the play in motion.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because just today I got a letter from someone claiming to be Suge Knight's legal department, and they say that they own the Suge Knight name. And since I used it in various YouTube titles, I owe them a bunch of money.
Yeah, you know they do that in jail. They got where you incorporate your name.
You can incorporate your name all you want. You're a public figure and you're in the news. I'm allowed to mention your name in news articles. Like, honestly, this is ridiculous. I've had a lot of stupid lawsuits in my day. I mean, it's not even a lawsuit. It's just a letter.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't file anything, but I've had a lot of stupid demand letters in my day. This is by far the stupidest. This is by far the stupidest letter I've ever got. I can't use Suge Knight in a YouTube title that's talking about Suge Knight. Seriously? Like that. This is, and it didn't even come from my real law office. It was like Suge Knight Legal Department, Beverly Hills, something. I'm like, it's not even a real lawyer behind it.
When I talk to him next time, I ask him about it.
Yeah, tell me why he thinks he can sue me. By the way, I'm not doing shit. My lawyer's going to reply because that's what we have to do. So I'm going to have to spend some money on this bullshit. But I'm not taking nothing down. I'm not paying anything. He can do whatever he wants to do. Clearly, he's just bored sitting in prison with nothing to do. So this is what he's doing, like in his spare time. And all he has is spare time at this point.
Yeah.
Have you seen him recently?
No, I spoke to him. He called me about every other week.
Right, but have you seen what he looks like now?
No,
This is what Suge Knight looks like now.
Hmm.
He lost a lot of weight. People are saying he's sick.
I heard he was sick too.
Really?
Yeah, I heard he was diabetic. That his sugar had been messing up.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't have anything against Suge. I spoke to him on the phone a couple months ago. We were supposed to do something. I didn't follow up, so he's probably mad about that. But at the end of the
Well,
day,
Vlad, they're gonna take shots at you.
They
You know,
gonna take
just like
shots at
with Wack talking about. You know, I understand. They need something to talk about.
yeah, it's all cool, man. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. Well, you and Big Meech actually talked before he got released.
Through letters.
Through letters.
When we you know what, we did speak on the phone when I first got out.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Before my PO told me to stop taking calls from jail.
Okay. What'd you guys talk about?
What was it? Just basic talk, you know. I was telling him books he should read. Telling him about what I was doing on the street, you know, how I was trying to get my stuff together. He hooked me up with Sabrina, one of his ex-girlfriends, to help her when she got out. Just general stuff, just chit chat, nothing serious. I didn't have nothing going on really at that time.
Yeah.
You know, I just got home from prison myself, so I didn't really have nothing going on, and we just chit chatted.
Well, Big Meech and 50 Cent have been going at it.
Yeah, I saw that.
And through the course of them going back and forth, 50 starts calling Big Meech a rat. And he was talking about the whole situation with the girl, Tammy, who allegedly cooperated on Big Meech's behalf and allegedly told on someone and this, that, and the third. What do you think about that whole situation?
Messy, you know, from William Roberts, aka Rick Ross, getting involved, you know. I don't know, it was funny, you know. I was like, why would Meech need to go and do something with Rick Ross? And what came to mind, he must have needed some money.
That's basically what happened.
So I felt like, you know, 50 and them wasn't taking care of him like they should have been. You know, he shouldn't have had to go nowhere else and ask for no money or have to do anything with nobody else to get some money.
Well, look, 50 Cent took his son, put him in acting school, put him in rehab because he had a drug problem, and gave him the lead on a hit TV show simply because he looks like his father. And I think Lil Meech made a few $1 million in the process, but he was buying $10,000 chrome heart jeans and, you know, $300,000 necklaces thinking that he's his dad when he's just a regular working guy who has to pay taxes. And the money only comes during certain times.
Right.
Because I remember there was like a text message that 50 posted where he was like, Lil Meech was like, yeah, you know, fuck Rick Ross, but my dad needed a bag. You know, my check doesn't come until the next season of BMF. 50's like, what next season? You know? But it's like, that always kind of bothered me. Because I've interviewed Lil Meech, like before BMF started. And he seems like just a good kid. He didn't grow up, you know, as a drug dealer. He wasn't like.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
You know, he grew up in a sheltered environment, didn't know who his dad even was for a while. Now you're in a position where you're actually making legal money and the money's good and you're getting club walkthroughs and so forth. But I heard in the process that he would like not show up to club walkthroughs, that he was getting high a lot. He was spending just ridiculous amounts of money on clothes and jewelry. And ultimately, like, you're not going to be able to compete with your drug dealer father. He's selling an illegal substance and he doesn't pay taxes.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you could potentially get bigger, but it's not going to be in your 20s. You know, maybe in your 40s or 50s if you accumulate enough wealth. But like, Do you feel that way? Do you feel like Lil Meech was trying to be a big Meech?
Well, I mean, even if he was, you take Lil Meech out the picture, like if you fuck with Meech, if you really fucked with him, you're supposed to look out for him. You know what I'm saying? Like if 50 was in position to look out for Meech, because Meech gave him a hit show. 50 got a hit show out of it too. And Big Meech had to give him that. And then you have to look at when did 50 know if he was telling. I don't know if he was telling or not, but when did 50 find out that he was telling? Now, I saw the guy on the internet who was saying that, that Meech had got him 3-4 years ago. So 50, you knew this 3 or 4 years ago and you never said nothing, but as soon as you seen with Rick Ross, there's a problem. So when I look at it, it's like you trying to control this dude. You trying to have this dude up under your thumb. And I don't think that's cool because if you my partner, like I got partners right now that work with Rick Ross.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And we talk on the phone because, man, go get your money. Don't get into my beefs or what I got going on. Go do your own thing. And I felt that 50 should have blessed him and say, you know what? If you can get some money with dude, go get your money with dude and let us keep getting our money over here. So to cut that off, I thought it was selfish and immature.
Well, I think from 50's point of view, because I mean, me and 50 run into each other. We've had conversations, but Tony Ayo I know well. He's a regular on my show. And I think from 50's point of view is that, look, Big Meech could have came out the broke ex-drug dealer. Like millions of people come out, right?
Right.
Instead, yes, he got the rights from Big Meech, but you know how it goes. People buy rights all the time, end up sitting on them and doing nothing. The fact that he actually turned it into a hit TV show and turned into a brand that all these people are familiar with that weren't familiar with, like the criminal enterprise, he's really like set up his son to be in a great position. And honestly, not too many people could have pulled that off. So it's like you created this whole enterprise around what 50 did, and then you turn around, you're taking videos with my enemy. I could see how, especially someone like 50, that would rub him the wrong way.
I mean, yeah, it could, but then you got to look at it from both point of views, because I got out broke. I got out of prison with nothing. I know what it's like to get out and you scuffling and every dime that you can rake and scrape, you're trying to get. So for him to go and get some money, 50 wasn't looking out for him. I ain't gonna sit around and wait on no motherfucker. I mean, I done had him, come at me, but I ain't no lap puppy. I ain't sitting in your lap. You don't treat me like no bitch. Like that's the way you treat. You don't treat no player like that. And Meech felt like he could go wherever he wanted to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is what it is at this point. Everyone, stood on their business. Big Meech had that big concert that got canceled the day of. We're still not quite sure what happened there. I talked to Boosie, who was supposed to perform. He said literally like 2 hours before the concert, he got a call saying the whole thing's been canceled. He said he's never seen anything like this before. But he's had shows canceled, but not like the day of, right before, and that type of thing. So there's weird stuff happening in there.
I mean, the internet went crazy with it. People were showing me the pictures and all that, and I was like, well, I saw the video of dude 3 years ago. So for it just to pop up now because he take a picture with dude, I thought that was, I thought it was childish.
Look, I've had a lot of people look at this case, including 1090 Jake, and there seems to be some sort of implied cooperation, third-party cooperation from Meech to Tammy, but there's nothing exactly in paperwork. I mean, from your point of view, do you think that Meech cooperated, try to get less time, which ultimately didn't happen, or no?
I don't know. I haven't saw any paperwork, like I don't speak on stuff I don't know about. Now I know that there is a such thing of third-party corporation. I've saw that in jail before.
So explain exactly what that is.
Well, third-party corporation is where one person is in jail, and then they may have a brother or a sister or a mother or a father who goes out and sets up deals with the government. knowing that their corporation is going to help the person that's in jail. They had a company that you could pay to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a third-party cooperation hotline that you can call that'll do it for you. Like, explain how that works.
And they would do it. You know, when I was in jail, I'm in the law library all the time. So we getting all the books, and it was a company that you pick up the phone and call, and they would cooperate on your behalf. You pay them money, and they would go out and set up deals in order for you to get the credit. That's how cold that is.
1-800-SNITCH.
I guess that's what you call it.
1-800-Truth-Tellers. Okay, okay, this is so wild. Okay, so you mean to tell me I want to snitch, but I don't want to do it myself, so I'm going to call this number.
Well, you can't do it because you in jail.
What do you mean?
You can't snitch because you in jail.
Because it becomes dangerous for you?
No, but you can't. How you going to get to people? You can't get to them.
You can call your lawyer.
But you can't get to put the deals together.
Well, the lawyer can't.
But the lawyer not going to do that.
Okay, you go to your lawyer and say, listen, I want to do a third-party cooperation. Go to the prosecutors.
Right. Then they would set it up, and then this person would come forward and say, okay, I'm going to go out and set up drug deals so that he get the credit for it.
Wait. Sorry, I'm confused. Explain this again. The last part.
There's a person that you hire.
Yes.
When you set up the thing with your lawyer in the prosecution, and he would come forward and he would tell the prosecutor, I'm going to go out and set up drug deals at such and such a quantities in order for him to get the credit.
A third-party person is going to set up drug deals.
Yeah. Somebody you don't even know him.
They would put their neck on the line to set up a drug deal on your behalf.
Absolutely.
But with the police involved?
Yeah, the police got to be involved so they can make the bust.
Okay, here we go. All right. So okay, let's just say that I had this type of service, right? The Vlad TV snitching service. Okay. The Vlad TV snitching service.
They didn't call it snitching though. I forgot what the
Okay, this is crazy. So here you are, you're sitting in jail and you need to snitch your way out of this situation, right?
Right.
So you call me up and say, listen, I know a drug dealer that would buy a kilo of cocaine off you if you offered it to him.
Correct.
That's not entrapment, by the way?
It's not entrapment if they're already selling drugs.
Okay. So you tell me, I know so-and-so out in LA, he's always buying kilos of cocaine. You offer him a kilo for $10K, he's going to be all over it.
Yep.
So I go out there and I call the police and I say, listen, I'm going to set up a drug deal with this guy. I want you guys to be right there to bust him as soon as we do it.
Well, they probably would do the initial phone calls. You know, they don't just go and set up a drug deal. You know, that ain't how drug deals work.
I get that, but it's like, isn't this person putting their own life in danger by doing this?
Yeah, but that's what they like to do. They got people that like to snitch, man.
Okay. And there's professional
You remember
snitchers.
I told you about Chambers. You know, remember I told you about him?
Yeah.
And he called me after I did your show. He called me a couple weeks. One day
I heard about this.
I picked up the phone and he called me. These guys enjoy, I guess they feel like they're kind of like cleaning the streets up. You know, like Chambers, he wanted to be a DA agent, but he couldn't pass the test.
So he became a snitch instead.
Yeah. And made more money.
Yo, this is crazy. People are volunteering.
No, they had a booklet.
Volunteer snitching.
They had
That's
a
what it
booklet.
is.
It's a whole booklet on that. It was a whole booklet that was going through the jailhouse with all the information in there about that.
How much does it cost?
I don't know. I couldn't afford it.
You couldn't raise the money?
I couldn't afford it.
So is there somebody you wanted to snitch on, third party at that point?
No. I didn't have nobody.
Okay. Do you know anyone that actually used the service?
Nope.
No. But it was an actual real company.
It was a real company. They had real pamphlets, real booklets. It was a pamphlet that we used to get, called Busted by the Feds. That's what it's called, Busted by the Feds. So if you get busted by the feds, it gave you all the things that you needed to know when you come to jail.
Hold on. Let me see if I can Google this. Busted by the Feds 2023, 23rd edition, The First Step Back, the book for defendants facing federal prosecution. latest sentencing guidelines for all crimes and charges. Now, I don't know if this is that. Well, okay, hold on. Busted by the Feds.
I think that's it.
Is a 2006 book. Is this it right here?
It did probably change since, you know, I was in there in 99 when I saw it.
So if you were 99, it wasn't around then.
That's a different one.
It's probably a different book.
This was a pamphlet. It was a pamphlet to tell you how to deal with the feds when you get busted.
Yeah, no, I can't find it. This was something. I guess it was a prison only exclusive. It didn't make it outside.
Might
of there.
be too old. Might be for the internet.
Okay, crazy. But they actually have a company with volunteer stitches that are ready to.
Oh yeah, Busted by the Feds had all that in there. Lawyers advertised in there. It basically was a pamphlet.
I can't find it.
For people who didn't know how to deal with the feds. When you go to the feds, everything you needed to do.
Right. I mean, that book is there. It's on Amazon, but I don't know about the whole snitching part. Is that like part of the chapters, or
it might be? I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now Rick, I had Whack 100 here recently, and me and him were arguing because he claimed that you had some level of cooperation, which I tried to argue with, but you know, he seemed to have certain things in mind that I wasn't familiar with. So you actually saw this interview, right?
Yeah, I saw that, man. It was a joke, really. I mean, you know, when you hear people who have never been in a courtroom, when you hear them talk, they don't understand the law at all. And in my opinion, Whack is one of those people who don't understand the law. You know, what he calls cooperation, people who are going to court fighting cases, we call it discrediting police officers. So, and what I mean by that is, first of all, anybody who go to jail is really committing a crime. The first thing they say is, I didn't do it. You know, even if they did do it, they're gonna say the police is lying. He planted the gun. The gun wasn't my gun. I didn't have a gun. So all of those are forms of discrediting police officers. So when a police officer gets on the witness stand and they lie, and then you get on the witness stand and you tell them what really happened, that's not cooperation. That's called discrediting police officers.
All right, well, let's go ahead and FaceTime Whack. Let's actually get his take on it in person. I got Freeway Ricky right here, and he wants to address what you said in our last interview.
What up, Whack?
What's up?
You know what?
Me and a whole lot of BS.
No, I didn't get you a nothing. You brought that shit up. You should have already known when you bring my name up.
I always defend it. You got to remember, I know that what you did with the dirty police, we never gave a damn about that. That's it. So what? Right? But I didn't know nothing about all the plugs and connects in Ohio and some dude in Miami and something they had.
You should, if you don't know, you shouldn't mention it. We should only speak on stuff we know about.
Okay, so somebody say, and you know day one, Freeway Rick is snitch. Hey, listen, bro, all he did was gave up the dirty police who crossed him. That ain't telling. As far as I'm concerned, I always took that stance.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
We ain't talking about that. We talking about he gave up the connect.
The connect told on me. What the fuck they talking about? They don't read. You got people, you listening to people who don't read and don't know nothing about the law.
Okay.
My connection set me up.
Okay, so I can remember what they was reading. They was reading something, and my man had it, right? And it was something about something in Ohio. You had something going on in Ohio?
I got arrested in Ohio.
Yeah, something about Ohio. That other dude name who I didn't heard you mention, that was working with the government, Clint, whatever that dude name.
Blandone.
Yeah, Blandone allegedly plugged you with somebody in New York, and you gave them up. I don't know. Listen, they reading it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me tell you something. There's no way possible that there's anybody on the planet that I could have told on that wouldn't have came forward as public as I am right now, that wouldn't come forward and say, hey, Rick told on me. Where you at?
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get what they got, and I'm going to send it to you because they got it. That's why
They ain't got nothing. They got dreams and lies.
Also says what I've always stood on, which he cleared up.
Dreams and lies.
And yes, I did stand up in courtroom and tell that Blandon was a lying motherfucker.
Well, my thing was your time deduction, whatever it was, came from the crooked cop shit, which I don't give a fuck about that. So what?
That was in my first case.
Yeah, they showed that. I'm like, nah, you see it right there. That
150 people got out of jail from that, including John Boy, Big Puddin', the list go on and on of the people. Jesse from Main Street, Droopy, all them got time reductions when those cops got indicted.
I've always said I support him with that, but it's the other shit in there. I never knew nothing about. You know.
But you still don't know nothing about it.
No, they got the paperwork on it.
They ain't got no paperwork. That's make believe. That's cartoon shit. You shouldn't participate in that kind of shit. I look at you higher than that.
No, but listen. For one, if I'm gonna participate in defending you, like I always been, they put something in front of me, I can't ignore it.
If somebody put something in front of you, it would be public knowledge. It wouldn't have to be something that you have to go and dig up. You should be able to go to Ohio. You can go to Ohio right now and pull up the news article, and what it's gonna tell you is a $10 million man came to town to face trial. That's what it's gonna say.
I'm gonna be real with you. I ain't never dug your shit up. I've always took it for face value. I'm gonna keep it real. Everything I repeat is what I heard you say.
And all you gotta do is pull it up in the newspaper. When I went to court, it was in the newspaper.
Well, nah, but fuck the newspaper, because the newspaper could be manipulated.
But where they gonna get the paperwork from?
Well, all paperwork is public record. You know that, unless it's sealed.
Where they gonna get it from, though?
Well, I'm gonna hit dude because 600 of them got it. I'm gonna hit dude and get it.
600 ain't got it. 600 call me all the time. What is you talking about?
Bullshit.
600 ain't got no. Hold on, let me call 600 right now. Where my phone at?
Because he was there with me when they brought it. Call him. Yeah. Yeah, he was there with me when they brought it.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, get that because he was more on their side than my side.
Listen, if it was somebody I told on, they'd have done came public. They done went on Vlad and say, no, I'm just telling you, use logic sense though. If it was somebody that I had told on, he'd already came public and said that Rick told on me. Just like the dude did with Meech.
It's the Ohio dude and New York dude.
When I went to Ohio, I went to court by myself.
And I guess that other dude was down in Florida at the time. That whatever that weird day, that black.
And I've never been indicted or nothing in New York.
Nah, it wasn't you was indicted in New York. He had set you up with a plug in New York. And you get 600 on the line. He ain't answering you?
No, he ain't answer. He might answer you. You hit him and see if he answer you.
Hold on. I might can do this, but we all on here. Hold on. Yeah, let's do this because he was in the room. Share. Hold on. Share.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be sparing gossip though, homie.
That ain't gossip. They ready.
No, that's gossip. What you saying is straight.
I'm trying to tell you. They ready.
What you saying though is straight gossip, homie.
They ready.
You know they don't even do that in the hood.
Listen, they ready, bro. Like what the fuck you want?
They should have handed you the paperwork. You should have got the paperwork. They should have handed you the paperwork in your hand.
Hold on, let's get 600 on it. I'm sitting there defending you, and they shoot me. Only thing I can stand on is his time deduction came from the. It said that at the end of it, at the bottom of it. His time deduction came from the cop shit.
That wouldn't even have nothing to do with it. That happened in L.A.
Yeah.
The crooked cops was in L.A.
They had all your shit.
How they get all my shit?
The same way they get anybody else shit. I just never went looking for your shit, bro. I never went looking for your shit. On some real shit. I just took what you said at face value.
I ain't never said nothing. I ain't never told nobody that I didn't snitch. I don't have to prove myself to nobody.
Well, I never considered you what you did to the police snitching, personally.
Nobody in the pen didn't either.
Yeah, I've never.
You know, I walked around Lompoc with everybody.
Listen,
from Ray, and I got passes that most people didn't get when I was in the pen. You know, I could go to the
always stood on.
I could go to the Mexican mafia table and sell cigarettes and candy and soda. Everybody.
Yeah, where this nigga? Why he ain't answering the phone?
He must know what we want. Or think I want to collect some of my money he owed me.
Nah, but shit, he ain't thinking I got you on the phone. He is not answering. That's weird.
Yeah, but you shouldn't repeat that stuff.
Hey, listen, I don't give fuckers about me, you, and him. If they got some paperwork, I'm gonna read it, bro.
You can read it, but you don't listen, you don't even know where the paperwork come from. I'm asking you right now, where the paperwork come from. You don't even know. You don't know if it was a government paperwork. You don't know if it was rolled by one of those tabloid magazines. You don't know where it come from. Could have been some motherfucking clown typed up, and you repeating it.
So now what I gotta do now is really put my people on and just go get it all. I'll go get it all. Ain't no problem. I just ain't never looked into you. I never had a reason to.
Yeah, you just go do your homework.
Yeah. I mean, but what I do know, it had the police shit in there, which was accurate.
What did it say about the police? Let's get to the bottom of that. Let me see what it say about the police.
Everything that you always said, like, whatever.
I ain't never said nothing about the police. I don't talk about that shit. I don't have to prove myself. I'm Freeway Rick Ross.
So you said you never had a conversation about what the situation was or how'd you handle the police to get everybody the time off, to get your time off?
I done mentioned that before, yeah.
Yeah, that's all it said. That's what I'm saying. What you mean?
But you don't have no federal when you get federal paperwork, they go into details. They don't just have no, oh, he told on the police. That ain't how that shit works.
Paperwork ain't hard to get, you know that?
Yeah, but it don't have no just that he told on the police. It don't stop that.
So it got all the details. You got a safety valve for that, right?
I got a safety valve? No,
Yeah, that's what it said. It said you got a time cut. I can't remember how much time they took off, but it definitely said that you got a time cut for that, right?
Yeah, I got a time cut for it.
Yeah, but it didn't show that with nothing else. So it matched that. So if I'm looking at that, I'm like, okay, well, shit. Hold on, let me see if I don't know why this nigga ain't answering.
But that's something you could have got that out the newspaper.
I don't acknowledge newspapers. I just don't.
But you had not. Who is the dude that had the paperwork? Call the dude who had the paperwork.
Man, you know what? We got that segment because they came on my channel with that shit. Them niggas have been trying to get to me for a while. I told you that. This ain't nothing new to you.
You ain't never told me this.
Bullshit, because I told you not to go to certain rooms. They was trying to use that fake manager you got to line you up. Bullshit. I definitely told you that. Think about it. Whoever some nigga you be having represent you, nigga, them niggas, a nigga from Philly, it's a nigga from Philly. He was trying to get to you forever, right? And the nigga convinced the nigga to bring you to one of them rooms. I said, don't go to that room. It's a line. They was going to attack you. Straight up. Last time I talked to you.
I ain't worried about nobody attacking me.
Yeah, I worry about it because you don't do that type of shit on them platforms. And I know how it looks.
Yeah, but he can't. They can't fuck with me. I'm smarter than all these motherfuckers. I'm one of the baddest motherfuckers walking the street right now.
Yeah, but when you ain't in control of the floor, it get different.
I ain't worried about none of these motherfuckers.
Well, we ain't talking about what you worried about, but like you sitting there and Vlad, you're gonna answer, you're gonna show up looking a certain way, you're gonna talk a certain way because of the perception of yourself. Right?
Absolutely.
You go on Clubhouse, and when you try to defend yourself and ask a question, and niggas is muting you, and when you think you talking, they ain't talking, and it look like you avoiding questions, then they playing, it's a bad thing, period. I know all that shit work, so I told you stay out that line of fire. But I don't know why this nigga ain't answering the phone. Hold on.
Well, you know, on the street, they gonna bag my play anyway.
I mean, I don't care who back what. Whatever. I didn't see them back all kind of plays that got paperwork on them. You know that. That don't mean we all know they got some work on them and look the other way. What that mean? Got a bag, he got a resource, bagging play. They ain't gonna do nothing. It's just conversation these days. Keep it real.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't really entertain fruitless conversations.
Well, if it's about your name and then saying they got some paperwork, that ain't fruitless.
I ain't worried about my name. I made this name. I made this name. It used to be, hey, they used to be the junky ass freeway boys. That's what Jay Clayton, you remember Jay Clayton? You heard of Jay Clayton?
But listen, this is the thing, right?
But Wack, you heard of Jay Clayton?
When you say you made that name, and I had a conversation about this. All you who think the glory and fame, and you one of them, me one of them, your name came from what it came from, y'all act like that's something to be proud about, bro.
I'm proud about everything. Everything I've been through. Hey, I love myself. I'm ecstatic with me.
That's what I'm saying. But all that.
And that's why I treat.
Don't listen. All you like all famous for selling. Y'all really shouldn't be famous because y'all f***ed up the community. Let's be real. You got your money. You made some money. But if we talking about it at the age we are now, looking back, I'm not, bro. The name I had from and doing something to it behind the color, I don't want none of that fame. Because I didn't even know just because he was the one walking down the street. So when you say you made your name came from up the communities. And it was what it was. Some made money, but it's also babies came from that. It's a lot of homes that was torn.
Ain't no such thing as no baby.
Huh?
Ain't no such thing as no baby.
It definitely is.
No, it ain't. That's you putting that out there. That's a form of snitching right there.
So you saying a mother that's pregnant, buying and smoking.
See, you don't do no research. You gotta go do some research. Wack, you just be out here. Wack, you just be out here talking. There's no such thing as a baby. The babies they had on TV, on the news that they say was babies with alcoholic babies.
Come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here. We didn't whoop ass for selling niggas' mamas that was pregnant, bro. So if you telling me gonna affect a fetus when a woman is smoking it, then you sounding crazy, bro. You don't believe that. Alcohol, any type of
Go do your research.
So you telling me
has no lasting effect on the baby. Has no lasting effect on the baby. Once the mama finish, the baby's good.
Okay, I'm gonna let you stand on that.
Thank you.
What about what you just did to the household?
What do you mean by that?
We both can agree that really ain't nothing to be famous about and be proud of.
Well, hold on a sec. Hold on. So while you guys were talking, I went on ChatGPT and I asked, does have effect on pregnancy? And according to ChatGPT, it says yes, using during pregnancy can have serious and harmful effects on both the pregnant person and the developing baby.
That's common sense.
It's a powerful and illegal stimulant, and its use in pregnancy is considered high risk. Effects on the baby include low birth rate, premature birth, placental abruption, developmental problems, neonatal abstinence syndrome, NAS, and sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS. And the effects on the pregnant person is increased risk of miscarriage, higher risk of hypertension, seizures, and heart problems, and difficulty accessing prenatal care due to stigma or lifestyle disruptions.
That's common sense, bro.
Harvard University said that it wasn't.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking up on ChatGPT.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm trying to just be the.
No, I understand. I'm saying we got the report from Harvard University.
I got it.
And they said that was.
According to AI, though, they list a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, but where AI get his information from?
I would recommend everyone not to while they're pregnant.
Oh,
by
I
the
would
way,
too. I would too.
Let me just put that
But
out there.
I got a son.
Right.
I got a son. The mom was while he was a baby.
Okay.
And he came out perfectly fine.
Well,
I mean, that's cool, but it's a lot that didn't. But
Right.
what you should be really beating your chest about is your accomplishments when you got out, how you could have did and you didn't, and did something different. But I'm totally against, because when we doing that, we glorifying it and we telling the kids. That's like me telling the kids to go and put some work in. I'll be dead wrong. We can't glorify that because they just look up to you, look up to me, look up to him, or whoever these people may be. And we got to let them know, like, bro, that's what I did. And at the time, that's what it was. But this shit ain't cool.
Yeah, but I respect my past. I did what I did.
You respect your past?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not embarrassed, and I'm not embarrassed about what I did.
No, I'm not saying be embarrassed about it, but you proud of it?
What you mean? That's a question that really can't be answered when you say, am I proud of it?
I'm not proud.
I'm happy with myself. I love who I am today.
Okay.
And so in order to love who I am today, I have to love everything that I've been through, because everything that I've been through made me who I am today. Had I not went through what I went through, I couldn't be the person that I am today.
So if you could have changed it and changed the fact that
I don't try to think that if I could have changed it. It didn't change. I did what I did. That's what it is.
Would you tell the people to sell?
No, I wouldn't tell nobody to sell.
Why not? If you're proud of it.
I didn't. You see, you trying to put words in my mouth, man. I didn't say I was proud of it. I say I love who I am. I love everything that I ever done in life. I accept it, including my 20 years that I did in prison. I love those 20 years that I did in prison.
Listen, no, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
We're talking right now, Freeway. Come
No.
No man love being caged up like an animal.
He didn't have no choice. So he had to accept it. He had to adopt to that situation and make that situation work for him. And that's what I did.
I mean, we all did that because we was there. Right?
So you should have enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time in prison.
You enjoyed your
I enjoyed my time in prison. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't wake up crying. I woke up with a smile on my face. Was glad to wake up that morning.
So you didn't miss your children or your woman or your family?
Of course I miss them. But sometimes I miss them right now when I'm on the street.
Yeah, but you can get to them.
Sometimes I can't get to them.
That's true.
But you can if you want to. There's no restrictions that say you can't.
I got to him in prison when I wanted to.
Okay. Well, listen, Freeway Rick, I stand on it.
Thank you.
My thoughts on being praised for selling and going to jail for 20 years for it, that shouldn't be appraised.
Well, I could feel the same way about who produce rap records.
What you mean?
Because you be producing rap records that be talking about selling and encouraging kids to sell and do crime. And
no, I ain't got none of them, personally. My artists, they talk about they street, but I ain't got none.
It's the same thing. You know what the Bible says, and I ain't all religious and all that there, but it says, before you start getting a splinter out the next man's eye, get that plank out yours. So that means that you probably worse off than the person you're talking about.
Nah, because I don't glorify and praise myself for being a dealer. I think all dealers should not be glorified or praised.
Well, it ain't the worst thing that a can do. It's worse. Because I had to weigh my odds. I had to weigh my options when I decided to become. See, I wasn't just a regular. I weighed my options. I looked at all the opportunities that I saw in the hood before I became a.
So you saying there was no more opportunities in the hood?
Well, it was other opportunities, but I thought about it. I said, can you put a gun in somebody's face and tell them to get their wallet up? I said, no, I don't want to do that. But I said, you know what? When they coming by, they come with a smile on their face. They come skipping and popping and.
So you really go justify it.
I ain't justifying nothing. I don't have to justify nothing. I told you that before when we started. That's why Whack, I can walk around the way I do. I dress the way I do. I go anywhere I want to go. Because I don't justify and I don't criticize. It is what it is.
Yo, so at the end of the day, I'm gonna get the work that they had, and I'm gonna get it over there, and I'm gonna get it to
get it to Vlad, and then he can put it on the thing, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely get it, but I definitely got blindsided by it because I didn't know nothing about all that at all.
Well, they didn't blindside you. They was selling you some bullshit.
I just always knew about the police situation, and I've always stood with you on that. I didn't care less about it, really personally. I'm like, so what? The police. That was my stance in it. If that's what he did to them, they probably turned on him first. So that's what that is. But the rest of it.
Well, the police didn't work. They didn't work with me. They worked my friends.
Yeah, well, what is
we had never talked to each other. Yeah. They were trying to put me in prison.
Yeah, I didn't care about that.
And so I said, "Oh, you trying to put me in prison? I'm gonna try to put you in prison too."
Yeah, and listen, and still today, I stand with you on that. Never had a problem with that.
Yeah.
Some got a problem with it. I ain't got a problem with it. Some got a problem if you put something on a man that's dead, it ain't here no more. I tell my homies, you can free yourself when I'm gone, put it all on me. So some shit I ain't got a problem with, but I definitely gonna get there. I wish 600 I get on here. Let me try to get. If I can get him on here, I'm gonna tap back in.
Alrighty then, that was a lot.
Oh man, Whack going around with all this gossip, man. He got to cut that shit out, man. That shit is sad.
Well, you addressed it all.
Yeah.
You addressed it all, and you know, there were times where he had problems trying to, you know, keep up his position. I feel, you know, but we couldn't get that one guy on the phone who claimed he had the paperwork and so forth. So it just is what it is at this point.
Yeah. But you know, and I see Whack on there doing them type of interviews, talking about he saw paperwork in jail. You don't see the paperwork. You got the paperwork in your hand before you say something about somebody. And you know, I don't participate in that either. You know, I ain't with all that. You got to show paperwork. When they did the paperwork parties and all that, I wasn't with that. I'm in the law library. You know, I'm a money getter. I'm on trying to advance myself. I'm not the snitch police. You know, to go around and see who's snitching and who telling and all that. That's not my job. And you know, I done said on here before, man, snitching goes with this business. You know, more than likely it's gonna be one of your friends who tell on you when you go to court. You know, so. But from what he's saying, I mean, how could I have told on a person and they not come forward and say, "Hey, I'm the one that Rick Ross told on. Rick Ross shouldn't be who he is because he told on me." Come on, man, it's too simple. With the internet too.
There you have it.
And as famous as I am, shit, I'm one of the most famous motherfuckers on the planet. You know, I can't even walk through the airport without taking 40, 50 pictures. So, you know, I feel like. Don't even get me started. Because they, you know, I got ego, but I had to keep it tame.
Yeah. I feel like I got to see the slightly angry Rick Ross.
No, I wasn't angry.
The annoyed Rick Ross.
Yeah, annoyed.
That was the first time I've seen you
maybe
with any sort of bass in your voice whatsoever.
Maybe a little annoyed.
A little bit annoyed.
Yeah, maybe a little annoyed. But you know, with what Wack is saying is ludicrous. And he really should stop doing that. You know, I mean, I understand he need the clicks and all that. You know, this is how he's getting his money right now. But you know, and then he's gonna criticize drug dealers. Like, motherfucker, you just criticized 50-something million people. You know, at one time they said it was 50 million people involved with drugs. So you just criticize all these people and talk down on all them. You know. It's sad that he's stooping like this to try to get some money.
Well, Big U is sitting in jail right now, facing a lot of charges. He's in a 43 count indictment.
Yeah, I spoke to you like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, did you? In jail?
Yeah, somebody. I was with somebody and he was talking to him and they handed me the phone. So we talked for a couple minutes.
Well, the feds were listening to that phone call.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I can guarantee you that.
I ain't doing nothing.
Right. I mean, me and Big U would talk a few times a year.
Yeah.
Ever since he did our the interview here on Vlad TV, like me and him were always cool. Never a
He
bad.
say he good.
He's good.
He say he said he got a lot of bunk charges.
Well, it's announced he's actually representing himself.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So his attorney, Arturo Hernandez, said a breakdown in communication and trust while requesting to get off of the case. He said the attorney-client relationship has deteriorated to the point where continued representation would be unfair to both the client and the court. Big U also told the court he doesn't have enough money to hire a new lawyer. Now, if you don't have the money, you get a court-appointed lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Now, isn't that better than representing yourself?
Yeah, it is. Now I got a friend that represented himself, but he a bad mother.
He
know what I'm
won?
saying? Huh?
He won?
No, he lost. But he's sharp though. He got a mouthpiece. He can talk in court.
He still lost.
But he still lost.
Do you know anyone that represented themselves and won?
No.
No. Not a single human being.
No. You know what they say? The client got himself for a lawyer. Got a fool for a lawyer. Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that it goes. But no, you're not supposed to represent yourself. You making a big mistake by trying to represent yourself. He also would knock out his opportunity to go with ineffective assistance of counsel. You know, if you represent yourself, you don't get that opportunity because if you don't effectively do your job, you did it to yourself.
Right. The term is he who represents himself has a fool for a client.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
I knew it was something like that.
I'm not calling Big U a fool, by the way. I'm not. But it's a little bit crazy. Now, according to Wack, what he thinks is happening is Big U is trying to get all the paperwork on everyone who's snitching on him so he can see for himself everyone who's actually cooperating against him.
He would get that anyway.
So you're saying that having a lawyer, not having a lawyer, so a lawyer couldn't shield that from somebody?
No, he has to give it to him. Everything in discovery he's entitled to.
Well, listen, but I'd heard this, and I talked to someone who's, representing major clients in federal cases right now as we speak. And he said that the way the federal system is laid out, sometimes lawyers can't even show their clients certain pieces of information. He said that's a real thing. Now, by the end, of course, you get everything, but at certain times,
they don't usually give up the names of informants until the day of the interview. And what they do in the feds, like say for instance, you don't get preliminary hearing in the feds. You go straight from pre-trial to trial. But what they do is they allow you to what they call interview witnesses.
In the feds.
Yeah, in the feds, you get to interview witnesses, not the client, but the lawyers get to interview the witnesses. So a couple days before the interview, they'll give you a list of all the names.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that everyone took the stand in the Diddy case, the defense actually got to interview every single person?
Correct.
Oh. Huh. Okay.
But now the witness has the right to say, I'll talk to you in trial.
Oh.
They don't have to interview with you.
Oh, okay.
It's not mandatory that they interview. They have to show up to the interview, but they don't have to interview. Like in my case, Danilo didn't interview. He showed up to the interview, and then he told my lawyers that he would tell them everything that he had to say at trial.
Huh. Okay.
Because what that does is that gives you an opportunity to discredit them. You know, they might say something in the interview that you can say, oh, well, you said this at the interview. So
right. So it's basically a deposition.
Yeah, like a deposition.
Okay.
But they call it an interview.
Well, Big U has 43 counts. RICO.
I read the indictment.
Extortion, robbery, prostitution, interstate, wire fraud, bank fraud, tax evasion, failure to file tax returns, and there's a murder they're trying to put on him as well.
Yep. I read all that.
Yeah. I mean, how do you think this will work out?
I don't think it's good for you.
Yeah.
I think the evidence is overwhelming. I mean, I read in there where it was a guy that they say you was extorting a club owner or something, and the guy no longer had the money, so the Fed started giving the guy the money to pay you. So when you got that kind of evidence, not only do you have the guy, the club owner, that's going to be testifying, they probably got videotapes, they got wiretap.
Oh yeah, no, there are 20,000 wiretaps that started in 2010.
Yeah, that kind of evidence. The feds don't need that kind of evidence. The feds can use a third party saying that I saw him do such and such a crime, and they can find you guilty of that. When you give them the kind of evidence, the kind of solid evidence, wiretaps, pictures, probably marked money. If they gave the club owner money, it probably was marked. That kind of evidence is just like overwhelming.
I mean, how does the whole marked money thing work? So you pay this guy with marked bills, and then how do you follow those bills around?
I don't know. They probably went to his bank. He probably deposited them into his bank or
You think that this guy is taking extortion money and putting it in the bank? I seriously doubt that.
He was doing something with it, paying rent, paying car note.
Yeah.
The feds, they go deep, man.
They go deep, yeah.
Like Vlad, when they got me on my Cincinnati case, I had back then we had the phones that was burnouts. Where you have a number that's not even listed. They came up with that phone number, and I should change phone numbers every 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm like, how the hell did they come up with that phone number? But these people, they got a way of just digging and getting to the evidence. They got me for apartment that the apartment wasn't in my name, but I touched the application, and they got my fingerprint off the application. So they went all the way back to the people and had the people pull up the application for the person who rented the apartment building, and did whatever they did and found my fingerprint on the. Because I said I'd never been to the apartment. Nobody had ever seen me at that apartment. But when that came to court, they was like, "Oh, your fingerprint was on the application." So when you dealing with these people, they got unlimited resources.
Yeah.
And from the way I read the indictment, they were on Union pretty heavy.
Yeah, man, it's messed up. And I guess the weird part for me is they have him on all these extortion charges. And for example, he knew me. He knew that I was functioning in LA. He knew where my studio was. He knew that a lot of money was being made here. He could have tried to do something, oh, you need to start paying tax or whatever. None of that. Zero. Zilch. Never even a hint of that in any of our conversations. Ever. So I don't know. So when I heard about the extortion thing, I'm like, I heard it was like for street vendors or something like that. Like just people who don't really even have a lot of money, might not even be here legally. It's like, why would you go after these guys? There's all these big dogs out here that are actually making millions of dollars, that you could actually, probably even get them to just hand it over as a consulting fee or whatever. So I don't know. I really don't know.
I was surprised when they said the athletes, because I thought the athletes was just supporting his youth center, because what he was doing with the kids, I thought was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Every time I saw him, he had a bunch of these little bitty kids that was playing football and basketball, and I was shocked, to find out that they say he was also extorting football players and basketball players.
I mean, was it really extorting, or was it like, hey, can you donate? All right, cool, I'll donate. How is that? Is that extortion or is that a phone call?
Well, it's a conversation. You got to hear the whole conversation.
I suppose.
I couldn't say just from the indictment. If you see the indictment, it was pretty substantial. The indictment, and you'd have to piece the conversation together, hear the tapes, to see the tone of the voice, the whole 9 yards.
Well, Big U is 58 years old. Do you think that at this point in his life, he's approaching retirement age, Like with this many charges, you're not looking at like a 2 or 3 year plea.
No.
You're probably looking at what, like a 20
Life.
year. So this is life. I mean, listen, even 20 years at this point is life.
Yeah, it would be life. for
Right.
him.
You're 78 years old and you get out. I mean,
But the kind of charges that I saw in the indictment, those are life sentence charges.
life sentence charges.
Yeah.
Do you think that Big U ultimately at this point in his life, at his age, the fact that he has kids and so forth, will try to cooperate to try to just make a lot of these things go away and actually get a release date home?
I don't think he could do that.
Why is that?
I don't think the government would go for it.
Really?
No. Because when you read his indictment, the kind of crimes that they're alleging that he done are the kind of crimes, the people that they don't want on the street.
Okay, but let's just say, hypothetically, I have no idea about what Big U knows or doesn't know or whatever else. But let's just say he's like, listen, I know of 10 murders. I'll give you details on all 10 of them.
Yeah, that changes things.
See what I'm saying? 10 murders. I know who did it. I know when they did it. I had a conversation with them afterwards. I'm willing to take the stand, write a statement, blah, 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 blah. They could all call me a snitch, put me in. Well, can you put something like a Big U in protective custody? Because, you know, he is fairly recognizable at this point. I feel like you throw him anywhere.
That changes things. I mean, you know, when you say that, yeah, that probably would be tempting to a prosecutor.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what Terrence Gangster Williams did, essentially. He cooperated on 40 murders. 40 murders. Now, his friends were all dead at the time, but some of those were situations where he pulled the trigger himself as well. But every one of those murders checked out. He had to meet with the families. You know, that was, you know, obviously very, you know, very weird, but at the end of the day, it all checked out and he got out.
Well, we talked about that earlier though. With the prosecutions, they wanna, you know, if you can take them 10 murders, that would give them the kind of recognition and the kind of clout that they seek.
We got Big U, the alleged leader of the Rolling 60s, to cooperate on 10 murders.
Yeah.
Front page headlines. He's the new Sammy the Bull.
I think that's kind of far-fetched though. I mean, that is not something that, you know, I don't know. Anything's possible, but I don't see that as something that would be. I don't think that would happen.
No?
No.
I mean, in your situation, obviously a lot of crazy things happened around your operation. Not to say you were involved in any of it, but things happen in the world.
Mm-hmm.
People get.
Not under my watch. I purposely wanted to keep violence out of my perimeter. You know.
Okay, but there have been situations that you knew about where people got around.
Of course.
During that time.
Yeah.
Not to say this was your worker or your customer or whatever else. These things happen and people talk.
Yeah.
People talk and people will even admit to sometimes if they feel that you're a close friend or, you know, you have as much to lose as they do and so forth like that. Could you have potentially at some point said, you know something, I'm going to write down all the I know about, and I'm going to go to the feds and try to make a deal, try to get myself out earlier? Could that have potentially happened?
Yeah, that could happen.
Okay.
That could happen.
Did you ever consider that?
No, I never had that opportunity.
Why is that?
I just wasn't in that position. In my case, when I got arrested, I didn't think the feds had no case. You know, there was no didn't catch me at the scene or nothing. You know, mine was just a bunch of people talking. So I felt that I could win my case.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And you got originally life, right?
Yeah.
How did it feel when you heard life? You were how old at the time?
36.
36. I'm about to turn 52. You're how old now?
65.
65. So almost half your age.
Mm-hmm.
When you heard, people like to say, "Oh man, people in their 40s, they're old." People no, like you're still relatively young.
No, I was young.
At 36, you were young.
36.
A young 36. You hear life. Was there a possibility of parole or no?
No possibility of parole.
Life without parole. Guaranteed life. Double life.
Yeah, double life.
Double life with no parole.
Life for the conspiracy to possess, and life for conspiracy to distribute.
Wow. 2 life sentences at age 36. What did that do to your spirit?
Put me in the dump.
Huh.
Even though I knew the whole time, that I was waiting to go to trial, that I was going to get a life sentence. But when they actually did it still took you down another notch.
I bet.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, right? I'm not talking about you're actually making plans to do this, but at some point did you say, man, I'm just going to kill myself. I can't do this.
No.
Never.
No. I didn't think they was going to keep me.
Huh.
I never totally gave in to actually doing a life sentence. I mean, I'm thinking about escaping. My options was open. I'm looking for options and ways to get out.
Was there ever a moment where you thought you could pull off an escape?
Yeah. I was hanging with some Russian guys at Lompoc, and they had been, they worked in Unicor, and they thought they came up with a way to get out. And
what was the way?
Can't remember the whole scheme, but they had fixed up an Unicor where they were shipping things in and out of Unicor, and they felt that it was a certain time that it was an opportunity, a window of opportunity.
But essentially, nobody did it.
No. I won my appeal a couple months after after I'd been hanging with them.
Yeah.
So I went back to court.
Oh, okay. Then you got out eventually.
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't get out. But when I went back to the pen, they were all gone. They had literally emptied that penitentiary and had all new guys there. So
okay.
I don't even know what happened to them. Yeah, but I never thought that I was going to do my whole sentence. I really felt that after I had got to digging deep down into my case, that I should have got a total reversal. Danilo shouldn't even been over here in the country. He had an illegal green card. So when I found out that he had an illegal green card and the jury didn't know that he had an illegal green card, I thought that I would get my whole sentence reversed. Because my whole case was dependent on his testimony. No FBI agents, no DA agents. I mean, they heard the tapes. That's why I was telling you about the tapes. The tapes become evidence as well. But even on the tapes, he had to decode the tapes because on the tapes we would be saying stuff like, how much is it? We never said, or none of those other words. So the courts needed him to detect what's the word I'm trying to say? Like to listen to the tapes and then tell the court what we're saying on the tape.
Okay.
If you just heard the tape, you wouldn't be able to know what we're talking about.
Decode it, basically.
Decode the tapes, yeah. So he had to decode the tapes and tell them what we're talking about. Like he would say, oh, when he asked me how much, he's asking me how much for, when I could have been asking how much for, gasoline or a pie or whatever. He said, no, he's talking about cocaine. So they needed him to do what you said.
Well, what do you think about the riots that are happening over all the ICE deportations? Like we're in LA right now, and downtown was a mess for the last.
I think it's crazy that they're deporting the people the way they're doing. I mean, we as Americans, we need the illegals to do the work that they do. I'm glad that they over here picking the fruits and the vegetables and trimming the weed and, doing all the stuff that we Americans don't want to do. I'm not going out picking no strawberries, no grapes. So I think that it's crazy for us to throw them out the country. I think it's going to cost us in the long run major. I was listening to the radio and they were saying that they attribute something like $3 trillion to our economy.
$3 trillion.
$3 trillion.
Well, do you think that the Trump stance at the border and the immigration will actually decrease drug trafficking?
They can't stop drugs from coming into this country.
No.
I mean, we can't stop drugs from getting into our maximum security penitentiary. So how can we stop it from coming into the country? That's nonsense. And I explained this to people before, and what I find out happens is when you crack down on drugs, what you do is you make the price go up. And when the price go up, people who normally may not be willing to take that chance, when the money is right, then they're willing to take that chance. So in actuality, what you do is when you drive the price up, you invite more people to get involved.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, but you're also decreasing the ability for people to get weight, right? The price is going up because people are getting busted, and then your plug ends up going to prison, or he just disappears, and then suddenly you don't have a plug anymore. So
right, but then somebody else gonna become that plug. I had a saying, right? And I consider myself a thinker. I like to sit down and look at situations. And I was saying that if you had a magic wand right today, and you could take all of the drug dealers out the equation, the drug users are gonna create a new drug dealer.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they're gonna create another.
People want to get high. Let's just keep it 100. People like to get high,
and they're gonna get high.
And they're gonna get high. They'll figure out something.
They're gonna figure out a way to get their dope. So it's not a situation where you can incarcerate, you can lock up. That's not the way that you handle it.
I mean, look, like I interviewed Aaron Carter, who used to be like a platinum selling, teenage pop star. And near the time of his death, I did his last interview. I mean, he was huffing. He was taking like aerosol cans and inhaling them, which would just completely destroy your lungs in the process. He ended up ultimately overdosing and dying. I think he ended up drowning in his bathtub. But yeah, you take away the cocaine and everything else like that, people figure out something to get high off of.
And they're going to get cocaine. They're going to get cocaine over here.
They'll get cocaine anyways.
Yeah, they're going to get cocaine over here. Somebody going to buy it. I mean, when you're talking about the number gets so big, then somebody going to say, oh, man, I can get it in there. I got a ship. I got an airplane. It's impossible to fight a substance,
Yeah, I mean, look, I've gotten offered cocaine like twice in the last year. It's always just been like, damn, like, you don't even know me like that. Like, I mean, well, you know who I am. So I guess they feel comfortable because I'm a public figure. I'm not just some random, but I mean, like some of the people that have offered me, like, you do know there's fentanyl mixed in with this shit out here. Like, this is dangerous. Like, but people are still sniffing as if it just is what it is.
Yeah. They're going to get high.
Yeah. I mean, I've never touched cocaine. I've always said this. I've never touched it. I had a friend overdose and die at 23. I said, that's enough of a warning for me that if this is the worst case situation,
you ain't missed nothing. You ain't missed nothing.
No, I don't think I missed anything. I probably saved a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just feel like with the ICE thing, I know that the arrests are being done, with heavy hands. But at the end of the day, if you're not here legally, like I'm an immigrant. I came over here legally. I got a U.S. citizenship. I can't get deported, right? But if you're over here, illegally, and you're illegal, even if it's been 20 years, how can you get angry just because you get caught at this one?
Well, I guess they feel like they're part of the community. I feel like they're part of the community, and I feel like they have just, I don't know. I'm an equal opportunist, like who can dictate who can go on the land? You know, this is everybody's land. So for them to say that they can't come over, and this used to be Mexico anyway.
Right. But it's not anymore.
Yeah, where they took it with the guns.
Right. No, exactly. Now listen, but I guess it's like one of those things where it's like, if I don't pay taxes for 20 years and then suddenly I get a huge tax bill, what am I going to do? Blow up the IRS? Like, because I got caught for not paying taxes? Like,
Go to jail.
I go to jail. You know, I get extra jail time for blowing up the IRS.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's like these guys are attacking the ICE offices and fighting police and everything else like that.
But I think that's the legal ones doing that. That ain't the illegals.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's the illegals. I think it's the community, because you know you get attached to people. Like, you know, you get attached to them, and you be
don't
like,
deport my gardener. Don't deport my nanny.
Leave my nanny alone.
Yeah, leave my nanny alone.
Now I don't mind you deporting everybody else, but not mine.
Not my nanny. Well, you know, I think the reality is that, yeah, some people are fighting and acting out, but I think the majority of America feels like, well, it just is what it is. Like, you know, we've been relatively soft on allowing illegal immigrants to stay here year after year. And yeah, they pay taxes, but they also use government resources. They go to public schools and everything else like that. And ultimately, look, if you do not have a legal citizenship here, go to any other country and try to pull this shit. Go to Saudi Arabia.
You know, I went to London. They locked me up at the border.
Really?
Yeah, I went to London. When was that? January something, middle of January, and they just changed a new law where convicted felons can't come in. So I went straight off the airplane and straight into the immigration custody.
Really?
Yeah.
How long did you stay there before they let you out?
Just one day, and they put me on the next morning. They put
next
me
plane
on
back. So you wasted your whole trip basically.
Yeah, like 14 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't pass go. But we need the immigrants, man. We need them over here, man.
Right. But here's the thing: you can come over here legally. You can get work visas. You can get permits. Like, for example, like my friend Napoleon from the Outlaws. He lives in Saudi Arabia. He has actual physical businesses in Saudi Arabia. He has like a restaurant, a coffee shop. So I'm talking to him in our last interview. I'm like, okay, so you know, he's got a family there. He's got, I think, multiple wives, a bunch of kids, so forth. You know, he's got a home, car, etc. I'm like, okay, so you're a citizen of Saudi Arabia now. He goes, oh, no. I've never been granted citizenship. I said, really? He said, no. He said, I get a work permit, which I then have to, you know, renew. But he said that, you know, Saudi Arabia is kind of a welfare state, right? They have a lot of money and they really take care of their citizens. You know, they give them a lot of pension and everything else like that. So a lot of people want to move to Saudi Arabia so they can get those benefits. So Saudi just doesn't let anyone. Yeah, you know, like if you're a professor, or, you know, like if you own a big corporation, or, you know, something where they feel like, okay, this
You're
person
gonna benefit the country.
You're going to benefit the country, but owning a couple stores, they're like, whatever. Who cares? You know, so look, this guy who's been contributing cannot get a citizenship in Saudi Arabia. But yet people are complaining that they've been illegally. You think he can illegally stay in Saudi Arabia for 10 years without renewing his permit? They'll lock him up.
For sure.
And send him back wherever the hell he came from.
But we need them though. We need them.
Yeah. I feel you, man. I'm not.
Food prices gonna go through the roof.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will.
We ain't gonna be the land of plenty. Because the farmers ain't gonna farm no more.
Right. You're gonna have $10 strawberries, $5 potatoes.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Tory Lanez, who's been locked up over the whole Megan Thee Stallion situation, he actually got stabbed in prison 14 times.
I heard about that.
And apparently, because I remember at first, I tweeted, I'm like, yeah, you know, I guess Tory is still trying to play like he's a tough guy, which is why he was in general population, and this is why this happened. He should have been in PC. Come to find out I was wrong, because he actually was in PC. Because the guy that stabbed him was a child molester / murderer. Like the guy that stabbed him up had like a 13-year-old girlfriend who he ended up killing when he was like, 25 or something like that. And so they were both in PC. So you're here with the celebrities and the child molesters and the snitches and the gang dropouts and everything else like that. Apparently it doesn't mean this place is any less dangerous.
Yeah, somebody told me a little bit about it. I heard on the street that who was somebody might have been in jail with him, and they were saying that Tory got at the guy's girlfriend in the visiting room.
Yeah. So the story is a little convoluted, but what I heard, which is similar to what you just said, was this guy, this Mexican inmate, had like a girlfriend on the outside. By the way, how common is that? Guys are doing life to have girlfriends on the outside.
It's common.
It's common.
You know, women don't have, it ain't a lot of men out here. It's more women than men anyway. So, if you can get you a man in jail, you have him all to yourself.
Right. It's actually funny, right? Is I had this guy, Hector Bravo. He was a California prison guard for like 16 years or something. And I talked to him about this, and he said that what was really common is a lot of these like lifers and guys with these long sentences, they'd have a bunch of girlfriends, right? They'd have like 4 or 5 different girlfriends. So they'd write them letters. It'd be the exact same letter with a different name on the top. And he said what the prison guards would do to fuck them is that they would because every letter has to be opened before it goes out. So they would open the letters and then like switch them up. So the letter to Judy would go to Martha, and the Martha letter would go to Lisa. So these girls would open up these letters and have the wrong name on top. And, all hell would break loose.
Wow.
So in the old days, the prison guards, the correctional officers, what they used to do is it's mandatory that the officers read the inmate's mail as it goes outgoing. Well, an inmate will write 3 different women, same exact letter, just change the name. So in the past, you may have had correctional officers put the wrong letter in the wrong envelope.
Oh, on purpose?
On purpose, and shoot it out. That would happen all the time.
So Mary would get a letter that said Judy.
Hey, Judy, you're the love of my life.
Judy would get a Catherine letter, and
absolutely.
Catherine, God knows what she's getting.
That's a thing.
Wow.
That's a thing.
That's crazy.
So the story goes, I don't know whether this was on the phone or in person, like you may have heard, but apparently
they said it was in person.
It was in person. Okay, so maybe
this guy was in jail with him.
Okay, right. So it was a visiting situation, and I guess the girl flirted with Tory. So Tory, not really understanding prison politics and really working out the situation, thought, oh, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to go to this guy and say, hey, man, your girlfriend was kind of flirting with me. So I guess the guy spoke to the girl, and she said, no, that's not what happened. He was flirting with me. So now you got this guy doing life in prison, alone with his thoughts, for a couple of days. And at the end of that thinking process, he grabs. Have you seen the video?
No.
Oh, it's crazy. It's an attempted murder. 14 times.
Wow.
He's just like stabbing like over and over and over again. This was like a warning stab. This was like, I'm trying to kill you stabbing. Have you seen this type of thing happen?
Will people get stabbed?
Well, like over girls and like this type of situation.
Yeah. You can get, anything could take a guy off in jail over the telephone. I saw a guy. Well, I didn't actually see the actual assault, but it was a guy in the TV room, and it was over the soap operas. And the guy told him, "Don't turn the TV when the soap operas is on."
Guy wouldn't turn the TV.
And he turned it again, and he was sitting there watching the TV, and the guy hit him in the head with a mop wringer, and blood was everywhere. So, when you're in jail, anything could tick somebody off because you don't ever know what they're going through. It could be your girlfriend on the other end of the phone. I done seen guys break the phone and it gets ugly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure in retrospect, once he thought about the situation, he probably should just kept it all to himself. Because it's like, okay, I'm going to tell him, I'm going to tell him this piece of information. But Tory's probably not working out what the next 2 or 3 steps are going to be.
Right.
What's going to happen when he doesn't believe.
Well, they say the guy came, they say that he got the approval from the black community to move on Tory.
Really?
Yeah.
So the black gangs in that prison said, go ahead and stab him up.
Yeah, gave him the green light.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was in there
violated.
That Tory violated.
Yeah, Tory violated in the visiting room. You don't be getting at people in the visiting room.
Oh, so maybe there was some truth to what the girl was saying. Maybe Tory was kind of trying to flirt with her.
From what this guy was telling me that Tory initiated.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That Tory actually was flirting. Man, I'm sure after that first stabbing, Tory's probably thinking like,
I might be able to find out who that was told me that. You know, it didn't really interest me, but you know, I still stay in the hood. So, you know, I stay in Denver Lane hood. So they come by and they give me the scoop on what, you know, what's going on. But
yeah, I mean, all of the major problems in Tory's life revolves around a woman. Every single problem. From going to prison to getting stabbed in prison to the way people perceive him to the whole nine is all based on a woman.
I think they punctured his lung or something.
Both lungs got punctured. He had to be airlifted to a hospital because the facility in the prison wasn't going to be enough to save his life. And this is when he started like this whole media push where he like released all the stuff from the case, which from what Megan's lawyers are saying was all presented to the jury anyways. You know, he's just trying to sway the media. But I think that there was a level of, I need to get the hell up out of here. I need to just leave. This is too crazy for me. And I guess what happens is when that happens, like there's a file where these two people are considered enemies and the prison is required to move them out of
separation.
To separate them in different prisons.
But from what they was telling me that it's gonna follow him.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because you just bring back the conversation. The guy was telling me, I was really kind of like,
wow.
But they saying it's gonna follow him.
So he has a green light on him for flirting with a guy's girlfriend.
Yeah.
So he can't apologize his way out of it. He can't pay his way out of it.
Nope.
Really? Okay, so hypothetically, is there one person who makes this decision, or is it a group of people, or?
Well, you know, with like the Mexican gangs, they usually have a shot caller.
The Mexican mafia.
Right.
Right. That's at the top.
Blacks don't have no shot caller.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have no shot caller with, you know, there might be somebody that run the Crips, you know, who kind of like the shot caller for the Crips, and there's one for the Bloods, then the Muslims. So if you can't get them to kind of like come together, then you kind of out on your own. And from what I understand, they came and had a meeting with him, told him what happened. And everybody like threw their hands up and said they didn't have nothing to do with it.
Oh, so the guy that stabbed him met with all the shot callers and they all said, okay, go ahead, do what you got to do.
Yep.
We don't care if it's this guy's a rapper, singer, or whatever.
Right, he violated.
It's a violated, different set of rules. And you're saying the next prison he goes to, there's still a green light on him.
Yep.
For that type of thing. It's that serious.
That's what the guy told me.
But I mean, everything can be worked out. If there's enough money, if there's enough pull, whatever. At some point, can't Tory fix this?
He probably could. I mean, and like you say, anything can be worked out, you know. But it's just a matter, does he know how to do it? You know, does he has the wits to put together what it's going to take to get him out of that situation?
Well, did you hear about the Swifty Blue situation?
Mm-mm.
Swifty Blue is a, you know, Mexican Southsider rapper out here. And 19 Mexican Mafia gang members were charged in conspiracy to kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. And, you know, we don't really know the details of it, but I kind of had it broken down for me. So Hector Bravo, who used to be a prison guard, kind of broke down the whole situation for me. And like, we don't really know exactly what happened, but what I didn't realize is that in the Mexican Mafia, there is different tiers. So there is the Mexican Mafia at the top. Then there is the affiliates, and then the Sureños, and then the Southsiders. But everyone ultimately answers up back to the top.
Right.
Is that pretty accurate?
Pretty accurate.
So what Hector thought was that perhaps some guys in the organization felt like, okay, Swifty's making money. He's making money off of kind of our organization in a way of the affiliation. He needs to be kicking up money. And maybe Swifty wasn't kicking up money. And then Next thing you know, you got this whole situation. And
let's go top down. Mexican mafia, associate, also known as a camarada, down Sureño, and then what they call Southsiders. And you got Swifty Blue down here in this area. I do know that if you're generating revenue and you are a member of that organization, you are expected to pay Uncle Sam, per se.
Kick up.
Yeah.
Okay, so that might be it. He wasn't kicking up money?
I don't know that for a fact, but that would be a possibility. That would be a reason.
What's odd to me is that 19 people are involved in this. Like, why would you talk to so many different people about a murder? Or do you think that they're just sort of grasping at straws and just trying to get people to turn on each other?
That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, it could go both ways. It could be where one passed it down to the next one and the next one passed it down. And, maybe they got 3 or 4 guys that were supposed to go and pull it off. One was going to be the driver, one was going to be the lookout, and one was going to be the hitman. You just have to see every situation, it is different. But like you said, the head guy is definitely not going to do the hit. They're going to find a guinea pig, somebody that's expendable to go out and do the dirty work.
Well, yeah, the murder plot, which started in late 2022, was coordinated from inside California prisons and the LA County Jail. So there was a green light put on Swifty Blue. They said an armed Mexican mafia associate is alleged to have gone to Swifty's house in an effort to find him and kill him after another Mexican mafia followed him on social media and found out where he lived. Yeah, it's a messy situation. Yeah. I guess a fight had happened at one point. In prison, it's just a whole mess of a situation. But 19 people, it just seems like they're just getting anybody. So anybody that was in the vicinity of a phone call or was in the car or whatever else. Is this what usually happens? They just arrest everybody and just see who turns?
Yeah, well, the feds, they like to cast a net, and they know the more people they get, the better chance there is of somebody talking or somebody slipped up,
Well, Lil Durk is still facing his murder for hire trial. And he tried to put up a couple $1 million worth of assets for his bond, and the judge essentially just struck it down.
I saw that on the internet the other day.
They basically said that unless he gives up everything he owns and goes completely broke, there's a real fear of him potentially trying to silence witnesses and potentially kill people and so forth.
Yeah, I saw that on yesterday on the internet that the judge told him that.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, when we were going to court, we didn't get bails. So if the judge feel that you're a danger to the community, that you can intimidate witnesses, that's normal.
I mean, does that really happen in real life?
Oh, absolutely.
So let's just say, in your case, you're out. You got a bond, right? And up until your court date, you're able to move around however you want. Could you have been in a situation to get rid of witnesses?
Yeah.
So that's a real thing.
Absolutely.
Have you seen this happen?
Yeah. I mean, that's how the feds got down to 300 minutes a month on the phone. When I first went to the feds, we had unlimited time on the phone. But a guy, Fast Eddie, rest in peace, he had his informant killed over the telephone.
Really? How so? He just said, go kill this guy?
I don't know the conversation. I just know the gist of it. And he was only looking at like 7 years. He was looking at 7 years, but he felt that if he silenced an informant, he would get out scot-free.
Okay, so this guy got killed. And then what? The killer ended up cooperating against him?
No, he did it over the telephone. He did it over the Fed telephone. So the phone call was recorded. It's crazy. It was in the newspapers too. But the whole phone call was recorded. The feds knew who he was trying to kill. They had the whole plot.
Okay, so the guy never got killed.
No, he got killed.
Wow.
Or somebody got killed. He may kill the wrong person. The hitman might have killed the wrong person too. I don't know the whole gist of it, but we were all in MDC at the same time. You know, when it happened, and you know, me and Fast was friends. But something like that happened, where he was trying to kill the guy that was testifying against him, and I think they killed the wrong guy. But they listened to the phone call. Because one of the reasons he was trying to beat the case is that he was saying that the feds allowed it to take place. They sit back and watched it.
Okay. Look, when it comes to a murder for hire, bond is automatically denied. And you have to convince the judge that you have a really good reason for them to go against the norm. But generally, in a murder for hire, in a Fed case, you're not getting out.
Well, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you become a danger to the community.
Yeah.
And that's all you need to do is be a danger to the community, and they can deny bond.
Look, I interviewed Drew Finling, who's, Lil Durk's lawyer. He's a friend of mine. He's been on the show a couple of times. Me and him talk. And really, it's like they potentially have a case they could beat because Durk was not there. You know, he didn't buy any of the guns. There's no footage of him saying, go kill this guy and I'm going to pay you this much. And I don't even know if there's a money transfer that's officially, locked in. But what I said, which, Drew agreed with me on, is that it's really going to come down to his co-defendants. If his serious co-defendants, the guys, the actual shooters, all say Lil Durk put us up to it, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, that's pretty strong evidence.
Because that was your case, right? People just turn against you.
No, I only had one witness.
That's your plug?
Black Dawn, yeah, that was my only witness.
That was your only witness?
Yeah.
Nobody else came forward and said Freeway Ricky was a major drug dealer. Really?
That's it.
Wow. That was enough to put you away.
Well, that and the tapes.
Oh.
We had tapes where he was recording our conversations.
Wow. He was wearing a wire.
He was wearing a wire. Yeah.
Wow.
So the wires is probably, the judge said the wire, but I don't know. It's crazy. I don't even like going over that stuff,
Yeah.
She was saying that the tapes was enough evidence. But I'm like, well, if he wasn't supposed to be in the country, then if you go by the fruit of the forbidden tree, anything that come off that tree is supposed to be
thrown out.
Yeah. But it is what it is. They the judges can bend the law. The law can be bent and twisted. But I don't know. I mean, from what you explained to me last time, with the cards being bought with his credit cards and him flying out here doing the same time, all that's circumstantial evidence. And a lot of times what the prosecutors tell the juries is that you're not going to get the whole picture, but you can take your imagination and put this picture together, fill in the blanks.
Well, even the judge said that he seems a little unconvinced from the evidence that Durk actually was the mastermind as opposed to him having just a bunch of hotheads around him. Because if you really think about it, King Von was also friends with all the guys who actually pulled the trigger, right? The guys who put together the murder and everything else like that. Those were, those people had the same type of reason to kill
animosity,
to kill Quando Rondo as Durk potentially had.
Right.
With way less to lose.
Right.
So could they have just taken it upon themselves to do it?
Absolutely.
Could Durk, he has a company card. He's paying people for hotels and flights, but not necessarily knowing what they're going to do. I've got employees, right? I have flown my camera people out to different states to do shoots. They go and kill someone along the way. I don't know that was going to happen. That's not why I sent him out there for. I sent him out there to set up a camera and to shoot an interview. If they go and kill someone and rape 3 women and, kill a dog.
We talked about that earlier, though, remember?
Yeah.
What you give me your keys for?
Right.
Did you know what I was using these keys for?
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to. And, and unfortunately, the ringleader flew in with Dirk on a private plane. The guy that went and got the ski mask and got the guns and then everything else
So
like
then
that.
it's going to come down to what did you guys talk about on the trip here?
Yeah. If that guy turns on Dirk, I think it's a wrap.
Even if he don't, it's still, it's still going to be tough. If they find that this guy who flew on the plane with Dirk flew on the plane to come and do that, it's like the jury can say, the prosecutor can say, do you think they talked about what they was going to do? This is his partner, this is his best friend. It's like in my case, Michael McLaurin, the one who was driving the car with the dope in it, I gave him the keys. When Danilo gave me the keys, I gave the keys to Mike with the dope in it. So, I testified to let Mike off the case. I told the jury Mike didn't know there was dope in the car. I never told him it was dope in the car. So Mike never said nothing to nobody. So the jury believed me and they let Mike go.
Okay, how does this work? So we turn off the cameras, right? You tell me, hey, I'm about to go buy 10 kilos of cocaine. I say, okay. I go home and pretend like I never heard that. You then get busted. Am I somehow tied to this thing because I knew what you were about to do?
No.
Am I supposed to go to the police to report you? Do I have some sort of, is there a law that forces me to do that or else?
No.
So I can
But
just
now,
say,
if I could show where me and you went to the bank and you pulled out $10,000 and you gave it to me, now you become part of it.
So you could talk to whoever you want about crimes, and if they keep their mouth shut, even if it was found out after the fact they knew about everything, they can't be charged with anything.
Just knowing about it don't make you part of the crime.
Okay.
That doesn't make you part of the crime.
What if you witness it?
That still don't make you part of the crime.
Okay, so let's just say, so we turn off the cameras, my cameraman leaves, me and you are hanging out, a guy comes in here and hands you 5 bricks of cocaine, you give him whatever, $100,000 in cash. I'm watching the whole thing.
But you're not a part of it.
I'm not a part of it.
No.
So
being close to crime doesn't make you guilty.
Okay. That's good to know.
But what I was going to tell you is that what the jury, what my prosecutor said about Mike McLaurin before he let him off the hook. He told the jury, he said something like this here. He said, now you can believe Rick, what he said. Him and Mike's been friends for 20 years. And Mike know he sells drugs. Mike know Rick is a drug dealer, right? So you could believe that maybe Rick didn't tell Mike that he was picking up drugs that day. Even though they rode from San Diego together and Rick was coming to pick up drugs. Or you could say they've been friends for 20 years. Mike knows he's a drug dealer. Mike knew he was coming to pick up drugs. So I guarantee you, when they talk about Dirk and this guy flying on the plane, they're going to talk about the conversations that they had while they was on that plane.
Yeah.
And so now the jury has to decide, in the jury's mind, did they talk about the murder? Did they talk about King Von getting killed? Did they talk about this guy who was in LA right now at that time? They piece all that stuff together.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that at you.
Yeah, no, man, it's not a walk in the park for anyone. Drew Findling has a hell of a job ahead of him to try to pull this off. But he has beaten federal cases before. And he's talked about crazy cases he's beat. He talked about how like he represented like a wife who I think like stabbed her husband a bunch of times and got off because he proved that there was a lot of domestic violence in the home and something. And you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but those are different cases though. You're talking about now you're talking more of a hit.
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
As opposed to like a crime of passion.
Yeah. The jury could be compassionate for her.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about.
They're not gonna have compassion for little Dirk.
Yeah, a rich kid.
This rich rapper,
Yeah, who has this money and he's throwing his money around and and people are getting whacked.
Right.
So it's a little different.
Yeah.
It's a little different. But anything can happen.
Yeah. No, I feel you, man. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll ultimately see what happens. Well, some of my Vlad TV YouTube members have some questions that I'm going to throw your way. Smoke13Z said, would you push as hard as you push in your heyday, being aware of the effects and damage of?
No. I could never my customers. My customers were my friends. So and when I started selling too, I didn't know that it was addictive as it was. So it was like the time, So no, I couldn't sell.
You know what's crazy too is, like, I remember I interviewed Turk from the Hot Boys, and he was saying how in the world things are sort of flipped. So if you found out there's a batch of out there and most normal people would say, okay, I need to stay away from that stuff.
Right.
But in the world, it's the exact opposite. Everyone's like, oh, it's that powerful? Where Frank?
What would happen?
Everyone rushes.
That's the way it is. I guess. I know.
Yeah.
I never really
people rushed. And he even said there was a line he had in one of his songs, like, I want to get the stuff that killed that man or something like that. He like quoted himself.
Yeah,
and it's
I heard that's the way they are.
Some things want that the person that OD'd off. That's how crazy it is. When you hear a person OD, be like, man, he just OD'd off that. We used to be like, man, where that shit at? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want that OD'd off of. That was a slang coming up. Man, he full of that man. A person will OD Vlad, and that's a big story in the hood. That's not no, damn, bro, that's cold. They want that man.
I talked to a few guys when I was in the pen that were addicts, and they said that when you do, you want to go almost to dying, but not die.
Yeah.
You want to get as close as you can to death.
Well, this brings me to my next question from DJ Jam and Jimmy. He said, do you believe be criminally charged for the deaths of customers?
Get as close as you can to death.
Well, this brings me to my next question from DJ Jam and Jimmy. He said, do you believe be criminally charged for the deaths of customers?
That's a tricky question. And I'm a little biased, yeah, because I'm but it's a consensual crime. One of the things that they said in the law book about selling is that it's really considered a victimless crime, because when you sell to somebody, if you hit somebody over the head with a baseball bat, they're gonna come to court and say, oh yeah, he hit me in the head with a bat. But if you sell to somebody, they're not gonna come and say, oh, he sold to me and great, and I had a great time. So it's not the same type of crime as it's like a consensual crime where two consensual adults agree to commit a crime together. I guess that's what you would say.
Well, listen, I personally think it should be legal. If you want to go ahead and take. So I feel like everything they do around the trade, as opposed to regulating, is probably making it worse.
It does.
You bring in the violence, you bring in all the illegal money, you bring in, all the crimes that go along with the human trafficking, and the extortion, whatever else. If you ultimately, it's a weird situation. Do you want to have some sort of building where people could just sniff all day long?
They do it anyway.
They're going to do it anyway.
And some people can function on, and if you made it where it's affordable. Look what happened with cigarettes. Shit, when we was in the pen, they stopped selling cigarettes. One cigarette went up to $20. So, yeah.
Yeah. I remember I asked this question to Hector Bravo. If you look at all the prisons you've been to, how many different prisons did you go to?
About 8.
8 different prisons. What percentage of the inmates are doing?
Probably about 20%, 25%.
That's a lot. 1 in 4 people.
Yeah.
Are doing something that shouldn't even be there.
Yeah.
You're in a maximum security prison. And yet
they do
yeah.
ICE. Everything is there.
Everything. Yeah.
The only thing there is the women.
Right. Last question from another one of my members, Andrew Karayuki, 7231. He said, if you look back on your life, what is your biggest regret? Also, what is the biggest lesson in all your failures?
Well, my biggest regret is that I got involved with drugs. And I don't mean to get it twisted that that I hate that I sold drugs, because I don't. You know, it is what it is. It's something I got into that was part of my history. But me being the logical thinking person that I am right now, I know that had I not got involved with drugs, I would have figured out another way to get some money. Because that's the way that my mind works. My mind is always trying to figure out how to better my position. So, yeah, I wish that I never sold drugs, you know, that I would have taken my time and figured out a different way. And what was the other question he said?
What was the biggest lesson in all your failures?
Biggest lesson probably would be be a critical thinker. You know, even with selling drugs, had I been a critical thinker, I could have took the money that I made from selling drugs and really set myself up well. Or, you know, now I look back at my life and I say, you could have took $1,000, your first $1,000, you could have quit selling drugs and never sold drugs again. So just being a critical thinker, you know, being able to look at a situation and figuring out the best way to do it.
Yeah, and I just want to say this before we sign off. And I feel like a lot of adults have a problem with this concept. From kindergarten, you start going to public school or private school.
Yeah, public.
Usually public with most people,
Yeah.
right? Including myself.
Mm-hmm.
You go through 12 years of public school, right?
Right.
And if you're serious about your career, you'll then do another 4 years of college, right? So you do 12 years of this one program, then you do 4 years of another program. Then some people go and get a grano. If you want to become a lawyer, that's going to take another 2 years, and you have to pass a test at the end and so forth. These are all multi-year commitments that you're doing to achieve a certain type of goal. But I feel like most adults, once they go on their own and become adults, they don't want to put in this multi-year project to get to the next level. They want to flip their money. They want to do something illegal to try to get some fast money, as opposed to like, okay,
take a shortcut.
Take a shortcut. As opposed to saying, okay, look, yeah, I'm 22, 25, 30 years old. If I want to accomplish something, it's going to take about 4 years. It's not going to happen in 6 months.
Right.
It's not going to happen in a month and a half. But most people have problems doing that, especially in this whole social media age where you see everyone showing off and
You want the microwave.
everyone's flying private jets, even though sometimes these jets are actually parked at the airport and you're just paying to take a photo shoot in a parked jet to make it look a certain type of way. But look, like, you know, and I have a Vlad TV YouTube masterclass that I have, you know, on my YouTube channel. It's $100 a month. And unlike other classes, I don't tell people like, okay, listen, sign up to my program, make a bunch of AI videos, and put in these hashtags, and you'll make $50,000 by the end of the first year. No, that's not going to happen. If you really want to build a serious YouTube channel, it's going to take years. I've spent 17 years doing this.
Wow.
Since 2008, I was the first wave of YouTubers who took it seriously. And every year, the company continued to make more money and continue to grow. And it's been a serious business, but I've been working 365 days a year on this business. The first few years, I was making hardly anything.
Right.
The reason I'm behind the camera is I was holding the camera. I couldn't afford a cameraman in the beginning. I was holding the camera. Then I'd go home and edit the video. So I just want everyone to understand that anything that's worthwhile is going to take years to develop. You know, NBA Finals just happened. You think any of those guys picked up a basketball a year ago? They've been doing this since they were 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? Not just the players, the coaches.
Or longer.
Or longer. The coaches, the owners, the general managers, the agents. Like, these are all people that have built up their trade over many, many years. And I just don't want people to say, okay, well, and listen, and I even talked to like celebrities. I'm not going to say who, but it's like, I tell people about the stock investing. No, I don't have time for all that. I need something where I can flip my money real quick. Like you hear this from even successful people.
They come to me with that. Hey, you got a way I can flip 5,000
all the time?
In a 10?
Yeah, because people know that I'm about the stocks. Yo, I got 10,000. How can I flip it?
No,
and
you
I'm
can't
like,
flip 5,000 into 10,000.
Put it back in the bank.
If I knew how to do that, I'd be rich.
Right.
Filthy rich.
Yeah. I mean, if you take 10,000, you double it 5 times, you got $1 million. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just, I decided
take any business you go into. I didn't make money when I first started selling cocaine. It took me a while to learn the business, you know. And I tell kids, when I go out and speak to them, at one time I could tell you what an ounce of cocaine costs you anywhere in the country because I studied the trade, but at one time I didn't even know what an ounce cost or what it weighed, so you got to learn your trade. And once you learn your trade and become an expert at what you're doing, then the money gonna come.
Where was it most expensive in the country during that time?
Oh man, almost anywhere. Texas, $4,000 for an ounce in Texas. Chicago, Louisiana. All those places was really, really expensive. Cincinnati. All the places I got indicted in.
So if you can get that product to those places, your money's going through the roof.
Yeah. Easy picking.
Yeah. Well, hopefully whoever's watching this realizes that it might be easy picking for the first couple of months, maybe the first couple of years. But at some point, it all comes crashing down in the worst possible situation. And
in 20 years, you could have been working at McDonald's.
Easy.
And had the same amount of money.
Same amount of money and way more freedom.
Yes.
Have access to way more women. Just generally had a happier life.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
That's what it is. Freeway Ricky. Always a pleasure. Until next time.
All right,
peace.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And today we got a Texas icon, a legend in the building, Twisted Black. How you feeling?
Man, great, man. Pleasure to feel good to be here. I want to take that suit back to Texas.
Oh, yeah. I got you, man. I'll send you one.
Yeah, I need that.
Oh, yeah. It's raining Nike Techs out here.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, everywhere you look. Yeah.
It can't be no knockoff, though. I can't be rocking a knockoff one.
But I just asked ChatGPT what the weather's like in Texas right now, and it said 92.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's light.
I am rocking this for sure.
Yeah, that's light. This weather out here. This weather right here make you change your car.
Nah, facts.
No,
yeah.
for real.
Okay. Wait. How long you been free for?
It'd be 2 years, July the 13th.
Okay, for sure. And we're gonna get into the whole story, but how's life back on the outside? You feeling good?
Yeah, man. Just taking my time, getting back, acclimated to everything, and learning how to deal with so much change. Learn how to deal with everything that done changed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One step at a time.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing more about that. But okay, so for the people who don't know, where exactly did you grow up, and tell me a little bit about your upbringing?
Fort Worth, Texas. I was originally born in Detroit, right? But Fort Worth represented for sure. So Fort Worth, Texas, that's my home.
Okay, and you grew up with both parents, or?
Till I was 11.
Okay.
My dad passed when I was 11, but me and my mom left it when I was 2. So I had both of them, but not in a 2-parent household or nothing like that.
Okay.
I wish.
Was your dad? Was he wrapped up in the streets, or what was he getting into?
Definitely. Yeah, he was a gangster out of Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And you and him and your mom just couldn't get along at a certain point.
I think my mother, when I came along, she kind of she wanted something different for me, you know, and he was still heavy into what he was heavy into, and so she tried to get me away from it, taking me to Texas, you know. So, but I don't know if it worked or not.
Were you surrounded by a lot of bad influences in the neighborhood and everything, or
in Texas or Detroit?
In Texas, because you left Detroit at
when I was 2 years old, but I went back every year
okay.
until he died at 11. You know, my family, you know, I got roots there.
Okay, but you're kind of seeing like these two alternate realities, different ways of life.
Definitely, I call it bi-coastal.
Right.
Yeah, see, because you know Detroit was always faster than Texas. You see what I'm saying? But then when Texas caught up, it was like warp speed. You know, so I'm not gonna sit here and get one of those stories like, man, it was so bad, and I was, you know, hell, I chose what was comfortable. So when we got to Texas, I found where it was rough at, you know, which was like at my auntie's house on the south side. So that's where I went.
And do you think you got that influence from just being around your pops and just seeing him sort of have this fast-paced lifestyle that you were drawn to that?
1,000%. You know, and then as you get older, you realize that when they say a product of your environment, man, where you grow up is what you're gonna be comfortable with. You grow up in jail, you're gonna be comfortable with jail. You know, that's just what it is.
Definitely. Okay, so you start spending time at your aunt's house. What was going on over there?
I mean, you know, that's who told us about Texas. You know, so my mother came down here because like I said, my old man, he was doing what he was doing. So we came down to Texas and stayed with my aunt in the beginning on Riverside. So you got to come down there so I can show you. You get the visual of this thing, man. Don't be scared.
Definitely. No, I got to tap in. But okay, but what was going on over there? Is that where you really started to kind of get into whatever was going on in terms of illicit behavior and whatnot?
No, hell no, I was a good kid.
Okay.
Yeah, hell no, I was a good kid all the way up to like the 6th when my daddy passed.
That kind of changed things for you?
Yeah, it did. You know, and I really didn't know, but when you look back, as you get older and you look back on it, then I'm like, damn, that's when I started getting up, you know. I mean, when my daddy passed, you know, smoking weed and getting in trouble in school, you know, just typical young guy coming up without his daddy.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay. And so when did you first, you know, get into trouble being in that environment and everything? Did you have to deal with the consequences while you were still young?
I don't know. How do you know I got in trouble?
Well, it just sounds like, the 17 years in prison thing kind of seems like you might have got in trouble at some point.
Yeah, I did. But no, I just started going, you know, I'm not really I got to start getting in trouble. Middle school, you know, just like typical bad kid or misled, misguided kid type shit. But yeah, what happened with me spending so much time in prison was, you know, I was older then, you know, I was way on up the line. But yeah, I've been to prison a few times.
Right.
You know, state prison. That was my first Fed beer.
If I had asked you when you were young, you know, 16 or whatever, if I had asked you what you were trying to do with your life or what you thought life was going to be about for you, what would you have said?
At 16?
Yeah.
I would have said, see, at 16, I had 3 goals. I wanted a record deal. I wanted to be, I know this don't make sense. I wanted to be a drug dealer like my father, and I wanted a college diploma for my mother.
That's a tall order right there.
I did all of them though.
You did?
I did.
Okay, yeah.
I did all of them. So, you know,
right.
It just didn't happen but those were my 3 goals growing up. Like real talk, no cap.
So the rapping was a goal from very early on.
It just was like, yeah, I think, you know, my mother, like me being the only child, she was like, man, you got talent, you could do this. And then, you know, I'm like, well, you know what? I like it. I love music. Music is something I do for free. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know what your passion is, in my opinion.
Right. What were you what were your influences that you were listening to as a young guy?
Rap wise or just music?
Rap wise, but I guess you know, music as well.
Man, shit, like Michael Jackson, Prince, you know what I'm saying? All, you know, you didn't have too many rappers to choose from then. So, you know, Sugar Hill, Curtis Blow, Run DMC.
Right.
You know, I've been in the game a minute.
But were you seeing people make rap that was captivated in the city even from a young age in Texas, or did it take a while before Texas started to catch up?
Yeah, it took a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you familiar with Ghetto Boys, right?
Of course.
Those were the first ones that really.
I'm linking with Willie D soon. Yeah.
I met good people. Yeah. So they were really, for me, the first people that really transcended the coast. Because I'd be in Detroit on the porch going for the summer and hear people coming down the street playing mind playing tricks on me. So I'm like, damn, they big time.
Right.
So yeah, probably don't.
Okay, definitely. Okay, so you graduate high school?
I did not. I was locked up by 16.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Boys home.
What was that
shit
case
like that.
about?
It was like a theft case or something like 15, 16.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then got GED and then went on to college and I got shot in 91 right here.
Yeah.
And so that kind of derailed a lot of shit, but I was in the street getting bricks going to community college.
Wow.
All at the same time. I didn't take rap seriously for real until I got shot like 91.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out the order of operations. So all throughout high school and everything, you're just in the streets. But what would you say your primary thing was? Was it doing robberies, or were you really trying to work your way up the ladder in terms of the drug game?
More of I was just at that time, because crack hadn't hit. At that time, probably just selling a little weed, fighting at parties, dancing, trying to rap, the same shit regular kids did, you know what I mean?
Did the world just seem so much more innocent when you look back at that time period?
And you know what, though? The reason why I try to make sure that I answer those questions transparently is because so many people try to make it like they was, and some have. But me, I'm not gonna be like, man, it was so bad. I had to do this and I had to do it. No, I chose to do this and I chose to do that.
Right.
I was just a regular teenager, fighting and dressing and, listening to the music, all that shit.
It's just so crazy to picture a time period in which becoming, a person selling serious drugs was not on the table, that like nobody had done this yet at this point because it just didn't exist. Because like I feel like that's kind of the backup plan in a lot of people's heads at a certain point is like, shit, well, I guess if it comes down to it, I could just drive some bricks across the country or some shit like that. Like,
yeah,
I mean, not that it's a good idea, kids, but it's just kind of weird to think about how the world was when that wasn't an option and how much that changed everything because so many young people were able to make a lot of money off it.
And then when you look back and you see the contrast between when you were young and then crack.
Right.
Crack came and just slither bombed everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because you have the whole population that is relatively well off mentally. There's not anything that's really up mentally that bad besides alcohol. And then this shit comes out and it's just some percentage of people are just tweaked out, losing their funds.
Well, nothing that was talked about because cocaine been forever.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
but was that popular?
Well, hell yeah, it was popular. But just to be honest, it was white drug. You had to have the money.
So in the hood, though, this wasn't really a thing.
I mean, a little bit, but not shit. We ain't had no money. It wasn't nobody white.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So this was a white thing that was really motherfuckers up, but you didn't hear about it till they started basing.
How old were you when you first started hearing about it?
I mean, I can't tell you that. You know how old I am then. But no, let's say about maybe 85.
Okay. And you were born in what year?
Oh, man, please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, stop it. Knock it off.
Keep it a little vague.
Man, stop it. I was yesterday.
You were in high school
somewhere
when it started to pop off. Okay.
Yeah. Hell yeah. But
got it.
But when it happened, you could see it. Like this shit, like, okay. Because in the beginning, you got to keep in mind, everybody was getting money. Motherfuckers really wasn't going to jail.
And it takes a while before you really start seeing how bad this drug is.
Oh, yeah. But once you do, because I was 15, 16, experimenting with different things, you know what I mean? But you just don't know until you get further up down the line. God damn, I could have been a dope fiend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And no offense to the dope fiend. I hope you get cool, but it could have happened.
No, I mean,
because I was raised around the junkies and and I had hustle. So, motherfuckers wanted to be around me and before you know it, I'm experimenting with different drugs and, shit, I'm no saint.
So how'd you actually jump into the drug game, like in terms of making money from it?
Man, one of my RIP, one of my good friends, Wayne. When I got out of boys' home, I had been out for 33 days working at 7-Eleven, right? Trying to do the right thing, please mom, shit like that. But he was heavy in the game. So he brings me, he brings me to the some apartments called a Village. And when I get to the Village, he sit me down, literally, and give me a worker and give me like an ounce of crack. And when that happens, he let that worker bring the money back from selling it. And I was hooked. But he used me, though, because he knew I was a shooter. And so he needed me in the game with him. So that's where I got turned out on it.
But how common were guns at that point?
It depends on who you're talking about. Like for me, because I was coming from Detroit, real common. Because Detroit was faster than Texas. So my guys were still knuckling up and all of that. But, I've been raised around my father. So, we could fight. We would fight, but I was about busting that iron.
You ever see your dad shoot somebody?
Not that I can recall.
Man.
Not that I can recall.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But so at some point, around what age would you say that you really started to just have that shit on you all the time?
Damn. I can't say all the time. I was a young boy. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
It's cool, right? We talk about whatever. What I say on this show doesn't have nothing to do with the feds, right?
Well, we are in no way cooperating or involved with the federal government.
Okay. So I'm always cautious about what I say anyway. But, anything I've done my time for.
Yeah, for sure. Anything that has no statute of limitations, I would say you probably shouldn't talk about.
Yeah,
but
I definitely would.
In a very general sense, you could talk about that kind of thing.
Yeah, but but you said have it on you all the time. Like I never had it on me all the time, but
right. But we all know
I sold drugs as a kid.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So and however long you keep them on you when you're a kid, that's how long I had them.
Was it? What was the decision point the first time that you had to use it? Was that a big moment in terms of you becoming a man or something? Did you realize?
You talking about the pistol?
Yeah. Like, did you realize anything about yourself the first time that you had to actually let it go?
Yeah, I've never really. I never said I let it go, Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. So
the 17 years in prison wasn't necessarily because of one of those things.
It was for drugs.
Okay. Got it.
So
it. So you may have not ever let it go. Yep.
Yeah, probably not. You probably more than likely no.
Right.
But a lot of things you can find out, when you deal with certain people in the street, then sometimes you don't have to. So yeah, I was mainly on getting money, man. I'm trying to get some money the wrong way, and that shit caught up to me.
And so, how deep into the drug game did you get before you ended up getting caught up and getting this Fed case? And did you have any arrests leading up to that, or was it?
No. Yeah, I had plenty of arrests,
but for little shit, not like drug trafficking.
Attempted murders. I got a few attempted murders. I got I was never really a thief or nothing like that, but no drug. I never had a drug case in my life, never been looked at for drugs or nothing like that. A couple of assaults, a bunch of pistols. Same thing that they're going to look up and go down and see all that shit.
But the attempted murder situations, those, you were able to make those go away relatively easily? You beat those? Or you ended up doing some time for them?
Never did time for them, no.
Really?
I beat them. And that's one of the reasons why they ended up giving me so much time. The judge made it his business to let me know that he felt like I had gotten away with too much. And, because back then, if you had some money, then you didn't really have to do much time.
Still helps a lot, yeah.
Yeah, until you deal with the feds. You deal with the feds. I don't care what you got.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's something real astronomical that I'm not hip to, because I had money when I went to the Fed, and you got a whole bunch of motherfuckers with money that's in the feds and can't buy it. Look at Puffy.
Yeah.
Can't buy his way out.
But I know plenty of dudes who, when they tell me about the reason why they did 10 years, 20 years in prison, it's kind of like, if I knew everything that I know now, I wouldn't have done those 20 years because I would have been able to get a real good lawyer and fight the charges and not say anything and make it go away eventually. A lot of people, feel like the system is heavily weighted in favor of people who got money to ball out on an expensive ass lawyer.
Well, definitely that. But I do believe it's a glass ceiling to that too.
Yeah,
you did, because it's going to be that how did you say, affluence?
The affluent.
Yeah, definitely. So because I don't, ain't too many people got more money than Puffy. I would think, I don't know his bankroll, but
he's got the best chance of beating that right now because of the lawyers that he's got, but it still might not be enough.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Yeah.
It's probably, I wish the best for him, and, whatever happens. But, shit, the feds is just a whole nother animal, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely. So, okay. What was that day like when you actually got wrapped up in this Fed case?
Because I had been out the game for 13 months.
Really?
I had been done, and it was just music, and my career was on the rise. I had like 9 different deals on the table. And
but how much was your re-up at the peak of what you were doing in the streets?
I had a what you might call a where you want it plug.
Okay.
Yeah, how many you want and where you want it.
So you're working directly with the plug, and you're going out there and doing business, but you're kind of like, somebody gives you the money for a break, you go get the break, you bring it back, and you know what your cut is.
Absolutely not.
No.
This
is how I imagine it works, but you tell me.
Yeah, no. It may have been hypothetically, I need 20. And where do you want it? I need them here, or I need them there. And then when I get rid of the 20 or 10 or 50, whatever it is, then it's over with.
Okay.
I pay the money. You know what I'm saying? Or if I had to pay it, I pay it. You know what I mean? It's vague, man. It's a long time ago, Adam.
Right.
Yeah. I just hate the fact that I had finally got to the point to where I knew better. I'm like, selling drugs is not going to get me to where I want to be.
Right.
And then so the moment I quit, a year later, I get nabbed on some humbug shit. You know what I mean? So if you look my case up, it was just like a brick and some change.
Really?
I'm like, what the?
So you left basically because you felt like you needed to focus on the rap, and you realized that this just doesn't have a long life.
Yeah. I lost so many good friends. And so, whether it was to prison or to jail, and I don't know, I just had an epiphany, you know what I mean? Then my music career was taking off, because that's all I really wanted to do, you know what I mean? I had already, when it came down to selling dope, I had already did enough,
Right.
That was cool.
Definitely. So when they caught you with a brick, though, was that?
They never caught me with nothing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just ghost dope.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and catch me with a coin, not a crumb. And I have never in my life been caught with drugs.
Okay.
Never.
But what, they somehow knew about a conspiracy that was going on?
They said conspiracy because it was another guy that I was signing to my label. He was still in the game, see?
Right.
And so when he get nabbed up in the sting, they said I was his supplier because they knew of our affiliation. And so 6 or 7 different people testified against me out of Midland, Texas, and made up, story. And that's the thing, when the feds want you, man, they will allow people to just say shit. So my heart goes out to a lot of people that get caught up in public opinion when it comes down to these Fed cases, because let's go back to Puffy, right? A lot of people will say, man, Puffy did this and Puffy did that and Puffy did that. You don't know Puffy. You don't know what Puffy, you wasn't there. But you believe what the people on that stand saying, right? That's the public opinion part of it. And the feds will allow that. It don't even really have to be a nexus, right? You probably know all of this. You don't really.
A little bit.
Well, yeah, yeah, mate. I don't like that look.
Well, I don't really have any involvement with the feds. I never talked to the feds or anything, but I watch these cases play out on social media.
Then then once your ass once you hooked in and that's what you're doing, then it could be a lady that sold drugs all her life, and all she was good at was selling dope and getting caught, and she could testify on me, and it's good.
So if 6 or 7 people testify on you out of the conspiracy, that must have been like most of the people who were involved in it, right?
They wasn't even involved in it. It was just me and my bodyguard.
Oh,
yeah, me and my co-defendant, my partner. Big Baby, right? It was just me and him. And so on our conspiracy, it's what they did was they added these people. They kept superseding the indictment, right? It started with just him and I. Then they kept superseding it, add different people. And I don't even know these people, like literally. And I know you probably like, yeah, right, motherfucker. But I don't have no reason to lie. I already did my time. I never told on nobody. I did what I was supposed to do.
Right.
I mean,
Well, I've heard that a lot. Even like in Young Thugs, that wasn't the feds, that was a state case. But like allegedly, he didn't know a lot of the people that they were claiming were YSL gang members. But I've seen that myself. Like, it's not like the leader of the Crips out here knows every Crip. Hell no.
It's true. But the cold part about that is they're like, buddy back there behind the computer. If he looking for a time cut and they looking for somebody to slam dunk you, what they do is put so much weight on your ass till you can't hold it, right? When I say weight, I don't mean like dope weight. I mean like literal weight. Put so much weight on the wagon it break. So if he say, yeah, I remember one time we was in the, he came by, I was just peeking out the closet. He had 10 bricks. That 10 bricks is now going in because of his statement. Now, unless they could just really, if my lawyer come through and cross and find that, man, he was in Utah at the time. How the f is he in the closet? To where they can make it, inadmissible to some degree. Then it'll go, then you can get rid of that witness or whatever. But if you go on a trial like I did, the jury still hear it. That's just like my district, my DA, right? The United States Attorney that was prosecuting me says, well, Your Honor, we like to bring in some of his lyrics, Twisted Black's lyrics. And so the judge was like, nah, we're not going to do this. This was the first time this shit had ever been heard. Like, no, we're not going to do that. And then the U.S. Attorney stood up and said, but Your Honor, he says I'm going to cook my way to the top. All I need is a Pyrex pot. And so the judge like, you didn't hear that. Jury strike that. I'm like, how the f they didn't hear that, man? They right here. How you gonna just tell somebody they didn't? And so now these are the same people that you got to keep going on in this trial, and you're gonna get found guilty.
Right.
And so they batted my ass out the fire.
Damn. So going through all this, like, how big would you say you had gotten as a rapper while all this was taking place? And was it this big viral thing locally? Like everybody knows about it in Texas and shit?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I ain't too many people that. And put it like this, I was probably the most sought after artist of 2005.
Okay.
Coming from the South. From
That's the year that this happened?
Yeah, 2006.
Got it,
2006. Okay. My bad, 2006. Yeah.
Got it.
So 5 and 6, I was on a come up.
But you hadn't signed. Were you like doing the meetings with labels and everything?
Absolutely. I had at the time I got indicted, I had literally 9 deals on the table.
Right.
And I ended up signing with TVT. So I was over there with Yo Gotti, 9 Inch Nails, what's his name? What's it? I forget.
Lil Jon.
Lil Jon, Yin Yang Twins, Pitbull.
Good era. 2005. I like that. Yeah.
But TVT was a real cool label back then, so I ended up signing with them.
Okay,
right at the time.
While you were dealing with the case,
yeah, I signed my deal from prison.
Wow.
Yeah, but we didn't have the internet then. See, we had the internet. Like I have a huge following right now.
Wait, but you're saying they didn't know that you were locked up at that moment?
Nah, I played it off for like about 3 to 4 weeks.
Oh, that's
but guess what though? There. Shout out to James Eichelberg, who was my A&R over there. One day I was talking, I'm on a jail phone. He got all the noise in the background and shit. He was like, hey man, Black the Streets talking. I'm like, man, what they saying? He said, man, they say you locked up. And I ain't want to lie to him because he had been playing straight with me. So I was like, yeah, I am. Because the whole time I had been telling him I was at the boxing gym. And so, he was like, man, we still going to try to push it through. And he pushed the deal through. And they rolled with me all the way up to like 2008.
Okay. But they still wanted to sign you because they believed in the value of the catalog of everything you had already recorded?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And not only that is, I saw them on the fact, like, man, I really didn't do it. Like, I really don't know these people. I'm going to trial. I got, asshole full of money right now. And, this is all going to be good. It's going to, you know what I mean? And I was that, all glory to God, I was that talented.
Right.
They gambled on me.
Damn. So, okay. You really thought that you could beat it?
Hell yeah. I didn't know them. I didn't know nothing about the feds and how they play. In fact, I didn't have a clue that I would lose.
Really? So you're saying you were in the dope game, but you just weren't doing the specific things or working with the specific people that they were accusing
I
you
wasn't
of
even
working
in
with?
the dope game no more.
Okay.
Like literally.
Right.
Like I had already, me and my some of my closest partners, I had a graduation party, man, 13 months before that. Like, man, you made it, and we ain't never seen this happen type shit, because I'm on to the music shit. So, man, I ain't had, people had me that, man, I ain't think I could lose. Like, man, I don't know these people, little country motherfuckers out here, you know? Because this was, you know, this, they was talking about, they ended up giving me a crack case, so I got like it was like a brick and some change of crack. I'm like, man, I ain't seen crack since Dre was with Cube them, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, so I knew I could beat it. But man, again, the feds play different.
So you get there in the courtroom, and at what point do you realize, oh, I'm actually not going to beat this?
When they sentenced me.
Oh, so all the way up till that, you thought that you were doing all right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Really?
Everybody in the courtroom did.
Really?
Man, you had people break it down, crying on the stand because they got caught in lies. We had transcribed shit of some of the witnesses saying they didn't actually know me, but they was gonna work the system. Yeah, one say he did it because he thought I fucked his broad. You know?
Wow.
Yeah, true story.
Wow.
Man, this is the truth.
Damn.
Yeah, man. So I never thought I was gonna lose.
But so it was a jury trial or it was a judge?
Jury trial.
Okay.
Yeah. I boxed it up.
Why do you think that you actually ended up losing though, even though you were so confident?
Because the fight is already fixed.
Uh-huh.
The fight is fixed. When, you know, and I don't want to discourage nobody else, but when you go to trial with the Fed, the chances of you losing is probably you lost already.
Yeah.
True story.
You say like what, 98% or something?
99. Yeah. And that just depends on when you check.
Right.
You know, for us, it's probably a hundred. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I do know one guy that beat the Feds, and they wanted me to tell on him so bad. I didn't even know him.
So those options were on the table
Absolutely.
from very early on. We want you to tell on this person and this person.
Oh, man, the Feds.
Right.
Right?
So they start leaning on you with that right away. And are they asking you to tell on people that you barely even know or have anything to do with?
Like that one guy that beat them, his name was Danny Ray or something like that. Shout out to Danny Ray. I don't know him. They don't care though. You did what I'm saying, what they want, but they're not gonna lean on you, champ. So all the motherfuckers that be saying, you know, that they'll lean on you. Now I've seen them play some dirty games. Yeah, I've seen them, you know, they'll go after your wife, your mom. I've seen them do that. Stuff like that. And but they don't really lean on you. They just put it on the table. Because what happens, what's on the other side of that cooperating is a different Fahrenheit. You know, so this is hotter than oven heat.
But so they won't pressure you too much to cooperate because they kind of know that you got to fully want to make this decision because it's going to change your life so much?
Well, I can't say what they do with everybody else, but because, and now that you say that, because Angela Hudson was like the main star witness in my case, right? And when you read her transcript, they did low-key pressure her, you know, and the way that they pressure her was, again, what's on the other side of the table. They're like, well, you're not going to get a time cut if you don't tell. So what's going on with Twisted Black? But I thought you said you want to go home. I thought you said you want to get back to your kids. That the only way is so tell us what's going on with Twisted Black. Because she had already said twice, and it's in black and white, that I only know him from music, doing music with Zed. Well, she already told you, that she don't know me except through him with music, but you keep coming back saying basically you're not going to get a time cut unless you tell me about Twisted Black. So yeah, I guess, you know, I guess I'll clarify that they will probably pressure some people. But for the most ones that I've seen, they put it on the table. And then when they offer you 15, 20, 25, a life sentence, then that right there, that's the pressure. You see what I'm saying? They tell you never going home.
But for you, there was just no chance that you were going to cooperate?
Oh, listen, the thing for me, and I'm not going to act like I'm like some super gangster, and I'll say what the rest of them won't say. I was raised like that. Like my father and my mother raised me like that. My mother was a pastor. Well, she was evangelist at the time. And so what happened is, you know, during the court proceedings, you know, I go back to this one room. And so whatever proffer or whatever they're going to try to offer, my mother was so hands-on that once they tell my lawyer would tell my mother. And so she answered the question for me. She was like, no, he wasn't raised like that. Because we had a running joke, like when they came back, they was like, what's going on? He's like, oh, they offered you this, you know, to tell on Danny Ray or whoopty this, that, and the third. And your mom already told me you're not gonna do it. I looked at her like, really, Ma? She's like, boy, you better stop playing with me. You know, that's a true story. So
wow.
So yeah, man, it was and I'm not saying, and let me say this too. If you sell drugs today in this in the climate that we're in right now, and you're not gonna tell, then you're the dummy.
Really?
You what? You the dummy.
Because everybody's just telling?
Everybody gonna tell.
Really?
They're gonna charge them white your ass.
Really?
They're off the muscle. Yes. So that's why I stay away from all of that shit. Because I don't want to be the dummy.
But what's the difference right now in the dope game as opposed to back then? Just the fact that it's so much easier for them to make cases? Is it the fact that snitching is so much more normalized?
Is the thing is what you just said, the latter, right? I would guess because I'm no longer a part of that, right? So it's no work for the police to do. Whoever gets caught is gonna tell on the next. Most of the time, and I'm not saying everybody that sells dope is a rat either. I'm not gonna say that because maybe there are some people that still cut from that cloth, and I'm sure they are because you know I got partners that's solid, like my co-defendant, Big Baby. He could have told on me, and I would have never came home. You see what I'm saying? He could have just basically corroborated their story, and I never come home. My pills and everything get shut down. Then there's TCAG, you know, TCAG stood up, you know. Then you got other people that, you know, that I don't know, that stand up and take their lick. But it's so many that don't, that, you know, I don't even know how they do it, bro.
Right. I mean, when you watch like old documentaries about crime and stuff, and you see somebody in the 70s and they kill somebody and then they're just like, how the fuck are the cops going to solve this? I mean, I know they solved some murders, but it's just like when you watch that, you're like, holy, like it was unbelievably easy to get away with this shit as opposed to today where the first, like most of the people that I know who've been caught for murders, it's like technological means that they use to catch them. When you watch FBG Ducks killers get caught and they've got 150 different camera angles from the highway that show the car driving to the scene of the crime, it's like, you know, those guys probably would have walked away if it wasn't for the amazing amounts of surveillance that they have available.
But it exists, bro.
Yeah.
So you can't act like it. Who's mad about people telling?
Who's mad about it? I guess like, you know, gangsters in general, people who really believe in the street code.
So what do they do?
What do? They go on Clubhouse and complain about it, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. So if there's no consequences, right?
I mean, people get killed for ratting, right? I mean,
when?
I don't know.
Where?
I don't hear about it that much.
I'm not saying it don't exist, but it just don't exist enough for us to know, right? We can't think of that right off the break. So, you know, and then what I've learned, man, dealing with people in close situations, that you never know what one man may have to do to save his life. You know, and if that's what he had to do to save his life, then that's on him. You see what I'm saying? Like, it has no bearing on me.
Right.
Yeah. So, because look me up, bop.gov, or ask somebody. You know, I did my time, and thank you, Lord, I came out here pretty sane.
Yeah.
You know, I'm burned up, but you know, I made it.
Right. I mean, people are anti-snitching, but people do not seem very willing to go catch a murder case in order to kill a snitch. That doesn't really
That's the
happen
thing.
anywhere near as much as
See
it
what I'm
probably
saying?
used to.
So all you're gonna do is get a bunch of bad. Seems to me you're gonna get a bunch of bad press. Motherfuckers gonna say shit behind your back, or say shit on the podcast, or whatever, or flash your paperwork. Then what?
Because you know the thing is that very rarely does somebody get accused of snitching and it's so black and white that they just have to say, yeah, I'm a snitch. It's always like, no, here's my version of the story. Like we're used to that as a society now, where it's like half the country believes that the election was stolen and the other half believes that the election was fair. And it's like these people just both live in these alternate realities, the same way that I've seen people sit on the podcast and they've got paperwork that makes it clear as day that they cooperate in some way, and they just will sit there and just talk and talk and talk to the point where the average person just stops listening and is just like, whatever, I don't care that much, you know?
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just to each his own. And that I wouldn't want to have to deal with that myself being in the drug game right now.
Yeah, same.
It's a lot.
I would hate to have to make the decision of this person that I love, that I fuck with, that I've been friends with for all these years, that my options are do 20 years in prison or do less time, but have to put 20 years in prison on this guy. Like, I don't want to have to make that decision. So I don't think selling drugs is for me.
See?
Also, if somebody robs me, I don't want to have to go kill somebody. And I feel like if you're going to get in the drug game, you pretty much have to take that on. You have to say, if somebody's going to rob me, I'm going to take it into my own hands.
Right.
I don't think I'm cut out for that kind of decision.
See, but you know what? And that's you. In other words, you say, I know my lane.
Yeah.
See, and that's what got the streets so saturated right now is you got a bunch of weenies, right? They say, I'm going to get out here in the street. You know, I want to sag my pants. I want these skinny jeans. I want this fucking Louis or this Gucci with all this money. But really deep down, you're really a weenie. And so when that pressure hit and that Fahrenheit hit your ass, you do what what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
When they burn all the impurities off, it's gonna be Oscar Mayer right there. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I mean, I think about that all the time when I see young kids getting murder cases and whatever else. And I'm like, I wonder how much time they spent thinking about what doing 20 years in prison was going to be like.
Man, I'm going to tell you a feeling. I got sentenced to 90 years, bro. 90. 3 30-year sentences.
It's like a long, drawn-out death sentence.
What
like you're going to die here, but we're going to just let you hang out for a while first.
And then the cold part about it is the feds, they read it off in months, right? So I'm thinking that I can't get no more than 12 to 15 years, right? So when they start reading, you say, well, on the first count, 360, second count, 360, third count, 360 months. I'm like, who the fuck is he sentencing? You know, I'm thinking to myself. So if you listen to my music, you can hear it. Like I break shit down for you in such a way, if anybody is, has listened, to where you don't want to do that. I mean, because then they consolidated them and ran them concurrent for 130, but you talk 30 years, man. Yeah. And you got to do 25 of that bitch. You know, that's with no time cuts, no shit. That.
Damn.
So when you listen to some of my songs, like my new album, Storytime, when I go through or Life is Outside, you go do this type of motherfucking time, you can actually listen to each song and know how I was feeling at the time. Because I put out 5 albums from prison.
Right.
Just to take with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who wants to go through that?
No, definitely. So what was that? How long did trial take, and what was that day like when you actually heard that sentence?
Man, listen, I'm going to tell you what the judge said. The judge said, because Thanksgiving was coming up, right? The judge said, I want to try to be through with it. This was like a week before Thanksgiving, 3-4 days, matter of fact. I want to try to be through with this before Thanksgiving because I want to eat turkey. This is when I knew I was in trouble. This judge, right at the beginning of court, he said, well, I understand that you're in the music business, Mr. Burns. I'm like, yes, sir. He said, well, I'm afraid I never heard of you because out here in Midland, Texas, we only know 2 types of music. And so I'm sitting there like waiting for this. Like he said, that's country and Western. And everybody busts out laughing. I'm like, oh, I'm finna die in this mother.
That's a good joke, although I'm sure you were not really in the
not right now
to hear that right now.
Man, now, hey, me and my mother locked eyes. I'm like, yeah, I knew right then it was good. But so to answer your question, man, the trial lasted about a week, man. And they found me guilty on my mom's birthday.
Oh,
November 22nd.
Wow.
2006. 2006.
Damn.
On my mom's birthday.
And your mom was there?
Yes.
No,
my mother.
She spent her birthday finding out that about her son.
Right then. Yeah, it's crazy, man. So
what was going on in your mind when you heard that sentence?
I got numb, like literally, like, how when your feet go to sleep?
Yeah.
Or you sit on the toilet too long because you're on your phone and shit, and then your legs start going to sleep. Guilty.
We all been there.
Yeah, literally, but that went through my whole body, and so, but I was trying to, stay as coherent as possible. And when he read each one, I was woke enough to like nudge my lawyer, like, hey,
bruh,
hey, motherfucker. Okay, get him to consolidate it. And then so my lawyer, he snapped because he tripping too, like, God damn, So he tripped. So he gets it, ran concurrent, right? Pretty much on the spot that you put the paperwork, whatever he had to do for that. Because I knew right then it was just like, I got to fight. Like I know I got appeals coming because guys that were back there, I guess they kind of knew like, man, he going to lose, because they knew the system. So they had already, hey, you got this appeal, you got your 2255, you got your 3581, all that shit, 35 was 18 or whatever. So I knew right then, bam, okay, I need to hire an appellant lawyer. And, I don't know. I just think about all the shit in real time. It was kind of that.
Wow. So, I mean, then you just kind of have to settle into this new life in the jail, or I was Fed charges, so you get taken off to a federal prison?
Absolutely. Yeah. You definitely, man. Then the cold part about it, my situation is I was in Midland, Texas, and so I was considered a high-profile prisoner, right, because of the music and the deals and stuff like that. And so when they were walking me to court, they would put me in the middle, not walking, but driving, driving with a car behind, a car in the front. And they had snipers in the front. They had snipers on top. They had the press and the media across. And so when I got sentenced, they sent me to an immigration jail, bro. At this time, you had ODC and then you had Midland. So I was like the only English-speaking motherfucker in the jail.
Really?
What?
Wow.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
So, I mean, how long were you at that spot, though?
Seems like, man, 2-3 months till they get you set up to go to fucking prison. Then I started in Beaumont. That was my first prison. And then like you said, getting used to how that shit went down, because I thought it was just gonna be some squabbling.
Right.
And I had already been in state prison, so I knew I wasn't ducking no fights.
But when did you start to realize, like, oh, there's crazy shit happening?
2 weeks later.
2 weeks later.
Within 2 weeks.
And what was the deal in there at the time?
Within 2 weeks, I seen about 2 or 3 people get stabbed.
Really?
And then I was like, why the fuck is they stabbed? And then when it's two formidable guys, y'all, why ain't squabbling? And so I'm when I started seeing that, I was like, oh, they just not really fighting in federal prison like that. The motherfucker trying to put that iron on you. So I knew I was somewhere different.
Right. So was your mentality, I'm going to try to stay out of all the politics or everything? Or was your mentality like, all right, I guess I got to get a knife and get ready for whatever?
Well, I got my knife the first day.
Oh, someone gave it to you? Or
Yeah. Shout out to ACAR. ACAR, soon as I got off the bus and they were giving me tennis shoes and dudes were giving me watches and stamps is the currency. When we got to my cell, he poured out the blick. He was like, this for you. I'm like, nah, I don't want that. I'm good with these. Because I knew his uncle, Stein. So long story short, I'm like, nah, I don't want that. I'm good on that. But after those 2 weeks, I was like, hey, ACAR, come down to my cell. Let me get one of those and supersize mine, will you? Because I knew I didn't want to stab anybody. Because I knew, I wanted to fight to try to get out of here a little bit, you know what I mean? But I wanted that bitch to be so big that you don't even want to, you like, hold up, if I have to hit you with the mother, you know what I'm saying? But yes, I didn't really want to get with the politics, but I'm a survivor. And, I'm a street nigga.
Where are you guys keeping your knives?
There you go with them fair questions.
Well, I mean, listen, if it's under your mattress, nobody really cares. But we've heard some stories about where the knife might have to go.
You might have, listen, man, don't even worry about it, fellas. I am not going to give it up.
It stays in jail.
Yeah.
Those stories stay in jail. It's like Vegas.
I mean, if I'm one of the ones with me is going to stay in jail. Because the thing, this is how.
Well, you are a Texas gentleman.
Yes, sir. I'm a Texas gentleman. Here's the deal. What happens is this is how they get hip to the hiding spots. Like this.
Really? Yeah.
See a motherfucker that's no longer going through it. Hey, man, I used to put my shit inside the brick. I had a hole in the wall. And now there's some super cop CO never thought of that. He starts checking the bricks and lo and behold, they still doing that. And so, no. We had all kind of spots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. But was there, like, at that time in Texas, just given that this was such a long time ago, I'm just curious about what the dynamic was. Everything was already like fully broken down by race. at that time? Was there like gang oriented stuff going on, or was it more just racial?
Oh
shit, even
hell
back
yeah!
then?
I mean, yeah. What you mean back then? Yes, right now.
I know how it is kind of right now from just talking to so
hell
many people.
yeah.
I'm just wondering about back then.
Right? Yeah. 2006, I went in. So, but it's broken down in gangs, right?
Yeah.
And it's broken. The race thing is real.
Yeah.
Okay. Especially when I did time in Victorville. I had never seen anything like it. You know, I came out here, did time like, what? I just knew I was going to die. My first 5 years, I was suicidal anyway.
Really?
Yeah. I wanted to kill myself.
Just because life felt pointless?
Well, because I never thought I would make it. I knew I wasn't going to tell on nobody. You see what I'm saying? And I knew I wasn't going to comply with anything I didn't want to do. So, and I was just kind of stubborn. I'm like, I ain't finna let y'all make me do all this time. You know what I mean? So I felt like somebody was going to kill me, or if not, I was going to bang a little bit too much heroin and take myself out.
You were doing that while you were in there?
No, but it was prevalent.
But you figured that would be a good way to go.
Well, was my genius plan. You know, the devil had a veil on my face and wasn't allowing me to see the end.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
But you were sober in there?
Sometimes.
Mostly, or you dabbled?
I dabbled.
Okay.
Yeah, with drinking, smoking, and all that type shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you didn't get into the hardcore stuff?
Oh, no, that's not my thing.
But it is like, I know people who, when they were in there, they did heroin, and then they get out and they would never dream of doing heroin.
Oh, yeah. No, I never done heroin a day in my life. But I knew that if I bang enough of it, it's going to take me out of here.
Yeah.
And that was my genius plan at the time. I even talked it over with my cellie because he was going to have to deal with my body. And he the one really tricked me into waiting until my first appeal was over with.
Really?
And
how many years in is this
3
really going through your head? 3 years in?
Yeah. Because my third year, I won my first appeal.
Okay. But from the beginning of when you got in there.
That was already. Yeah. It was either I'm going to make y'all kill me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to do anything I don't want to do. You know what I mean? Because it's real political.
I mean, if you really wanted to die, like, because I've thought about it a little bit, and I can't imagine myself actually like being able to stick a strap in my mouth and pull the trigger. I just don't think I could do it. But if you're in that environment, like, a lot of people basically kill themselves by like suicide by cop, where they'll just like pull a gun on a cop, boom, the cop kills you.
And that's a good analogy. That's what it is.
Kind of what.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
The easiest way to die in there is you just got to go over the wrong person. They're going to kill you.
You don't have to fuck over them, or you could just, it could be, because in the feds, it's political. It's a lot of politics, and you could choose not to play. Man, I ain't playing I don't care what you said. Because I'll give you a prime example. In Victorville, the Spanish guys got a hands-off policy, right? Unless you Tango will give you a fade where you can squabble.
But the Mexicans are anti-fade.
Anti-fade, hands off. It's because it's family. And so if you buck on that, then that could be it for you. You know what I mean? Or there are those one-offs and situations to where it happens, and you find out who was in the wrong. Somebody gonna get punished. There ain't nobody got to die.
But when you got transferred to Victorville, did it feel like you were like all of a sudden just learning about California, but you're learning about it in the most up environment possible?
Not really, man. I mean, kind of.
I'm sure there's people from other places and everything.
Well, I had visited like 4 or 5 times.
Oh,
okay. So, but you got to keep in mind, California prison has it has a stigma.
Yeah.
So me coming from Beaumont, and at the time I can't remember, I went to 9 different places. So, but when I got to Victorville, it was all I could think about is all the things that I had heard over the years, and when I saw how it's segregated everywhere, champ. But when you get to Victorville or to y'all California prison, it's super. I'm talking about it could be a phone right here and line right here and the line right here. And this phone right here empty. I need to use the phone. You can't touch that phone. That's not a black phone. I mean, this shit here was different. When I came in, I had to zigzag all through that month because can't walk in this area. I walked straight up through, if I'm not mistaken, through the Sereno area, just trying to go right here. And so everybody but what happens is they give you a pass when you first get there because they know you don't know.
Right.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? So they're like, hey, bro. But I'm telling before they say hello, hey, champ, you can't go through that area. I'm like, shit, yeah, I just came from that door right through here. Like, No, that's their area. So you got to go around. Like, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I thought I was gonna die in Victorville for sure.
Really? Of what? Just beef or?
Well, because it was like at the time it was like 200 blacks, right? And about 900 Mexicans.
Wow, that big a difference.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
Yeah, true story. And so I thought that was gonna pretty much be it. But when I say that the blacks that were there from California, from Utah, or wherever they were from, were some cool guys. Man, they met, and I'm thinking, because I'm coming from Texas now, and I'm not affiliated. I'm on Texas time. I thought it was going to I was going to run into it with my own people. Man, they showed me nothing but love.
Really?
And the Spanish guys too.
Really?
Man, so once I was there, I like, I ain't going to die here.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? This, because it was just all about respect.
So would you say in general, you met a lot of pieces of shit and people that kind of lowered your belief in humanity, but that experience in particular, you just felt like it had a really good culture going there or whatever?
I done met worse people out here.
Really?
Yeah. Worse people. Listen, what type of son of a bitch would, no, really, I'm serious, take a platform, take a microphone or say a megaphone and talk about dead people? Or talk about your mom or your dad or your illness or, I see more motherfuckers, cold-hearted people out here than I ever seen in prison, man. People cold out here. You can get in trouble and have a wreck and half your head hanging off before they'll offer you some assistance. They start filming you. That's cold as to me, man. And I'm still wrapping my head around that. Again, I'm going to take you right back to my music. Listen to it. Now, express that shit because people don't even know they f***ed up the internet. To me, the internet exposed a lot of the so-called street niggas and empowered the weenies. I believe that.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that, you could be a child and you could be scamming, hacking into people's bank accounts, etc. Whereas like the kind of crime that you come from, you had to be a tough dude. You had to be ready for the bullshit. Now it's like, it's easy for people to hide behind their computer. You could have a hugely popular YouTube channel with millions of subscribers and nobody knows who you are. And every day you make videos calling people pussies and bitches and
absolutely
judging their life choices that you've never had to deal with. And,
right.
There's a million people doing this kind of thing.
Adam, my biggest song since I've been home is called My Little Nigga, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was very curious about this song.
Okay. Oh, so you already know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my biggest song since I've been home. No, maybe the Mo 3 song.
Okay.
Number wise, right? The one that I did about Mo 3's story. But My Little Nigga was about Go Yayo, Ronnie, yeah. But it was a made up story. But because I tell stories, that's what I do. And needless to say, that song went viral, right? I threw in some Mexican, because these is all my partners. I was just naming Fort Worth people that rap. And this is when I knew the internet was, everybody knows my story. Everybody know Black 8-30. Black was on top when he left. He done did everything it is in the street to do. Because from here to California, from California to Texas, you can call and ask about him, whether it be in prison or in the street. And then when I made that song, I made it 5 weeks before Ronnie passed, right?
Really? Wow.
And everybody was like, oh, that motherfucker super hard. Man, you a genius. Man, you back on your story time shit. Yeah. The moment he died, man, it switched. This is when I knew the internet was tough. They started calling me a rat. Man, you a rat. You telling people. I'm like, a rat? Man, you could have called me anything in the whole world. I done went here and did 17 years and 2 months in the penitentiary. Nigga never told on nobody. And everybody knew it. And you had the audacity to type in your phone. He's a rat. That's when I knew. I said, they'll say anything.
And you also just have to accept that you can't do anything about it. That's the total opposite of prison, where anyone disrespects you, you got to overreact. And now you're on the internet, where if you even respond on your story saying, hey, you bitch ass, whatever, you saying this about me, you kind of look weird.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You
See,
know?
because what you did is you took the bait.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And needless to say, I went for it. You know, I'm like, hey, but the only thing I'll say is, you know, if something like that pop up, hey, you should look me up. You know, same way that y'all look up everybody else, same way you motherfuckers sit here and argue about who's worth what and who's really look me up. You know, but you don't want to look me up. You just want to call me a name.
Because it's like just such a crazy world, because it's like if you got famous in the 90s, you were just famous, and like how would you ever find out about anything negative that people had to say about you? You know, maybe somebody writes a letter to the source,
right?
But like how many letters do they print per month? Like 5 or some shit, like a couple. You know, it's like there's just in the 90s or the 80s or any time before that, nobody like had a voice. Whereas now it's like even when I first got into doing rap oriented content, I was super insecure about the fact that I'm white and I don't necessarily have the pedigree to be able to speak on rap and stuff. I knew my shit, but I also just had a lot of insecurity about it because I felt like you should probably only have a channel about a thing if you're an expert in that thing. So it made me kind of like really overcompensate because I really wanted to do a great job and I over prepared for every interview. And then now when I look at the internet, it's like everybody just has a channel where they talk about rap and they don't know shit and they're not from this environment at all. Like all that anxiety I had seems kind of foreign to me now when I look at these 20-year-old kids that start channels and they're talking about gangster shit and beef and all this, and no thought about the fact that they're an outsider in this world that they're talking about. Yeah.
Right. But I just to highlight you a little bit, I think that's what to me, you know, I watched your show for quite some time, right? That's what to me made you good.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know your pedigree or your background, but you just listen to you talk, listen to you articulate. I know he's not one of us, but I've seen people get irate. I've seen people then fight or whatever.
Yeah.
But I seen you maintain that same, just cool, calm. And I think that contrast is what made the show what it is.
Well, sometimes I hear people brag about not studying or preparing for interviews, which to me is so like almost offensive to the nature of what I think that this thing is supposed to be about. Because let's say I say, okay, I'm down to do the Twisted Black interview. I immediately have a pit in my stomach of anxiety, and it goes away by me doing my research. You know, as I learn about the person and I start to wrap my head around it, I'm like, okay, I feel like I understand this guy. I know what I'm going to say to him. I know how this is going to go. Then I feel all right about it. But up until that moment, like it's draining my energy thinking about like, what am I going to ask this dude? I ain't looked into him. And and then I spend a half hour doing research and I'm like, okay, now I'm good. And then I spend a couple more hours and I'm like, all right, now I'm really good. But I feel like that's a crazy thing to.
Yeah, but no, that's real because that's your craft.
Yeah,
and you're really into your craft. And I'll tell you something on the flip side. I'll be transparent with you because I know how seasoned you are. I know. So that same anxiety that you may have felt prior to knowing whatever, by me not knowing what's coming next, I still feel it the whole time. Like this right here, you can't never relax with him. You see, so I'm just being honest, you know. But at the same time, though, what makes it easy for me, it has made it easy to like I don't have to dress up, I don't have to have on a jury kit or none of that because I don't really have skeletons. Like I wear my shame like clothes. I've been up, I done made up decisions, did up shit,
right?
And it is what it. Listen to my music.
Okay, just as a side question, it's kind of like this new world that we live in where it feels like there are people who've been locked up for decades, whether it's Big Meech or Larry Hoover, which is kind of funny saying their names back to back like that because I feel like Rick Ross. But
you said Rick Ross what?
Rick Ross had a song where he said, I feel like Big Meech, Larry Hoover. Right. But they both got hit with this in the last few months where they get released, or in Larry Hoover's case, seems like he might be released at some point in the next few years if the state takes pity on him. But right as these guys are getting out and preparing to accept their hero's welcome and everything, then the internet does their thing and they try to find a way to call them a snitch. Like that's kind of like a new thing that we're witnessing. It's so much easier for a random YouTuber to look up paperwork and everything like that. Like, how do you feel seeing that? I mean, even you like getting accused randomly just because of the song, even though it doesn't make any sense because timeline wise, this was out before he got shot and everything. I mean, What do you think, seeing how publicized all that shit has become?
I mean, that's the new world. Like, and that's the thing when it comes down to the street shit, right? And I used to tell people this from the beginning. I tell artists this: hey, man, if you're gonna try to rap what you know, because if you don't, like, say for instance, you rap and you talking about how you knock out, I do this, I do that. You know, I sold all the bricks from your neighborhood. Are never gonna let, or from where you from, they're never gonna let you take off. You're gonna poke holes in your balloon because we know you, motherfucker. Far few and in between, motherfuckers slip through the cracks. You see what I'm saying? So. I said that to say that's what it is. So if that's what you did, you may as well go ahead and get in front of it. You know, if that's who you are, man, get in front of it. Like, man, like a lot of dudes that sell drugs, Adam, they just get money niggas. They ain't really about busting that pistol, you know, say that. Because you get to popping off like you about busting that pistol. The one to bust the pistol, they try and look at you, or especially with the fighting shit.
But if you just get money, you got to act like you're down to bust your gun, even if you really ain't. You got to just hope that nobody really tries you, right?
Well, not for real. Not in real life. Because if you getting real money, if you ask motherfuckers getting money, ask the people out there to know. When you getting real money, the killers insulate you. Because when they say you feed the wolves, if you feed the wolves, then the wolves keep you from getting ate. You see what I'm saying? But the squares can't really tell you that because they ain't really did that. That's why you don't hear people up here telling you stuff like that on your show, because a lot of them just really be squares and they really be weenies. You see what I'm saying? They done got a little money, they popping the street shit, and oh man, but we know you a sucker for real. Yeah, so you know.
Definitely. To what do you credit being able to have left doing that much time in prison without having to, you know, really go through anything too traumatic? I mean, I don't know what the worst shit you went through, but like you held it down, you made it through. To what do you credit that?
Right. First of all, because you don't know, I went through everything I went through was traumatic. I lost my mother.
While you were in there?
Hell yeah.
That's terrible.
I'm only child. I lost my mother. I lost my wife. You know, relationships with my kids. I lost my career.
You mean you lost her as in she moved on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Either way, she moved on to passed on.
Yeah.
She ain't mine no more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
how many years did that take?
Man, listen, and to credit her, she was a good woman. And it's just that I said about my last 3 or 4 years, no, maybe 5, my last 5 or 6 years, we knew, you know, just it's run its course.
But she was with you for almost a decade while you were locked up?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, she played a part.
You had kids with her or no?
Absolutely.
You did? Two?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. But I did, man, I went through, so I lost pretty much everything, Adam. So to answer your question, what do I credit that to is Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, because you see, I ain't no big guy, you know, and I ain't the toughest motherfucker in jail. I'm just solid. I'm just a man. And I'm a man 24 hours a day. I don't take a second off of being a man. And so one thing I'm gonna tell you a secret now. If you ever happen to go to jail, I hope you don't. Maybe you get caught in a bar fight or something. Motherfucker think you sweet.
If I was going to get in trouble for a bar fight, I feel like it would have been a long time ago. I kind of left the bar part of my life behind. But
okay, good. Well, that's good.
A lot of good bar fight stories, though.
Here's the secret. And anybody that's listening, remember this. Most don't really want to fight. Right? See, because a fight is a 50-50 chance. Like, I might go whoop you, and you might go whoop me, and I really don't want to find out. Most just want to whoop somebody. And if you become that person they just can whoop, then your ass in trouble. You see what I'm saying? Because that means you ain't got no fight in you.
Right.
But when you are formidable, I don't give a be like, this little motherfucker right here gonna want to fight all day. That I ain't gonna with him today. You see what I'm saying? That shit really worse. So if you're a man at all turns, then people respect you as such. Yeah, in my experience.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What was the most trying situation? Was there ever a time where it really felt like, all right, this is life or death?
Riots.
Yeah.
Yeah, the riots are scary, you know. But again, man, I'm one of them. You know, so I ain't saying I'm the toughest, but I'm one of them to where you be like, you ready, Black? Yes, you like, let's go. You know, so I could be counted on, as they say. So trying, I'm not gonna say, you just tap into the shit you know. And all I knew was survival. And so I survived. But mentally, I didn't realize how up I was until I got home.
Really?
Yeah, what? Burnt me up. Man, half the you know somebody that did a decade or better in prison, man, they burnt up. They don't even know they burnt up.
Right.
Yes,
Just because it makes you so paranoid and on edge.
I tell this story all the time. I was on the goddamn toll driving, looking for where to put the coins in when I got home.
Uh-huh.
I'm in a goddamn Porsche. I'm in a foreign car. I'm like, what? Man, I'm panicking on the tollway because I ain't seen where to put these motherfucking coins in. Yeah. True story, man. Just all kind of shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, technology is the really up part because from when you went in to right now is like the greatest increase in technology in human history.
Okay.
If you got knocked up or if you got locked up in 1900 and then you came home in 1920, the world was changing, but it's not changed that much. But the difference between 2000 and 2025 is fucking insane.
Right.
And that's been like the majority of my life. That's been like since I got out of high school. The world has changed so much; it's almost unrecognizable.
Yeah, and it's a lot for somebody that for the people, and that's the thing. When people get out of prisons, they don't have very many programs that can roll you back out into society, but you're expected to thrive. Hey, motherfucker, don't break the law. You know what time it is. You're going back to jail.
Right.
But they don't have a lot of things to get you hip to what's going on now.
Right, definitely. Yeah. So, okay, were you just going to war the whole time, trying to like chip away at your time? Were you working with lawyers, or were you just doing your own sort of legal research?
Oh, yeah, I fought the whole time.
Yeah.
When I say fight, I don't mean like fought people. I'm talking about my case. Is that what you're talking about? Right?
Yeah. Because I mean, it probably takes a lot of courage and strength to just like never give up on that when it's got to feel hopeless at times.
Yeah, absolutely. But I did, man. I fought the whole time. I exhausted every appeal, and what happened that was in my favor, and some of the older guys told me it was going to happen. It was like, hey, they're changing these laws, and so if you locked up now, the laws are changing, and they started to change. And so each time after my first appeal, I was in the law library trying to figure shit out. Anything come down the pike, I'm on it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I knew this wasn't my world. I'm like, nah, all that.
Right.
I'm getting out of here.
Definitely.
And guess what though? You can catch me on the top tier with some reading glasses on, writing songs. And then when I got to the point, I started putting out albums through the phone in 2009. Right? So I'm already strategically trying to keep myself relevant musically because I wanted to come back and get what they took from me. And I knew I was just that cold to do it. And I'm the only that done went and did all that time musically and get back and make himself relevant musically. You got people that go do time and get out and bounce back, but 17 years and then come back and be able to put out the music that people still like, oh, this shit hard.
Was there anybody who kind of influenced you to do that? Because I interviewed X-Rated, and he sort of famously kept his name buzzing. And I've known a lot of people actually listen to his music from prison over the years. Out here,
he's one of the ones that did it.
Yeah.
And in fact, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, he may have done it before me. I'm not sure.
I think probably he was locked up before you. Yeah.
He may have done it. He may have done it before me.
Because I first heard him probably in 2010, and he had been locked up for a long ass time before that.
Man, I had four in the federal prisons. No, I had 4 different phones, right? 4, maybe 5 pack numbers. So I hang up one phone and then do the hook on the other phone, hang up that one, do another verse. So I pushed and pushed and pushed until I could do it. I was doing albums a cappella through the goddamn phone just to stay relevant, and come back and smash. Come back to pop my shit right now.
Definitely. Okay, so when do you finally start to realize, like, oh, okay, this is going to work? Or, I mean, because you did 17 years, you had 30 years. At what point, what's the major breakthrough that lets you get out early?
The last thing, when Trump came with the First Step Act.
Oh,
that that took 1 year off. The first thing that happened, I got 3 years off for the first crack law, like 2008. Then I think the next one came in between maybe 10 and 15 with Fair Sentencing Act or one of those. And I got 62 months off. That was a nice chunk. And so that altogether, that was 9 years. And then Trump came. Well, I'm not even gonna say Trump came, but it was already on the table, and Trump signed it in, the First Step Act. And then, because I thought I was getting out like 24, you know what I'm saying? But shit, they kicked me out at 23. I took a year off.
Right. And yeah, like how does your mind state start changing as that date starts coming up? I've heard a lot of like crazy stories about like, you know, people will put pressure on you when it gets closer and closer to your release date, and they'll try to make you crash out and have to go put in work.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
It could happen, you know, to some people. But in my case, man, Adam, the closer I got to getting out, the more insulated people became. You know, they started to insulate me more.
Really?
Man,
you think that the prison staff also are kind of rooting for you at that point?
Even the cops. I was just going to tell you, even the cops, they're like, the assistant warden, I can't remember his name, and Miss Kennedy and all, you know, they was like trying to push my paperwork up the chain. Like, man, he did all this time. And, you know, he been, you know, cause I went in there causing them no trouble. You know what I mean? I just did what I had to do to survive prison. So they wanted to see me win. They knew I had mentally, you know, was at the point to where like, hey man, this ain't my world.
Right.
So, you know, and the guys, you know, I was always a fair guy. They, you know, they want to see me out the gate.
I mean, you seem like a guy who carries a lot of respect. And I feel like, you know, probably despite whatever hiccups you might have gone through, that probably was the vibe that you had in prison as well, right?
Yeah, that transcends when you have respect in the street, they usually will go with you unless you show yourself something other than that once you in there.
Right.
And so, you know, I don't try to be nothing but me.
Right. Definitely. So what'd you come home to? Like what was it like transitioning back to having a normal life? You know, you lost your mom and your girl, and like what was that like?
I came home to call the loss, right? All that.
Yeah.
I came home to realizing that I didn't have no help.
Yeah.
With my dream, which was to get my position back. Now that is what I came. Now my street niggas, you know, shout out to them. They made sure I'm in a Porsche. I got Rolexes on.
Really?
What?
I just would think a lot of the guys who were doing dirt with you back in the day would probably not be in that position anymore. But
they weren't. But the ones that's doing it now, that know I'm official, right now, my shine ain't even mine. My shine is from them. Yeah, that's the reason, you know, I just now got to the point where I could stand up. If I wanted to go buy jewelry, I could buy jewelry. If I wanted to go buy another car, I could buy another car. They put me in the Porsche. My brother put me in the Porsche. My partner from Atlanta sent me the first Rolex. My other partner gave me the other Rolex. Then Rose Gold. I can't even say the goddamn name. They the one that they keep the fake ones all the time. Whatever. I don't even know.
Forget or some shit?
Yeah, I had to sell that bitch. I got broke, right, you know, along the time trying to get back right. I had to sell that, but he ain't give a damn. It was mine.
Yeah.
But I said that to say, but with what I wanted to do musically, what you say holds true. The people that I was dealing with, they weren't in position. And the ones that were in position, they're so business minded, everything was about the numbers. Shout out to Tony Draper. Tony Draper is one and Hollywood Bebe. You know, a couple of the people that still in position that was like, hey, you nigga, you know, still with you, you know, but I can do what I can do. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that was the scariest part for me, is realizing, God damn, I got to start all the way over, and I was that guy. And yeah,
rap game, short attention spans, typically, and it is also an art form that is in some way governed by the youth because they're the biggest consumer of rap music. So it's like the youth tend to always have their new thing that they're into. And so stuff that is 10, 20 years ago, oftentimes kind of fades into the background to the point where it's not. And also like people just age out of like hip hop fandom. You know, a lot of people are 50 and they don't listen to rap anymore.
And that's that's the thing.
Yeah.
See, you got guys that have gotten older, maybe not 50, 35 to 50, 35 to 55. That really came from this cloth. They really came from this era. Hip hop, that's all they know. Nobody's making music for them. They can't ride around listen to goddamn, NBA young boy all day. You know, they just got off work driving trucks and shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
50 years old or 45 or 35 years old. They might not, you know.
Yeah.
But
he's going through his own youthful issues, and it'd be easy to imagine that a guy who's 50 is not.
Well, that's all I'm saying. He makes great music, but he doesn't. I'm not. If, in my opinion, he's not making the music for some of these older gangsters, right? I am,
right.
So again, but I also the ones that come from a real cloth, real stiff street, stump down street young niggas that know it's official. They're like, oh shit, you know, I like this. You know what I mean? So I have kind of created a different demographic, right? And I've tapped into like maybe yourself.
Right.
You know, that you like hip hop, but you want to hear somebody kill somebody in every bar.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, if you know me, like, man, I know Black done kill some motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? You be like, so you can listen to it and you could appreciate it. You know what I mean? So if I was talking a whole bunch of shit that I wasn't really, you know what I mean? If it was a bunch of fake stuff, then you'd be like, yeah, I know Black, he's a sucker for real.
I mean,
beat's nice.
Now the rap game's up because they want you to have bodies and they want you to be 17.
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
Kind of unlikely.
See, hey, that's why they put in insurance policy. That's why the record label was putting insurance policies on the artists.
You know, I've never actually figued out if that was true or not. I've always kind of heard that, but
it's in my contract.
For real?
Like a month. Why wouldn't it be?
Shit.
Okay, why not?
Same logic. I should take out insurance policies on everybody working for me, right?
Why not? Yeah,
I mean,
you should have to, right?
Really? Like just so I can get some money if they die? Like
No.
I would rather gamble on other things.
Well, I'm not gambling. See, because
Life insurance policy is kind of you're just gambling.
That's a goddamn lie. You're gonna die.
Well, yeah.
Ain't no gamble to that.
Yeah.
You lose, bro.
Right.
If you sit around here waiting to see if you gonna die, you lose. You did.
The gamble is that you will have people around you that need that money and that they will actually get it.
Well, here's the deal. It's not for that purpose. It's for look at how many of them that die that don't have it, and then their people can't even bury them. Then you get suckers jumping on the internet talking about he couldn't even pay for his funeral, blah blah blah. Well, no, if you f***ing with me in our paperwork, if hypothetically, if that's what I'm doing, then your burial is taken care of, bro. I don't want the money off of benefit from you dying or whatever. But if I spent $100,000 on your project and you die and your family don't have anything, then I just kind of lost. But at least let's make sure that this year, if you could over here Scar for Life and Twisted Black, and then you know you're taken care of. You know?
Right. I mean, it is kind of crazy to think about it. If I pay for life insurance for the next 20 years and I don't die, I just unsuccessfully gambled on my own death 20 years in a row. And then, but it's a weird form of gambling because if you hit, it comes along with the worst possible outcome, which is you dying. Right. And the only people who benefit from it are people who realistically, like, you know, my daughter doesn't understand a life insurance policy, but she's the one who just hit the lottery if I die, if I have life insurance.
Who are you? Okay. And I'm going to take you back to Black people. Okay. Most of the Black people, like my grandmother and grandmother's you know, back then, they pay insurance for fucking ever, bro.
Yeah.
House, you could, you know, don't play around my window because if you break it, my insurance gonna go. So they just paid and paid and paid. Never one deductible or nothing, right?
Right.
Gambling. I guess you call it a gamble, and nobody won but the insurance company.
Well, I know a guy who owns a house in Calabasas, shout out DJ Vlad, and he didn't realize that he wasn't paying for fire insurance for many, many years. And then all of a sudden that whole area is in flames and tons of the houses around the area burned down. I mean, he essentially like made money by not having fire insurance up until the moment that he all of a sudden realized that he needed it. Yeah. And then he was desperate to get it. He probably would have paid 10 times the market rate.
But think about it though. If you got a life insurance policy, man, it's not for you, bro.
Yeah.
It's for whomever, right?
Yeah.
You know, because at the end of the day, like the way I feel like for me, if this is just my logic, I'm not telling nobody else to do it, by me being in the music game, and not only me being in the music game, me being good in the music, when I die, because that's gonna happen. That's not a gamble. when I die, those streams or whatever, that's like my 401k, my insurance policy for my people. You see what I'm saying? Outside, so throw me in a piece, a wood casket, and burn me up and send me on. Don't spend no money on that.
I mean, you want to think about an even weirder version of it is like, I have a Snapchat account and a Facebook account and all these accounts that I don't touch. I don't manage them. I don't touch them, whatever. If I die, realistically, the guys who run those accounts are going to continue to take all this content that I created throughout my life and run those accounts still using that content. And then the percentage of that money that I get is going to go to my family or whatever. And that's just so bizarre to think that, like, you know, you still are going to have this small business operating online. And I see it all the time, because when Fulio died, they went and killed him. His mom was getting paid by weed brands to do weed promotions on his Instagram like a week after he died.
Right.
And it's hard to hate on it, because if the mom just made 50 bands for posting this weed ad,
then
they should just pay for the funeral and then some. And I mean,
that's
shit.
the ideology right there.
How could you hate on it?
Man, why would you hate on it?
But it is kind of weird too, because it's like, I know a lot of people have passed and their Instagram stays the same forever. And to me, that just feels right. Like, that's how this should work, is like, it should just be a testament to your life, and it should stop at the exact moment that you pass. But a lot of the musicians I know who died young, it's like, how else are they going to promote their new music that they're releasing that's making money for their kids and their family other than the Instagram?
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah, I mean, you know, if it's your family gonna benefit from it, then you know, cool. But Adam, I don't know why you keep thinking you ain't gonna die. You're gonna die.
Oh, I know.
You keep telling me it's a gamble. You're gonna die, man.
No, the gamble is just paying to bet on you not dying this year.
Oh,
well, I guess you're gambling on you dying.
Okay.
You know, like,
All right,
like you get the best value on that bet if you die.
Right. Okay.
Which is depressing, because it's the last thing that you want to happen.
And I'm still, listen, you are going to get that. You're going to get that.
Oh, yeah.
That shit's happening.
Unless you stop gambling before you actually die.
Which basically stop paying the insurance.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
I am aware that I pay a significant amount for life insurance right now, but I don't really actually know the numbers. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I am paying for it, though. It's out there.
Of course you are.
I don't know. This is my accountant is like, this is probably something you should do. I'm
Absolutely.
Like, I'll listen to you.
Smart.
Okay. Okay. Who actually held you down when you got out? Because I see stuff like you doing music videos with Bun B and shit. It's like, is that just off the respect that you had for just being an icon in Texas over these years, that he wanted to show love, or how's that kind of stuff work?
Actually, a little bit of both. These were my Bun and I I had a song with them and dealt with them before prison.
Got it.
Him and Pimp. And Bun is it's crazy you said his name first, one of the most solid individuals in the game.
Seems like it, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if I had to clear up and say, you know, hey, he has helped me. He did that song with me. It's on the album Storytime. He did the video, came to Fort Worth, and if I needed a post, if he reposted, you know, of course you try, you know, being a stiff guy, I don't want to get heavy either.
Wait, but the Trill Burger is in Fort Worth as well?
No, it's in Houston.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Okay,
I just shot a video in Houston a month ago with Killer Calion, where Bun basically shut down the whole parking lot so that I could shoot, you know, and Smackwater and all those guys came out, you know. So Bun is, if not one of the greatest people and friends that I have as far as in the industry. We're not bosom buddies as far as we call each other and go out hanging out and hiking and shit. But man, musically, Bun, you know, he's a real guy.
Let me just ask you this. During that era where you were coming up in the Texas rap scene, were you seeing these sort of, you know, when we think about Texas now, when you think about the Ronnie situation, the Mo3 situation, it's like we've kind of got used to Texas being one of these states where there's rival gangs and rappers representing those gangs, and they're dealing with each other and all kinds of tragedies happening. Was that the situation when you were coming up, or is that a new thing?
If as far as the gangbanging?
Yeah, well, I'm sure gangbanging always existed to some extent, but as far as it being so intertwined with the rap stars.
Yeah, that's new.
Yeah.
I mean, you had your beefs, but the biggest thing was like Pac and Biggie type shit.
I don't think I remember hearing about rapper beef from Texas until, you know, well after you probably went in.
Yeah, that's the
Swisher House era. We didn't know about
right.
beef.
Nah, man,
Yeah.
because really it was like a coalition.
Yeah.
And
that's what we would say is like, okay, California's up, New York's up. There's all this beef, but look at Texas. You got the 8 biggest rappers of Texas in a parking lot shooting a music video.
See what I'm saying? And that's what it was. That's what I left.
Yeah.
So, and that's the reason why when I'm home, that's the reason why I'm looked at like I'm looked at as the OG, right? I can have a song with Go Yayo. Everybody name me Go Yayo, CJ Casino, PB, Solo Lucci.
They don't expect you to take sides in all this.
No, not at all.
Right.
They know I won't. And they know if me and you are shooting a video, then you not only are because all those little guys are gangsters. Not only are they gonna have their little guys out there, not to call them little, like they're not formidable, but they gonna have their shit out there. But then when you with me, then my cloth is coming out, and you up under my cloth when you with me, you safe. You know what I mean? So if somebody was to do, break that, then shit, you rolling on me too. Not to say that I can't get rolled on. But it's not that smart.
Right. Definitely. So how did you end up doing a posthumous song with Mo3? Do you have connections to his people, or what was the linkage there?
That was Rainwater.
Shout out Rainwater. Great man. I'm surprised he wasn't the one who connected us, because it was actually Gold Toes who told me, hey, I got this guy Twisted Black you got to talk to.
Yeah, well, see, Gold Toes connects. See, Gold Toes definitely is one of the ones that can see the value, and he gave me a shot, him and A-Money, and kind of use some of his alliances, so that I could get my story across. Rainwater, on the other hand, Rain came and showed love when I first got out of prison. Came through, checked out the music, all of that, and we remained cordial. And so with the business, like I said, that My Little Nigga song blew up. And he was like, damn, this still could tell a story. Because he had told me you should be telling stories, to get back on your story time. And so I had been wanting to do of course, me being the hottest thing out of Fort Worth, and Mo3, being arguably one of the hottest out of Dallas, I always wanted to do that song. And I talked to Mo3 twice while I was in prison about doing one, but he never got around to doing it. And so when I did that song, he reached out to me about doing the song. And man, when I tell you, we went to war over that goddamn song. I did that song about 3-4 times.
Oh, really?
Hell yeah. He kept making me rewrite. I'm like, man, I'm not finna write this song there another motherfucking time.
Wow. So you guys had the kind of relationship where he could tell you to rewrite a verse.
I mean, it was business.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was business. I needed this as well as he wanted. He needed it too. So relationship wise, we don't really have a relationship. We can call each other and let's get to the business, but we don't. Him and I, we probably shared space 72 hours before we realized, like, you know what, I'll just call you when I need you. Rain, well, I don't got nothing bad to say about Rain at all. When it comes down to managing and doing what he has done for Mo3's career, man, genius.
Yeah.
And resourceful. And the light taught me some shit just in that little quick span. But, we're just, younger guy. We're just different.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, but were you locked up paying attention to everything Mo3 had going on in the streets in terms of like all this crazy shit with Yellow Beezy, and it's like were you tuned in to the various soap operas that were playing out in the scene? I was tuned in with all of it, but not as much as when I done the song. And the way that we were able to accomplish is he brought me up to speed and so everything that I say on the song, like from this nigga 5'2", couldn't dunk basketball if he tried to, I'm talking about from everything. Rain gave me that insight. He had the wherewithal to say, hey, you need to know everything. And we sat up in my studio. We got there at like 10 o'clock. We didn't leave till like 6 that evening. You see what I'm saying? And he gave me everything I needed. And I was like a journalist, like literally writing that shit down. And I went in there and just, pieced it together. That's just part of my gift that I'm able to do. I can listen to what you say, or I can take a story and do what I do. So when you look at Go Yayo, do you see a little bit of yourself as a younger guy in him? No. What's the difference?
Let me tell you, Yayo is cut from. See, if a motherfucker thinking that Yayo is any two ways ducking something, then they're wrong.
He's ready to do whatever.
He is, bro. You know, and
for better or for worse.
But if you know Yayo, he is a good. And when I say kid, I mean it with the utmost respect. He's a good kid. I'm only saying it because I'm an old motherfucker. He's a good for real. But no, we're nothing like me. Yeah, Yayo will fight your ass. He will fight you in the middle of Times Square.
Yeah, for sure.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you offend me in the middle of Times Square, then probably, but you know, at that age, you know, then I would probably duck you if I could.
He's done a bunch of time, but you've definitely got the perspective of somebody who really wants to make sure that they don't have to go do more time. For him,
he got time to do time.
Right. His ego is so, you know, and it's not just that, but like he just knows that like so many people want to try him, want to try to disrespect him on music, whatever. And he knows that like if he wants to survive as a rapper, he's got to go hard. He has to make it clear he's not scared. He's not moving around in a scary way.
He's not.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, man. Yale is no fool. See, that's the thing about it. You know, I could say that this little guy, man, you know, he's not a fool, brother.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're thinking that, you know, that, yeah, this finna, you know, I'm pull up with my cameras and I'm gonna see what this talking about, he gonna give you exactly what you're looking for.
Oh yeah, I mean,
he is.
He sits in this chair, and I feel like he realized at a certain point that the best thing he can do for his career is to just be himself 100% and to just say exactly what he feels. But even me, I was taken back a couple of times when I last interviewed him when somebody mentions Sauce Walker getting shot in Memphis, and he goes, "Yeah, I wish his ass had died." Like, I'm like, whoa.
Now you gotta keep in mind,
all these years doing these interviews, I never heard somebody say that about their.
Hey, but look, here's the deal. Now keep in mind. Now, Yayo, since I feel like he from Fort Worth, right?
Yeah.
And you know, he's one of the ones, him and PB are one of the two, both of them that I feel like I understand. Like, you know, you kind of cut from, you fabric in that cloth. You know what I mean? I get you. And so I'm rooting for him, right? But if like he do shit like that, but I say to myself, Yayo, what the you?
Right.
But then when you talk to him, there's a method behind his madness.
Right.
And you have to just let the young man cook.
Yeah, he definitely has realized the value in just being unapologetically himself. And any like reasons why he might have, you know, kept that shit to himself is gone. And he just realizes that, you know, I get along with who I get along with, and I don't get along with who I don't get along with. And you know what? I'm gonna use this shit, and I'm gonna go viral by telling the world exactly how I feel. A lot of people, you interview them, and you could ask them about their biggest op in life, and they're gonna say, "Yeah, he cool, or whatever. Keep it super gangster. Yeah, like I don't know him like that. Yeah, I ain't heard nothing about him. I don't know him. You know, all the time that happens, and so it's so weird and different to be interviewing somebody who's willing to really actually tell you what.
Yeah, because he really actually don't give a with the, you know, whatever happened, you know, real talk.
Yeah.
And he's talented.
He's a wild guy. Okay, but like the little Ronnie situation, we talked about how you kind of used him and Goyeo as characters in this music video, but when you see something horrific like what happened to Ronnie take place, how does that make you feel about where our culture is going, where the society is going, et cetera?
Yeah, that one was a bitter pill.
Yeah.
Because when I got out of jail, like I said, like I don't have nobody, you know, I'm like, damn, I'm gonna have to start this shit over. Ronnie was one of the first people to pull up on me. And I had never met him prior to that. He just watched my ascension, right? He pulled up on me, showed me how to work that camera, showed me how to pop that shit when it come on, when the camera comes on. And you can see like some of my first interviews, they weren't even interviews, first just doing content, I was with him. And I was so goddamn uncomfortable, you know, like cameras, you know, I just got out of jail. We wasn't doing all this, you know. And so he was just really he was a good young man, you know what I mean? And you just didn't see much malice in him, and I would have, you know, and I'm pretty good judge of character.
Do you think in your era, in that generation, would that have happened where somebody, I mean, I guess it's possible that the shooter didn't know his daughter was in the car, but a lot of people looked at that and their reaction was kind of like, damn, I remember a time where women and children were off limits.
Well, the thing is yeah, that could have happened in any era, probably back when the Mac was out. But
yeah,
you have to ask yourself or ask someone that knows if they knew the child was in the car.
Yeah.
Now that makes all the difference in the world.
Well, I guess they're all gone now, so we're not going to get to find out anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe so. But if they knew the child was in the car, then that's crazy as hell.
Yeah.
But if they didn't, then maybe I don't too much like to speak about that because I don't want to offend nobody. All I can say is he's a great kid.
For sure.
To me.
What about the rise of Charleston White, who, it feels like a lot of people might hate watch him or they don't like him, but they're watching the shit anyway because he's got moments of wisdom and he's outrageous and entertaining and funny. But, he's certainly a new development in the sense that he's like a hip hop personality who gleefully embraces snitching and kind of takes issue with the streets. What do you think of him and, him becoming kind of like such a huge representation of Texas to people?
I don't think he's a and I'm not going to sit here and feign like I don't see that he's all over the internet when he does some of the foolishness, but he's not a representation of Texas. I can see, and it's crazy, man, because I had to deal with that with him, but I can see bits and pieces of, because he's from Fort Worth as well. You can see bits and pieces of Fort Worth, like the high side and being quick, to playing the does, and he's slick at the mouth. He's great at what he does. What the is it you do? What really is that? And so when it comes to him, he's just one of those guilty pleasures, right? So, because I find myself watching I was just watching the clip of him on my way over here. Somebody had just sent me, talk about this song with me and Yayo. Yeah, he went and got this old rapping Milk Dud.
So he's talking about you like currently.
Oh yeah, this was just
Oh, I was assuming that this was like a while ago. Okay.
Oh no. He used me for clout.
Still yapping about it.
Wow. No. In the beginning. Oh no, this just happened. This was a new clip he was talking about me.
Just randomly came up, or
he always just randomly throw a rock. He's a weenie. Just to be honest, and then I wish Wack was here.
He will be here within 20
Whenever
minutes,
he get here, because this butthole is gonna say everything. He said, "Say what you want to say," because obviously you are Charleston. But when he sat there and said he the man in Texas, like as if the streets respect him, that is not the truth. Man, please, you live in wherever it is you live, and you go where you go. Nobody's looking for him. Now, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not looking for you or nothing like that, but you ain't got no respect in the streets down there, man. You might got one or two homeboys that you feed. Like I say, you feed the wolves, keep getting ate. But man, ain't nobody fucking with you for real. He hates street niggas because he was never accepted by the street. Now, I got a partner named Chris Alexander that he just randomly go off on, because Chris don't got the platform. But if Chris had the platform that he got, Chris would shut his ass up because he got so much ammunition on the way.
Really? I mean, you think Charleston White is able to move around Texas without having to be extremely concerned about his security, or you think he's moving around very cautiously?
I'm telling you, I don't have to think at all. He's moving around very, very. Man, I've been home for 2 years. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I've never once seen him. If I did, it ain't like I'm gonna pull up on him with no smoke or no shit like that. But I ain't seen him one time, and I'm outside. You dig what I'm saying? So hell no, he ain't just moving around. You see, and then it's not like he ain't got, touched up, for saying too much sometime, So tell him to go out. You tell him to go out to where everybody go out, You
don't think anybody cares enough to smoke him?
It's back to what you said. Nobody want to go to jail, especially knowing this nigga the police. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
But also, it's not like he snitched. He's just talking about shit online.
To me, it's not like he snitched.
Well, okay, so back in the day, he did snitch.
Man,
right?
He snitched. Man, the man,
but he's not like he snitched on anybody around right now.
Hold up. The man used to call the halfway house on me, man. My first day out.
Hey, really?
What?
About what specifically?
When I first get out of prison, I stopped to see my children, but because of who I am, it was a parade. Okay. This man called the halfway house, man. That man. Then when I was throwing my first show, he called that. When me and Yayo was shooting the video, that's the man called the police.
Wow,
man,
that's grimy.
Yeah. Oh, he grimy as fuck, like in real life.
I have laughed in the past when he like called people's probation officers and shit and like ratted them out for shit on YouTube.
Yeah.
I know it's fucked up. Hearing it from your perspective, I'm like, damn, that is fucked up.
And I just did 17 years, like. Right, so and this bitch right here was trying. You gonna go back to prison and bun this? I'm gonna make sure of it. That's the type of shit you on. So listen, hey fella, just stay out of my. Hey, you call who you want to call, because guess what? I have a rapport with my probation officer. I walk that bitch down. I have a rapport with the Fort Worth Police Department, because guess why? They're watching. Everybody knows now. But when I first got home, for him to be doing that type of shit, and my rap sheet already say that's what I'm on. So yeah, it could have worked in his favor, but it didn't.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So where's your head at now in terms of life in general? Like, what are you focused on, and what's important?
Man, it's beating the odds, because the chips are stacked against me. You know what I mean? Like, I enjoy music, love music, but my end goal is the silver screen. And I'll tell you something else too, man. I want to have I'm taking Scar for life and dealing with different artists, like dealing with A Money and Gold Toes, and running distro through Empire. So I got those guys that came with me. They're Polynesian.
Okay.
C4 and Fat Boy, they're Polynesian. Now, who would think that the first people that I run through my distro away from Texas is going to be some Polynesians from California?
It's 2025.
But they hard as they hard. When I'm serious, when you look at them, you wouldn't think so. You'd be like, but when you hear them, you'd be like, oh shit. So I'm not trying to rap forever, brother. I'm just really, really good at it. So I'm, hook my wagon to some of these good artists like C4 and Fat Boy and run it. And man, just enjoy life, because I missed a lot of it. Try to enjoy my family, kids, grandkids, shit like that.
What's your relationship with your kids like at this point? Because they must be grown, right?
Oh yeah, they grown. Yeah, love them to pieces. They love me back. You know what I'm saying? So, and I have two. I almost said that. You almost got me. Just when I ain't trying to give you a look down. Damn, I almost said the ages. But yeah, they're grown.
Okay.
Man, you good.
You're just still trying to obscure your age.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Right? I'm like 100.
Wait, but so what's that like, trying to like sort of reestablish a role in your kids' lives when you've been gone for that long and they're adults and they don't need a parent in the same way that they do when they're super young, but you want to be part of their life. Was that challenging?
It is, man. You just take what you can get. I don't have a blueprint for it. I take what I can get. Hey, if you call me today, it's great. If you call me tomorrow, it's better. If you call me every day this week, then I'm ecstatic. So you take what you can get, and you try to be there for them when they need you or before they need you.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? Because you can't take back the fact that you've been gone.
So 2 kids?
3.
3. All boys, 1 girl, or
2 girls, 1 boy.
Okay. And so the boy, does it feel like he's a risk of following your footsteps?
Absolutely. Man, he's so much better than me.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Well, the rapping would be the positive side of things.
Oh no. He does music and he's good.
Okay.
But I'm talking about he's a better person. He's a better man than me.
Okay.
He's never been in trouble.
You don't think he's going to be tempted to get into the streets?
No, he would have been there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's 32 years old.
Oh, 32. Jesus
yeah.
Christ, yeah.
Yeah. So, he would have been there. And what he has a son, and he's trying to make sure that he doesn't, have to leave his. So,
right.
Yeah, my son way smarter than I was.
Wow, that's great. Oh, yeah. That's good to hear, man.
Yeah, thank you, man.
No, I'm glad you've been able to rebuild so much, and it's motivating to see you be able to come out on the other side of this.
Well, you know what's even better than that, Adam? Shameless plug.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
Here we go. Is the movie. Okay. Yeah. We're shooting the movie right now. Shout out JT, shout out Drewski Drew, who's doing the editing and all that. And it's called it's a docuseries. Hustler Go Broke. And everything is reenacted, and then it's live shit. It's it's like BMF on steroids, but it's all the truth, or it's not. You know, kind of a little bit both. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's not if you trying to get me in trouble, but it is if you know me.
For sure.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting.
So, you know, I've been wondering this the whole interview, and I'm just finally getting around to asking it, but you don't seem that twisted.
Right.
You seem like you got a decent head on your shoulders.
Man, thank you.
Was there a time period where you were a little bit more twisted?
I'm not gonna say depends on what you call twisted.
When I think twisted, I don't just think, you know, shot somebody, sold dope. That's not twisted. Twisted is like fucked up.
I don't think I've. Well, you know what? I don't think I've ever been that, Adam. I think I was just one of the ones that played hard. You dig what I'm saying? So I did in the streets. I played. Yeah, I played hard. And so when these guys get to talking brick talk, money talk, and stuff like that, you know, I was one of the ones. So you know, so. But twisted actually came from after I got shot and my body's twisted up and shit like that. So no, I've always been. And then right, to be honest with you, man, when my guys knew that I was coming on your show, I heard this from a few people. They was like, man, please don't go on his show and be humble.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Right.
Because I'm just naturally, I'm not trying to be humble, but when life humbles you, you're not faking. So if I get up here and I'm popping my shit, I'm not Go Yayo. You know, I'm not, you know, Go Yayo he's unapologetically brash, right? I'm just not. That's why when you ask, does he remind me of me? No, I've always been reserved and a little bit more calculated.
I tell my girl, I'm humble about everything except how humble I am.
One more time.
I'm humble about everything except how humble I am.
Oh, right.
I think I deserve a gold medal for humility.
For humility. I got you. Yeah. You know what? It's only.
She really gets annoyed by me saying that.
But you know why? I would, if I had to guess, you say that because you know that you're humble. You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when you know that, like, fuck that. You know, don't call like my wife will call me arrogant in a heartbeat. She'll call me a narcissist.
My wife will call me a narcissist, and I'm like, you don't understand the people I'm around. I'm around some narcissists.
Man,
like,
and that's what I be thinking. I'm like, man, no, I'm not. I'm like, no, man, you got people around it that like Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. But
a good rapper needs to be Trump-esque a lot of times.
Only, and I was just about to say, you took the words out of my mouth. The only thing that I'm not humble about is my ability to do music. If you get on the track with me, if you go and check my albums, when I do features with Bun B, Scarface, whomever, I'm bringing it. Like, and I'm still doing it right now, 17 years on ice in the feds. And I'm, you know, everybody knows you make a phone call, you call live. Hey, would you do a track with Twisted Black? They're gonna say, yeah. Would you send them your verse first? Hell no.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I'm not humble about is that and probably me being a hustler.
Yeah, I respect it. All right. Twisted Black, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for sharing the story with us. Everybody tap in on all socials and tune in for the movie and new music dropping and everything like that.
Man, I appreciate it. And I want to say before I go, this is going to be one of your, what do they call it, sound bites or whatever, right?
Sure.
Clickbaits.
Sure.
If you turn out to be a federal agent, I'm going to be mad as a mouth at you, bro. Just know that. I'm serious of you because I really like you after today.
Oh, thank you. I like you too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, is that when the feds did come a-knocking trying to subpoena cease and desist that I had received from Big U, I sent my lawyers to talk to the feds, which ended up costing me like $5,000. I'm looking at the bill afterwards. I'm like, I let you talk to this dude and I have to pay you $5,000. I could have had this conversation with the feds myself because it's not like they actually wanted anything from me besides an email that had already been sent that they already had access to. So there's really no reason that they even wanted it from me because they could have very easily got it from the other end. But either way, I mean, yeah,
you did the right thing.
I spent $5,000 to not have a conversation with a fed that day.
You did the right thing, brother, because that you did the right thing. So hey, that way you can say that shit.
Okay.
And the Twisted Black on all social media handles. TAG Twisted Black with me. Man,
there you go.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, dog.
Yes, indeed.
Twisted Black, No Jumper, coolest podcast. Like, comment, subscribe.
For where we in the building, all the weenies.
Yeah. Everything 420 really is the plug. They've got everything you need in one place. From top-tier glass to new strains and even mystery boxes with surprise gear, their app is smooth, they ship quick, and there are always discounts going on. Use code NOJUMPER at checkout. No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And, you know, while we were in town out here in Houston, we had to tap in with my man, CJ Casino.
Big one, man. We're going down, man.
How you living?
Chilling the same, man. Been with No Jumper for a minute, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate that. And of course, we got my man Remo in the cut.
Come on, man. You already know we had to pop time.
Yeah. All right. Just to start it off, tell us a little bit about like growing up in Fort Worth and what your childhood was like.
I feel like I had the same story as average, but goddamn, as far as Fort Worth culture, just super gang bang. You know what I'm saying? You know, we Bloods and Crips. So we going down through there. I'm from the east side.
So even from your youth, this was something that you were always known about and everything?
Yeah. I was born in it just because of where I'm from, you know what I'm saying? And the folks, like my big brother, I got big brothers and family, you know what I'm saying? They grew up in this same hood, so nigga was down there born, and I was born with ops, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit.
But a lot of niggas don't live like that. A lot of niggas cities not like that. But that's why I felt like I was just able to televise this and just go up and, you know what I'm saying, rap about my city, how I seen a lot of other artists doing. I'm like, if they could do it, motherfucker, I can do it too. I had to go through the same these went through, nigga. It was gangster, like, you know what I'm saying? Me just being CJ from Stop 6, nigga, smoke with a certain particular side of my city.
Right.
It's going down.
Because, I mean, now it feels like a lot of people, they want ops. They're like out for ops.
Come on, man. Like, this shit or something now. That's definitely what's going on.
So where the name Stop 6 come from? Break that down for the people who don't know.
I think it's like I guess it was like when the American settlers or something like that was traveling. It was like they 6 stop, so they named the neighborhood Stop 6. That ain't no shit we made up. That's what the neighborhood is actually called. You can Google this history behind my hood.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
For sure.
A lot of niggas just be making they up, like trying to, you know what I'm saying, make a 6 because that's the coolest shit to say. But nah, it's a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears behind the hood of Stop 6. Like this shit, it's one of the most notorious neighborhoods of Texas.
What was high school like for you? Like, what kind of kid were you growing up?
Man, I used high school to. That was where my clientele was at.
Really?
High school was nothing but business for me. You know what I'm saying? All my clientele was there. I was selling weed all throughout high school. I was selling weed.
How'd you even get into that?
Man, shit, what I'm saying, my kinfolk, now I grew up around hustlers, so a nigga used to really just steal out of my little kinfolk and them shit, my big kinfolk and them shit, and go to school selling the shit they had. And like, nigga used to be broke shit. We was fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Little shit we wanted out the store that, you know what I'm saying? Like little candy and nigga used to go get from my cousin. He really used to give us money. But like, I used to see like how he used to be doing, how he used to move. I line to take something from his shit, go in his bag, steal something up out his pee, take it to school, sell it so I can buy my own. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, after that, I just fell in love with money.
Right. When did you start really thinking about the rapping side of things?
And my brother came home from TYC. My big brother, his name Big Stain, he came home from TYC with like notebooks, and he had like a shoebox full of raps, sheets, and he used to rap them to me. Then he had to be on the monitor for a year, so he had nothing to do. So then he ended up ordering a computer and a laptop, and we was ordering like little studio apps, I guess you could call them now. Little studio shits where we start recording on them motherfuckers, and we just, you know what I'm saying?
Do you have anybody you were even like looking at locally as like having experienced success, or who was inspirational like in your area?
Say we got an artist named Twisted Black.
Shout out Twisted Black. I just interviewed him.
Nah, for sure.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was one of them. Once you growing up, if you say you want to Twisted Black, you're down for like.
Cause he got locked up in like 2006.
Yeah, he was in the federal roundup with my daddy.
Really?
The same federal roundup he in. Yeah, I had to read about these niggas. Like,
what?
I really didn't know my daddy like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I had to read about it, bro.
For real?
Yeah. He just not getting out too, like a couple years back.
Holy shit. That's crazy. When we were looking you up, we seen a clip of you and Twisted Black kind of getting into it at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was titled misleadingly, but it was like you talking to him on your live or something.
Yeah, them folks. I don't know what the internet be on, bro. How you be feeling about all the like YouTube documentaries and shit niggas be making about y'all boys and shit? Man, that shit be police, feds. I don't be fuck with that shit. And a lot of that shit be false information too. Niggas be putting that shit together their own perspective because we not talking and telling you all this information, and you just trying to put this together. You know this shit true or not, bro. Like that shit just conspiracy theories to me.
Oh, okay.
With this
for sure. When did you actually like start to get some traction as a rapper, or like when did it start to kind of work?
Say when I got down, me dropped the song Attack, 30 Game. Yeah, dropped Attack. Shit, it was over with. I ain't gonna cap. That did like probably like 250,000 in like a week. I'm like, damn. It still didn't hit me though, for real. It didn't hit me. It hit everybody else around me though. And I seen how they start acting. So I'm like, damn, maybe do got some shit going. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Shit.
What leads you to spend your time out here, or is this like your primary residence? Is just being out here?
I love Houston. I ain't gonna lie. I made so much money out here. I ain't kept. It's ridiculous. Houston, like, love me. You know what I'm saying? As far as niggas tapping in with the city, every side of this motherfucker, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And I can just go to the studio, any studio in Houston. I don't gotta book it on, and I can just pull up and that motherfucker see me. Hey, how much you charge for a feature? You know what I'm saying? What you got going on? And they can just make some money like that. Like, I ain't gonna cap it. That's why I fuck with this for real. I'm going where the money at.
Right. What's the difference between Fort Worth though? Is Fort Worth like a little too crazy, or it has less industry, less like opportunity?
It ain't no A&Rs in the city. It's not no managers. It's not no gatekeepers of Fort Worth. I feel like the whole cause you know we got a lot of bloggers and shit like that. Like they look at Fort Worth as the circus. You know what I'm saying? The circus show. You know what I'm saying? They ain't knowing that. They ain't looking at that. They ain't trying to give us a chance as far as real talent. I ain't saying us, because I feel like, you know what I'm saying, it's bigger than us, gang. It's gonna be more Fort Worth artists coming, you know what I'm saying, after us, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like they try to put everybody in a bar for that motherfucker, like we just on for real. But like, I ain't gonna cap though. To be honest, it ain't nobody that's, you know what I'm saying, feel like die hard Fort Worth. I gotta make Fort Worth, put Fort Worth on the map. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what's going on. It's still a door to be kicked down.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? For my city.
Interesting. All right.
So what age you feel like you jumped off the porch?
So
what age you feel like you jumped off the porch? Like
I ain't had no porch. We was not allowed to have no porch, and I come from like you really a stop six. That's why I like my hood's on the tour. From stop six, bro. Man, you walk the block. You had to go to this school right here.
Yeah.
And you had to deal with what you had to deal with, gang. Wasn't no push for you. You had to jump in that field, man. Them folks was shooting up our apartments almost every night. Like, I grew up hating Southside niggas with a passion just off of losing partners and losing friends. Growing up, you know what I'm saying? Before I was able to even get in the smoke, like, I already knew what time it was with me. Like, God.
Damn, you painted a crazy ass picture of what it was like growing up in that. Like, are you separated enough from that now to be able to recognize like how much it might have fucked up your mental state? Like you say you were getting your apartment shot up like every night as if that was normal. Like, I gotta imagine that really does a number on you.
Ducking, like, we made games out of ducking and made games out of running who gonna beat each other home, you know what I'm saying, with shootouts. And I used to tell my brother, like, anytime some was going down, we'll race to the house, you know what I'm saying? That was our, like, you know what I'm saying? As soon as they could, we going, mama gonna be looking for us on this gunshots. She know, come in the house when gunshots, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes them don't stop, sometimes them last. And laws didn't used to come. They used to let niggas get off and then come clean up in our apartments, like, afterwards. Like, yeah, that's how shit used to go.
What the fuck? Village Creek. That's scary.
Yeah.
So okay, as far as your name, can we just like break it down? Like you're CJ, I assume?
Yeah.
But the casino thing, like when did that come into play, or like what was the origin of that?
I mean, my partner came up with that, you know what I'm saying? Bugatti Casino, he came up with that shit in prison. I actually came out on some Lil CJ and just put the casino with that motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the who made me rap for real. Like, I was already rapping for my brother, but this the who wanted me to be a rapper. You know what I'm saying? He's one of the older cats from my hood. You know what I'm saying? He came home, he seen what type of young I was, and he wanted to take me up under his wing. You know what I'm saying? And also, he used to fuck with my T lady and shit like that. So, like, he used to be on a whole bunch of rap shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
What's
you
your
used to see
T lady?
My mama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard about that. I seen that title on YouTube. So like, I mean, that's awkward, I guess. Maybe that you had a relationship with your mom at some point. Was it before you guys got super tapped in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how we got tapped in like that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So he's like your stepdad in a sense, or like, do you have that
Type
like
shit.
older relationship with him?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? You know, I've been this type of bro. I am since a young, so it was never no father in me. You know what I'm saying? I was already raised when you came around. You gotta understand, like I was a certain age when you came around, like 13, 14. Bro, at that I had a grown ass man mom. I got big kinfolks that raised me. That's real. I look up to. That's real gangster. You get what I'm saying? So when any father figure, I look like my kinfolk now. Any other than that, bro, on blood, it's, you know what I'm saying? You know, mutual respect, because I'm a gangster. I've been gang banging since before niggas came around. So when he came around, it was you from my hood.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We both Truman Street blood. That's how it goes.
But okay, was he pushing you to get into the rap game, or was he
pushing me to be
teaching
in the rap
you
game.
what to do in the streets?
He was pushing me to be in the rap game.
Okay.
He was fresh home from prison, damn near tired of the streets for real. And he was trying to be a rapper. And he was seeing me doing the same shit he used to do. You know what I'm saying? Beating up, having shootouts, getting into it with anybody, you know what I'm saying? Loud mouth, same he was, you know what I'm saying? And he just fucked with me and just wanted me to rap like he was trying to do. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I seen one point you said that at one point, like early on, he was like helping you write your raps and
Yeah. That used to write, man. He used to write the whole verses and be like, nigga, just say this, nigga. And you just whoop, nigga. You see that? You gonna have the whole hood behind you.
So he believed on you early on with the rap shit.
Yeah, for sure.
So what was the situation where y'all had fell out? Because I seen where y'all wasn't rocking for a minute.
Yeah, some bullshit happened that shouldn't have happened, bro. Some shit happened, shouldn't have happened. That's all I'm gonna say. Some shit happened that shouldn't happen.
Okay. But how long was he locked up? And then he came out with the casino as like a brand name of sorts?
It's probably like 3-4 years.
Okay. Was that a weird time for you?
It was definitely a weird time. My mama had died in the midst of that. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
And he had to deal with that in the cell. We had to deal with that out here. And it just far as us getting into it, when she went in, fool, I was little CJ still going to school. Yeah, I was bad. I did my little shit. At the end of the day, I took my ass to that schoolhouse. My mom was here. Like, I had a respectable. My mom was a gangster. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you in jail, came home, and this ain't no mama, it ain't no love, it ain't no nothing. I was on the block. You know what I'm saying? I was like staying on the block, and I was controlling my block at the end of the day. And I had grew up to be a man, so it was certain shit that went on once. It's certain shit that went on. Like it's like my brother. Like I'm looking at him just like my brother. Like we used to have fights and shit. You go to the penitentiary. You scratch. You doing your little scratchy. You want to come home. You really want to show me that you got some. You know, you gotta. I'm saying, you want to show me that you can punch harder, because you know we used to punch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's just how my is. You kind of gotta renew their ass with me sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Or they gonna think you still. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was one of them times where that whole got out of heat. You know what I'm saying? We just had to get our punch on, and it just didn't go the way it was supposed to. Handle it the way we weren't supposed to handle it. And then we punched all in front of people, like having conversations in front of people. This shouldn't happen. It was just some brother shit.
But you got past it pretty quick.
Yeah.
And he's locked up right now, right?
Yeah.
How long he been locked up for?
We did about two now. He
Damn.
knocked up at 2.5. He signed 5 though. He on the way.
Like what role do you feel like he plays in your career at this point?
Man, I'm Tunchi Birdman. You know what's going on?
Man, let's jump into the because I had seen him. I seen a couple. I'll be watching, doing my homework, and shit. I seen a vlog where I guess maybe Goye was saying that the only reason he even knew you because you was coming around through Boo. Well, so Boo and Yayo was like the relationship. That's how you got a relationship with Yayo.
Mm-hmm.
So what was y'all? So all right, how did you and Goye even like take to where it was? Because it seemed like one point y'all was cool, was making music, and then it seemed like could you was with the hood fame shit at one point, and then shit took.
Talk about them niggas. We ain't doing that. Next question though.
Yeah, but so all right, so what? So he was your connect to Yayo though, as far as like music and
yeah.
Where they knew each other from?
Them Boo homeboys.
Yeah, so that was like some block shit. They from the same
them,
area.
Them Boo homeboys. That's just what was going on. You know what I'm saying? He can tell you more. Like niggas didn't know me for real, so I ain't too much to say. Cause that was Boo homeboys. Like I ain't know y'all like that. He was just dick pulling me because I had a, you know what I'm saying, hot song. You felt like you wanted the city to feel like you making stars or something, but you know what I'm saying? It really had nothing to do with nothing they got going. Go look at my first song, Better Game Attack. It say Gucci Gang presents.
So people put you on the same conversation, but from your perspective, it wasn't that serious. You didn't feel that like sense of loyalty to him at a certain point.
I don't know. I don't know. From Can of Paint, I'm from Stop 6.
Right.
Well, all that extra you say I'm in the enemy. I don't know you. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Dude, ain't got nothing to do with me. It just be a whole bunch of internet shenanigans, bro.
Well, y'all be playing into it, so like he just did a whole bunch of interviews where I guess your name been getting brought up and shit. He been saying what he was saying. But one thing I did see, he said like early on, you was a part of Hood Fam, you was claiming it.
I ain't got nothing to do with them guys.
So you was never like rapping with them and shit, like wasn't rapping underneath them?
Yeah.
But it wasn't that serious. You weren't trying to be part of his movement.
Nah, and that's what niggas.
Because he was basically trying to say you was trying to get a name up off his Hood Fam shit, pretty much.
Shit.
How you feel when you say shit like that?
I hope not. Cause I'm doing more numbers, so like whatever I did worked out for me. Pin you down, go check the number. Nigga ain't did more numbers than me. They ain't got a song with Attack Better Game. He's on by myself. Ain't need no features. I do more numbers by myself. Pin you down.
Do you think it could be ever a situation where you could patch it up and work come together?
Ain't nothing to be patched. Like I ain't beefing with nobody, bro. I'm getting money for this show, taking care of my kids, bro. Trying to get to it. That beef shit relevant, bro. I seen what I didn't jump in rap to beat. What the fuck we doing? It's time to get rich around this game.
But you
I would have stayed in Fort Worth, my city, treacherous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But you said you take credit for putting the eyes on what's going on in there. So in a way you kind of was letting know what was going on through the raps. Like you kind of fathered the drill sound that's going on a little bit.
Exactly.
So you think you started Texas drill?
I think they think I started Texas drill. I think they should think I started Texas drill for shit. So, because it wasn't nobody else, you know what I'm saying, coming like this. Point blank period. Rock out, Tech, we on that. Niggas know when nobody coming like this, when nobody rapping like this. I changed a lot of folks' rap pattern in Texas. I changed a lot of folks' rap pattern outside of Texas.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? It's a sound that a lot of folks that blew up off of. I'm an originator. I understand my position. I'm putting it out. Texas originator, and we got a lot of those. You know what I'm saying? I'm a sauce kicker. Some take off with it, make it global. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think the old heads in Texas didn't want to see you sort of changing the sound or changing the lyrical content and being more specific about what was going on in your life at a certain point?
I mean, I don't think nobody was even watching Fort Worth. They don't even give a damn about Uthul. We just got to show them, we need 3 stars to break through the industry for anybody that's even looking Fort Worth like it's even a part of the music scene of Texas, for real. Niggas ain't, you know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to put us up there, but I ain't gonna lie, bro. We did a lot for the whole DF dub. As far as New Dallas, but the new wave of Dallas, you know what I'm saying? That was here before New Dallas, bro. We did a whole lot for the whole shit, bro.
What's your thoughts on the New Dallas movement? Because people outside of Texas and shit, when you think of New Dallas, you just group everybody up as just the new rappers from Dallas, but technically it's a clique that's called New Dallas. Every rapper that's new in Dallas is not New Dallas.
Right. Now we talking about the ones. That shit loud, man. Ain't gonna lie, we gotta salute, we gotta uplift them young niggas, man. They coming like new BMF. And they had the deal done, man. I be treating this shit. I be watching them young nigga like sports. Fuck you talking about.
That's good, man, because I feel like when you reach the point as a rapper that you like aren't enjoying what's coming out rap wise, that's usually a pretty bad sign for your career. That a lot of times means it's coming to an end.
Right.
You know, I've seen a lot of people who really get sick of it,
Right.
and then they're still rapping, but they don't really with anybody else's rap. And that's not good for
it's
longevity.
Your time almost up. That what that mean?
Yeah.
Nigga turn down there up like that. Nah, I fuck with the scene. I fuck with the new Dallas drill. I fuck with the new Dallas drill scene too. I feel like they trying to put a shadow over the drill scene, and the drill scene going just as crazy, if not crazy.
But does the drill scene always have to be violent and specific to beefs and that kind of shit? Or is there a version of drill that is not necessarily going into that? Because obviously it's a sound and it's kind of like a lyrical style.
Man, I don't know about that one.
Was there a point where you felt like you started to try to put a little less of the street into your music or the beef? I'm sure you've seen the bad side of that.
Just like fun music type. You know what I'm saying? Or just music right around to a motherfucker can count money to. That's what's going on right now. I ain't gonna lie. At the time, you know what I'm saying, the gangster shit was feeding. You can come all the way gangster, but like kind of tired, bro. Dying and shit like that. Motherfucker tired of hearing that. If I want to hear some shit about getting money or some hoes, some shaking ass, some shit like that, that's what's going on. Like, you can still give them some of that shit, but you gotta give them that other one now. Like, motherfucker want to keep hearing that shit for real.
Right.
So that's what I've been trying to do for real. Like, turn this shit like my next album. I'm finna drop this last done. I'm gonna turn up on some. I'm gonna get on my, but definitely I'm gonna have some shit on there for y'all. Just like y'all count some money to, some hoes shake some ass to it. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm go love song on y'all ass for real. Like,
For real? How often do you do that? You just got to be in the mood or what?
Man, I really don't do that often for real. And I ain't gonna lie, everybody be on my ass because I got a bit. My fan base for the so crazy, bro.
Really?
It's so crazy, bro. I still ain't fed them nothing, man. I need to find me a live ass somebody that sing. Somebody that sing, you know what I'm saying? Let them do the hook and then come slam dunk that bit.
Why do you think the girls are so drawn to you?
Because I'm handsome, I'm rich. You know what I'm saying? And I'm that bleed, I'm gangster.
How long you been on the ankle monitor? I see you got the ankle bracelet on.
Burnt out. I've been on that house like a month, 2.
You got a date to get off?
Hell nah, I'm fighting the case. Bullshit ass shit.
What kind of case?
I paid the rest.
Oh, well, you had a high speed? Really?
Yeah, it wasn't really no high speed though. They count. I'm innocent.
Definitely. But that's like your only legal troubles in recent memory? You've been
I
keeping...
got some. I just ain't. That ain't for them. I got some other too.
Okay.
You know.
You have a hard time keeping your nose clean?
Huh?
You have a hard time staying out of trouble?
To keep your nose.
When I said keep your nose clean, I immediately just felt like you were gonna think I was talking about drugs.
That's different shit right there, huh?
That's not what that means, though.
Nah, hell no. I don't have a hard time. I really do not get in no trouble for real. This shit is back court, missing court and shit.
Oh.
Yeah, bro. They put my court. They had put my court date one day next to each other. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't make one. I went to the other. And I was like, yeah, we gotta check your ass now.
Right.
Bitch, I ain't going nowhere.
Definitely. Okay, so when did you meet Sauce Walker and like how did that connection become a thing?
My Bugatti. No, let me see. I know Bugatti put Sauce Walker on my music. One day I got on Instagram and Walker was playing my music. He was in his goddamn the South Mansion. He was in his big ass house. Tagged my name. He was playing my song. And the whole hood went crazy. I pulled up to the hood, pulled up to the project. My brother, I'm showing everybody Walk's story. I'm nigga playing my blood. I had a lot of partners that was super Sauce Walker out. Like everything about him was Sauce Walker. I swear to God, some real gangsters too, like that really put it down for the hood. Like he came to my city a minute ago, bro, and he locked bees with one of the big homies from my section. He came, they booked him at a club called Empire. I remember his ass had no shirt on, red bandana around his shit. And my whole clique was there, ESG with him tough. So once he did that shit, nigga, we was live. We went to Texas, bro. I pulled up to Houston. That's my first time coming to Houston. Me, Mean South. My first time coming to Houston. I had barely been out of Fort Worth, to be honest. Like, the first place I went to outside of there was Houston, pulling up on South. I know. Me and Boo went out there like the same week. Bro did that shit. We went out there the same week. I sent him a song the next day, and I went out there to his house to shoot it, pulled right up to his crib. And it's been love ever since.
Definitely. Because you guys still dropping music pretty consistently together.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What do you ever think about formally becoming a Sauce member or no?
I'm formally a Sauce member already.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? That's understood with me. At the end of the day, you know, casino at the end of the day, you know, niggas still push our brand. Still got to push the brand, the home team, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Niggas know what time it is with this situation.
You feel like the Texas rap scene coming together and everybody like is more unity that's going on and shit?
Nah, not really. Not really. It's a lot of unspoken, subliminal weird shit. But I ain't gonna lie, certain niggas, bro, they got good hearts. And, you know what I'm saying? It's genuine with this, bro. We link up, and we do our. At the end of the day, bro, I fuck with niggas that don't have no hate bone in their body, bro. Like, everybody that's in our circle, fool, we don't give a fuck who it is, bro. We see it drop, we gonna post it. We might not even listen to one song. We finna go goddamn, you know what I'm saying? We see a post of your picture. We might not even scroll through your collage, but we finna post one of them, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like we go by a certain rule. If you feel like you too big or you know what I'm saying, you don't want to be a part of this shit, and I done seen a lot of go up and get on that high horse like, yeah, we ain't gonna do that, we ain't doing none of that. And get what, when that shit come back down, cause get what, Lil Wayne went down. So if Drake and Lil Wayne go down, you ain't too far from it, nigga, on blood gang. So niggas should go down, they come right back and get in the circle and then start trying to fuck around, network with everybody, how we do in Texas, and just like, they gonna learn. Bullshit.
So when niggas could do that, y'all take them back. Ain't no coming back when niggas.
I mean, nah. Nigga be that, cause we understand. You know what I'm saying? We done been through, we understand now. So nigga don't fault you for it. At the end of the day, just don't do that shit again.
Definitely.
Cause this shit go back up. A lot of people don't know that shit. You can stay down. You know what I'm saying? You can go back up. Your time ain't gotta be over. Everybody's time ain't over just cause they ain't. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're young. You know.
For sure. What how do you feel about like the YouTuber / social media side of Texas at this point? Because we were just with my boy FDA doing a podcast. I know obviously Charleston White, like the biggest name out here probably in terms of internet comic / commentators. I mean, how do you feel about that, and how do you feel about how that affects the rappers?
Man, that shit, I ain't gonna lie, that's the antics that come with the game, bro. No, and it's a level of that you gotta deal with. That's what I'm saying. You jump in this game, you gotta deal with motherfuckers like that.
Has there ever been a time where you really tripped out about something that a internet commentator was saying about you?
Nah, not really, boy. I tried my best to focus on what I got going at the crib. That shit, I don't be letting nothing on the internet get to me, bro. That shit ain't nothing. Like, you gotta be built for this shit for real. For like certain people ain't built for this shit. When I see certain people going on live and explaining and doing all, man, I'm not doing none of that, bro. People,
you be going on live in hoods though. I be saying that's a little different.
I went live with niggas' hoods. I done went live in my hood, all that. Cause they gonna say what they want, but like when a nigga pop out, nigga don't be having nothing much to say. Like, what you gonna say now? There.
But how that be going? Cause I seen a video, yeah, went live in your hood, and you in this nigga hood for hours walking around, and he.
That was not my hood. Bro. That was where they be at.
What you mean? So it wasn't the spot. I mean, how he said it seemed like you in your hood, you know what I'm saying? And I think I seen you back there spray painting and his.
That shit ain't got nothing to do with that. Yeah. That's 2-3 different videos. All this shit scrambled. Shit ain't got nothing to do with bro. It ain't got nothing to do with that dude. I don't know what he got going.
Word.
What was your relationship with Enchant?
And my sister. You know, we got damn me. She came up rapping at Casino Studios. My partner Jenny damn D wrote out down all her music. You know what I'm saying? She used to damn near live there, like sleep there, like take showers and live in it. Like, you know, made music 24/7. My partner consistently asked me to get on songs with her and like that. Throughout the years, I just grew a bond with her, you know what I'm saying? Beyond music. And when she signed to Gucci, every time she came to the city, you know what I'm saying? We linked around when she moved to Houston. We used to link around on my dog for real.
It was always on some friendship. You were never dating?
No, no. And that was serious. My partner was dating her.
For sure. You ever think about signing to Gucci? You ever get one of those famous DMs?
I ain't think about it, but I ain't gonna lie. That's one of my favorite artists. And like, opportunity presented itself. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what's up with it.
Right.
Yeah, for a while.
No, yeah, he's the greatest, man. That's my number one favorite of all time, really.
Shit, sure.
Okay, so at this point though, how often you go back to Fort Worth? Like, what's your relationship with it at this point?
Man, at this point, I gotta go back to go to court every goddamn month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every month. I'm probably once a month, twice a month. And then when I go, I'm gonna chill for like about a week. Slide up out of there.
Do you feel like it's significantly more dangerous for you to be out there than somewhere like here?
Yeah, it's more dangerous for me to be out there than anywhere.
Mm. So that Boosie quote that he had on Vlad back in the day is true. That a rapper's the most dangerous thing he can do is stay in his neighborhood.
You know, see how many times history repeated itself, man. That's how it go.
Yeah. Is that kind of disappointing though? Just that like you can't have that sort of natural relationship that you'd like to have.
I be getting to my hood every stop 6 day.
Mm. So what day do you guys do?
June 6th.
June 6th. Okay.
6/6. Yeah, I get into my head every stop 6 day. The niggas be out there jamming this song. Cause I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, ain't no way in hell y'all hated us out to where I couldn't enjoy this moment, bro. It's a nigga named Rara from my hood, bro. He had one leg. Nigga had a Bud Ice, Crown Vic. Nigga on foes. Nigga used to, one of the hustlers, one of the big none, get money from my hood named Rara. He used to, every stop 6 day, he'd get all the kids in one pile and he'll throw all the ones he made from the trap that whole year. You know what I'm saying? He'll save all his ones the whole year, pop trunk, and throw all the ones to the kids. We'll be all them motherfuckers fighting all over the money. And I always told myself, I gotta do that shit. Like, I wanna be that. Like, on Jesus Christ, why I always wanted some money, because Rara, like, no. That nigga did that shit, cannot do that shit. So every stop 6 day that I don't get to do that shit, I be mad at them. Y'all broke bum ass can't even do that shit right now. You know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing for them kids right now. And we can really have that bitch player made and, you know what I'm saying, going down through there. And y'all really hate a nigga out to the point where a nigga don't even want to be out there, bro. And ain't no nigga gonna do nothing to it, bro. When I tell you, bro, it be 150 laws out there on stop 6 day because they knowing what's going on. Yes, nigga. And we've been doing this shit for years. It's a historical hood. So, like, they know what's going on. They know it's outside of Fort Worth, hate us. You know what I'm saying? Be trying to come shoot the motherfucker up every year. So, like, they coming deep. They, our marshals, they having trailers and shit set up out there. And the deep as hell. No, you ain't gonna do nothing to it, nigga. But it's the fact that I don't even just want to be around you fake ass niggas or let you in my, you know what I'm saying?
So that kind of up the whole overall vibe.
The whole for real, bro. Like, no, I always want to do that shit for the kids, bro.
I mean, that's like a free security detail, though, right?
Yeah, it definitely is.
Except they could turn on you, which is usually security won't do that.
Exactly. That nigga Ryan used to throw out one, and he'll have like certain 50s in there, 100s in there, 20s. You just gotta find them. You know what I'm saying? When he throwing them. Yeah, I always want to do that shit.
How often you be coming out to LA and shit?
And I ain't been to LA but like 3 times. twice was for like a label. I had went for Create out there, recorded at that studio like that. I had for a trophy too.
You be worried about like when LA, because like out here everybody got their jury on this, but rappers when they go to LA niggas be getting booked.
Yeah.
You be worried about traveling.
Yeah. When I was out there, I'm on that type of time. I'm niggas right down here on God. I'm not playing. I fly with somebody with a gun license. We go straight in buy a gun as soon as we land. But on God, nigga, I ain't just still jumping out crazy because nigga can outnumber you and outgun you in LA real fast. Within 3 seconds, I'm here. So like, I ain't hopping out. I ain't doing nothing crazy. Like I'm for work, gang. So I know how to move. That's y'all dumb ass getting robbed and shit like that. Like
you tapped in with any bloods in LA?
Nah, not really.
You don't really know any?
Not really.
Niggas.
I mean, I got a few blood partners, but I ain't tapped in with them in LA. Like. Then came to the city, or I didn't fuck with niggas, you know what I'm saying, in the streets of mutual. But like, as far as they been down there to motherland, shit like that, nah, I ain't been.
That's too messy for you? Go being in other people's neighborhoods?
Nah. I don't care for that shit, but like, I'm the type of, I'm going to lock in with who I lock in with. You get what I'm saying? Once I go there, I'm going to lock in. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no checking in, but you know what I'm saying? We gangsters, but you got to lock in with. You know what I'm saying? Gotta have me a goddamn Cali, you know what I'm saying, blood nigga, but I fuck with D Savage. That's my baby. My baby. They Savage, money, power, respect, and free blow. Free Hood Follow One, man.
You're supposed to be getting out soon.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I could tell you the date, but I'm gonna let you make it.
Really? You know the date?
Less than 5 months.
Less than 5 months. Damn. Ooh. Hey, where'd that relationship come from? Oh, really?
Yeah, I posted just the other day. Matter of fact, I just talked to him the other day. He telling me what jury he finna come by.
Oh, that's fine. How you know him from back in the day?
We had the same manager. Manager met through so named Ball in Dallas. And goddamn, we started rocking through that. He flew me to Atlanta, and I was in the studio with Bro the same night, like 2019. Yeah.
Damn, that's dope. That's good, man. You guys got music together from back in the day?
Yeah, we got a lot of. I had to drop a tape when he went to jail. I dropped the tape. It's called Hoodish Casino.
Oh,
yeah. We did that Empire.
What? Okay. So you're with Empire?
Nah.
Have you been tempted to sign with a label, or is it not? You don't think it's for you?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to sign for real. I did the independent for this long. You know what I'm saying? So I see what it do. I fuck with independent too, but I fuck with the label too, bro. I gotta get my feet in that too.
Why? Just because you think that they could help you get to another level?
Yeah. Yeah. I can help the label get to another level as well too, though. I'm one of them type of artists. Like, I ain't going nowhere, bro. I've been doing this shit for a decade, bro. I just seen fall out their first year. Their first song. You know, I got the longevity of a lot of people. I ain't going nowhere, bro. I ain't gonna lie, but I like the stagnant, you know what I'm saying? Slowly for surely, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning a lot as I get to where I'm going. But yeah, I'm coming for this shit, sure.
You ever get frustrated music-wise, or are you always like just excited to get in the booth?
I get frustrated sometimes, bro, and I go live a little and stop trying to force it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta go live and then come back to something to rap about. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. How'd you end up getting into a argument or a disagreement with Big X? How'd that come about?
Man, how the fuck did it come about? Manager was robbed. Just some more shit happened with that situation. Cause somebody had stole from me, so a lot of shit behind that. We squashed that shit. That shit ain't nothing though.
You did squash it. How'd that come about?
That's what I'm saying. Some situation had happened. We got over it though. That shit wasn't nothing.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. A lot of times it feels like rappers start beefing and there's like no way out. Like they just got to keep going at it.
It wasn't really just no beef for real. It was just some back and forth. Leave it there, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, he ain't nobody. I got real smoke. You know what I'm saying? Just put it like that.
But you felt the way when I'm going to the internet to, you know, say that you got robbed for your jersey or something like that?
Fuck no. Hell nah.
How often niggas be like getting took for the jury and shit out here? Is that like a big
I'm from
thing?
Fort Worth, yeah. Like niggas get robbed every day in Fort Worth, Texas. Like
Yeah.
in Houston, players, money out here. Everybody got money, jewelry, car, clothes. Like I ain't gonna lie, nigga gonna spank your ass for something you did wrong for real. But like in my city, niggas getting took down. Like niggas is getting it's thieving. There's a whole lot of stealing going on. There's a whole bunch of roaching going on. There's a whole bunch of backdooring going on. You know what I'm saying? And it's what's come with the game, bro. You thugging or not, shit come with the game. Fuck, we ain't write the book on this shit. That's how it go.
But y'all was able to piece it up and move forward.
Yeah, ain't no smoking, bro.
Y'all got some music? Oh, y'all ain't never really work.
Man, I had did that's what the whole shit came from me dropping a song that they had asked me to get on, but ain't nothing though.
Who's some people you looking forward to working with?
Man, I want to do a song with WAP for sure. I got to do a song with WAP. I want to do a song with Post Malone too.
Oh,
yeah,
crazy.
I gotta go post those.
You think you got a country music pivot in you?
I think I'm versatile. I can goddamn get on any type of tip the nigga put me on. But like you just gotta go first. You know what I'm saying? Create the vibe, and then I'm gonna goddamn be come through Rick Shop, put my own sauce on it.
Shabuzi Casino.
Yeah.
You know Shabuzi?
No.
I think he's from Nashville or something. He's like that black dude who got the Tipsy remix. It's like the biggest song in the world. You really don't know?
Yeah, no.
What the now I gotta show you. So like, it's gonna have like 2 billion views.
Shabuzi. Spanish Casino with a C on it.
It's actually Shabuzi's his last name because he's Nigerian or something, I think. Or I forget. 250 million views. You cannot tell me you haven't seen this song.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's why he said okay.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, bro, going crazy.
I mean, Big Ass just shut down that bridge in Dallas and shit. All the residents and shit.
Wait, they just shot a video over there?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Bro, going crazy like a motherfucker.
I got the Shabuzi follow back, but I think at some point he decided that No Jumper was not the career look that he wanted. But I noticed he never really like did anything with any like hip hop media or anything, as far as I can tell.
No, I ain't really seen too many interviews.
He's on his own mission. He knows what he's doing. Okay. So wait, you were locked up with Charleston White at one point?
Hey, yeah, me and Charleston White ass.
What was that like?
That nigga crazy as hell, man. That was though. He showed me the real stardom. Like no, that ass a star for real.
Mm-hmm.
He shook the whole downstairs, the whole booking process, and motherfucker. Like everybody was Charleston White down there, all the guards, everybody, all the people. Everybody was goddamn what.
You want to open it? Yeah, let's let this come in here. I was gonna ask you about him.
My Bubba with the Bub.
Crashing the interview for CJ's Burger.
Oh,
Bub's Burger mid interview, man.
Before,
man.
Oh,
I would love to give you one, but I think your belly's already full.
I just ate one. Otherwise, I would. Wait. You tell me. You tell me. What's special about CJ and how did you guys become close?
Man, special about CJ, he's a stepper, for one, certified, loyal, real through TSF, you know what I'm saying? But we really been cool right before TSF. I know we've been partners for a minute. It's been a minute just on some partnership, not even no music shit.
Okay.
Going in, but I mean, it probably been like some years, and then nigga, it just took like what, couple months ago to do some music together. We just on some straight street shit, sip sir.
First song.
Oh God, Bugatti was free. You know what I'm saying? Free boo. You know what I'm saying? He was like, he was free when we got in the lab and shit, but we was really on some street shit, sipping sir, smoking weed, through walk, chilling with all the TSL members and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just love for sure. But he's certified, legit love. Fuck with him. I don't mean to crash the interview though, bro. Let me get out the way.
That or Trill Burger.
Bud Burger, man.
Oh shit!
I these OGs, man. Them niggas is washed up, man. They that's don't even work no more. You LD Viagra ain't gonna work.
Oh. You can't do that. You can't put Viagra on Bun B. No, I'm trying to hype up this little war we got going. We're trying to hype up Bub's Burgers by pitting them against Trill Burger. But then I found out that he actually stomped out the Trill Burger and had like a whole little situation about this already. So
yeah, the whole situation about Trill Burger, man.
Maybe I shouldn't play with this. It might be a little too real.
Nah.
No? It's just burger beef.
Burger beef. Ain't that?
People lose their lives
Shit
over
getting
burgers.
real out here.
Yeah. About burgers.
What's life behind a burger, my guy? Where y'all record the story song at with you and Sauce Walker? Rich Music Studio in Dallas. It was a situation where y'all like in person. Uh-huh. Motherfucker hot, ain't
Good. You know, so this is a weird situation. Right out there, Tyler the Creator actually ate one of these burgers that Bub prepared. We'll put the clip in the interview, but you got a chance to actually meet him. He's like one of the most successful rappers out. Like, what was that experience like?
Man, that is cool as bro. It me up too. And we was sitting there, bitch. He was literally sitting right here, standing right here. The nigga was like, "What the we at Fort Worth?" I'm like, "Huh?" So nigga, what the you know about Fort Worth? Like, nigga, my engineer from Fort Worth. I said, for real, why the you ain't tell that nigga about me? Me up. That nigga cold in the bitch though, no. Like, he was down to earth, bro. He mingled with the crowd, fought with everybody around, and there was a lot of gangsters in the room. Made a lot of gay jokes.
Yeah.
With that part.
That's just him, I guess. That's always been him, honestly. Like, even since he first came out. Yeah.
Cool nigga.
The show. It is kind of crazy how he like kind of took Maxo under his wing and was just like, you know what? Like, whenever I really do my rapping thing, I'm gonna usually do it with this guy.
What's up? Maxo go. Yeah, for sure. Jury culture hella big down here, down south and shit, you know, in Houston and Texas and shit. Yeah, Johnny Dang. Johnny Dang still number one? Johnny Dang, you got King Johnny.
We were supposed to go there today.
Yeah.
I got a photo of me with like 20 chains on would be a whole thing.
No.
It might not be believable, but
Shit, Johnny Dang I be having that shit. Who would you put on the Mount Rushmore of like Texas music? Texas rap. Texas rap. Yeah. Mount Rushmore. Let me see. Scarface, number one. Well, Scarface. I'm going. I'm going Twisted Black. This is a Fort Worth artist. You know what I'm saying? Beyonce, of course. I got one more. Yeah. Usually four. I'm gonna say Slim Thug.
shout out Slim Thug.
Yeah.
Legendary. Okay, so what are you working on right now? What you got coming out?
New tape I'm dropping, man. The Last Done.
The Last Dawn.
The Last Done. Man.
What's that mean to you? What's that title say?
By the way, done daughter. I'm one of the last ones left. Last of a dying breed. Excuse me. Last of a dying breed, man. Murder Way Finest.
Any features we need to know about?
Not right now. Not right now. I just did a crazy feature run on the last couple tapes, so I'm thinking about doing this bit solo. I might do like just only 2 features. You know what I'm saying? But y'all comment who y'all want to see on my next tape. Comment down.
For sure. Yeah, this is the first time I did an interview after midnight in a while.
Yeah.
I don't usually stay up this late, but fuck it, man.
Sure.
We had to get it in, man. DJ Casino. Yo, yeah. Like, I actually had a couple of different people that I respect in terms of listening to rap music who hit me up and said that's the best rapper from Texas.
Talking about.
So, hey,
understood.
Certified, man.
Yeah. Been that, man. No. Shit, man.
Let's go. CJ Casino. Tap in with all his music, Instagram, everything he got going on. Shout out to Remo. Shout out to Houston for all the hospitality.
Sure.
No Jumper, coolest podcast. Like, comment, and subscribe. We out.
Big Blue Rag. Aha.
All right. Big Blue Rag. How's it going?
All good. It's good.
Glad to have you here, man. You've been doing some numbers, doing your thing on YouTube now for a while.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. What made you get into the content creation and, you know, getting on YouTube and telling your story?
Actually, it was just like a humbug. Actually, truthfully, it was I had just got through working out, you know, and a story came to me. I was reflecting on a war story just popped in my head, an old story from prison, and I don't know, something told me to just press record, and it wasn't even premeditated, anticipated, or nothing. I just was working out. That's why I was like sweating and breathing hard in the video. A lot of people thought like that I was like that hype, like that turned up, you know what I mean? But nah, it was it was just a fluke. I just started telling that story, and I woke up, I posted it. It was like midday or whatever, afternoon, like around this time, like evening. And I posted it. I didn't really pay attention. I woke up and went on my YouTube, and it was like 11,000.
Damn.
And I was like, damn, okay, they liked it. All right. So I told another one, and then that's how I caught a little flame right there.
What was the first story you told?
It was about a Crip and Blood riot in prison, in Ironwood State Prison in the 90s.
Can you take me through it?
Oh yeah, it was a simple, just a big old brawl, man, that just happened, you know what I mean, a misunderstanding that escalated into, you know, prison stuff. But it was a guy.
What started it?
It was a guy who was stealing, like going in his cellies, like when his cellie would be at work or school or whatever, he would be going in his stuff, and he had already warned them about it. So that's like a no-no, you know what I mean? And the guy wasn't affiliated, wasn't gang affiliated or nothing, but all his peoples were Bloods. And the dudes, what they were getting on, they was Crips. They was some Compton Crips. So when they going to get on, him and his homies, they was going to whoop on old boy, but he was running in the chow hall. And then one of his peoples, like who knew his dad and all type of shit, when, you know, once stuff happened, you get the backstory. And anyway, and so it just escalated into a big, like a little melee in the chow hall. And then we came out to the yard at night, and it was just a big old Crip and Blood riot. It was just a big, huge riot. So that's what the whole story was.
You guys, okay, so this riot goes down. I mean, you know, what's it like for you? You know, how many people did you have to fight? You know, did you get jumped?
Of course, yeah. Because we was outnumbered, which is something that's rare in California prison. It's Bloods outnumbering Crips, but we were outnumbered because they just had they had a riot, like a blood on blood riot, like the San Diego Bloods versus the LA Blood, and they had like fought each other, and so they split like half and half of those up and brought them over there with us. So they was super deep. So it was like any little thing, it was tension. Once you already know, like once any little thing happened. So with that being said, yeah, they rushed us. I just waited. I'm always calculating. Even in situations like that, I'm always thinking. Even if, you know what I mean, I never panic and always think. So when it was coming at us, I was just like, I was just ready for the first one that ran up to throw my shit up. And that's what happened. You know what I mean? And you know, it was normal. It wasn't no stabbings or nothing crazy. It was just people got socked on, beat up, dropped, knocked out. It was fair. We was all laughing about it when it was all done. You know what I mean? It wasn't nothing that serious. But it was just something, that's how prison is. Just some of the smallest thing escalating to some real bullshit, something big. Sometimes, unfortunately, people get killed for that shit.
What's like the most ridiculous thing you seen somebody fight or riot over?
It's been so much stupid stuff. The most ridiculous probably would be like a super small debt. Like a debt, somebody might owe somebody like a couple dollars. But your word is everything. And then once you say, yeah, I'm gonna get it to you this day, you gotta have it.
Was it a fight or just a riot?
Well, you know, it starts with a fight, but it always get political because it's always somebody, oh, that's my homeboy, and they jump in, and the next person jump in, and then boom, it go up.
Over $2.
$2. Like 8 soups. That's like 8 meals though. 8 days. That's how they thinking about it. But they go to the hole for that. People possibly get stabbed. They might have to stab somebody, get stabbed, catch a new case. I don't know. They might have a life sentence. They might not. I don't know. It's a lot of people. You know, it's a lot of intelligent people in prison that's smart with all type of stuff, legal stuff, just history, world history, just all type of spirit. You know, people know the Bible, the Quran, the religious, but it's all type of intelligent people. But it's just like common sense don't be common. And sometimes it just be the smallest thing. Like we could really overlook this, bro, just with a little bit of communication, and don't have to. But one little thing, and it just, you know. just explodes.
All right. Well, being that this is our first time working together, let's take it back a little bit. Where'd you grow up at, and what was it like for you growing up?
DeWarty, California, San Gabriel Valley. What was it like? It was regular, man. For me, it was, it was a lot of love for me, but it was I grew up as a gang member, so it's just one big dysfunctional family, like any other family, operate like any other big family. You know what I mean? So I always had a big family around me with all my homies and homegirls and my actual family members. You know what I mean? So it was just like, it was kind of just normal. It wasn't nothing like, nothing outstanding, like crazy, not to me. It was just normal. I fought a lot. That was regular. That's all my life.
Now, when you say dysfunctional, was your family involved in the streets too?
Immediate family, they were, but like not when I was, not in my time. You know what I mean? They wouldn't, like, it wasn't like that when in my time. Like my parents were, my brother, but they like, years apart. So no, they weren't involved like I was when I was. But I'm saying family, like as far as my homies and homegirls, a dysfunctional family. I say dysfunctional because stuff. Just like I said, like any other family, like blood relatives, stuff you got negative and positive, So it was just like that, I got in trouble because trouble always seemed to find me until I had, I got to at one point where I figured out, how to stay away from it. But yeah, I got in a lot of trouble. That's the only thing that wasn't a normal upbringing for me. I got in hella trouble. I was the kid that no kids' parents wanted them to hang around.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, so what was going on that made you have those type of troubles?
I always had like a authority issue, because of most of the time in my life, and I still feel like that, even at this age, that most of the time in my life, authority figures were like corrupt and wasn't straightforward. They wasn't, they wasn't straight laced, so they was crooked in some sense. So I always had and I'm just one of them. I'm just a natural person that I pretty much know what to do. There's common sense. I don't really be needing too much assistance. Like I don't really do good with authority, like teachers and preachers and school principals and shit like that. So I was always rebellious to them, and I was always influential with my friends and shit. So that's why they didn't want, because my mom wasn't strict. Like I didn't have no curfew or none of that shit. Like I did what I wanted to do. So, they ain't like that. They other parents, of course.
How old were you when you jumped off the porch or got put on your hood?
I was 11.
11 years old.
Yeah.
That's young, man.
Yeah, that was kind of normal back then, though, in the 80s. You know what I mean? So that was kind of, it was way more normal than it is now. I'll put it like that. It wasn't, because like going into juvenile hall and stuff like that, it wasn't just me and my homeboys that were real young, my age. It was off the porch. We ran into other people from other hoods, and it was like, damn, they was, They was like the same like us. They was gang, doing what we were doing in the streets. So, but yeah, it was like that. Yeah, like 11.
What was your put on like? Did you fight kids your age? You have to fight
a little bit
older kids?
It was a little bit older.
Okay.
It was a little bit older, yeah. And yeah, it was regular. I was always tough. A gang my gang didn't make me tough. The gang didn't make me tough.
How many guys did you have to fight? Did you get jumped or you just ran three fades?
Yeah.
You got jumped?
No, it was like back to back, but I was aggressor. And like every time I got jumped in my life, I was the aggressor. You know what I mean? Only time that I got jumped, you know what I mean? Until like, yeah. I got beat, I got my ass kicked by the cops. You know what I mean? When we had that Crip and Blood ride we were just talking about earlier, it was about like 8 of them on me. You know what I mean? Big bodies. I was folded for a minute in defense, you know what I mean? So to block their hits, shit like that. But like as far as like me getting put on, it wasn't, I was the aggressor. I wasn't, you know what I mean? I was regular. When I first like came to my hood, I was fighting. I was starting fights. Like all my life, I've been starting fights.
How did your life change when you got put on?
I started having money, like my own money. I started having girlfriends, like a lot of girlfriends. Well, I had girlfriends, but I wasn't serious. Like I started having like older girlfriends, like all that good shit. Having money, cars, and shit like that. It was the 80s. It was crack era and shit like that. So Yeah, I bought a car like real early when I was like 12, going on 13, 12, going on 13, bought my first car. Shit like that. So that's how my life changed. I was having money and girlfriends and all shit like that. Like I had a grown ass girl. I had a 23-year-old girlfriend when I was 13. Shit like
Damn.
that. Like, you know what I mean? Like till my mom like found out and like it was a whole big old, you know what I mean? But yeah, that type of shit. Yeah. So that's how it changed for me. It was like, you know what I mean, the money and shit.
Okay, now are you going in and out of jail? Do you ever get arrested for anything at that time?
Hella times. Yeah, plenty of times.
What was the most serious thing you got arrested for as a juvenile?
As a juvenile, probably like robbery, like armed robbery. Yeah, like armed robbery, GTA. That was like the worst thing as a juvenile. Yeah.
GTA, okay.
Yeah, GTA,
Okay.
armed robbery, carjacking. Before it was called carjacking, like I wanted to. You know what I mean? I feel like that. Like
Before it was popular?
Yeah, it wasn't called. I didn't never see them on the news and shit like that saying like carjacking suspect on the law at large. I never like I heard that back then until like around the time when I started doing it. You know what I'm saying? So, or maybe I just got conscious at that time. I don't know. Like I'm just saying, I started hearing, I'm like, carjacking? Is that what I be doing? Like I was doing that. Like, you know what I mean? I went from taking bikes to taking cars when I was like 15. I didn't like walking, so I just snatched people out their car and shit.
How much time did you get?
Well, I went a lot of times. Well, like the first time, I only went for like well, no, I take that back. I said no. The worst thing was attempted murder. I forgot about that. Way before that, I forgot I had attempted murder, but and I got, you know what I mean, they ended up dropping the charges, and I was already on probation for some bullshit like vandalism for like terror, like for like vandalizing my school. Me and my like best friend, that's like my brother, we like vandalized the school, so I was already on. But they just like they didn't take it serious. Wouldn't nobody come forward? You know what I mean? On an 11-year-old kid on attempted murder, nobody came forward. Nobody. They just got me because people were talking about it. Everybody was talking about it. Like it was this kid and shit. Like, you know what I mean? He try, you know what I mean? Attempted murder. So that's how I caught that. That was the most serious one as a juvenile. I just remember that right now.
Now, juvenile hall. I mean, what's juvenile hall like for you? Is it turned up in there? Are you running into your ops?
Hell yeah, for sure. Yeah. It was super turned up, and we was always outnumbered. Like my homies, you know what I mean. My set was always outnumbered. We were never really big, you know what I mean. So, and my ops were. So, yeah, of course. But I already had like my head was already pumped up at the time to where like my older homies already like, cause I was already like down out here, you know what I mean? So they like, I know when you go to jail, you're gonna be, you know what I mean? And I talk about that in some of my content, you know what I mean, on my YouTube and shit like that, to where like they all pretty much glorified jail, bro. Like to us as youngsters growing up, looking up to them and like, I know you're gonna do this when you go to jail, Blue Rag. I know you're gonna be putting in work, you're gonna be down, you're gonna, you know what I mean, you're gonna fight a lot of enemies, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do. And I'm like, yeah. But it's like, damn, I look back now as an adult, a responsible adult, and I'm like, damn, it's crazy. I would never tell no kid no shit like that.
What was like your worst fight you had in juvenile hall?
Worst, that's a hard one. I gotta think about that. Worst? Juvenile hall, my worst fight. I never really had too bad ones. I ain't even had too many bad ones. I don't know how much you know about me, but if you, all my stories and my comments, everybody verified, like, yeah, that's true, exactly what happened. Like, I didn't take no losses in jail. So I don't, like, worse, I don't really have.
Did you ever get jumped?
Yeah. But that was regular. Like I said, I didn't take no losses. Like I never got knocked out, never got my jaw broke. I had plenty of busted nose. My nose bleed all the time. I was always in the infirmary, my nose bloody. But I never got nothing broke, nose, jaw broke, knocked out, even dropped. I never got none of that. I was always on my feet. So it wasn't really no worse for me.
What were some
like I'm like a legend in there. I'm like one of them dudes, like, that's him, bro. Like that, you know what I mean? I'm one of them. I ain't the dude that like, yeah, get him. I'm the dude that like, oh, that's Blue Rag. You don't wanna, you know what I mean? I was Debo in there. So it wasn't no worse. I was the worst. That's how I feel.
How'd you learn how to fight?
My brother. Because I used to get up. My brother's 9 years older than me. And he can fight real good. To this day, he can fight real good. And he still be showing me shit to this day. But I was getting bullied by a kid that lived in the neighborhood, and my older brother was bullying his older brother. And my brother found out, he like, oh, you get, you know what I mean? Like, what, you scared of him? Like, you know what I mean? You be, no, he like, no, that's out. So he went and got the gloves because he told my mom, my grandmother, my aunties, I have a lot of women in my family. He told everybody, like, man, he out here being a little punk. He ain't fighting. He's scared. Woo, woo, woo. I'm like, oh. And even my grandmother, you know what I mean? She was super peaceful, super nonviolent. And she was like, baby, like, you got to fight. You got to go out there and fight. Like, all right. Like, so, and he was a little older than me and taller than me. You know what I mean? He was just bullying me every day. I just didn't want to fight. And so, and we went out in the gloves and we put the gloves on. He just like coached me through it. You know what I mean? Like, it was just basic, you know what I mean? Keep your chin tucked, keep your guard up, you know what I mean? Swing. And don't hold your breath when you swing because you're gonna, you know, you get tired. That's how you get tired. That's how you get knocked out. You'll be winded and all that. So just do that. And I swung. Every time I swung, I dropped him. And I was like, damn, I was scared of this dude. Like, you know what I mean? He getting up bloody and crying. The last one he cried, I dropped him 3 times. The last one, he cried, ran off. Ooh, I'm like, wow. So from that day on, that's, you know what I mean, topsy-turvy, roles reversed. I'm a bully now. I'm like, that's all I got to do? All right.
You said you got jumped. How, you know, like, can you take me through one of the times you got jumped?
I was always getting jumped, but I was starting them. It wasn't like, like I said, I wasn't like getting jumped, beat up. It wasn't that type of jump. It was just me versus more than one person. Like my enemies, I'll just see them. It'd be 2 or 3 of them sometimes. Like I said, we was always outnumbered. It wasn't never a lot of my homeboys from Do Right. We never a lot of us in one spot, never. We'd be spread it out. We'll see each other from far, like, what's up, homie? Like, you know what I mean? And shit like that. But my ops were always deep. You know what I mean? They were always deep. So I always ran into them. So jump was like me just fight. Like, I'm getting off. I started. I initiated. I never just got jumped like they rushed me. Like, there go Blue Ray, let's get him. That never happened. I'm sorry, it just ain't me. That's not my, I can't lie. That ain't my story. That never happened to me. I was always chasing them, going towards them. So the jumping was like, if you say that's jumping, I wasn't a victim though. I wasn't losing.
Okay, so you see your ops and you take off on them.
Yeah.
What happens from there?
That's it. We go to the box.
Okay.
Go to the box sometime. Like my first time I went, I seen one of my ops. I banged on him. They told me, the homie from A-Trade, he told me where he was from. Like, he from PDL. I'm like, him? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, damn, he kind of big. I'm like, when he come to the base, I'm finna rush him. Then he like, I'm gonna sag with you. I'm like, nah, I don't need no help. I'm gonna run. He like, nah. And that's what happened. He ended up punching him, punching the homie from A-Trade. Me and that dude cool to this day, the dude I'm talking about. He punched me without even looking at me. I was so little at the time. He didn't even take me serious. He just punched me. I told this story too on my YouTube. But he, I don't know if I'm not gonna say knocked out, but the homie that was from A-Trade, I never saw him again in that fight. I just know I rushed dude. My eye was like, he hit me hard in the eye. My shit was watery. And I just rushed dude. Boom, bam, bam. He was bleeding and shit. It was blood everywhere. I was fighting the staff and all that. And I was going to the box. They cuffed me. Like actual cuffs. Like, but the plastic ones. And then everybody was tripping off that, like, because we kids, we juveniles. So they don't cuff you. You're not supposed to cuff you. You know what I mean? You're supposed to just restrain you, take you to the box. You're a kid. You know what I mean? Under the so, but me, I was wilding so much. Like, once I start. I go. You know what I mean? Once I start. So I was so pumped up. I got off on the staff. Like, I punched the staff and dropped them. And so he got up, clotheslined me. They slammed me, put me in the plastic cuffs. And when I was walking, I seen one of my homies, and he was like, Blue Ray. And he was like, where Cuz from? That was the dude I was fighting. He was pointing. I was like, I disrespected his hood. I'm like, I was saying he from Lanes. And he was like, all right, there go one right there. And he ran over there. My homie ran over there, started beating up his homie. A couple of my other homies. It was a big old thing. I was like, damn, I was only like 13. Like, my first time, I was like going to the box. I'm like, damn, the homie's cracking. Like, we all in the box. They was like, damn, who are you? You like a little kid. You came and kicked off a whole Crip and Blood ride. You know what I mean? But yeah, I went to the box and shit. I broke down in tears because I still was a kid. Broke down in tears, wanted to go home and be with my mom. All that gangster shit was out the door right then. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, in the box, like, man, I want to go home. This shit crazy. You know what I mean? But as soon as I got out, I was right back to Blue Ray, the low. That shit didn't matter. That shit didn't matter. But yeah, that was my first time in the hall. That was one of, you know what I mean? That was a crazy experience. But it was like, I don't know, man. That's sad to say. I look back. I don't like to say it, but I don't ever want to be looked at as like I glorify and glamorize like gang banging or anything negative. Or now, gang banging isn't all negative. I'm gonna always be to the defense of that. But I don't ever want to glorify incarceration, prison, being away from your family. Love. That's nothing never cool about that. So, but you know, man, everybody know how we came up in this game. A lot of us didn't have fathers, or a lot of us that followed older family members, older brothers, uncles, and stuff. You know, I mean, we looked up to them, and they were gang members. So we came in at different reasons at a very young age. So that's really not our fault. We coming into something blind, and we was misled. Truthfully, we was misled into it because a lot of the guys we looked up to wasn't even doing what we end up doing, trying to emulate them, thinking we doing what they doing, but they never was. So they basically misled us. And that's just as a whole. I'm not speaking my neighborhood. I'm just speaking of gang members in general, just gangs. So with that being said, yeah, bro, but it was sad to say it was so, like, gangbanging it was so much, like, it was different. It felt different. It meant something. It really, everybody loved it. Like, it really meant, like, you really, like, you know what I mean? It was a different feeling. It was a different time, different era. So with that being said, it was like gangbanging was at an all-time high, so it was exciting. You know what I mean? Sad to say. I'm not saying that, like I say, I'm not glorifying it, but it's the truth. It was like exciting.
I think it was before everybody grew up and realized how bad it was.
Exactly, bro, because you're not mature enough to even sit back or take enough time to sit back and even, you know what I mean, to even look at the whole shit, like, this shit is stupid, this and that and this and that. You're not even looking at all that. You're just looking at, like, damn, I know that's my enemy. We beef with him. I'm from here, he from there. I got to rush him when I see him. I got to do this. My name got to be ringing. They got to respect me. They got to respect my hood. They got to know what we about. No, I mean, you're thinking like that because you're thinking as a kid, but you're a gang member. You're trying to do grown stuff because you're trying to emulate adult gang members, but you're a child, bro. You know what I mean? You're a child off the porch. You should be, you know what I mean, without a real strong father figure, strong male role model. So yeah, it was some crazy shit, man.
What was high school like for you?
It was short. Most of it was in jail. It was short. And I went fighting. And shit, fighting my enemies. You know what I mean? Who I considered my enemies at the time. I went to fight. Got kicked out a lot, smoked weed, shot dice, and you know what I mean? That type of shit. So I didn't have a lot of experience. I was always smart though. You know what I mean? I did my homework before I left class. Like, shit was always easy for me. Like, academically, shit was easy for me, but I was just always gangster and always liked to fight and shit. So, but that's why I can write. You know what I mean? I create a whole album in 4 days. I write songs, like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody, like, I mean, it should be easy for me. I don't study for shit. But so school was like short. If I can go back, I would do a lot more school because there was a lot of pretty girls that I ended up seeing later on. And it was like, damn, man, I had a crush on you and you were real popular. I had a crush on you, but you were crazy. You were gangbanging. And so I was kind of scared of you. I'm like, oh, wow, that's crazy. But they like married and shit like that now, you know what I mean? But nah, man, I didn't really have a lot of schools. So I didn't have to play sports. I didn't really get a chance I was a bad guy, man. I didn't even get, you know what I mean? And, you know, yeah, that's what it was.
Did you graduate?
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No, I didn't graduate.
Did you ever have a real job?
No, never in my life. Not once.
Okay. What did your family think when they found out you were in the streets?
Well, shit, they tried their hardest. They didn't like it, of course not. They didn't like it. They tried their hardest, but it wasn't nothing. My mind was made up, bro. I couldn't. It's nothing. Nobody could have told me at the time to do anything else but gangbang and sell drugs. You know what I mean? Rob people and hurt people. Well, nobody couldn't tell me nothing. Nobody, my mom, nobody ever could tell me, you know, you shouldn't be. I had to really learn. I rather had to keep bumping my head over and over. Keep, you know what I mean, and realize, like, damn, you know what I mean, I can't just keep being insane forever and just keep doing the same dumb shit. It had to be like that. It was never, nobody on this earth ever, you know, could ever get through to me. That's how banged out I was. That's how serious I was.
What was it like your first time in LA County?
I was kind of at a disadvantage because I had just got shot up, like, real bad. I had just got shot multiple times. I had gunshot wounds. I had a bullet hanging out my leg, and I was real wounded. I got shot by the sheriff, and on the case that I was on, I was real wounded, and I was like, I went from a wheelchair to a walker to like a one crutch because I got shot under here and shit. My shit was all swole, so I can only wear one crutch. And it was kind of up in the sense that I got in a few tussles with the deputies and shit because that was just, you know what I mean, they tried to kill me. So that was like, it shit was deep. And then like some of my like rivals who were like from rival sets of mine, they was like, once they seen me wounded, they kind of like
Well, then they wanted to fade.
act a little tougher though, you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh man, all right. So that made me turn it up more, even like, oh, okay, because I was like 19 the first time I went in the county. And there wasn't a lot of young people going in LA County at that time. It was mostly older dudes who've been in prison and all. There was only a few of us youngsters at that time.
What's the first fight you have with your ops? So you're injured, so you're not as strong as you are.
Yeah, at
but you
all. I
still
lost
gotta
a lot
take
of
the
weight.
fades.
I lost a lot. Yeah.
Well, this is earlier though. Is the culture different in LA County
Nah,
back
it was
then?
always, it was, well, only thing was different, it wasn't no like how they do now, say if I come, well, not me per se. You know what I mean? Not that I'm special or nothing, it's just certain shit I just don't go for, me personally, with me. Other people, that's what they want to go, but they got like lineups. Like, will you come in, if you got like 5 or 6 ops, you got to get down with all of them like that day, like back to back. They call that lineup. It wasn't no shit like that going on in the county back when I was young. You know what I mean? Never. It wasn't none of that. But if it had been, and still to this day, if it had, I'll never let nobody run me like that. Well, I'm not fighting 5 or 6. We can fight all at once, because I'm going to kick it off. But you're not finna tell me, come back here, you're going to fight him, and him. Like, I'm tired, I got to fight you, I'm tired. You're not about to, no. Nobody never going to dictate my fight. No. Soon somebody say, yeah, me and you I'm going to get off on him. That's how it's going to go. Then you as homie, I'm going to get off on you. I'm going to keep going aggressively. I'm never going to be backing up, never looking nervous. I'm always going aggressive. Like, every time I go in. So when I go in there, I cut a demo every time. Anytime I go to jail in my life, I cut a demo. I find somebody to fight, somebody to sock on, hit, do something too. Even if it's the police, I don't give a fuck about getting beat up by the police. I find something to do every time. So that's why so many big blue rag stories where they're going to be like, oh, no, you know what I mean? No, dude be tripping. He ain't going for it. Don't, you know what I mean? So that's how it be. I adapt to the jungle.
What was like the Crip module like, and you know what I'm saying? Keeping
The
you guys
Crip
away
module
from the
was
Bloods and
hella
everything.
fun, man. I ain't gonna lie. It was fun. It was some of the funnest times I had in my life, man. That's crazy. That's stuff I'm saying that. But it's truthful. That's some of the funnest times I had in my life. But it was just a lot of fight, a lot of just gangbang activity. Like, you know what I mean? Cripping it is all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like Colors, like the movie Colors, like, you know what I mean? Like graffiti everywhere, shit whacked out, fighting every day, people coming in, where you from? Woo, all that. It was just politicking, you hearing knives being sharpened every day, bunks, hitting beats on the bunk, boom, 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 rapping real loud, disrespecting the police coming in there, turning everything off, we fighting with the police. That shit was crazy. It was fun, but I'm 19.
What
so
was
that's
like
fun
the
to me.
craziest story at the time?
Us fighting the police, us having to ride the police that I started from my raps. Because I used to have a rap that said, the police, Sheriff Killer, real coming like the Black Gorilla, the police, and the whole miles of both tiers used to be singing it, all the Crips in there. And they'd be like, who is that? Shut that shit up, turn that shit. And they we're turning your phones off. You guys ain't getting no visits. And we really go more. And we start shaking it. It was just crazy. You know what I mean? I was just anti-police all the time. So it was like, they was like, man, this little motherfucker. You know what I mean? So I turned 20 in there. And they came in there, they started distracting us, shooting the blocks, stealing the little rubber balls and the tear gas and all that. They started shooting that shit at us. We all had our mats and shit, and we throwing shit at them, hitting them in the head. They falling all on the tier. Homies getting beat up. We fight, we beating them up. It was crazy. That was Crip Module shit right there. Yes, sir.
Okay, now you're in there, and you guys are having beef with the police.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, do you ever have to fight any other Crip dudes when you're in there?
Sure, even your Sally, even your own homies. We was fighting each other, fighting other Crips, all that. Yeah.
Can you take me through one of the fights?
Oh shit, it was just regular shit. It wasn't nothing. It was some crazy ones. It wasn't nothing like outstanding as far as fights. Like just, it wasn't nothing outstanding. Like nothing crazy. It was just a lot of fights every day, but. The craziest shit I did see, bro, was like we go in the showers. Like when we come out for showers, they open every cell individually. Because you can't just, like, if you let everybody out, they liable to, you know what I mean? It's all active gang members. Mostly everybody fighting life, like special circumstances, all types of shit. Like me, I got I had 5 felonies. They all against the police, all involving guns. You know what I mean? Like K-Cal, Channel 9 coming up in there, taking pictures of my cell. DA coming in there, like it's all type of crazy high power cases, like that robbed the Lakers at the Forum. Like they all in there. You know what I mean? One of them was the dude that got shot when Nipsey got killed. You know what I mean? He was one of the dudes who at that time like it was a lot of high power. My case was in the news every day. Ain't nothing like DeWarty ain't never seen nothing like young gang member gunned down by the sheriffs in the shootout. Like that shit it was like crazy, bro. So with that being said, like they can't let everybody out just like that. So they would let like ourselves out there at the time. And we was in Baker 8. We was in 8. So you go down 1, 2, 3, and 8. Bang, when they get to us, bang, we get to 8. We always go shower first. You go take care of your business. You go shower real quick, bang, bang, bang. Draw, come out, and then you go bullshit again. Pass this to the homie. And like, what's up? And then when we go down to a cell, we see a dude that we knew. He was a rapper too. Like he was like a dude, you know what I mean? I don't do all the name dropping and all that. I'm not one of them dudes, but he was like a rapper. He was like a known dude in this section. And like we used to have, he was hard. I used to like his raps to be like, damn. I used to look up, I gotta step my bars up. You hard. And he like, nah. So anyway, the rapper dude, I don't know what the hell happened, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't never witnessed this type of shit, and I never been involved with this type of shit. But I just seen the rapper dude, on the top bunk, butt naked, bro, like with a sheet and like fighting for dear life. And it was like some like 4 or 5 his cellies swinging at it with a knife, like you bitch ass mother. Like I don't know what he did, how it got to that level, but I know he was butt naked. And so once we seen that, me and my homies, we like, whoa, let's go. We went back into our cell. That's all I know. That was like the craziest shit I seen right there, bro. Like that was crazy. I don't know what happened. I just know that. You know what I mean? That was some crazy shit, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Was this rapper like a famous dude in the 90s?
Nah, he wasn't that famous though. He was like an underground rapper. Okay. He was just like known to us, like LA, like you know what I mean? He wasn't.
You're not gonna tell me. Okay,
nah. He wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't nothing. That was crazy. And then they took the pictures of his girlfriend. She had big ass titties, and they passed it to all the Crips, to every cell, took all his canteen, everything. He left running, naked. Oh, I'm like, damn. And when I seen him later, when I was going to prison, and he like, what's up, cuz? I'm like, come on, bro. Like, why you leave like that? I was like, you supposed to die about something like that. I don't know what happened, bro, but you left naked. You never supposed to leave naked and afraid, bro, screaming, crying. Never, I would die before that's out. I can't, no, sir. You got a kid, you got a wife, bro. Like, so anyway, yeah, you walking like the next couple of days later, you walk down the till, you see pictures of his girl, all naked, her boobs, all the whole shit. Like, oh, look, every cell guy, they took the pictures and passed it like that. Ooh, I don't think it was some like weird shit going on as far as with him and his cells. I think he was in there on some bullshit, like jacking off type shit, like some, you know what I mean? Why they was in the cell type shit. I think that's what but it seemed like that type of situation, you know what I mean? Because they was real mad and he was like, no, and, you know what I mean? And yeah, I don't know. I mean, because he used to be like talking freaky on the phone with his girl and, you know what I mean? He might was just, you feel me? Like, I don't know, some shit like that, because that's the type of shit you do when your cellies are gone. Like, we don't get out like that, on all that. Yeah, you know what I mean? We do put the curtain up when we shit and, you know, all that freaky shit. Do that when we out the cell, bro. When we don't, you know what I mean? So I'm thinking it was something of that nature, but with the rapper dude, with some shit like that, why he got whooped out and rolled up out the mountain.
Okay. You mentioned being shot.
Yeah.
By the sheriffs. Is that the only time you were ever shot?
Only time in my life.
Can you take me through it?
I was in my front yard. I was with, like, me and my homies used to smoke PCP back in the day and shit, smoke Sherm and shit. And I was and one of my homies talked me into getting a Sherm stick for him and shit from my neighbors and shit, because they was my boys and shit. And I had got one from him, and I was like, I just hit it a couple times. I was like, nah, that shit's strong, bro. I'm good. I just hit it a couple times. I'm like, I'm finna go in the house and chill out with my girl, bro. And that's all I remember, right? At the moment, at that time, I remember doing that. But then when I ran into my older homie, rest in peace now and shit, he was like telling me like, nah, he said I ended up coming back and asked him again for the Sherm stick. Like, nah, let me hit that again. He like, nah, you sure this shit's strong? You sure you want to? And he said I pulled out my pistol. I don't remember this part. Now, the reason I'm saying this because it's what type of mind frame I was in at the time. Like, it was crazy. I was on the run from the sheriffs and from YA, and I just had, like, they was trying to, like, really, I don't know, bro. They was just trying to really get rid of me, bro, for some reason. Like, they felt like I just had too much influence at my age and what I was doing and everything. And which it wasn't nothing. It was just normal, regular hood shit, but I don't know. So I just remember I was like trying to like helping all my homeboys all night. Like, man, make sure he got home and his mom got him in his house safe. Make sure my other homeboy went in the room and slept, you know what I mean, and got his money and his stuff he had. Make sure his other was put up for him. I was doing shit like that. You know what I mean? My homie getting into it with my homegirl, and she was kind of fragile and like shook up about it because he was being a little aggressive with it. I alleviated that situation. I was on shit like that. I'm that type of, I wasn't on, but now I don't know. That shit kicked in, and I don't know when they called the cops on my spot at my house for one of my homeboys. It wasn't for me, but they called it, and when they came, they already came thinking like it's a man moving robotically. They said one of my homies I got naked. You know what I mean? And that was one of my homies. I was like, man, I helped him, like, and they took him home. I'm like, damn, he got naked and shit. Like, I'm like, damn. So of course, if somebody like that out there, like late night naked, of course somebody gonna call the cops. Like, it's a naked man out here. I guess he's on drugs. Woo-woo. So when they came for him, they see me. I ain't naked though. I'm fully dressed with my pistol. You know what I mean? And so it was, yeah, man, it was coming for me, man. It was just like one of them crazy situations with a lot of crazy things. This was the 90s, bro. It was a lot of crazy shit was going on. And once they came, they just automatically was like, oh, you know what I mean, on me. And it be, and I ended up with attempted murder.
Okay, so
sheriffs, but they
can you take
shot
through
me multiple
what happened?
times.
Why did they start shooting you?
I had a gun, and like it was branded. It wasn't branded like I'm gonna draw it down, like pulling up branded something, but it was like in my hand. So that was enough.
Oh, it was in your hand?
So I'm
Okay.
a gang member with a gun. You know what I mean? That was it. Because at that time, bro, I used to keep my gun in my hand like all the time. And that's how I needed that hand.
Okay, so they start shooting.
Like
Now, what
air
do
my
you
ass
do?
out.
I mean, you got your gun in your
Yeah,
hand.
they hit me in the head, hit me in the lung. All these cops, they know how to aim. Head, lungs, main artery. Then it blew my balls off. You know what I mean? They went in right here. I got one right that went in right here and just grazed me. 2 flesh wounds in my head. They spent me.
I was gonna
And
say,
so
how
I
they
fell.
shoot you in the back of the head?
Yeah, because they spent me. Yeah, they spent me when they hit me. One had a 45, one a 9.
Damn.
Sheriffs, yeah. One and I fell. Bam. The gun fall out my hand. I go for the gun again. I get up, stand back up. They like, no, don't do it. And my homies and everything. My baby mama was right there, which was my fiance at the time. My homegirl and a couple of my homies was right there. Like, no, Rag, you tripping. I still was trying to. They gave me a few more and finished me. And then I woke up. The next time I woke up, I was on a helicopter on my way to the hospital. And I was talking to the paramedics. I'm like, what happened? And they like, you tried to kill the cops, dude. You crazy. Ooh, you going to the hospital. I'm like, what the hell? And I went back out. And I woke up again like days later, like a week later or whatever it was. Or like, you know what I mean? And my daughter's, my fiance at the time, she was like, I told you, because she had a whole premonition about it. To where, she had a whole dream about it, me getting shot by these, you know what I mean, these white guys in my front yard. You know what I mean? It's not a white people in my neighborhood. She was like, these white guys gonna shoot you. And if you don't, I had a dream with her. I'm like, what the hell? You was laying under the sheet. They gunned you down and killed you. You was laying under the sheet and you had your pigtails in your hair and everything. I'm like, nah, you tripping. I know who's white. White people gonna. She have dreams like that. She tapped in like this. She did it with her mom, her uncle, they're deceased. I mean, so when I wake up out the coma, first thing I see is my girlfriend. And she said, I told you. And that was the scariest shit ever, bro. And all my vitals, I had 2 chest tubes. I was hooked up on 2 machines. I had shit up my nose. I had shit down my throat. And I mean, I had the catheter in my dick. It was all bloody. I was all fucked. My legs was this big. I was black and blue, bruised. I was fucked up, bro. You know what I mean? And I wake up, open my eyes. She said, I told you. And I freaked out. And the little vital, the little shit was going off and all that shit. They kicked her out of my room. But yeah, that shit was crazy. And I went out for some more days and I woke back up and prayed with my mom and all that shit.
Was it the Sherm that did it? I mean, would you have done that if you were sober?
Nah. But see, Sherm, one thing I know about that drug, I didn't use it a lot, but I was around my homies when they used it a lot. And all the times I used it, and I realized the effect it had on me. So that's why after this situation right here, the story I just told you, I vowed to myself and everybody else, you know what I mean, God and everybody else, to never, I would never. But no, it's a drug that enhances, bro, whatever you're thinking. I was already thinking like that because I was telling people, even I spoke. That's why I'm really serious about. I'm a firm believer in the power of the tongue and manifestation of people speaking stuff into existence, and that's why I always stay positive with my tongue, man. And I was telling my homies, I was telling everybody, even the staff, I'm not coming back. When I left YA, I'm holding court in the streets. Like, the cops gonna have to kill me. I'm not coming back. They like, you crazy? You talking about I'm dead shit. And so, like, that the SHRM enhances that, those thoughts, those emotions. And then you got to think these people are telling me every day to my face and to my homies and coming by on the bullhorn saying they're like, Blue Ray, we're gonna kill you. The sheriff, bro. I'm 19. I'm 19, bro, with a kid on the way. Like, I'm a kid, bro. Like, damn, why y'all want to kill me? Like, damn, that's crazy. Like, so that got me on the defense, scared. Like, I'm busting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that got me like, man, they come for me. I'm telling the homies, like, oh, y'all better get up out of here. Because I'm cracking. Like, I ain't finna cut what they want to kill me for. What I'm doing. Like, damn. It was like that. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy.
Damn. Okay, so that's what you say you had to go to a county kind of.
Yeah.
Kind
I
of
went to prison
injured.
for that. Yeah, that's why I was injured. Yeah. With fresh bullet wounds.
So I was looking through some of your stories and I came across a story, man. So there was a Crip that had a green light and one of them got beat up really bad. And then a riot started.
Yeah, it wasn't no green light. No, it was they tried to put a green light on the Crips in general that year. It wasn't no in particular individual. The individual that got beat up and what we kicked the riot off over was he just ended up going in the wrong tank, just trying to really on some other shit, just went in the wrong tank, ended up getting jumped. And then like this word spread, and then we had a whole big riot. We kicked off a riot, you know what I mean, for that dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the 3 fights with Casper?
Oh yeah, that's my boy right there from UG. It was just kids, man, gang banging, being gang members as kids and sitting up there talking and just doing stupid, just like, you know what I mean, just childish, immature shit, you know what I mean, but with gang banging involved. Because like me per se, my neighborhood and his neighborhood don't have no, you know what I mean, personal conflict, but it's like an alliance. Like the neighborhoods that he aligned with, we don't get along with. And the neighborhood that I'm aligned with, he don't get along with. So it's more of it was just them fools. I mean, I fuck with the homies over here, you know what I mean? And I fuck them, you know what I mean? It was some stupid shit like that, or don't say that word that disrespect my hood, like kid shit, man, you know what I mean? It was just fights, but you know what I mean? We end up being closer every fight. You know what I mean? And he's the person that I really learned how to fight tall people with. Cause he's like 6'3". Even when we were kids, he was like, when we was young and shit, he was like tremendously taller than me and had to reach. In the first fight, I didn't know how to, that's why it was the 3 fight, cause I didn't know how to get up in there. I'm like, damn, he was banging my shit. He was rocking me, bam, and he was laughing. So that was because he goofy. So that making me mad. I'm like, he laughing, he punching the shit out of me and laughing. So I'm like, and I just realized like, all I gotta do is just keep my chin tucked and go under. You know what I mean? But my brother never told me that. He always told me like if somebody overpowering me what to do, like hit him with my elbow and shit like that. You know what I mean? I know how to use my elbow, my head. I use everything. I don't just use fists. I use knees, feet. I use everything when I fight. All right, I'm strong. I know how to all that shit. Pressure points, like I'm really a fighter. So I learned like, oh, I gotta get up. I can't stay back trying to fight toe to toe, and he got these long ass arms, so he catching me every time. Bam! And he laughing at me like, yeah, blue rag, yeah, blue. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I just rusty for shit. You know what I mean? I just rusty. You know what I mean? He was bleeding and shit, busted his nose, and then like, I was like, he was like, yeah. He asked me, he goofy. He asked me who won. Like, I'm like, I don't think nobody won. It was whatever. Like, it's just a fight. And then he like, yeah, all right. But then he go telling everybody else, like, nah, I won. I'm the only one that beat up Blue Rag in this camp. You know what I mean? I beat up who was in the juvenile camp. And so people coming up to me like, hey, that dude Scott said but that was Casper. Like, his name wasn't Casper back then though. But Scott is his last name. A lot of people say he wasn't a reputable like me. I was already like a reputable from my hood. Like I was already really from my hood. He wasn't even official yet. He got out and got put on his. I was already official. Like it was a lot of that going on back then too. Like you see him later, like, where you from? I thought you was from. No, I wasn't really official. I got put on. Oh, I was official already from where I'm from, you know what I mean? But so it was like that. But he was one of them. Like he wasn't really, you know what I mean? So like, and then so I was like, man, it wasn't. But he got to telling people like, man, they like, and he like a goofy out of camp, like the goofy, like, you lost a fade to him? Like, I'm like, who? Like, oh no, we gotta run it again. Like, you ain't never finna play with me like that. It was that. Like, he like, yeah, all right, come on. Like, and every time I got better, it wasn't none of that. That first time wasn't none of that. As soon as he swung, I ducked and was on him. Boom, bam, boom, whooped him. And then the last fight, I just dropped him like 8 times. I just put him down like 8 every time. I boom, bam. I just every combo he. You know, man, I just like back up, homie. Watch out, homie. You ain't ready. You can't see me. I done elevated these things, man. You know what I mean? I done stepped these things up. You can't. He was like, damn, we're gonna get out again when we got out the box. We're gonna get out again. Whatever, bro. It's gonna get worse for you every time. I'm telling you. We can get out forever. I don't, you know what I mean? That's just like I got a homie like that I was in prison with. I talk to him every day. He be saying that every now and then, man, I need my run back. Because I whooped him bad in the prison. I thought let's talk about him too. That's one thing about my shit. It's all real. I talk about it. You know what I mean? He know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? He on my YouTube. He on there with me, talking about me doing shit. The dude I'm talking about. But I went to his cell and whooped him. While he was talking to his grandmother, whooped him. Yeah, who you was talking? Who don't shoot me off? Who you was talking about? Boom, bam, whooped him. Yeah, and yeah, you know what I mean. And he was, you know what I mean. He learned a lot from me, but he be telling me like, yeah, Blue Rag, I'm gonna need that run back. We're gonna have to get it. I'm gonna have to show you my hands got better. I'm like, yeah, you can get it any day. Like I told you back then, bro, I'm telling you, I'll see you 20 years from now, you can get that run back. That's one thing about me. I love to fight, bro. I think that's why I became a game member when I was young. I like to fight, man. Put me on. I like to fight. I started to fight. You know what I mean? I'm a fighter. I like to fight.
And you guys ended up becoming good friends.
Yeah, Casper. Yeah, that was my boy. And then I see he got life now though. He got life. He had some murders. He bought some bodies. Beat him, got out and killed some more of them, went back. They got him and beat them. Yeah, he was a monster. He was a problem. And he did that at the intersection. He didn't even try to get away. That was the intersection, on camera, all that. Seen 3 of his ops, like, parked this shit and went and got cracking. And shot everybody in the car and killed him. Beat that, and then they got on him again in traffic, and he wiggled and got out and did his shit again. You know what I mean? And yeah, they got him. He got life. I was talking to some of his people because they came on the video, like, because people be seeing shit like that. They be like, man, this dude on YouTube, he probably lying and shit. I'm gonna check with. But when they go check with the people, and they be like, nah, Blue Rag ain't lying. That really happened. That's the truth. Like, then they be like, damn, my people said that, man. I'm like, yeah, that's my boy, man. I don't be lying to anybody. You know what I mean? I ain't no hate in my heart, and I ain't got nothing to, you know what I mean? This is my story. I even talked to my mom about that. I mean, my mom sit up and laughing about this shit. Like, people be thinking I be lying on some of my stories, mom. She like, that mean they good then. You know what I mean? She like, I know you hate lying. I had to live this shit with you. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was my boy, man. We ended up being close all the way. I seen him in the county later on when we were older and shit. You know what I mean? We used to eat every night, work out and shit. You know what I mean? Chop up game. He gave me a lot of little game. It's a good dude, man. It's a good dude. When he was just, coming up through the system as kids, gangbanging.
Have you ever ran across somebody with your hood whacked out on them?
Never, but I did this dude I was in Y with who used to claim my hood. And then he had whacked it, but then he like tried to like cover it up and peel it off. And once I seen it, it was already like covered. But you can still, you look real close, you can see it. And I went to his cell when I came to that prison. I heard about him up there, and I said, who? And I said, is his name such and such? His real name, because he been running for me for some years since YA, because he know he not supposed to be doing what he doing. You know what I mean? So he was like, so I went to his cell and I seen it. I'm like, what you got the set whacked out? I like, as soon as we get off lockdown, I need that immediately. When you come to the yard, he like, man, they like my homies, my older homies and everybody like, you can't come up here, man. You just gonna kick off a big crib and blood, right? You can't come up in here and just bring it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not y'all. You not finna have mine. I'm not about to be looking at my shit crossed out every day on you. But it was so many other tattoos covered up, and it was so old, and he put another like cover up with it. But like I said, I know how to look close and see, even when shit be cover up to look. Whole time talking to him, he like, yeah, what's up, Blue Rag? I'm at his cell. I'm looking through we got holes in level 4, High Desert State Prison. I'm looking through this. I'm like, oh, you got the set whack? You still got the set? Yeah, low key. Yeah, I'm gonna need that as soon as you come out. As soon as we come out lockdown, if I ain't went home yet, I was just on a violation. If I ain't went home yet, I'm gonna punch on you when we come out. I'm introduce myself to his celly and all. They like, homie, you can't just come up here. Well, how y'all keep telling me what the fuck I can't do? I can. I'm doing it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I can't. That's y'all going to, you can't. I ain't never been one you can tell me, you can't do this. Blu-ray, you can't do that. I don't know how many times I heard them. I'm like, I can. I'm finna do it right now and show you. What you mean I can't? So I ain't never went in that prison shit and went and being able to dictate it. My homies right now, my older homies that I grew up under the same shit. That's why they don't like, you can't know. I mean, what? You can't tell me nothing. No, you ain't know. I'm still like that. I'm gonna die like that. I always been like that. Like, you can't tell me shit. My mama couldn't tell. That's why I'm a gang member. That's why I ran the streets. That's why I'm a gang member and did the shit I did because I listened to my mom. I'm not gonna go out here and listen to you now about how you my parent. Fuck you. Like, you know what I mean? That'd be my thing. So yeah, that was always.
So he was a Crip with you guys, and then he turned into a blood dude?
Yeah, but he wasn't official. He was more like a.
Did you guys ever fight?
No, I never got it. He was way smaller than me. No, I went home. We never got to see each other face to face. Oh, yeah, that's what you were saying. No, we never got to see each other face to face. To this day, I never saw him. You know what I mean? He was, yeah. But he didn't want, he was saying, man, Blue Rag, I don't want to fight. But I was like, once you come out, you're going to come out. You got to come out. Your homie's going to make you come out. You're blood. You got to come, you know what I mean? And they're going to make you. And once you come out, I'm going to rush you. So you be ready. Have your knife, whatever you're going to do. But nah, so he was a dude who, he was from the op section, but he like used to come on the weekends to my neighborhood. And then my homies, they was like all little kids at the time. And they were like, you keep coming to the set, we're gonna put you on. They ended up putting him on like that. And then he went straight to jail. He probably knew about 10 homies, 10, 15 homies, only the ones who was there when he got put on and was around them for that little short time. And then he went to jail. But his brother, his mama, all his family is from there. He grew up over there. You know what I mean? So that's really where he's supposed to been from. But you never should have came over here and played around with us and get our shit tattooed on you, you know what I mean? And only to, because he promised me, looked me in my eyes and told me, I was like, you ain't gonna never, I know your family be pressuring you because you ain't supposed to, you know. And he like, nah, never, I'm gonna, you know what I mean? This do rock for life, I never. And I was be like, all right. But so when I saw him later and I'm like, really, bro? Like, why you didn't tell me this years ago? When we was getting out, years later, we were in prison. And so, and my homies was begging me, writing me kites like, Blue Ray, no, you don't do it, you can't. And I'm like, I can, I am. But I went home I before we got all locked down. Shit, nothing happened.
I guess there was a situation where the white dudes and the blacks, you guys got into it one time.
Oh yeah, that's the, you know, that's, I know, yeah, that's happened. That's prison. That shit happened. Yeah, but yeah, they took off on us. They rushed the blacks over something. I forgot what happened. I don't even. Oh, it was like, you know, one little thing. That's all it be. It was like one dude said a racial slur, like a white boy called a black dude a racial slur. Black dude slapped him. The white boy didn't do nothing. So the white boy's like going to DP him or whatever, get him out DP. They don't even say DP, but removing him, getting him off the yard because he pussy, because he let the black dude slap him. Even though he was totally in the wrong, but once you know what I mean, you disrespected him and then he slapped you and called you like you didn't do nothing. Like you came and ran and told us, hey, that black dude over there just like what the so they getting rid of him. In the midst of getting rid of him, the white guys who was like the big dogs, like their shot callers, had to get involved. And that usually don't happen. They had to lose a lot of stuff and they went to the hole. So when they came back from the hole, which was like 6 months later, and I told all the blacks to be ready because when they get back, they're gonna be mad about that. Because they did that over us. They already hate us. You know what I mean? Because they Nazis. They don't like us. So to have to lose because of us, they not going to like, I already know they're going to come back. So that's what happened. So they came back tripping off that. And it was just time. They was all shaving their heads. And I was only 2 weeks to the house. I had 2 weeks to go home. I just did 3. And I shouldn't even been on the yard. Like everybody was telling me, like, why you out here? You supposed to go home. But I'm like, man, I'm out here. I ain't finna be cooped up in the cell, stressing and all. I'm out here. I'm outside. I'm on the yard with it. To the parole. So I'm working out. I remember I'm working out, I'm doing pull-ups. And I'm looking at all the whites and I'm like, damn, they all got bald heads. I'm like, damn, they had hair yesterday. Like, I'm like, and that's how people do like when they get ready to go to the hole. You know what I mean? Shave everything and shit. So, and they on the yard shaving each other. I got you. Come here, comrade. I got you, brother. Here, get that for me, brother. I'm like, I'll tell the blacks, I'll get focused because they finna get cracking on us. Cause look, I'll tell it, I'm like, y'all better they playing cards and, oh man, I'm like, man, I got my thing on me. And yeah, all right, get focused. I'm hitting my little couple sets. I'm looking, I'm like, damn. And yeah, that's what happened. It was 2 black dudes walking And while they walking by, they had just got there. The two brothers just got there. We like, hey, bro, hey, Black, check it out. Hey, y'all might not want, it's a little tension right now with us and the whites. Y'all might not want to go on that side right now. I know y'all just got here and shit. Y'all might want to just chill out right here. They like, no, good looking, bro, but we got this. I mean, we've been doing this. You know, all right. It's always some tough guys. Like we've been, and next thing you know, they kept going, didn't listen. And it was like Charlie Brown, like the cartoon of Peanuts with the, we just see the.
Oh, so all the white dudes jumped on.
The white, immediately, all of it was like, there was like 30 of them, 30 big ass white boys. They just, all you see is we like, oh, we had to run over there to, you know what I mean, to help them. But I couldn't get over there immediately because I was the closest to the cops. And they knew me and they like calling me by my last name and shit. And they like, you better not. And I'm like, you better not. And they got me like this with the big fogger, the big pepper spray thing. So if I would have ran, I would have got pepper spray, wouldn't have been able to see. And I probably would have got socked and I would have been down. I wouldn't have been able. I've always been smart. Like I say, even under them type of situations, I always think I'm a thinker. And the tower or the dude in the tower had the rifle on me, like, I'm gonna blow you up, I'm gonna kill you better now. I'm like, damn. I'm like, all right, man. So I proned out, what they call proned out, you know what I mean? I lay down in prone position. So when I proned out, but I'm in my head, and my homie next to me, I got 2 Crips next to me. They're not from my neighborhood, but it is 2 Crips. And we all short to the house. We already making plans for what we're gonna do when we get out, but it's like, we gotta get out first, bro, you know what I mean? But I'm telling them, they like, Blu-ray, what's up, what we doing? I know we ain't getting down, they like, damn, I know we not going out like this. I'm like, nah, just play it all, just follow my suit. I got this, bro. We not going out like this. We finna get cracking. And so while we doing all that, I'm getting down, and I'm knowing the police getting more towards the riot, getting away from me, more towards the melee where it's fighting. They scuffled, they went down, they scuffled with the white boys, then they went down. And it was like one of the young homies and shit, the Crip homies, and he was like fresh from YA, it was his first prison. And he's like telling his older homies, like, I ain't feeling that, cuz. Like, man, they just got off on us like we ain't, like, we some butt, like, cuz, what's up with that? That's like, that's it? We do that. That's how prison is? Like, you know what I mean? He's like, no, what you mean that's it? He's like, we don't get like, that's over, I ain't feeling that. They just got off on us. Like, nigga, I'm Crip, I'm tripping. Like, he like, if you feel like that, jump up then. Everybody told him, yeah, jump up and get caught. He like, what? For real? He got right back up. And then right as soon as he got back up, that's when I was over there. Bam. And then like when I said it was 2 with me, one came with me, full throttle, the other one was hella fat. He didn't make it. He failed. They pepper sprayed him, whooped him. He didn't even make it. He was all whooped when he was in the back. But I ran over there, ran full-fledged into the crowd. Ah! You know what I mean? I love that shit, man. I love that shit. That's just regular for me. I love that shit. That fight shit. I should have did that shit professionally. I would have been a millionaire. But yeah, slapping the big tough dudes, tough looking dudes, big muscle bound, big 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 260, 250, big Viking looking motherfuckers doing this. I'm just running into slaps. I'm just, you know what I mean? And shit, hell yeah. And it was at that. I went home. I still made it home. They told the police stuff because I used to always be hitting on the table, beating and rapping. And he's like, man, you better go do something with all that shit. Like, you rap good. It sound like the radio, man, when you rap. But they like, people, you know what I mean? You better go do something with all that talent, man. We're going to let you go home. We seen what you was doing in the ride. We know, you know what I mean? You on camera. We dead point. We could be in the hole right now. We ain't tripping. Just go home, bro. I'm like, all right, that's what's up. Hell yeah, for sure. Yeah, every prison I've been to the hole. Every prison, camp, juvenile hall, I've been to the hole, the box. I've been in shit everywhere I go. Hell yeah, I've been in the shoe. Yeah. My first one was a staff assault. On the staff, and I saw the kids, the CO. I got off on him. He sex played me on some gay shit. The police knocked him. I caught him, you know what I mean? Caught a, staff assault. Got 10 months in the shoe. And that's how I got to level 4. I started off level 3. I got to level 4. Jack my point. They gave me a DA referral, but they didn't pick it up. Because I didn't have like no great bodily injuries or nothing like that. I just fired this shit up.
I hear about, like them not picking, the DA not picking it up a lot.
You got to be like something super serious because there's so much shit going on in prison, like stabbings and riots and shit. So it got to be like, killed or damn near killed, like be like in a coma or like, you know what I mean? Something bad, because this be bad stabbings and bad shit going on, bro. So then DA don't be having time to, because you got to think that's all they deal with. They're all most of all the prisons in California out in the middle of nowhere. They're all out in the middle of nowhere, desolate land, and they ain't got nothing going on. The DA is all prison cases. and they sending out hella a big ass file of DA referrals every month. And so they looking like, I ain't picking this shit up. What's this? Oh yeah, we might get a conviction with this. Oh yeah, and that type of shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that DA. You know what I mean?
What's
reject.
the worst thing that you've seen in prison that you can talk about?
Sheesh. Oh man, the stabbings, bro. I don't even know which one was the worst. So many. I've seen stabbings, killings, man, shootings, man, all that shit. You know, they police busting real rifles, brains blown out, all that shit. It was an older dude. I knew, a white dude. He was real cool with me. He was a porter, like the worker, like the cleaner, like a janitor, basically. And it was real cool. He's always come to my cell, chop it up with me, give me shit to clean my cell up. He was a biker. He wasn't racist. He wasn't a skinhead. He was just a biker. Shit. But he had a crazy ass case. He's the dude who, like, for like their biker gang that they was a part of, like that dude would he didn't want to get rid of the bodies. He got caught with like arms and legs and shit in the briefcase. I read his paperwork. I'm like, damn, you sick as fool. Like, damn. I'm like, I'll never do no shit like that. Like I'm telling you, I done thought I was sick until I met him like you. Like, I'm not sick, bro. I'm not. I got hope. I'm good. I'm a good dude. I ain't doing all that, bro. He got caught at the airport with the dude head in his arms and legs, bro. At the airport. So this dude, you know what I mean? You know, no names, but this dude, bro, this is my boy, though. He old, too. OG, like 80 almost. Old man, bro. Like, he been down a long time. He telling me crazy stories, giving me the goosebumps. I should talk to him like looking at a crazy show or a novel and stuff. I'd be like, damn, this old white man crazy, bro. So they used to always trip off me. Even my cellie, like, why you be holding? What's up with you be doing with that old white dude? I'm like, go talk to her. You'll see. And then my cellie start with him. Be like, yeah, he a gangster. I was like, I told you, bro. Like, I ain't even teaching me shit. So this fool, him and his cellie, right? His cellie was a little young, so he was pussy. He shouldn't even be, I don't know how he even got him to that prison, like, which is, you know, like the worst prison in Cali. And the cellie was real soft, and I used to clown him. Like, I never bit my tongue about when people fight and they perform bad, when they do something on the yard, because like that's sad too, man. I used to say that too. I'll be like, man, we not normal, bro. Like, that's not cool. Like, we celebrate violence. Like, we sit on the yard, like, oh yeah, such and such finna get stabbed today. What? Like, oh, I was gonna go in and take my shower, but no, I'm finna watch this. Like, we used to be excited about that. It took me to myself to snap out of that. Like, that's not normal, bro. Like, this isn't normal human behavior. You know what I mean? And so this dude, man, the white dude, he would tell me like all these crazy stories, and then like, so his cellie, right? They went to put out a demo. Matter of fact, it was the dude who I said who called the one black dude the N-word, and the black dude slapped him. And that happened. That dude that did that, the white dude, they went to remove him. When they went to go remove him, they used the crazy dude cellie, right? And he went and was fighting like a girl, had his eyes closed, and was swinging all like this. You know what I mean? And I was real cool with that dude too. You know what I mean? I was clowning him for days about that. He's like, oh, Blue Rag, I know you're going to hear. I know I'm going to hear it. Come on, Blue Rag. I'm like, man, your hands are horrible. Like, how, bro, like, no, you do not need to be fighting. He's like, I'm going to just start stabbing. I'm like, you can't stab nobody because it's still hand-to-hand combat. It's not a gun. You can't shoot. You still got to get up on them and to inflict physical harm on them. You still need your hands. They still can swing at you, stupid. You can't fight. You horrible, bro. Like, I mean, horrible. Watch when we have a demo and I'm going to show you. And then I was telling some of my little homies, like, yeah, get this dude off the yard, man. This case ain't right? And he was from their neighborhood. You know, I mean, he wasn't from my hood. He was from their hood. So I'm telling the two dudes that's from their hood, my little homies who look up to me, get cuz off the yard. He got to go. He got 24 hours. He got to get off the yard. And it got to be a weapon. It can't be just fight. It got to be a weapon. He got to be bleeding because his paperwork filed. And so I end up knocking the dude out because while he fighting with them, they didn't do it right. You know what I mean? I end up knocking him out, putting him down. Boom! I hit him in the head. I think that's the first time I ever knocked somebody out. Hit him in the head. Boom! Knocked him out on the yard. Knocked him out. I walked away. You know what I mean? The staff came and got me later. Like, her, we know y'all hand. No, we know you had to. You had to hit him. Who else? I ain't that a bitch. So, man, anyway, I said all that to say, so when I came out of the cage area where they put you when you fight and come back into my building, I seen the white boy, the one, the cellie. And I was like, that's how you do it and shit. I called him by his name like that and pointed at him like, that's how you do it. You know what I mean? That's how you get a motherfucker off the yard. He like, all right. So the next time they had to get somebody off the yard, he looking at me the whole time. I'm like, motherfucker, don't be looking at, I'm like this, like, don't be looking at me and shit. Like how the police thinking, I'm like, they looking like, why you looking at her? And I'm like, don't be looking at me. So he looking at me like, watch this. So look, the old dude, the dude that got caught with the head and the arms and shit, he told him, Sally, just grab him, bro. Like you, like Blu-ray said, you really not a fighter, but grab him, bro. Once you grab him, I'm gonna do the rest. I'm gonna stab, right? He ended up telling me this later, way later. You know what I mean? This shit was crazy, bro. So, and he did just that. He didn't even go to try to fisticuffs. He didn't go to try to square off. He just went, boom, and grabbed the dude. He was a big dude too. You know what I mean? And when he grabbed him to go, and then that dude just got, and he had a knife like this long, bro. Now, I don't be knowing how motherfuckers get his ways, but I mean, like we going through metal detectors, stripping out, busting our ass. So we doing all that to go to the yard on level 4 and 180. How he got a knife this long out there? Come on, man. And then all the police in the world looking. Come on, bro. But so he just jugging. And then look, so he told him get him low, like a football drill. Like hit him low. He hit him low. Boom. The youngster, the one that couldn't fight. And the old man grabbed him upper and had him like this and was just hitting him. And the blade was like this long, bro. It was like this long and this thick. And he was just, he was looking crazy. Every stab, his eye, he was just looking demonic, bro. And I was just looking like, and I know this dude, and I talk to him every day. We drink coffee when we talking to him. He even like me to rap. He like, bust one of them raps for me. I'm like, what the fuck? He like, yeah, man, bust. He like, man, you talented as fuck, right? So, and I was looking, I'm like, damn, this dude is psycho. Like, I'm not that crazy, bro. I would never do that. I would stab him a couple times. I got out the way. I would have then grabbed him and kept just jugging him like a turkey, homie. I'm talking about just carving him. And he, look, and they like stop and they whacking. And like I said, this dude's 79, bro. He old ass man. And the cops whacking him with the baton. Stop, boom, stop, boom. And they didn't want to hit him because he old. You know what I mean? They like, man, but they like, this ain't gonna stop stabbing him, bro. And it's just blood everywhere. He's like, and he just, this is how you do it, John. Like he telling him, I'm like, what the? And everybody just like, and it was like, yeah, I think that was one. I was like, yeah, that was like one of the craziest ones right there because it was like everybody was out doing that because like we did something, like we busted somebody in the head with a rock. Like that's like, damn, that's barbaric. Y'all using rock because we couldn't get a knife out there that day, so it was like, yeah, you got to bust him up and hit him with the rock. Hit him with the rock. We knocked him out. And so he was like, okay, they did that. The blacks did that. Dude, it's like Southsiders, okay, they stabbed this dude. Then the North Daniels, they killed the dude, damn near killed the dude or whatever. No, they killed the dude, but they stabbed the shit out of him all over the yard. He was running all over the yard, bleeding, his inside intestines coming all out, all type of sick shit. And then the white boys took it up a notch and went and ejected bleach and disinfected it in the motherfucker. Knocked him out, injected that shit in him, and stabbed him, and hit him with a rock. Like we did everything y'all did and some more. Y'all didn't inject nobody. And he was off. Yeah. I'm like, these motherfuckers sick, bro. And I tell people that all the time. These motherfuckers sick in prison, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Damn.
Yes, sir. And then I'm like, why y'all looking at me too? I'm thinking like you stabbing, looking at me like, what that mean? Like what you telling me that's for me? Or like you showing me like, yeah, blue rat, oh yeah, like, all right, girl, you a savage. Damn, that's vicious. You a savage. Oh, well, all right, I see.
Did you ever come across anybody famous while being locked up or in prison besides that one rapper?
Yeah, Slick. Huh? You thought you was Slick. That was a good one. Yeah, nah, yeah, I was, who was the most shit? Probably, Tina Turner and, Ike Turner's son, Ike Turner Jr. He was in prison with me. He was, yeah, that was funny. He was in prison. He probably the most famous person I've seen in prison, I think. There was some rich people in there, but famous, yeah, it was him. It was actually, it was a trip because the movie, What's Love Got to Do With It, about Ike and Tina Turner, and they talk, and he in there, like he got a few little small part, well, not him, but his character, about him, you know? So I'm like, damn, Ike Jr., and then we looking at his ID and everything, like Ike Turner Jr. and all that, and then there was people that knew him, you know what I mean? He looked like Ike Turner, and people that knew him from downtown, like, you know, I know that fool from downtown LA and shit. It was crazy though. It was probably like the most famous person I've seen in prison. In Kenner County, it was OJ. I used to see OJ all the time. He held OJ. He's like, "What's up, young blood? What's up, young brother?" I'm like, "What's up, Juice?" He like, "Oh man, your hand better than mine." I'm like, "Nah, mine ain't better than you. I got attempted murders on the sheriffs." He beat his shit.
OJ beats his case. You know, what was like the vibe in jail?
Oh, when he beat it, it was tension. It was even with the cop.
Well, what about when he was, you know, just in there fighting this case? Did everybody think he was innocent? Did people think he was guilty?
Nah, it seemed like the world. It was just like the rest of the world. All the black people saying he innocent. Most of the black and everybody else saying he not. It was just like that. It was just like the rest of the world. Man. You know, me, I was too busy fighting life myself to be worried about. I wasn't worried about OJ. I was worried about me. I wasn't caught up in it. I don't know what. I just remember when the verdict was read, like when he beat it and how all the white cops was mad and all the black cops was celebrating. And they that was crazy. I was like, they was actually getting into it, fights and all that. The cops, bro, like that's the me up. Because coming from court, seeing the police arguing, like, no, OJ, they don't quit it, all that shit. They arguing and shit. Yeah, it don't fit, you mustn't quit. That doesn't fit, all that. I'm like, damn, like animated, like finna fight. Like, I'll see you in the parking lot after work, all that shit. I'm like, damn. For OJ, I'm like, damn. OJ was above, man. Damn.
What about the Rodney King riots? Were you in jail for that?
I went to jail 10 days before that.
Okay.
That was April 29th, 1992. I went to jail April 19th. So yeah, I was in the halls.
What was that like?
I missed it. I missed all that. So I didn't get to, like I said, I missed the riots. I missed the loot and all that. I was just in there. There was a lot of people coming in there for that, but I was just in there. It wasn't nothing, you know.
There was nothing,
I was just in there gang banging, rushing nothing pertaining to Rodney King or anything. But and I know him like real personally, so I knew that was like, it was crazy at that time.
Oh,
you know
really?
what I mean? Because he's from my area and like he's like a, you know what I mean? Like he's like his daughter is like my niece.
Really? Wow. I know he lived in Rialto.
Yeah, that's where he passed that.
Yeah.
But he from like Pasadena, Altadena.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We actually even had a song together.
You had a song
Yeah,
with him?
me and Rodney King. Yeah, it never really got released though. My producer. Yeah, we had but his verse wasn't it. I ain't gonna lie. Rest in peace, Rodney. But that verse was trash. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I didn't never come out. That verse was whack. It was called Living Legend. That shit was whack. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, Rodney was trying to put on though. He was trying to put us on, man, back then when he got his money. Shit.
Have you ever been sold up with like an enemy that you just absolutely hate and that you just was like, I can't do this?
Hell no. I wouldn't even, hell no. I wouldn't know with nobody. But no, I wouldn't be so. I wouldn't go for it. I'd be in a hold or something. No, I had a couple like my ops who like end up like cool as a motherfucker with like, damn, why you gotta be from there? Like that type of shit. Like you cool as a motherfucker. We got hella shit in common and shit. Like I could actually kick it with you, but you from that bullshit. So I can't. But that be the times when you start like evolving mentally. Like, damn, man, that's crazy. Like I'm trained to, like my mind is, you know what I mean, set to just automatically hate this dude. I don't even know this dude just because he's from there. You know what I mean? Then I end up talking to this dude. We got a lot in common, a lot of similar shit. That's when you start like waking up on a lot of shit, man. Like, you know, about this whole gangbang shit.
All right. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to share before we get out of here?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna drop some. Yeah. I gotta do a plug real quick. Yeah, drop my I'm June 19th, my birthday coming up and shit. Every year I do a video shoot, you know what I mean? Like for my shit, like video shoot party and all that. I'm doing it big, you know what I mean? This in Vegas on the 19th of this month. I mean, whole weekend, Ragfound weekend, that's what it's called. You know what I mean? Me and my homies and shit, we got a song, a banger I just dropped. Everybody like it. I got 100% like 2 thumbs up from everybody. Ain't nobody said, oh, it's just all right. Everybody like, yeah, that shit go, that shit not. And all the females like it. It's called Cowgirl. It's out right now, all platforms, like all my music. It's all platforms. It's out, you know what I mean? And it got me and my homies on it, and we finna go do the video shoot for it in Vegas on the 19th of this month. And then I got another video shoot August 23rd. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be downtown LA. You know, I got some shows coming, you know, merch on the way, and I got, you know, other artists and shit. My homies putting my homies on. We got a lot of talent where I'm from. You know what I mean? And I gotta shout out my little homie, Baby Rock, free Baby Rock, man. Man, they got my soldier down. He finna come on, you know what I mean? Do it big with us. Got him in and shout him out. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? I'm working, man. I got a lot coming on, other interviews, you know what I mean? Appreciate this one. This one went smooth. Everything was cool. Good hospitality, respectful. And yeah, I got a lot of work coming. I've just been working, man. Working.
Well, that's what it is, man. I look forward to seeing what you got coming up.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you
It's all
taking the
love.
time, for sure.
All right, bro.
What's up? This is Cam Capone. We got more content like this coming soon. So hit that like button, subscribe, and stay locked in to Cam Capone News.